All right, I'm leaving this one and into the new StreamYard, so I will put that link into the chat once everybody's there. And we are back, folks, and we're over here now. And yeah, we've changed the name of the stream. And let me see. This one in. And that's the top for everybody to find their way back. Oh, we are going and we are live. All right, so StreamYard link is pinned to the top for those that want to join back up and continue the conversation we were at. Yeah. Carol is back.
I'm the winner.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
All y'all's here. Where is everyone?
I don't know. They're still slowly coming in. Kronos is here. Lovely Sherry is here. Son of a Red Shirt's in the chat. And Son of a Red Shirt is up here.
I need to go get a drink.
Okay, you go get a drink.
It's so far away. All right, I'll be right back.
And like Sherry said, like I was saying, Studio Ghibli films are amazing. Okay, so don't hear Son of a Red Shirt talking yet. I think I've got the links out now. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Who's cutting out? Am I cutting out? What the hell?
Hello?
Okay.
Can anybody hear me?
Yep, I can hear you now.
I can hear
Okay,
you.
cool. I was just, I had to, guys, I don't have a computer. I do all this stuff on a really old tablet, so sometimes.
Oh, we'll figure it out as it goes. Here we
So what
go.
are we talking about?
And Santa Bill is back.
Holy shit.
Yeah, what? What? What?
Hi,
no.
Bill.
Hello. Hi, Carol.
Hello.
Hmm.
So we're going to talk about the sparkly vampire movies or what?
No, 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 no.
I like to trigger them. It's fun.
It's not nice.
I can't.
Sparkly vampires, Harper Bill. Sparkly vampires. I need a pill.
Bill woke.
I am not woke.
Yes, you are woke.
You've said it multiple You've said it multiple times in the last part of the stream, Bill. You said
Okay,
you
well,
were
now
Not
woke.
my ringtone.
I've been lying to you all, so on you.
That's just what a
We're
woke
gonna
person
cut
would
this part
say
out.
and do.
So what were we talking about?
We're still
Oh.
going and we're talking about movies.
Yeah.
Alex, by me.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep,
Yes.
I can hear you.
No,
Oh, super.
I can't hear you at all.
He's lying.
Well, of course he is.
I would never lie to anybody for no reason.
Especially a guy you don't know and never going to meet. Why would you lie?
You're doing it for comedy
Exactly.
purposes.
Comedy.
So I'm just going back through the chat. Were you able to transfer the chat? Oh no, this is all people joining in the new chat. Wonderful.
Yep.
Smack the
Why don't you
like
type it in
button.
the suit?
Smack it like a redheaded donkey stepchild that owes you money.
Hells yeah.
Hey, me and Jedi Bill have worked through that.
With freckles.
Sherry brings up that she says, like I was saying, Studio Ghibli films are amazing. Princess Mononoke, etc. You're absolutely right. Studio Ghibli. I'm a little embarrassed that I'm not. I saw Mononoke in the theaters. I'm trying to think what my neighbor Totoro, Porco Rosso. I love Porco Rosso. Has anybody seen that?
Spirited Away.
Spirited Away, great choice. You're absolutely right. Porco Rosso, the English version, Michael Keaton was the voice of Porco Rosso. I can't remember who else was in that right now. I mean, the voice actors, speaking of. An unusual film, but beautifully filmed. If you love old planes and stuff like that, these were all fantasy ideas. Very few planes like that would ever have flown, ornate triplanes with, that could seat 12 people or something going into action. Porco Rosso flying this little Red Baron knockoff. Wonderful film. Princess Mononoke was beautiful. I wish Christmas Eve would hurry up and get here. I keep staring at the blank. I keep staring at the 2 hams sitting in my fridge lovingly. You're a ham man.
Shifty, you have 2, so you could eat one now and have one for later.
That's true. Howl's Moving Castle is Sherry's favorite. Oh, good call. Yeah, that is a lovely movie as well. Studio Ghibli films, sadly, they don't get as much love over here. They used to back in not too long ago, maybe 10 or so years ago. Films like Princess Mononoke, I saw that in the theaters. I think they sometimes get a theatrical run that lasts a week, but what can you do? Wookiee Supremacy, Kronos, a lovely Sherry, Shifty Gizm, Mountains of Elysium. Oh, we got tons of friends here. So, guys, what are you thinking? Animated films. Do you got any favorites? Ah, there he is, Captain Groovy Spock.
Are we
Groovy.
allowed to say
Waking
Disney
Life.
films?
Groovy, baby, groovy.
Because I like
Woo,
lying.
woo, woo. Sorry, Carol, I interrupted you. What were you saying? For animated films?
Are we allowed to say Disney films?
Of course. Any animated film. Any animated film. Fritz the Cat. I don't care.
Yeah,
Sorry?
Fritz the Cat.
Sure, but Carol, what were you...
Lion fucking King!
Lying fucking King.
Lying fucking
Finally got that one out. Love the Lion King. The original Lion King. Jeffrey Lion? Jeffrey... oh, shit. Who was the bad guy? Who was Scar?
Oh, I don't know their
Apparently
names.
It was stolen from another cartoon, but anywho.
Yeah.
So I heard.
Zazu, the parrot that was done by Rowan
I like
Atkinson,
hyenas.
or the toucan, I think it was. Rowan Atkinson doing the voice of the toucan. He was great. Aren't they doing a remake of that? Or
They
did
a
they
live
do a
action
remake?
version of it? And I didn't want to see it because I don't need to see Mufasa die in live action. Just keep it as a
Yeah.
cartoon and don't ruin it for me because I liked it.
I get
I
what
know
you're
a good
saying.
car-
Sorry, mate.
I know a good cartoon that was underrated. Frozen.
Frozen.
Do you wanna
That
go
was
see
what?
it?
Underrated.
Go.
Not
Let
if
it
you're a
go.
12-year-old girl.
I like Lion King because it was one of their last ones that was hand drawn, like with cell animation,
Yeah.
and that's the
Mhm.
kind of animation I like.
Hey, Billy. Billy, before you check out, I know you're super tired, but let's hear it. What's one of your favorite animated films? Welcome, LDG. Sorry, Bill. I know you're tired, but I would love to hear from you here.
Heavy metal.
Oh, heavy metal. Great choice. Canadian film. Full of Canadian act. John Candy.
God. R&R.
Eugene Levy?
What is up, R&R? What are you doing?
Ninja Scroll. R&R for the win. Ninja Scroll, my all-time favorite animated film. I was saving that for the end, buddy. You threw it out there. I had to
All right.
had to acknowledge that.
I've got mine.
Okay, Deej.
1986. Transformers, the movie.
That's had Orson Welles as the narrator. Leonard Nimoy was one of the voices. Great film. I took my young nephews to go, my young cousins to go see that in the theaters.
How do you know all this stuff?
Sorry?
How do you know all this? It doesn't seem to matter what movie we throw at you.
This
You
stuff.
know it. Stuff.
I'm a bit of a movie guy. Movies are my thing.
He drinks and he knows things.
Oh, all right. That's all you had to say.
Well, say it's because I'm charming. LDG, the question out here was, give us a couple of your favorite animated films. I'll give you a minute to think about that. I don't want to put you on the spot there, brother. Groovy, what are you thinking? You've got a pretty broad palette. What animated movies do you like?
It's pretty rude of G.I. Joe to do that to the Transformer.
Cockney, you there?
Waking Life, without a doubt. Absolutely Waking Life.
Waking Life. Okay, you got me there. Waking Life. Who's
Now,
in that?
Technically, I'm sure some pedants out there going, well, it's not actually animated because they filmed it live action. It's like the opposite of CGI. They filmed the live action and then they rotoscoped the illustration style using computers, but humans as well, over the top of it.
Doesn't that have Robert Downey Jr. and Keanu
the
Reeves
other
in?
No, but that same director, same technique. That was that was Scanner Darkly, which is my second favorite. So both of those.
Okay.
So the technique but Waking Life, because it's like 2% story and 98% philosophy. It's if you can let go of the idea of there being much of a story, some of the conversations, even on the 10th viewing, it's like, whoa, those are some deep conversations, dude. So yeah, Richard Linklater, Waking Life, recommended.
Right.
I did have one other animated movie.
Of course, buddy. Let's hear it.
Watership Down.
Oh, yeah, good call. Billy, are you signaling off? Are you saying goodnight, pal?
Yeah.
Sparkly Vampire Dreams.
Billy, it's always great to see you, buddy. I love that long, shaggy hair. I wish you'd put some mousse in it. I wish you'd tease it a little. Give it to us. And I wish you'd just let that damn goatee grow in. Take lessons from Cockney. He can grow facial hair.
He's been trying for like 8 months now. That's as far as he's gotten.
Night, folks.
Pickles back.
Good night, Bill.
Good night, Bill.
Night, Bill.
Santa Billy, just leave a present under the tree
or I
for
sleep
me.
I sleep on your stream, so.
Bill, baby.
Santa Billy, just leave a present under the
Even
tree.
better, yeah, Santa Billy.
Yeah.
What are you
Take care,
doing,
Bill.
LPG?
Just leave a present under the tree for me. I'm kind of mental.
Santa Billy, you're my favorite Jedi for
You're gonna
me.
leave a present under the tree for me? I hope it's a head in a box.
It's in the box.
How about a dick in a box? I got my dick in a box.
I don't need a dick in a box.
That's
No.
the popcorn special. Stay gold.
Yeah.
Put your penis in
What was
penis
that
in
from?
popcorn.
Was that Porky's?
That was the Stay Gold. The young ones. No, the Forever guys. Oh, now I can't think.
No,
Yeah.
not Pony
everyone was in
Boy.
it. Swayze, Cruz, everyone.
No.
Pony
The
Boy.
dick in the popcorn? That wasn't The Outsiders, was it?
Yes,
No.
it was. Mickey Rourke.
No.
Penis in the popcorn. Yes, it was. I'll bet
No.
Oh,
You
I'll
bet
you
me?
a coffee. I'll bet
Okay,
you a
okay.
coffee.
Let's go to Google and
No,
try
I
to
could
work
be
this
wrong,
one
of
out.
course. I am immortal. I might be, but I look forward to
Penis
being
in
proven wrong.
popcorn.
Outsiders, Mickey Rourke, halfway through the movie.
That's what's going to be in your search history.
I tried my search. It gave me peanuts and popcorn. No, penis.
Yeah,
Let me write it out.
Yeah, no Google. I actually meant penis. That's what you get for not using DuckDuckGo. It's definitely Mickey Rourke. But spot on with The Outsiders. That is the movie name that I was trying to get hold of. I look forward to being wrong because I'm pretty sure it was Mickey Rourke with the penis in the popcorn.
Oh no, that's Diner.
Oh,
Diner.
you're right. I am wrong.
Yeah.
I conflated The Outsiders with Diner.
Yeah, and I get why. I get why. Diner
had.
had such a great cast, didn't it? What was that? Mickey Rourke, Steve Guttenberg, Kevin Bacon.
Yeah. Oh, now I've got to watch both of them at the same time. 20 minutes of each movie, so I can confuse them forever. But thank you. I was wrong, everyone. I totally got it wrong. I conflated two movies. Diner, thank you. Now I've got to watch The Outsiders and two of the best non-animated teenage movies out there.
Yeah.
Adults.
Well, Diner's a little older, I guess. Those guys were in their 20s. They finished high school. They were getting married, and that was a plot point. Daniel Stern didn't he make his wife to be answer the football quiz?
Daniel Stern. I can just about picture the curly. Yes, that was the whole thing. It was, in fact, it was pretty much a kind of post coming of age. It's like, well, we're young adults, and now we're not sure what we're doing with our lives.
Right.
Yes,
I'm going to bring up, guys, just because the lovely Sherry has been picking some great films tonight. She brought out Grave of the Fireflies. That was the sad. If you don't cry by the end of Grave of the Fireflies, it's not that you're tough. It's that you don't have a fucking soul.
Oh, that's
I've never had right next to, I hold it right up, slightly above Watership Down and Plague Dogs as like the saddest animated fucking, if you want to make children weep with no remorse, just sit them in front of that movie and say, have a good time, kids. Watch that little child die.
And then we'll watch Old Yeller afterwards.
Yeah. Top it off with Old Yeller. Why not? LDG, you've had a bit of time now. What are your favorite animated movies? Can you think of any? Heavy metal?
I guess it's a tie between Fantasia and Care Bears the movie.
Care Bears the movie, I gotta admit, you got me there, pal. I've never actually seen Care Bears the movie, but I have seen Fantasia. Have you seen the original cut, though, of Fantasia? The, to be frankly, much more racist cut of Fantasia?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've seen it.
Well, that might be next week on the Darius Racist Film Festival. This week,
you had brought up
Fantasia.
You had brought up before Richard Linklater and the art form he used by it was a little like what rotoscoping used to be. Do you guys know rotoscoping?
Because it was
that's where
you base your animation. Because isn't it the dancing? Go on, you tell the story in Fantasia. And Lord of the Rings. Sorry, you're saying.
Well, Lord of the Rings. I've been waiting for somebody to bring up Ralph Bashki's Lord of the Rings.
Right, yes.
Oh, what a fucking great movie.
In the chat.
Don't worry, the bot was already taken care of.
Bring him back.
Did you ask the bot what movie he likes?
He likes Waterworld.
Yeah.
Man,
He'd be a shill for Disney anyway.
Yeah, cut it out, Kathleen.
Mountains took care of the bod already, so it's all
Good man. Good man. Mayhar Krell. Mayhar Krell, I just saw you in here. Sorry we didn't say hi, buddy. I'm a little behind in the chats, but good to see you, pal. Halo Fall of Reach, even if the book was a bit more detailed. Wow, okay. A Halo animated film. I got to admit, that slipped by me. I was unaware. Halo, what makes Halo a good movie? Mayhar? I'd be interested if you answer that if you don't want to. Fair enough. Shifty Gizm says, my second favorite animated movie, kids dying as a result of World War II, just isn't as moving as Cobra Commander being mutated into a snake and Duke being put into a coma by being stabbed in the heart. The G.I. Joe movie. There you go. Cobra, the chick like that. Warframe. I'm just reading through the chats there.
Movie. Well, it's a short, an animated short, claymation.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't remember who it's by, but it's on YouTube. It's called The Sandman. There's no words to it at all, but it's freaking creepy.
Geek Hero Bubba. Good evening, pal. Welcome.
I recommend everybody watch it. And
The Sandman. Now, I know DC Comics adult division. I'm trying to remember the name
Vertigo.
of it right now. Vertigo, thank you.
Yeah, Neil Gaiman.
Neil Gaiman's Sandman was hugely successful and influential on a lot of things. The character of Death kind of got a spin-off, and Death was represented as like a 17-year-old goth girl. It was very interesting. A hell of a writer, Neil Gaiman. He's given us a lot. Didn't he do V for Vendetta? Or
no, that was Alan Moore.
Sorry, you're right. Yes,
Gaiman's
of course.
A fucking hack. Moore's the genius. Gaiman's a twit. That's just my opinion.
Oh, you're being harsh. Gaiman, I admit, it's a bit of a sellout
trolled
now.
Me on Twitter.
Did he?
Well,
Really?
I trolled him and he bit back. Well, no, he boasted about something. Well, yeah, but he took the bait. He went, Cockney, you wanker. Stop trolling me, you cunt. And I was, got you, Gaiman.
In the private chat for the Sandman, the one that I'm talking about. For whenever
Sandman
you guys
from the Spider-Man comics.
Nope.
No. Enter Sandman from the Metal.
No.
Oh, Gaiman's Sandman. Is that why you brought him up?
Mr.
Dreams,
Sandman,
Death, the other five.
Give us a dream.
Dun, 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 dun.
Disturbing.
Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Gage, I was setting you up.
Give us a dream. Bum bum
bum bum bum bum.
The Vertigo comics that got new line, you know what I mean. Boom, boom,
I never see. So please put on your magic, please. Shifty Gizm. Disney's Peter and the Wolf was good stuff. Yeah, good call. I love the old Disney. You know what? Shit on Disney all you want today, but back in the day, Disney just put out. I'm sorry, Carol?
The Little Mermaid.
Oh, I saw that in the theaters. I can't believe I did. We were going to go see another movie, me and a buddy of mine, and we were too late for it. And he talked me into Little Mermaid. And I was like, oh, you fucking cunt. Why would you do this to me? I love that movie. I absolutely adore
the mushrooms kick in.
Yeah, no, I was stoned, I admit, but I can't even remember the movie we wanted to see. I enjoyed that movie so much.
Damn.
Would the Little Mermaid count as a Disney princess?
Yes.
Sure, because her father was like Poseidon, wasn't he?
Yes.
Right.
Princess.
Okay,
I mean,
fair enough.
Princess Leia's a Disney princess now.
Yeah, that's true. Geek Hero Bubba was saying Titan AE was a great animated film. I agree with you 100%. Remember seeing that in the theaters at the time. The animation, I think it was one of the earlier instances of computers blending with cell animation. I may be mistaken. I'd have to research that one, but I remember it had like some special thing to it, like it'd never been done before at that time. Titan AE and shit. I think it's like a Disney competitor movie, right on the tip of my tongue. Not Treasure Planet.
Secret of
It'll
Nim?
pop into my head later.
Fern Gully.
Fern Gully. That's an interesting choice and fun too. You know what? Kids movies when they're done. Pardon?
Secret of Nim.
Secret of Nim. There's another one, definitely.
Secret of Nim.
Mountain says there's a fantastic animated fan movie, Estates, set in the Warhammer 40K universe. It's stunning. Ooh. It's a stunningly well animated film. You know what? I'm not into the Warhammer thing, and I know it's huge. I know they've got some very truncheon vocal fans for Warhammer, and I really should give it a bit of a chance.
No, I agree. I
Yes?
agree with you. I think even within the context of tabletop wargaming, Warhammer sucks. They're just a bunch of money-grubbing wankers. Games Workshop, fuck them. Fuck them.
And I want to say hello to Orville Nation. Peach. Yes, I am still going. It's only 12 hours now, and I still have plenty more to go.
That's right. And he's going to do it, too. This is going to be a record-setting event here tonight. Guys, you're going to remember this. You're going to talk about this. This is going to be the day when you hear guys like Doomcock say, holy shit, did you hear DJ Odyssey did a 36-hour stream or 92-hour stream or whatever?
Yeah.
Doomcock will never mention me, so it's okay.
Mahler is going to be watching your video going, holy shit, how'd this guy keep going? That's how it is. He puts out long videos, too.
Even Cardinal Sin, King of the Longy, will have to give you a shout-out now.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Speaking of shout-outs, shout-out to Chewy, a.k.a. what's she called again? Courtney Love.
What's he called today?
Fellowship of Oddballs.
Yeah, that's a whatever. Yeah, that's it. And she told me to watch your channel. So, as you know, I responded with my witty response, no. And then she wrote back with, don't be a bellend. And also, blah, 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 blah. So she's now talking in tongues in the DM. Shout out, Chewy.
Speaking of shout-outs, Fluger just stumbled in. Drunk, no doubt. Oh my gosh, at this time in the morning, he must be drunk or stoned. One of the two. Fluger, Orville Nation, just because you boys are joining us now, I'd love to know, we've been talking about animated films. Could you give us a couple, gentlemen, if you could, think about it for a second, a couple of your favorite animated films? And we've had some great ones being mentioned here. The guys have really been pulling out all the stops, giving us some wonderful topics to talk about. I was going to mention, we were talking about Ralph Bakshi's Lord of the Rings before. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. The saddest thing about it is we're never going to get a sequel. Ralph Bakshi's passed away. But that was some rotoscoping at its finest. And if you want to watch a very interesting movie that you can see for free on YouTube that uses the same process of rotoscoping, has anyone here seen the movie Fire and Ice?
Maybe. Fire
and Ice. It's a rotoscope film. It's set in a fantasy world. The whole idea is that magic user, witch, wizard, lives in her ice castle, and she's forcing basically a glacier to destroy the land, and it's slowly creeping up, and it's destroying. I say slowly, it's progressing at like 15 miles an hour, and it's just unstoppable. It's a glacier like a mile high, and it's destroying everything in front of it. And it's about a young warrior that hooks up with a guy that is exactly Conan, and the artist admitted it too. He used Conan as the template for the main warrior, but he had to put a wolf, the skin of a wolf on him just to change him. But fantastic animated film. Fire and Ice, a lot of fun, sexy as heck. There is no like real nudity or anything in the movie, but it was rotoscoped. Really fit guys, athletic girls, pics running around, savage pics running around, murdering people left, right, and center. It is a treat, and you can get it for free on YouTube. Orville Nation brings us Titan AE. I'm sorry, I was interrupting you. What did you say?
Yeah, I was going to say that, but hey.
Well, hey, there you go. Titan AE. You're not the only one there, Orville. A few people have been love. Orville Nation says, Ice Witch who lives in her ice castle. You mean Maria from Tea and Telly? But bump.
No, Maria is not the Ice Witch. She is just the Snort Queen.
Oh.
Ooh.
By the way,
Hold on while I whip this out.
Shout out to Run of a said shirt, son of a red shirt. Ha ha! Because we all interrupt, but I think you are, even including me, you're the only person on YouTube that catches himself doing an interruption and then publicly apologizes. I want to give you a non-sarcastic clap for speaking as an interrupter. If we all had a bit of your self-awareness, son of a red shirt, no sarcasm, we'd all be doing a little bit better. Well done, you.
Well, thank you, brother. I try to behave myself when I'm a guest on other people's streams. I don't want to take over. I know my personality sometimes does that, and I don't mean to. But especially talking movies.
But see, we all do that because we're on YouTube. We're passionate, so it's nice that you've got that aware. I admire you, sir. I wish I could have some of that self-awareness. I'll work on it for my New Year's resolution.
Oh, cheers, mate. That's very kind of you to say. Thank you.
No worries.
Now, Fluger, buddy, we're still waiting to see your choice, pal. I hope you're still with us. R&R, he's seen Fire and Ice. Kronos hasn't. Kronos, please give it a try, pal. Fire and Ice, you'll get it for free on YouTube. They didn't censor anything because there's a French version as well. So get that. Speaking of French and animated films, has anybody seen Fantastic Planet?
Yes, I have.
Nope.
You have, Deej. No?
Yes,
No for Carol's Cookies. Tell me, is Fantastic Planet not some of the most original science fiction you've ever seen?
It is.
Isn't
And
it?
You can't go wrong with Leslie Nielsen.
No, brother, you're confusing Forbidden Planet for Fantastic Planet.
Fantastic's the other. Never mind. I'm getting there though.
That's okay.
I've been awake for hours now.
You've been streaming hard, dude. 30. Oh, sorry, I misread the clock for a second. I thought it was 32 hours. 32 minutes on this stream.
Yeah, we're 10 minutes from the 12-hour mark.
Right. Kicking ass. I hope you're taking names. That's great.
Nice.
Shifty Gizm. They're all naked. Yes, they are. They actually did a lot of naked filming, but had to like animate clothes on the people because they wanted to be able to get the curves and everything of the body under the clothes. Yeah, Fire and Ice, a lot of fun and for free. Can't knock it. I myself on YouTube, I don't have Netflix or anything, but I did treat myself to the YouTube Premium. And the beautiful thing about it is that all the movies on YouTube, all the Kung Fu movies, which I'm a nut for Kung Fu movies, old school Kung Fu movies in particular, all that I get to see commercial free, the music and everything like that. $13 a month Canadian. I can't complain. I watch a lot of movies on YouTube. A lot of great Westerns too.
Are you deep in the Kung Fu? You go 36 Chambers of Shaolin deep?
Oh, buddy, 36 Chambers of Shaolin. The sequel, the whole Chen Che, the 5 Deadly Venoms crew. 5 Deadly Venoms. You can get that on YouTube too. 5 Deadly. I'm sorry, I'm going off topic talking about Kung Fu.
No, it's great because I generally like Kung Fu, but I'm hearing about all these great films from learning about the Wu-Tang Clan, and so because they were into the Kung Fu movies, so this is where.
Brother, have you been to their site on YouTube? They've got like 1,000 Kung Fu movies, no music.
Going there now.
Yeah, I promise you, you're gonna sign up to them immediately, and rightly so. They put out a movie every day. They've bought thousands of them. They've got the rights to them in North America.
Wow.
Fluger!
Hi. How you guys doing?
Better now that you're here, pal.
Well, I don't know exactly which way you want to go with my answers, but I'd say Final Fantasy X or like Toy Story.
Now, was Final Fantasy X the one with Alec Baldwin?
I don't believe so.
Because
But
I
it
think
was-
one of those Final Fantasy movies had Alec Baldwin and the girl. Oh shit. Okay, well, it wasn't your choice. So, Final Fantasy X and
Oh, Toy Story.
oh, there's a lovely movie. The original, the first one, or the whole series? Are you talking about?
The first one, and maybe one or two of the other ones, but yeah.
The series, I got to admit, held up, didn't it?
Oh yeah.
I'm surprised Pfluger didn't say Fritz the cat.
I picked two movies that could be mistaken as porn nicknames. So
Adult Toy Story.
you're right.
Well then.
Hey, Pinocchio, sit in my face and tell me a lie.
Now tell me the truth. Now lie to me. Tell me the truth. Yeah, no, those are solid movies. They're wholesome fun. You got to love the Toy Story series for putting out quality. You know, I'm not big on this series. I've definitely seen the first one at least twice. The second one, again, I think I've probably seen it on TV. The third, I can't admit to seeing, but from what I've heard, friends with kids, they said it's a great movie. What's that one that Steve Carell does the voice for with those little pill-shaped helpers, the minions? You know what I'm talking about? Gru, he's the evil professor. Hey, all, I heard PJ was calling me an ice witch, so I came to cast a spell. Maria with T and Telly, how are you this evening? We've been talking about animated films, Maria. I hope you, if you think about it for a second, I hope you can give us a couple of your favorites. There are plenty out there to choose from between Disney, Pixar, Japanese anime.
Did anybody see Coco?
Despicable Me. Oh, I'm sorry, Carol. What were you saying?
Did you see Coco?
Oh, God, that sounds very familiar. Could you describe it to me?
It's
I
like
had a dog named Coco. So.
Day of the Dead, little kid in the guitar.
Oh, you know what? You got me. I know the movie. I haven't seen it, but I'd like to. It looked like
really
a fun
cute.
film.
It's really good. It has a little bit of a sad part, but it's a really good movie. It's a good story. I liked it.
Oh, that's wonderful. Coco. Yes, that is definitely going on my list.
I recommend Coco. And I like the music, too.
Mm-hmm. What it was all Mexican, right? Like it was set during the Day of the Dead Mexico. Okay.
Yeah.
I've never been to Mexico, but from what I've seen on that, that's fun. Which James Bond? Oh God, I'm going off topic again. I was saying, which James Bond movie started off with the Day of the Dead Festival in Mexico?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a Roger Moore one, wasn't it? Or
Yeah, it was.
I believe so.
Yeah, it was a Moore one.
View to a Kill.
No, really? View to a Kill?
Wow. No, I'm going no. I think it's before.
I thought it was.
Well, I know that the climax of the film took place in France, in the Eiffel Tower.
Because I haven't seen View to a Kill recently, and I did see Roger Moore on Day of the Dead recently, so I'm going through them chronologically. Moonraker? Nah.
Oh, don't badmouth fucking Moonraker. Moonraker's gold.
No, that's peak. I think they really hit their stride. I think Live and Let Die, Moonraker, and the one in between. That was peak Bond. That was in the late 70s.
Yeah.
And The Spy Who Loved Me. I think that's my favourite.
Deej, you're looking great.
And of course, on Her Majesty's Secret
Talk
Service.
like a bunny.
Right. Yeah. Bond is Bond's another great touch. Just another red shirt. How you doing, pal?
The other red shirt.
Yeah, my nemesis, brother. I haven't seen you around in a fucking minute.
Okay, there was somebody below, but by the time I went,
he was on the Foul Ball stream earlier, talking about The Expanse and art. Very good stuff.
I can dip out if somebody else wants to come on.
We got plenty.
Oh, that's great.
It's just I was busy putting the bunny. I didn't notice it, so if whoever it was, come back.
He was busy with getting it on with the bunny.
Nice.
It looks cozy. I want one.
Donnie Darko.
I like
Donnie
Donnie
Darko.
Darko. What's the bunny's name
Wookiee
in Donnie
supremacy. I'm sorry?
What's the bunny's name in Donnie Darko?
Yeah,
Frank.
isn't it Harvey?
Frank.
Oh, it's Frank.
Frank.
Harvey I loved Harvey, the old James Stewart, the original giant rabbit that you can't see film. What's his name? Speaking of rabbits, you can't see. Who's the kid from 90210? Jason Priestley came up to Canada, and he had a really good series. Oh, that is just terrifying.
That's adorable.
It's adorable if you're Satan.
Well, maybe I'm Satan.
Maybe you are. You work with Cockneys, so you have to have a bit of the devil in you.
I got tricked.
I got spurs that jingle, jangle, jingle. And Wookiee Supremacy chimes in with Akira and Howl's Moving Castle, I assume, are my favorites as far as anime goes. Those are classics. Absolutely, buddy. No doubt.
Nice.
Despicable Me. You called that for me. Thank you. Hell yes. Love Monsters, Inc. Maria, thank you. Okay, thank God Bill's not here. I mean, you got something between your teeth, buddy. Just right there. Yeah, okay. Maria says loves Monsters, Inc. That's a fun movie. Isn't that Billy Crystal and John Goodman? I think
I like John Goodman.
Were the front and center actors there. Yeah, John Goodman's done some wonderful work in film. Did you ever see Babe? I keep going off fucking topic. Fuck me. Sorry, guys.
Not now. We're on live stream. Maybe later.
Akira's animation was excellent. It was effing amazing. Akira really set the bar. Guys, if you've never seen Akira, it is totally worth your time.
And now we have just another red shirt in the crowd.
We certainly do.
The
Red, I want to hear a couple of your favorite animated films, buddy, and don't tell me you don't watch them. I'll take Flintstones and Viva Rock Vegas if you can't come up with anything. We'll talk about that. No problem. Pink Bunny Deej, Ralphie's suit, sorry. And Wookiee Supremacy, just working through the chat here.
Hey, I do have the complete ensemble for this Pink Bunny outfit.
I have no doubt you do. Oh, geez. That is quite the ensemble.
I have.
Shoot your eye out.
I do.
Love it. What's the inscription on the handle, on the stock?
Bad Bart.
Red Ryder. Oh my God, you got a Red Ryder BB gun.
I'll shoot his
You
eye
put your eye out with that.
Beat me to it.
Sorry, Red. How you doing, Richard?
Oh, very well, thanks.
Yeah, great to see you, pal. Great to see you. I can't. Jesus, it's been months since I've seen you.
I know. It's been a while.
Yeah. Taking care of yourself, I hope. Getting ready for Christmas, I hope.
Just about all set.
Good lad. We've been talking about animated films, and I'm sure you've seen a couple. If you need a minute to think about it, no problem. But they don't have to. We're not holding you to anything. Just put out a couple of the ones.
Okay, you're talking features or shorts?
Finally,
or
both
both?
the red shirts on one stream.
We're actually not. I'm glad Deej has separated us, because if we get too close in touch, it's like matter and antimatter.
Exactly.
We're just we're gonna explode YouTube.
There's a lot of energy
Don't
released.
cross the streams.
No, you did it on purpose, you bastard.
Okay, keep your elbows in
Two
tight.
red shirts. That's a danger sign. Two red shirts on one stream. There's danger. There's a Gorn around here somewhere.
2 red shirts enter. 1 red shirt leaves. 2 red shirts enter. 1 red shirt leaves.
Oh.
So, buddy, yeah, you're right. Shorts,
Well,
they
clearly-
totally qualify. If you
Okay.
have any favorites.
Well, I've got 3
Danger Mouse?
from Warner Brothers, which are basically the Duck Rabbit Duck is one of them. Rabbit Seasoning's another. It's Bugs and Daffy, perplexing Elmer. And they're, as far as I'm concerned, absolute classics. I love those.
My favorite Warner Brothers are when you get Daffy Duck and Bugs Bunny, and I will say this, it's rare, but the times where Daffy and Bugs team up.
Yes.
I love those. When the two of them are working together. In the one you're talking about, its name's on the tip of my tongue, Rabbit Season, Duck Season, they're kind of working against each other, but by the end, I think they get together.
By the end, it's Elmer season.
Right, exactly.
Exactly, yes. Season. It's great. And then that's when Elmer realizes...
Very quiet. I'm hunting replicants.
Hunting replicants.
And as far as features go, I'm torn between Princess Mononoke, the anime, and a Pixar. I would have to say The Incredibles. I'd be hard pressed because they're so different, but I love both of them for various reasons.
Right,
and they're both great stories.
Yeah.
The animation in The Incredibles, I think, is a little bit better because there's still quite a bit of partial animation in the anime. But I remember I was on a stream talking about the Princess Mononoke anime, and there was a scene where the camera zooms right through the forest to focus on the deer god. And the trees are all moving past the camera. It's like the camera's being dollied forward. Now, in animation, if it's not computer animation, that has to be done with what's called a multiplane camera. And that is a really large, expensive piece of kit that requires several people to operate. And the only company that I know that used one regularly was Disney. So when I saw that in this anime, I went, holy shit, they may have some half-assed partial animation in spots, but for their significant scenes, they really went all out. Or they told the computer animators, you guys do this. I don't know which it was, but that impressed me enough that I was like, I'm willing to give this a shot as a piece of animation art because it has its wonderful, wonderful moments. And the story's great. There's no argument there. I'm not going to argue that Princess Mononoke is not a great story. It is a great story.
Right. Very original.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that and of course The Incredibles was also an original story. The idea of, superheroes have to be put into essentially witness protection because the public has decided they're a danger. And that was like turning the whole superhero story concept on its head. You guys aren't going to be the front and center all the way through the movie. You guys are in hiding. That was amazing. So I love both of those. And those are probably my favorite animations.
In The Incredibles, if you don't mind me adding on to it, there was some great tropes and things that they did with superheroes.
Yes.
Now, I understand they focused on the family, and I think that was the right way to go, but they did have some wonderful, superhero bits that were genuinely fun to watch and funny to watch, too. And the person that kitted out, I can't remember her name now, but who was the one that basically gave them the uniforms?
Edna Mode.
Edna Mode, yeah. Whoever voiced her, she was great. That was a wonderful character.
Brad Bird, the director.
Really?
The male director voiced Edna Mode. Yes. That was a guy voicing her. Yes. Edna Mode and guest.
Last year, TCM, Turner Classic Movies, had Brad Bird on as a regular guest for 2 months, where they were talking about some of his favorite films and they'd show them. And it was a real treat seeing him there. And he got to talk about some of the films he made, The Incredibles being one of them. And he's done a lot of films. But, this is embarrassing. I'm drawing a blank. I'm drawing a blank because I've been thinking about a couple of films I wanted to bring up. But also R&R brings up Fist of the North Star, was pretty good. The anime, not the live action debacle. You don't see people throwing debacle out there that much. Good use of language there, brother. Fist of the North Star. Yeah, if you guys like a bit of kung fu, if you like a little hard hitting action, Fist of the North Star was a lot of fun. Definitely. TMT, Turtles Forever, was good. Multiple generations of Turtles all in one animated feature. That was better than the CGI 27 one I mentioned earlier. Now, for me, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, I took my young cousins to go see the original one, the one that had Corey Haim was doing one of the voices of the Turtles, where they had like those, they were the guys in the suits, the turtle suits. And I thought that was a solid. I was surprised at how much I enjoyed that movie. I used to collect. No, I'm lying. I had a few original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle comics. I really liked the character of Raphael because when I was a kid, I was nuts for Batman and Wolverine. And to me, he was the closest to the both of them. Recently, there was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles versus Batman movie that came out. I've seen little bits and pieces of it on YouTube, but I haven't seen the whole thing. I don't know if anybody else here has. Yeah, my Canadian blood forces me to mention not only Heavy Metal, which was filmed up here and produced. Ivan Reitman, a Canadian, John Candy, Eugene Levy, Joe Flaherty. We're all doing voices for that. Richard Romanus did the voice of the cab driver. He is best remembered from Jeff Spicoli, Fast Times at Ridgemount High.
Right.
He was the guy with the slick back hair that brought the kid the wallet and the thing. He was the one who was always on the make. But he was a great voice for the cabbie in Heavy Metal.
He was.
The same people that did Heavy Metal, because that generated some action and some steam, they went right after Heavy Metal, before it was even out. They were so confident in Heavy Metal being a huge hit that they started a second film called Rock and Rule. And you can find that on YouTube for free as well. If you get a chance, see Rock and Rule. It's a wonderful, far out there movie. I'll give you a little tip. My icon is an image from Rock and Roll, the movie, but just, like a half a second image. It's all about a character named Mock, who is a combination of David Bowie, Iggy Pop, and the devil. And this guy's found out he's like the superstar of this world. This takes place on Earth, but after all the humans have died, and things like dogs and rats and pigs have evolved into bipedal creatures, and they have a society like we have one now, police, and people go to work, and they love music and concerts. And Mock has been dabbling in the occult, and he's found a way to raise one of the most powerful Cthulhu-like demons from hell. But what he needs is a specific tonal quality sung by a live human to make this happen. It's the final key to basically his spell. And he finds it in Deborah Harry. The film's got Deborah Harry. It's got music by Deborah Harry, Cheap Trick, Iggy Pop. Lou Reed does a lot of the songs in it. It's a wonderful, interesting movie. It is unfortunately poorly paced. The first 20 minutes really should have been reworked into something better. And Deborah Harry makes a great heroine. It's beautifully animated, lovingly drawn, and unfortunately it tanked. It just didn't quite find its audience. But if you guys ever want to get a chance and you're bored, you'll find it on YouTube for free. Please check it out. That and Fire and Ice are two great free animated movies on YouTube that you can see at any time.
All right. I'm going to bring up a movie. While it's not an animated movie, it does have some good animation in it.
Okay.
Pink Floyd, The Wall.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Very interesting choice. You're right. It's not a movie per se, but... And are you talking about the concert film?
No, I'm talking about the whole full-on movie video.
Right.
Yeah, the
Boy, it's been a
full-length
long time since I've seen
movie.
that. Yeah. I've seen Pink Floyd twice live, and they just blow me away. They have the most amazing stage setups and effects. Which one did I see? They were promoting, I guess The Wall was one. They had the big wall set up in the back, and they broke it down and stuff. That's a really interesting choice. Yeah, Pink Floyd's The Wall.
It's got great animation in it. It's just not a full-on animated movie.
I agree.
Yeah. No, it's very very interesting choice. Good call, Deej. Pink Floyd, The Wall.
Now I'm going to be quiet for a while because my headphones are finally starting to beep at me, so I'm going to have to charge them, and it'll be a little hard for me to talk while listening to you guys on the monitor. But I will be here making goofy faces on camera for a while until things charge.
Well, thank God you're going to do it because Bill fell asleep, so we need somebody making the goofy faces here. Geek Hero Bubba says he has the TMT Batman movie as well as the comics. Oh, good call. Heavy Metal 2000 was okay. Kronos, you know what? A lot of guys would laugh at you for saying that, but I'm not one of them. Michael Ironside, Julie Strain, adult film star Julie Strain from the 90s, I believe, 80s and 90s. She plays the heroine in it. The problem with Heavy Metal 2000, I think why it didn't resonate the way it did, how they brought it, how do I say this? I guess Heavy Metal 2000 was a single story, while Heavy Metal, the original 1981, was like an anthology. It was vignettes tied together with the framework of the ultimate evil, the orb, the total sum of all evil in the universe, the malevolence of it. It was a clever way to tie all the stories together. And I know Heavy Metal, the original, pissed off some hardcore fans because all the vignettes were stories in the magazine, but the orb of ultimate evil, it was never in the magazine. It was a construct of not Richard Romanus. Who am I thinking? Who was the director on that? The same guy that did Ghostbusters. Ivan Reitman?
Ivan Reitman. No.
Ivan Reitman.
Yes, no, it was Ivan Reitman because his son Jason Reitman did the new one.
Right. But Ivan Reitman was the producer-director, I believe, of Heavy Metal. And he's the one that got all that wonderful Canadian talent in there doing it. Eugene Levy. Remember Heavy Metal, like each of the vignettes, the Cabby, Richard Romanus, Den with John Candy, goes through that portal into the other universe where he becomes this giant bald Conan-like warrior.
Yeah. Oh, wow, look at her. Ha ha.
The chicks
that was every 17-year-old's fantasy right there.
I tell you, Red Shirt, I was, like 11 years old, 12 years old when the movie came out. My father and I, we didn't get along too well growing up, but the one thing we had in common is we both loved movies. And he actually loved me for loving movies because it was the one time I'd shut up and just sit and listen and be quiet. I really enjoyed films. He took me to see so many. I saw so many Clint Eastwood movies as a kid growing up, and obscure ones too, like Firefox. You ever see Firefox with Clint Eastwood?
Oh, that's a hell of a good movie.
That's a great movie.
Have you tried thinking in Russian? That one still makes me laugh to this day.
Yes.
Yeah.
I went to see movies with my dad. They weren't quite that specialized. We went to see Blazing Saddles and most of the Peter Sellers Pink Panther movies.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I was telling you, Heavy Metal, how much sex and gore and violence is in it.
Yeah.
Well, it was restricted here in Canada, but there's a caveat that if you have an adult taking you, you can get in. I had no idea. All I knew is that Heavy Metal was an animated movie, and it was a comic that it was tough to get. I read a couple of them, like the magazine, Metal Hurlant, but over here it was called, because it was the French magazine, Metal Hurlant. and
Right.
over in North America they called it heavy metal.
Right.
And I knew it was kind of adult horror, but I remember going to the theater and sitting in the thing, waiting for it to start. And the theater was fairly well packed, and a couple of college kids came down and sat beside me, and they kept looking at me. My dad was off getting popcorn or something, and he's like, "Hey, kid, I gotta ask you, how'd you get in here?" And I go, "Well, my dad brought me." He goes, "Your dad brought you to heavy metal?" And the other guy looks over and goes, "Dude, you have the coolest fucking dad." And I smile and I think, okay, that's cool. I had no idea what I was like 11 years old, and there's tits and fucking pussy and everything like that.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I remember just sitting in my seat being really self-conscious that my dad's there, but I couldn't take my eyes off the fucking screen.
Right.
I remember going back, and my mom, it was a Sunday, and my mom was having a nap before she made Sunday supper. And we go into the bedroom to see her, and she's like laying on top of the bed. And she's, "Oh, hey guys, how'd you enjoy the film?" And my dad's like, "It was absolutely chocked wall to wall with tits and ass." I've never seen so many fucking boobs in a movie. And I'm sitting there like my face is red, but the room's dark, so my mom can't see. And he said, "Well, what are you gonna do?" He says, "That's just how things are these days." Oh fuck! I had no idea what we were in for. I'll never forget that movie. But yeah the old man took me to that one. Orville Nation, he remembers Firefox. So does Kronos. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're absolutely right, boys.
I gotta say that format of, you know, a series of vignettes linked together with a thread they pulled them with. I was just thinking recently, what have I seen recently that would compare to that? Because I'm going to be talking about it on a stream in the near future, I hope. And
talking about what?
Heavy metal.
Okay.
And I was like, well, what would I compare that to recently for people who, you know, are too young to have seen heavy metal? Because nowadays it's an ancient film, you know.
Oh, that annoys me.
Yeah, you're gonna have somebody tell you, "Hey, you need to go look this up and find it," and then they'll be like, "Holy shit, that was cool." But you know, nowadays it's a dead letter. And I was like, "What's modern that would do that?" And I was like, "Love, Death, and Robots season 1."
Yes, I hear you there. I still think heavy metal, like to me, it was such a landmark, groundbreaking movie. It's definitely better.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, it's better. In technical, in terms of technical animation, when you want to talk animated movies and shorts, some of the animation in both seasons of Love, Death, and Robots makes let's put it this way, it makes Pixar jealous.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them are that good, and some of them are very stylized, a la you know, early Warner Brothers, you know, elastic characters that zoom out of the thing and their eyes bulge out when they're surprised and all that crazy stuff that they did. And the animators invented. By the way, that was the cool thing about those Warner Brothers cartoons is they invented that stuff, and it's been used ever since.
Right.
Their eyes bulge out. Well, shit, they invented that at Warner Brothers. Bob Clampett.
Well, yes. I mean, it goes back to give me Tex Avery. Remember Tex Avery?
Oh, I do. But Tex Avery was visual gags. He's the guy who invented air brakes. When you fall off a building, you just put on the brakes and you touch down softly. That was Tex Avery. He was a gag man. Bob Clampett was the guy who developed the elastic character style. The character that would stretch and then disappear. Yeah, that was Bob Clampett. So you know but both of those guys were seminal at Warner Brothers. They created the style of gags and movement that became standard for decades.
I don't want to argue with you, Richard, because I know you're a very knowledgeable cat. You are. I'm really sure though that Tex Avery, he did a lot of work for MGM.
After
MGM
Warner
had
Brothers.
an animated. This was the early 40s.
He was. Oh, by the way, he was one of the seminal animators who created Bugs Bunny in 1940. He was at Warner Brothers in the late 30s.
Yeah.
And he helped invent Bugs Bunny, and then he went to MGM.
Okay.
So, but he was at Warner Brothers first, and he created a whole lot of stuff for Warner Brothers.
Right.
The air brakes idea was definitely his, and it's in both companies' cartoons. I can point. I mean, I'd have to go look it up, but I could point to a Bugs Bunny cartoon that uses air brakes, and I can point to an MGM cartoon that uses air brakes, and they're both Tex Avery's gag.
Right.
So he did both, but he was one of the original crazy guys at Warner Brothers that gave Warner Brothers their specific style.
Right.
Bob Clampett being the other guy. Everybody else was playing variations on Tex Avery and Bob Clampett in most cases.
Yeah. Well, those guys were kind of ahead. They were such groundbreakers that I don't fault the people for following. And they were undirected, too. You know, it wasn't like they can come in unless they had a specifically really good idea or something like that. I'm trying to Chuck Jones. Chuck Jones is absolutely tied in with Warner Brothers. All the wonderful Chuck Jones shorts with Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, Foghorn Leghorn. I love Foghorn Leghorn. I say.
Boy.
That dog is.
That was Bob McKimson. That was Bob McKimson's character. He was an animator for Bob Clampett and took over Bob Clampett's cartoon team when Clampett left and made his own studio. But but Chuck Jones actually did invent a ton of characters. Pepe Le Pew is Chuck Jones. Roadrunner and Coyote.
Pepe Le Pew, wasn't he based on Charles Boyer?
No, he was based on one of the animators at Warner Brothers. He was based on one of the guys at in Termite Terrace who thought he was the God's gift to womankind.
By the way, you guys need to get your own TV show. This is gold dust right here. Two red shirts discuss movies. Oh, this is brilliant.
Red shirts discuss cartoons.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a movie guy, and red shirt. You, Spock, you, Cockney, you've got a wonderful knowledge of movies. Pfluger's being a little silent here. Pfluger has always got interesting things to comment about regarding movies. Deej has thrown out some wonderful things. Carol, out of the blue, she's thrown out some gold. I think she's gone to sleep now. I don't blame her. She's been an absolute warrior through the last 13 hours.
Yeah, you
all right,
you
bitches.
Carry on. We're just eating popcorn back here.
LDG, I believe, is nodded off. I'm fortunately say, but
he was awake for a minute.
Yeah. Hey,
he's busy
somebody go check his channel. Is he doing a sleep stream on us? Remember, he used to do those sleep streams.
I was going to say that wouldn't be the first time.
Who knows?
Yeah,
maybe
definitely.
this is a bit. Maybe he's doing a bit right now. He's actually awake, pretending to be asleep, or he's asleep, pretending to be awake, pretending to be asleep. A double level of bit.
So how about monster movies?
Okay, we're going to shift gears and talk about monster movies. Chat, give us 2 of your favorite monster movies, and I hope you throw a couple of classics in there. I hope I don't hear shit like Anaconda or fucking Snakes on a Plane or shit like that.
For a segue, we want animated monster movies like Godzilla, preferably
Snakes on a
directed
Train
by Tex Avery for a smooth segue.
Well, actually, that's a clever idea there you got there, Cockney. Any animated monster movies, because there are a few scary movies. Have you guys ever seen a movie? It's Japanese, on the tip of my tongue. Not Dead Reckoning. No, this one, it's unusual. The premise is that a gateway is opened up to another dimension and demons come through. And it happens irregularly, but regularly enough, there's a police detachment set up to deal with it. Now, these things, they just basically want to suck your blood and soul and kill you. Oh, shit. And the beginning of the movie starts with this this guy. You don't know he's a cop yet, but it turns out he is, and he thinks he seduces this chick back to her place, and they're in bed, and they're going at it hard, and she suddenly starts, like, morphing into a spider as he's sleeping. GMC, welcome. Oh, I love the icon. I bet you're a fan of animated films. What is that, a Nintendo controller on your hat?
Like Spider-Man? What up? What up? What up, gangsters?
Hello
Dark
there.
City.
What up,
I'm sorry for
gangsters?
interrupting, but that's it. Dark City.
What up,
Dark City.
thugs? What up, thugs? What up, gangsters?
What up, cuz? I think we just lost our cousin Red Shirt. Dude, it's a joke. Come back. Oh, you don't have to die. Red Shirts don't always die. Sometimes we survive. Sorry, GMC. I didn't mean to interrupt you there, pal. Do you got a couple of animated movies before we switch to horror that you're partial to?
Am I making the whole? I think I'm making the whole thing echo.
Is anybody else getting an
echo?
echo? No, I don't have an echo. Is your YouTube on? Because sometimes that'll do it. If you check another tab, if you've left YouTube on, that might give you an echo.
No. Oh, okay. I checked that, but anyway. Deej, what's up, man? You been live. How you doing, man?
Deej's headphones are charging. He's incapable of audio.
I'm attempting not to talk, so then there isn't an audio since I don't have headphones on at the moment.
Well,
I don't mean to put you on the spot there, GMC. You know, take a couple of minutes and think about it. R&R's seen
Nice.
Dark City. He says that's good. And
what do I
Vampire
just wanted
Hunter
to say
D.
hello to everyone.
Oh, well, it's wonderful of you to drop by. DJ's doing a marathon tonight. He's trying to set a record. We're going to start calling him DJ Mahler for doing a 14-hour, 27-hour, 92-hour stream. He's going straight to New Year's Eve, nonstop. No, he says, I'm not. Fuck off. Don't speak for me.
Madness, I tell you.
Uh-oh. Oh, GMC. Oh, buddy, I'm sorry. I hope I wasn't over talking to you and you pissed you off. Come on back if you're up for it, pal.
He's probably having
Games, Mickey, and comics are us. Sorry, my YouTube was all messed up. Oh, okay, I get you. Well, if you feel like giving another shot, pal, you're definitely welcome. I'm talking, it's not my stream, but I know Deej is such a friendly guy. I'm sure he'd invite you back in a second. Take care for now, you crazy peeps. Later, taters. Kronos!
Yeah,
Are you leaving us, pal?
Later, Kronos.
Really?
Take care, buddy.
Really? You really leaving Kronos? I don't believe it.
She doesn't believe it.
Well, if you're up for lurking, buddy, that's cool. Just chime in when you like. So no, not at all. Deej is a good person. You're damn right, Deej is a good person.
Hey, man.
Hey, Deej, I don't know if your headphones are anything like my earbuds, but my earbuds got this thing where they got a fast charge. For 15 minutes, we'll give you 4 hours. So I don't know I know they're new. If you've ever read the instructions, you might have that. Not ability. So, guys, we got 13 people in the chat here. Tell us your favorite horror movies. They can be animated. They can be classic. They can be modern. Want to hear from you. I want to hear about Michael Myers or give us some. Horror is not my strongest point. I do love the classic horror films, though. The old Universal classic horror films. And even before that, have any of you guys seen any? You know Michael Curtiz, the guy that gave us Casablanca and Robin Hood and Mildred Pierce. If you've ever seen He's done some wonderful horror films he did in the 30s, which I know is going way back, but if you ever get a chance, check out Dr. X with Fay Wray and Lee Tracy. It's a
Fay
great,
Wray,
great
she was
film.
in King Kong.
Absolutely, brother.
Yeah.
This movie she did right before King Kong.
Oh.
Same year. The original Queen of the Scream, Fay Wray. Staunch Canadian, God bless her. Ah! DJ.
Jurassic Park.
Frank,
He's bringing the
world will
horror
end in
to
3
us.
months.
I got a feeling I'm going to hear Donnie Darko from Deej when we're talking horror movies.
Frank. That's exactly what I was going into. The world's going to end in 3 months, 2 weeks, 5 hours, and 17 minutes.
Fozzie Bear. Waka waka waka.
He was always my
Deej was
favorite.
talking Godzilla. Godzilla is, you know what? The original Godzilla from 1953. There are two versions of it. I'm sure we've all seen the first one with the North American version that has Raymond Burr, and they put that whole side story as Raymond Burr's character in, which I gotta tell you, I liked. I've seen both versions, and maybe it's because I'm an English-speaking guy, but the Raymond Burr version I quite enjoyed. But the theme music, Godzilla's theme, is one of my all-time faves. Oh, just fucking amazing. Games making comic or us picking Dracula, the Bela Lugosi one, because there's been like 30. The Hammer films, Christopher Lee did a great Dracula. For me, it's Bela Lugosi. Who's everybody's favorite Dracula? Cockney, what about you?
Favorite Nosferatu.
Nosferatu, Max Schreck, going way back, 1920, what, 7? I think that was.
I'm gonna double the hipster. I'm gonna invert the hipster option and go for the 1979 remake. Boom.
The 79 remake. Interesting. Have you seen the one with Willem Dafoe and the guy from Con Air, the guy from In the Line of Fire? Good actors.
Who?
Oh, the name's right on the tip of my tongue. I see his face.
Got a lot of names on the tip of your tongue there.
Games, Dangerous Liaisons. He was in Dangerous Liaisons.
Oh, hang on, Dangerous Liaisons. So that was Malkovich.
Malkovich, thank you, John Malkovich. John Malkovich and Willem Dafoe. Willem Dafoe playing Max Schreck, but he played it as like that's what Max Schreck looked like in life. They did that. They did that spin on it because the legend of the original was that the character of Max Schreck had no makeup. They were trying to sell that idea. That's not true. He was a German actor that got heavily, but he got really involved in the part, and apparently he got really creepy about it too. Like he really like delved into the whole Dracula mythos. I don't know if you guys know this.
Full Joker.
Yeah, but who wrote Dracula?
Jared Leto.
Not Mary Shelley.
Bram Stoker, right?
Bram Stoker. Bram Stoker sued the production company of Nosferatu.
Right.
And for years, they had to, under law, destroy all the copies. And all the copies in Europe of the original Nosferatu were destroyed. And that movie was thought lost for years. But in America, a few copies survived. And you can see a beautiful restored version that's been restored out of like 4 different copies and worked together and then digitized and cleaned up. It's so clean. It's beautiful. It could have been shot yesterday, sort of thing. And the German the German expressionist style of photography and atmosphere and stuff makes the original Nosferatu an absolute must-see for any film fan. Cockney, I'm not trying to be argumentative. I'm sure the 70s one is a wonderful movie too. But guys, I'd really implore you to see the original Nosferatu. I think it's 1927. I know it sounds old and a pain in the ass, but I promise you, I absolutely promise you, you'll come away from that movie thinking you've had an experience.
No, good
It
call.
is.
In
But
fact,
it's
you know what? It might be worthwhile
old.
seeing them both as a comparison. And I just checked
Mhm.
because I thought, let's check my facts. I surprisingly actually, it was a bit of a guess. It actually literally was 79. But whilst looking it up, apparently there's going to be a third version, a Nosferatu remake starring Anna Taylor-Joy.
Tell me you're making a joke.
No, that's serious. I wish I was. I know, as Nosferatu, that doesn't make sense. Is she going to be playing chess? I don't know. But apparently...
No, she'll be... Because isn't the story... Oh, there he is. Red shirt. Wondering where the hell happened to you, buddy.
Red shirt's back.
Lost internet.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
I'm
we
glad
have
you're back
thunderstorms.
with us.
We have thunderstorms moving through, so I don't know how long this will last either.
No,
Yvette.
sorry, pal. Good morning, Yvette.
LDG's awake. I think he's asleep.
LDG, wake up.
Hey, cool.
LDG of Geeks Enjoy Porn. LDG of Geeks Enjoy
Erotica. Pickles. Physical media.
Pickles. Everybody loves pickles. Come on, pickles. DJ. I don't. Is that a downvote, pal? Uh-oh.
That's
Now you
violent.
triggered the YouTube gods.
Something.
I know. Well, speaking of animation, I know we're meant to be segueing into monsters, but just on an animation tip and seeing just another red shirt's prisoner icon, I was thinking of the Danger Mouse cartoon with David Jason and friends, and that Danger Mouse was based on Danger Man. Therefore, with the prisoner, we surely should have someone should write and create the prisoner mouse, the prison mouse. I don't know. There's got to be a funny title in there. I want to see the prison mouse.
If you get a chance, buddy, and I know I'm not. I know it sounds like I'm making a joke here.
Boo.
There's a comic book series that came out in the mid '80s called Mouse, Maus.
Oh yes,
and
the
do you remember
charmingly
that?
exciting concentration camp metaphor.
Yeah. If you've seen it, that's a very wonderful story, moving. I don't know if it ever made animated though.
But
part of me wants to say there is an animated version, but
for anyone that thinks comic books are all superheroes, then check out Mouse just to prove that the medium is definitely flexible. And wake up, LDG.
Yeah, go check your DM. Yvette's sending you some very suggestive material.
Nice, but no, I want to see the prisoner done with Danger Mouse. And if no one else
that
does
would be
it,
interesting.
I think it's got to be worth at least a comedy sketch.
Yeah, I can see that. As a comedy sketch, use a real mouse and just put it in a big maze and make the maze look like the island.
I will be not trapped, cheese, folded,
Boobs.
put into a maze.
Boobs,
I am not a number. I am a free mouse.
I'm a squeak mouse.
You are number squeak.
Geek Hero Bubba says final animated favorites: Batman, Superman, Public Enemies. I've seen that. That's a fun superhero movie. Hi, Cat. My headset died. Yeah, if you're wondering. Oh no! Wait, shit. We lost.
Making it more fun by going into a different medium. Yeah, as a challenge for himself.
Sadly, we lost our good pal, Red Shirt again. That sucks.
You sound like Kirk at the end of every episode. We lost our good friend, that Red Shirt, whose name I never bothered remembering.
Red Shirt, take care, pal. Sorry to hear that. Always fun to talk movies with you, brother. Always fun.
Yeah, nice to catch. I really do think we need a Red Shirt and Red Shirt show. I think we We should invest in that. Carol's Cookies. Let's get them on our channel for half an hour every day.
Is it red shirt versus red shirt, or
No, they've got to complement each other. Well, I mean, you can go deep into it because Son of a Red Shirt is not claiming to be a red shirt, but descended from a red shirt. So, there's a story.
Right. Yeah. Let's tell you the truth. I took that name out of coincidence. My father just passed away, and I was kind of bored and lonely going through the internet. And whose channel did I stop on? I first found Doomcock, and then I found Anti-Trekker.
Oh, yeah.
And watching those guys and seeing all the people in the chat with made-up names, I thought, oh, that's fun. I didn't know YouTube at all. I thought YouTube was all cat videos and shit.
Right.
And I only really discovered it after my dad died. And just fooling around on YouTube. And then, I found all these, I typed in Star Trek once, and it blew my mind. It was like, holy shit, there are people out there that digs. Holy fuck, I had no idea. I was such a virgin to it. So I type in Son of a Red Shirt. And then, I didn't think anything of it. And I start chatting on stuff like that, yada, yada, yada. And 3-4 months later, I get a call from my lawyer, of all people, saying, who the fuck is Son of a Red Shirt? I go, what do you mean? And she says, well, you send me all this correspondence, all your emails, they all say Son of a Red Shirt. I said, what? I don't know how, but Google has put Son of a Red Shirt on all my correspondence.
I had a similar thing from my legal team. Can you please stop signing legal documents, Captain Cockney Spock? It's not legally binding. Dear Sir, madam, if you do not cease and desist with your current slander, then I'll be forced to enter into litigation. Yours sincerely, Captain Cockney Spock.
Wookiee supremacy. Read out his message.
My next door neighbor says Wookiee. I'll start that again. Wookiee supremacy in the chat says my next door neighbor spent all evening bragging about his trophy wife. Oh no, sorry, I misread that. His trophy collection. But when he asked about mine, he acted like he'd never seen a bottle of Pinky Fingers before. I don't know what that means, but it feels funny.
Feels funny. I always love seeing Wookiee in the chat. He's great fun. But I will say, Wookiee, my favorite icon, or my favorite avatar you had was the Pope.
Yes.
Oh shit, I forgot the name now. But
yes.
But he had the special name for Pope Chewbacca's the Ninth or something like that. I'm sorry, brother, I don't remember it, but I remember laughing.
We didn't memorize, isn't there? Yeah, but we both remembered it, so obviously it had an effect.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. That was
was
cool.
Was it Chewie in that red? He was from the holiday special. He had some kind of red cloak on. Was that it? Or was it superimposed on actual Pope with a funny hat? Who knows?
Yeah. No, I don't know how he does his icons, if that's him or what. But they're always creative. They always look sharp. My icons, I just steal. Like you and I both have stolen the icon you're using now. For some reason, StreamYards has locked me into 2, and they won't let me change them. I
realize. Your comments have got a certain amount of gusto anyway. That lose something when you're actually here. But never mind that now. But it was just added, just got that extra soupçon with flavor when you had the icon. And every time I saw a chat from you, Son of a Red Shirt, with just seeing Phil, Ken, Seb, and Bevan there. It's just that's why I was compelled every time I read one of your chats. Ha ha, and I felt more ha ha, and that's why I had to take the icon myself because it just puts a bit of pep in your step, doesn't it?
It does, and you know what? It looks good on you. I like you. I'm totally fine with you having that icon. I think it's great. You got a nice one too. It's got the ha 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 behind it. I love.
Yes, I made a point
just
of having a different one, so I wasn't taking your Phil Ken Seven.
Mine was taken from the episode Blackwatch Plaid, if you remember specifically. But
I don't. I've got to watch them again, because it was just so
threat
good.
level. They were going. Remember, because this was filmed at the time George Bush was president, and they had the threat levels, the different colors for the threat levels.
Oh yeah.
And Phil Ken 7K, the ultimate threat level is Blackwatch Plaid, which is a tartan. You know? Threat level Blackwatch Plaid. I should have taken that for my YouTube name. Threat level Blackwatch Plaid. When is my nap time? LOL.
Definitely easy here. I'm going back for those. That and Peter Potamus. Hey, did you get that thing I sent you?
Yeah. Hey, you get
Peter
that thing
Potamus. My favourite specific joke. Peter Potamus is home for hot unwed mothers. I've got to open one of those.
Yeah, over hot unwed mothers. Wookiee lives matter. You missed 6 baby Wookiees in a trench coat. Oh yeah, there it is. Pope Chewbacca Pope Chewbacca. It's a tough name to say.
What he said.
Ignore it because we were supposed to be talking about monsters.
Oh, sweetie, you're absolutely right. I'm sorry, we've gone right off topic.
I don't want to play.
We're talking about monsters. Well, it looks like we got one in the top.
No, I don't
right
want to talk
corner
about
called
monsters
Debbie's
with you guys
Biscuits.
anymore. You want to get all
But
nerdy
Geek Hero Bubba has been right behind you, Carol. Geek Hero Bubba's put in, I'm a sucker for crossovers. Freddy versus Jason was a riot. That was a solid. You know what? It may not be the greatest horror movie of all time, but I'm down with you, Geek Hero, that I do love a good crossover. Alien versus Predator was a bit of a tragic waste. Like, the idea itself should have been gold. Put Alien and Predator in a movie and let them go at it. You think the movie just writes itself. Apparently it doesn't, though. And you have to actually sit down and write a fucking coherent plot. Well, now I know better. Shin Godzilla is a horror film. And you know what? I'm embarrassed to say I still have yet to see Shin Godzilla. I've heard it's fantastic. However, it's a really Japanese movie. And I say that not in a derisive way, but a big chunk of the movie, apparently like over 45 minutes, doesn't have Godzilla in at all. And it's basically Japanese bureaucracy and the frustration of going through chains of command and people passing the buck and stuff like that. It was supposed to be like telling on Japanese society, like a critique on how Japanese society is when an emergency happens, like Fukushima.
Right.
Just how much bullshit that you got to go through to get anything done because each representative has to have their say. And, I'm not trying to sound trite or anything, but, to honor their position and to, respect everyone. And because everyone gets a say, the end answer is so muddled and fucked up, and they don't have a decisive leader that just comes in and cuts through the bullshit and said, no, this is the plan. This is what we're fucking doing. Let's go. Godzilla's over there. We're taking him down. No, it was just like 45 minutes. And for Westerners, I heard that was a bit frustrating to sit through. And there was 100 fucking people in the cast. I don't know. You could correct me because I haven't seen it. This is just things critics I trust I've heard from. But they all said Shin Godzilla was a fucking awesome movie. Definitely worth watching. So that is on my list too. George Hamilton, Love It First Bite. I saw that one in the theater. that was funny. Jody, Doctor Who's Scariest Ever. There you go. DJ's got his vote in for his scariness. Guys in the chat, I know I'm falling a little behind. We're going to catch up. But throw us some of your favorite horror movies. And while you're doing that, Carol, this was your baby. Why don't you tell us a few of your favorite horror films?
Well, Night of the
If
Living
you
Dead,
would.
Dawn of the Dead, Birds.
The Birds,
like the
did you
Jeepers
say?
Creepers monster. Yeah, The Birds.
Okay. Yeah. Alfred Hitchcock, can't go wrong.
I like the Jeepers Creepers. Blair
Now,
Witch was fun.
Okay, Jeepers
Texas
Creepers.
Chainsaw
I've heard of that. Is that, and I'm not trying to be a dick here, but is that like a girl horror movie?
No, it's a monster movie. He's
Is
a
it?
monster.
Okay.
Every
Would you
25
tell us
years,
a little
he
about
comes
it?
to feed.
Okay.
I think it's like 24 hours that he's got to eat people.
Deej keeps chatting in with what's in my pants, best monster.
Dude.
The one-eyed trouser snake. That's fucking terrifying. Deej, keep that one to yourself. Okay, Jeepers Creepers, Night of the Living Dead. So you're a fan of George Romero? Because I heard you name a few of his off the top. Or were you talking about the remakes?
Both.
Both? So you're fine
like
with
some
the
of
remakes?
And,
yeah.
Yeah, like I really like the remake of Dawn of the Dead.
I'm with you, but how are you? My only problem with the movie is you get bit by a zombie, you die, and you come back as an Olympic class sprinter. That to me just like, what? How does that work?
Those zombies weren't very fast. World War Z is when the zombies start getting fast, and I don't like those zombies.
Oh, come on. The Dawn of the Dead, that whole scene where they're trying to escape in their little armored tank bus.
Super fast. They're like sprinting after you. There's just a lot of them. And
they're keeping up with an armored vehicle going 40 kilometers an hour. That's pretty fucking impressive.
Well, yeah, but still, I mean, they're not World War Z zombies.
No, World War Z zombies. Did you ever see, because they cut a lot of shit out of that movie, that when they actually saw it on screen, they thought, that's fucking ridiculous. We can't do this. Like, there's one scene that stuck with me where they bring down a helicopter. 200 zombies basically just gang pile on each other.
Yeah.
Yes, you did, Deej. You offended us all. just your presence is offensive. No, I'm teasing, buddy. But yeah, did you see the cutout scenes, the deleted scenes from that movie? Like 200 monsters just basically gang on each other and create like a tower.
I didn't like the actual movie, so I wasn't gonna watch any extra bits of it.
No. I quite enjoyed it, and I understand there's a sequel that they've been waiting to do for a couple of years. Like it's written, but they're just trying to, get Brad Pitt on board, get the timing and everything. So
yeah,
who knows?
What about 28 days later and then 28 weeks later? They were good.
Okay.
But those zombies were a little quick too.
They were a little different. The zombies in 20, and correct me if I'm wrong, but they weren't truly zombies the way we have come to appreciate zombies. They're not dead. They're actually alive, but they're just fucked in the head. Like they want to murder and kill, and if they don't want to murder and kill, they just want to sit there and chatter their teeth. That was creepy. I love the first one in particular with what's his name? The guy that played the Riddler. He was great. Yvette Duvall chimes in. Yeah, just him walking around the city and then coming into the church and then seeing all those people there, and then the priest comes upstairs. He's like, Father, what's going on? And the priest is like, I'm going to break my teeth if I do it. No?
I didn't like Hostel talking to Wookiee. I don't know. I just didn't really care for Hostel. Second one was a little better, but I don't know.
Right.
What about like Wolf Creek? I like the ones that are based on true stories because that shit really happened, so it could happen again.
Sure, I guess. Hey, I'll be honest, I'm not the biggest horror guy, and I'll put my cards on the table here. I'm not trying to offend anybody, but I find a lot of horror movies silly. Like the premise, the work up to it, the jump scares. I appreciate the idea that horror movies came out for couples to go to the theater and give an excuse for, girls to hold on to guys and stuff like that. That's one legend about why horror movies exist. But I think horror stories, they've been with us as a race through different permeations, different ancient Japanese culture has some wonderful horror stories to it. There's actually, have you ever seen Onibaba?
Maybe.
The Japanese horror film about two women, a woman and her mother-in-law. They're living in this hut in the swamp, and the husband has gone off to war. And how these two are surviving are when cowardly samurai that are trying to run from the battles. They run through the swamps, through these giant reed thickets and such, and they hunt them down and kill them. And they throw them into a pit. And they keep their armor and sell the armor and swords, and that's basically how they make their money. But Onibaba comes about because the young woman is sick. She's convinced her husband has died, and she wants to leave. The woman wants her to stay, so what she does is she gets a a mask. Now, they call it Oni Baba. That's the name of the demon that possesses this woman. And it fuses the mask to her face, and it refuses to come off. It's like glued on. The camera work in it, there's some stunning black and white photography going on in that film. I don't remember who directed it. But Oni Baba. Guys, if you get a chance and you want to see something different, all subtitles, but don't let that scare you. There's some wonderful films out there, horror films included. And Japan has no shortage of them. It's not just The Ring and, skinny Japanese girls crawling on ceilings and shit like that. They have some very interesting, their history has plenty of horror stories involved with it. Most cultures do, don't they? The Greeks, the Romans, they all had horror stories. The Britons, the Celts and all that, they've come up with some wonderful things. I think the whole concept of werewolves came from Britain, while places like Romania, Transylvania, the Gypsies had stories going on for years about people like Vlad the Impaler and Dracula and the horror from that. So it's not Vlad the Impaler, yep. It's I think horror has been with us for so long. It's an interesting choice. For me, though, I find unless it's really well thought out or well written or original, I have a bit of trouble getting behind it.
What
Does
about
anybody? Sorry,
the Blair Witch movies? Like, people thought that shit was real.
Well, I certainly didn't, but I did see the original Blair Witch in the theater, and I will say I walked out of there and said, you know what? That's probably the best student film I've ever seen. For, like, it cost them $50 to make the fucking movie, and they made $50 million out of it. So my hat was off to these guys. Now, yes, of course, it cost more than $50, but like absolute shoestring budget. But they worked it. They worked it beautifully. That was, an interesting story. The girl.
The remake wasn't even that bad either.
I admit I didn't see the remake.
It's okay.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm sure it's got a bit more polish and whatever, but I love the warts and all attitude of the first one. Like, every nickel was on the screen for that movie. They had no budget, but everything they had, they threw on the screen. And thank God for, the time they got to spend in the editing room, because they actually came out with a cohesive narrative story. Great. Yes, I'll say it was a great movie, given that it was made by students. It was very impressive. If Steven Spielberg turned that in, I would have laughed my ass off. But because it was some young people that had a great idea and they ran with it, I was behind the movie 100%. I was. Even though I found the end a bit of a letdown. I don't know how well you remember the end of the movie, but with the camera and the chick runs down to the basement, the witch chases her down there, and the last surviving guy is taking a piss against the wall or something. That's what it looked like. Like, he was standing by the wall, terrified. The witch ordered him there.
Stand up against the wall.
Yeah. To me, it looked like he was having a leak, but yeah, I just.
One thing I like about it, horror aside, is I'm quite obsessed with the whole medium is the message idea, and I find in a lot of prose novels, the writer of the novel will explain the existence of the novel. Like, hi, I'm the writer. I'm actually one of the characters, and I just thought movies don't do that. But Blair Witch does. Blair Witch is one of the few movies where the movie exists in the movie. So that's kind of nice. It's different. You don't get that in movies, but you do tend to get it in books. So there.
Okay, I'm back.
He's back. The headphones are plugged.
We'll see how long this charge lasts. I don't know if it was completely full yet or not, but hey, I'm here.
Well, we're glad you're back, buddy. So lay it on us. What? Give us a couple of good horror movies that you like. The chat's been contributing wonderfully, and we'll get to them in a minute. But you, pal, what kind of horror movies are you into?
Night of the Living Dead, the original.
Of course.
Yeah. I'm gonna get you, Barbara.
What other horror movies?
Poltergeist.
Phantasm.
Phantasm. There's one. That was a bit of a dark horse, wasn't it? Wasn't that the one with the floating ball and the what is that tall guy's name? The tall, gaunt-looking guy. He was great. Perfect casting. Perfect casting.
And there was a British one that I enjoyed thoroughly, Psychomania.
Okay. Is that like the Crazies? It sounds familiar.
No, it was basically this biker group that figured out that they could live forever if they went out and killed themselves.
Okay. That's one that slipped under my radar. British, the Brits have... sorry, mate?
And Darth Wheezy is in the house. Wheezy. Eldritch.
Oh, hello, Darth Wheezy. I haven't scrolled to the bottom of the chat because I want to make sure I don't miss anybody because we got a lot of great Yvette Duvall. I think you put this up. Omen, Exorcist, Hellraiser, and of course, Alien Universe. Sure, definitely. Wookiee Supremacy, The Strangers. Hellraiser is very good, says R&R. Exorcist and Omen are classics, definitely. Exorcist and Omen, Gregory Peck, great actor. He was surprisingly good in The Omen. You remember The Omen with Damien? Rectos, dum dominos, dum rectos, dum dominos. The dogs.
Well, if you're going to talk about those, you got to throw the Amityville Horror in there with it too.
Okay, yeah, the Amityville Horror. There's one we haven't heard in a while. That was definitely a classic.
And
Psycho, Alfred Hitchcock. Yeah.
One other. Trilogy of Terror. Karen Black and that goddamn voodoo doll.
No. I'm sorry. I don't mean no. Like no. I mean like no. I don't think I've seen it. Trilogy of Terror. Karen Black. She was a pretty solid actress. Got her start with Jack Nicholson in 5 Easy Pieces, I believe. But she had an interesting career. And yeah, you're right. She did a few horror movies too. What's that one she's in? I'm thinking of. No, Black Christmas, but no, I think I'm just thinking Karen Black, Black Christmas. She wasn't in Black Christmas. Andrea Martin and Eugene Levy from SCTV were in Black Christmas. So some great comedians were in that movie. When a Stranger Calls. Guys, tell me that when you saw that for the first time as a kid, that didn't freak you the fuck out. The call's coming from inside the house. Get out, get out. Remember that?
That's always a fun movie.
That didn't freak me out.
Oh, come on. That girl then, she looks up the stairs. Why haven't you checked the children? Like, he kept calling her and saying, go check the children. So no wonder she calls the police and they say, okay, we'll stay on the line. Don't worry. The phone rings again. She picks it up. The police trace the call. The call's coming from the house. It's, why haven't you checked the children? And she looks up the stairs and she sees the shadow of the guy in the doorway and he's starting to come down. She freaks, runs out the door right into the cops. They catch the guy. You think everything's fine. 10 years later, she's at dinner with her husband. Waiter brings a phone to the table, says, oh, madame, there's a call for you. And she picks it up and the voice calmly says, have you checked your children? Oh, geez, that freaked me out. Boy, you guys are made of sterner stuff than I am. Nightmare on Elm Street. The first two I thought were genius. Brand new idea. The killer attacks you in your dreams. That was an interesting twist to me. Johnny Depp, his first movie.
Johnny Depp.
He died so awesomely in that one.
Right.
Sucked into the bed.
From Dusk Till Dawn.
Oh, yeah, sure, the titty twister. Sorry, ladies, that's offensive. I love that.
Titty twister.
Yeah, the club. George Clooney. Who else was in that? Harvey Keitel. Juliette Lewis, daughter of Jeffrey Lewis. we all remember as Clint Eastwood's sidekick in half a dozen movies. Who else was Quentin Tarantino? Yes. What's the
Don't
Mexican
forget,
guy?
Cheech
Sorry?
Marin was in it, and
Cheech Marin. That beautiful, stunning. That dance she did. Oh, that was so
Selma
seductive.
Hayek.
Selma Hayek. Selma, like 23-year-old Selma Hayek. I think she just did Desperado before that. Beautiful, beautiful woman. Still is to this day. She's in her 50s or whatever, but absolute knockout. Lovely, lovely woman. Yeah, that was a great one. From Dusk Till Dawn, vampires. A lot of fun with vampires. I'm more of a classic horror movie guy. I love The Mummy. Boris Karloff in The Mummy. Out of all the horror movies, truthfully, I think The Mummy, oddly enough, I find The Mummy to be the most romantic. Because the guy he wasn't killing to survive. He wasn't killing to bring some demon to life. He wasn't killing for pleasure. He was killing out of necessity because he was trying to bring the love of his life back from 2,000 years of death. The way he was bringing himself back. Very romantic film. As twisted as I am. Frankenstein, the original. Oh, come on. Wonderful movie. Beautifully shot. Beautifully filmed movie. Dracula we talked about. Boris Karloff.
Bela
Boris
Lugosi.
Karloff. Bela, thank you. Cockney. Bela Lugosi.
Cockney
Yeah.
Spot.
Yeah. Another one. So you're throwing me with a groovy there. Yeah, solid film. Checking in the chats, though. Cabin Fever from Wookiee Supremacy. Night of the Living Dead, DJ Odyssey. Godzilla, 1985. Human Centipede. I was wondering when it would be Wookiee Supremacy. Brings up Human Centipede. Fluger, buddy, I know you're run silent, run deep, but I want to hear from you on this, pal. I know you've got a wealth of fucking movies, and there must be a few horror movies in there you loved.
I could throw in a couple. How about Life Force with Matilda May?
Oh
and,
my
Patrick
God,
Stewart.
Matilda May, Patrick Stewart, and funny enough, Patrick Stewart's first on-screen kiss with a man. Who? Steve Railsback. Steve Railsback was the protagonist in that, the astronaut that survived.
Right.
Yeah, Life Force was, and Matilda May. Oh my God, I remember seeing that in the theater. It was just like, hooray! Matilda May, like 30 minutes of walking around fully nude. I love you, baby. That's great. There's some funny backstories to that too. Like the producer insisted she shave her pubes because he said they're creating a shadow on the screen, and they had to like make a merkin for her, because we were talking about merkins earlier. I think Deej had a wonderful toupee. Oh no, sorry, LDG. This my apologies. I think this was another stream. We're talking about
right the beginning.
Sorry?
Oh, it was the first part of the stream.
First part of the stream, yeah.
Like 11 hours ago.
How Stella got her groove back. Titanic, The Bodyguard, When Harry Met Sally. Thank you. Any Pee Wee Herman movie, DJ Odyssey, thank you. Paul Rubens is a national treasure. No, he can masturbate in any theater he wants, as far as I'm concerned. I got no problem with that. Troll Hunter. Wow. Didn't they do a troll movie in 3D?
Shout out Pee Wee Herman. He only touched himself compared to some people in Hollywood. He's a hero.
True.
Yeah. Yeah, he only touched himself. That's right. Yeah, I'm sure he got a thank you card from the Coreys. Corey Feldman and Corey Haim.
Thanks for literally keeping your hands to yourself.
Yeah. Captain Trek has joined us. Wookiee Supremacy agreed. Blair Witch was not good. I think you guys are being hard. Remember, they were students. Like, two of them were teenagers when they made this movie. They came up, created, went out, and shot it. You know,
I mean,
my hat's
fair,
off.
you brought up an interesting point, which is like, do we all review movies from a flat perspective as if they all had the same budget, the same director? And in a way, yes, I just want to be entertained. But on the other hand, no. So you brought up a quite interesting debate there. It's like, should we take into account it's a younger director, they're inexperienced, their budget was $10, not $10 million. Let's give them a chance. You've triggered an internal discussion inside my own head, Red Shirt. So it's a valid point, or is it? I don't know.
Well, if you apply, say, the rules of golf to it loosely and give them a handicap.
Waiting for horse racing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it's unfair in that circumstance. Again,
you're right. At least if Spielberg's going to do a movie, he's got the experience. Fuck the budget. Give Spielberg's budget to some young kid just fresh out of film school. You're right.
Yeah. Or conversely, put Steven Spielberg in a room with some young directors and say, "Okay, guys, we got like $5,000. Let's make a movie." You know.
There you go.
Have Steven Spielberg as the mentor. You know, maybe not the director, but.
Yeah, and then he'll be feeling hungry again. He'll be like, "Hey, this is like when I was making war movies back in in my backyard or whatever."
Right. You
Steven,
know, get back to your roots.
There. Yeah.
He could be listening. You never know.
I know Kathleen's listening. Come on, Kennedy. You know you are.
Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, is back again. A dark song, only 2 actors, great movie. A dark song. A dark song. Has anybody seen that? A dark song?
No.
It's slipped under my radar, brother. I'll take a look for it, though, if you say it's a great movie. Eldritch Lord Hastur. Is this? Oh, my God. Suspiria. Oh, wow. Good call. Argento. Fuck me. What's his name? Dino Argento? No. Help me out here, Cockney. What's Argento?
You got me
His
on
daughter,
this one.
David Argento. Suspiria was his big movie, and that was solid. I think that was 1972. The Thing from Another World. Oh, good call. The original Thing. You know what? People don't give that movie enough respect. Go watch the original Thing. That's a great double feature. The original Thing and then John Carpenter's The Thing. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. Devil's Rejects was great. Isn't that Rob Zombie?
I liked it. I just watched it.
Was that a Rob Zombie movie? Yeah. Okay. And
Devil's Rejects and then 3 from Hell.
3 from Hell, I want to see. Doesn't that have what's his name? Sid Haig? Isn't that his last movie?
Yeah, and he didn't make it all the way through.
Oh, Sid Haig, what a fucking trooper. That guy must have been in 200 movies.
I met him. He was pretty cool.
RR says, yes, both things were good. You know what you're talking about, RR. That's absolutely right. Shifty Gizm's got caller ID, so he answering. The Devil's Advocate. The Devil's Advocate, was that the Pacino, not Brad Pitt, or was it
that
Brad
was the
Pitt?
death one, wasn't it? No, yeah, I'm getting it's like Diner with what's his face? Yeah, it's one's with death and the other one's with the devil.
Mm-hmm. What was that Mickey Rourke movie with not Marlon Brando? Fuck me. Oh shit. Fuck. It's getting late for me, so my brain's kind of on overdrive here.
Yeah, I'm starting to fade out, just to let you know.
Arguably one of the great actors of our time. Shit. He was just in he's a favorite of Martin Scorsese, Mean Streets, Raging Bull, Robert De Niro.
Oh, Robert De Niro, Bobby De Niro. I've heard of him. Up and coming actor. Very good, apparently.
Yeah. You watch out for this kid. He's great. He and Mickey Rourke did a horror movie that I quite liked, and where he played a character called Louis Cypher. Louis Cypher. Say it quickly. Lucifer.
Whoa, twist ending. Yes.
Yeah.
Angel Heart, Mickey Rourke.
Angel Heart, thank you. Good memory. Cockney.
Hey,
Cockney for
hey,
the
Mr.
win.
Safier. Yeah, that's one of my favorites now you mentioned it. Excellent. Good thriller, good solid twist ending. Mickey Rourke for a couple of years there looks like he could have been the king of Tinseltown, the A-list male lead. And I think Angel Heart and the Year of the Dragon, another underrated thriller. Really good.
I tell you, slight sidebar. I was a young guy and I went to the video store and I knew my parents were going to be home. It's Saturday night. I was renting a couple of movies. I was having some friends over on Sunday and I thought, why don't I get a movie for mom and dad? And I'm looking through the movies. And I pick up, and I made a mistake. I was in a hurry. I thought I picked up Fellini's 8.5. I thought, oh yeah, my dad will like this, you know, a different movie, something like that. My dad had a wonderful palate for film. What I actually got was 9.5 weeks.
Oh,
and I hadn't seen it myself. And so I said to my parents, hey, I got this movie for you. You'll love it. It's 9.5 weeks. Yeah, watch it. I come home and I'm like, hey, did you guys like the movie? Completely oblivious to what I gave them a fucking movie that was like the earliest BDSM fucking film.
Well, I was going to say, it's like, I came home with, hey, Mum, I brought home Felix the cat. 2 hours into Fritz the cat. She's like, I think you got the wrong movie, son.
It's like I gave my parents borderline pornography to watch. Just have a good time.
9.5 weeks. Hey, well, it's got that Kim Basinger in it.
Yeah. Eldritch Lord Haster says Selma's almost the same age as Madonna. Yeah, Madonna's in her 60s now. Fuck me, I'm getting old. So is she. An American Werewolf in London. RR. Good call. Great film. I loved An American Werewolf in London. Wonderful film. Have you seen that, Carol?
Yes.
What did you think?
I liked it.
What was that, John Landis?
Yes, it was John Landis. Well done.
It was very creepy the way he transformed. Ugh.
Oh, yeah, that was some great early pre-CGI, all physical effects, him turning into the werewolf. David Naughton, I think his name was.
Another movie that's gross is The Fly.
Yeah.
Now,
but it does have Gina Davis taking off her stockings, or a stocking, so come on.
Well, God, yeah, young Gina Davis.
And speaking more comedy, sexy time, film title misunderstandings. Another one you could go for. Oh, I like that Tom Cruise, Ma. I know you like Tom Cruise, and I know you like that. Open Your Eyes, son. This is Eyes Wide Shut. Oh well, not quite the same film.
Eyes Wide Shut. Kubrick's last film died making it, didn't he? Oh no. I'm sorry. Well,
died. Well, it was.
He was in pre-production for AI, but I think. Yeah.
Yep. And then Yeah.
Kubrick, what a master. Has anybody here seen The Killers? Kubrick's The Killers?
No.
Fucking fantastic film noir movie. Treat yourself. One of his earliest. It got him to do Paths of Glory. It gave him the clout to get Kirk Douglas, Adolphe Menjou, George McCready. Fucking great movie. Paths of Glory 2, like one of my all-time favorite anti-war films. Genius level film director.
I'm watching through my Kubrick box set. I don't think either of those films are on that one. So you are clearly a Kubrick. You worship at the altar of the Kubrick. So you have to come on the channel one day and talk about Kubrick.
Oh yeah, have me on, brother. Always happy. Kubrick. I like you. I'd be happy to do your show.
Rock and roll, because Kubrick. I mean, obviously you can wax lyrical about a lot of things, but clearly because I like Kubrick, but you love Kubrick. You can teach me all about the Kubrick.
Well, I absolutely cards on the table. I consider myself a student of film. I'm no master of any straight decide. Like, you're definitely right. I love Kubrick. I appreciate him. I'm sure there are people out there whose knowledge far exceeds mine. But
there's always a YouTuber cleverer than yourself. But that's the whole thing. You know more than I do, so that's good enough for me. You find one that knows even more than you do. Good, they can teach you something, and you can go back and teach me even more.
That's right.
I've learned so much from you guys, specifically you guys here, but also a lot of the other channels. Just a semi-random example: Cinema Gulp, great channel, and in fact, one of the channels that deserves more subscribers than they've got. And also, Cinema Gulp, they actually do actual editing as well as talking about movies, editing on movies and stuff. So shout out Cinema Gulp and that's the YouTube community, as it were, the C word, but at its best when we can teach each other, learn from each other, and reignite our passion about movies, all thanks to Clobby, comic books, and other media. Nice.
Well said, brother.
Thank you. I'm getting mellow as I'm getting sleepy.
Didn't hear what you said. I wasn't paying attention. Start over.
I love it when the YouTube community, they teach, we can learn from each other about movies and about the passion, yada yada, pass the coffee.
Sadly, I was reading all the chats you wonderful folks are putting in on my phone, and it just died. I replugged it in, but I'm going through the comments here on the back page. And I hope I'm getting it right, because I know you guys you put in some brilliant movies here, and I want to be sure I get them all. Sergio, Little Nicky, Keanu, Sid Haig was in THX 1138. Yeah, wasn't he where Donald Pleasance? They send him to that kind of white room,
right?
Wasn't
like
that
that white prison.
Was? Yeah. THX 1138. I saw it years ago, and then I saw the remastered version with the new effects and stuff. It's brilliant. Check it out. I mean, there's an example of a student film. We're talking about Blair Witch before, but that was George Lucas's. The original THX was George Lucas's student film.
Yes, and Mr. Lucas has gone on to do some things of note, so he was clearly a talent to watch.
Oh fuck yeah, he was responsible. He did that great movie with Ron Howard. Oh shit, I was trying to be funny. Now that I've lost the movie.
Solo, a Star Wars story.
No, remember he did that 50s
American
Graffiti. Thank you. Yeah, American Graffiti.
Young Harrison Ford.
Harrison Ford's first film.
I'm going to be really technical here. I think his first cameo was Dead Heat on a Merry-Go-Round in 1950, or something like that. But that's when I was younger and really studying my actors more than my directors. I believe his first ever role was Dead Heat on a Merry-Go-Round. But that's for the real Ford fans, and I look forward to being corrected.
Okay.
Well, I think he played busboy number 7 or bellhop number 3 or something.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I admit, I really pulled for Harrison Ford. I was excited when, he started making movies. Witness. I remember that early one with him and that had a couple of good people in it. Kelly McGillis, Danny Glover, that Swedish actor that was in everything during the late 80s. Fuck, I forgot his name.
Roxette? No.
And the guy that was he was in Eddie Murphy's not 48 Hours, Beverly Hills Cop, and he was also in
Judge Reinhold?
Charles Grodin and that young actor, that young up and comer Midnight Run. Thank you.
What's up with your watch?
Pardon?
What's up with your watch? That's a line from Midnight Run. I love Midnight Run.
Yeah,
it's such an understated comedy. And spoiler alert, one of the few thrillers, one of the only thrillers where they don't have a shootout at the end. And I'm like, I'm kind of missing the shootout, but it kind of works without it, and that in itself makes it quite a. It's a comedy that's not slapstick. It's more like a funny drama kind of thing. I don't know, but tonally it's perfect.
Mm-hmm. Midnight Run's a great film. I got to talk Billy into doing that for one of his movie nights. That'd be fun for all of us to get together and watch that movie.
I'll be down for that because I haven't seen it in years.
Yeah. I mean, I remember seeing it in the theater, and I think I rented it once on a DVD on VHS for the boys that didn't see it. Because I used to do Friday night movie nights or Thursday night movie nights when we were kids. Winter, Toronto, Canada can get fucking cold, and if you're a kid with no money, having a friend's place to go crash out and watch movies in his basement all night or something was sometimes
Right.
fun.
If they've got a,
Did I say
yeah,
that?
you know,
No, I
somebody
was
missing-
macking on chicks every Friday night. That's right. Big swinging dick me.
If you got a, but if you had a friend in Mississauga with a basement and a VCR, you were down.
Right. The oh shit! You know what? Because I'm reading the comments, it blurs out the screen, and I just realized Flugger's gone. Flugger, buddy, if you're still listening, good night, pal. I'm sorry we didn't get to chat more.
Hang on, am I still here? I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to dip out, guys. I'm gonna segue out, which means I'll be listening in the chat, but I am starting to flake, and I'm enjoying the listening. So Deej,
Right.
thank you for having me on thrice in total. Everybody on the panel, thank you guys, and I mean that in a non-sexist way, of course. Thank you, everyone. I'm leaving the chat feeling happy. Basically, you guys are reminding me the best of the YouTubers, the what we can aspire to be. Just chilling out, having fun, talking movies and pop culture. That's all it needs to be. That's all I want. Thank you guys. You've done the impossible. You've made me happy. Thank you.
Oh, did we warm your little heart?
You did. Now, don't tell anyone I've got one.
Did we warm the cockles of your Cockney heart?
Something like that. On that note, I'm going for a piss. All right, lads. I'll see you, and Les. I'll see you in the chat. And yeah, thanks again, Deej. Thank you, everyone. Keep talking. And at this point, I can believe that you can go on for 12, 24, 36 hours and beyond. Best of luck. I'll be in the chat. Adios, friends. Ciao.
Later.
Okay, brother. Take care. Yeah, just going through the chat here, we've got some folks putting in some great comments and great films. RR, The Killers is excellent. Oh, good. I'm glad you see that. Have you also seen The Killers with Angie Dickinson and Lee Marvin and John Cassavetes? Sorry, Carol, I know it's not a horror movie, but I just got to ask the guys in the chat because there are a couple of films named The Killers. And you know what? Just as a quick aside, anybody interested in film, go to your Google page or your DuckDuckGo or whatever and type in the words "The Big." I know you're going to think, what the fuck are you talking about? You'll be floored when you see how many movies have got the words "The Big" in it. I know it's a bit of a tangent to go off on. It's a strange one, but I did it trying to look up who was in the big, not the Big Sleep, not the Big Easy, not the Big Chill, not the Big Heist, not the Big Score. No, I think it was. You'll find like 30, 40 movies there that all have the big worked into the title. It's fucking amazing. Kubrick is a legend among directors, says Eldritch Lord Haster. You're absolutely right. The Shining.
You know, hey, Deej, I'm waking up again. I need a minute. I'll be right back.
All right, LDG. Thank Christ you're here. I'm
You know, there's
starting
a
to
horror
wane.
movie called The Taint.
The Taint. That's a horror subject in itself.
It is so awful. You should watch it. I couldn't get through it, but you should watch it.
Tell us about The Taint. What is The Taint
I need
about?
to.
I'm assuming it's not what I'm thinking it is, but
I saw 700. Woohoo! Party.
I can. It's because I got the comments on. I only see a ghost image of Deej. It looks like he was pointing down at something. What? Hang
He's
on, I
talking
gotta
about
turn
his
off.
taint. No, 700 subscribers.
Hey, 700! Woo! Chat, let's show a little love for Deej. He's hit the big 700. Give it a little while. We're going to be here celebrating 7000. Yes, but then it's going to be 7 million. I'm not going to do all the O's for 7 million.
A lot of O's. But aren't they actually zeros?
0.
But yeah, don't watch The Taint. No, totally watch it.
Don't watch The Taint. No, totally watch it. Bipolar
awful.
much? No, I'm teasing you.
Like their budget for fake man juice must have been outrageous. There must have been gallons, like an Olympic-sized pool worth. It's horrible. Go watch it.
Of what? Blood?
No, man juice.
Oh, you're kidding me.
It's so
God.
horrible.
I think you're directing me to the wrong movie, sweetie. I like a little porn now and then, but not that much bukkake. That's not my thing.
I wasn't prepared for it. I mean, I should have. I mean, it's called The Freaking Taint, but still, I wasn't prepared for what they showed me.
You know, technically it's not a horror movie, but has anyone here seen Jodorowsky's... Oh, fuck me, I'm an idiot. I was trying to concentrate on the correct pronunciation of Chilean director Jodorowsky. He was tapped to do Dune, and they were setting up a budget and everything. I would have loved to seen his Dune. This guy is way the fuck out there. He did a cowboy movie. I've only seen the first 15 minutes of it because the copy that was given to me didn't have the English subtitles. I don't speak Spanish, and it was lost on me. But I can honestly say I watched the first 15 minutes. I've never seen more blood on the screen in my life. And when I say blood, I don't mean red fucking paint they use in Hollywood 50s Western movies. I mean blood. They slaughtered cows just to pour blood all over this fucking set and all over everything because it's supposed to be the guy who walks into this town where this massacre happened. And, what is the name of this movie? The End? Chat, help me out. If anybody knows, what's his name? Alejandro Jodorowsky, whatever. Sorry to go off on that tangent, but you were saying buckets of, and I assumed blood. And you said, no, man juice. But with this, like, the most bloody film I've ever seen, and I've only seen the first 15 minutes. I watch a lot of samurai movies. So, when I tell you this is a bloody movie.
That remake of the one with Bruce Campbell.
Yeah?
Whatever. What was that one? There was so much blood at the end. I don't remember.
Bruce Campbell. You're not talking like one of the Evil Dead movies.
Yeah, it might have been. I don't know.
Yeah, because they were pretty bloody.
Remake.
But remake. Well,
it was just a ridiculous amount of blood
the Sam Raimi's first commercial movie, I think, was not Dawn of the Dead. Sorry, The Evil Dead, and then he remade the movie, and it was pretty much the exact same movie, just with a bit of a better budget and a few more gags. Guys, you know what I'm talking about? Like the sequel was almost the exact same movie. And then we got Army of Darkness, which was a wonderful film. It doesn't get enough love. Army of Darkness was a lot of fun. Killers is excellent. Kubrick is a legend among directors. The Shining, Clockwork Orange, Full Metal Jacket. I was about to say Clockwork Orange. This is Eldritch Lord Haster.
Yep.
Are you Darth Haster, Eldritch Lord? Is that my buddy Darth Haster? The moon landing. Now, not the moon landing, but who here has seen Capricorn 1? We're talking about fake moon landings, and they hunt down O.J. Simpson and James Brolin's dad, Josh Brolin. No, James Brolin's the father. Josh Brolin's the kid. I'm sorry, James Brolin and good actor Sam Waterston. Sam Waterston played 3 astronauts who were training to go to Mars or the moon, I think, and then they realized that the whole thing was a setup. And right as they go into the rocket, they're led into another room and say, "Listen, this isn't going on. We're going to shoot the rocket off, and we've got you guys on a sound stage." And they made up the moon landing and everything. Or no, it was Mars. It was Mars.
Yes, and, that is Darth Wheezy.
Darth Wheezy. Darth Wheezy. I heard guys were talking about you the other day, Darth Wheezy, about how you broke your record for how many times you wheezed. Wookiee Supremacy met Ron Jeremy. Did you shake his hand? And afterwards, how much fucking antiseptic cream did you need? No, I love Ron Jeremy. He's great. Ancient porn star. Did you? Sorry, I didn't even read down. Darth Hazard. Did you get an STD just shaking his hand? Boom, boom. You beat me to it, Darth. Eldritch. Sorry. I'm looking for Mr. Brightside. Mega Cropper. Good morning, Mega Cropper. How are you, pal? Lebowski. Captain Cockney Spock says, yes, I am subscriber number 700. Well, I beat you guys. I was with DJ. I was with DJ back when he was, I think, only 625. So fuck all y'all. I'm teasing.
You bitches.
I was back with Deej back when he only had one subscriber.
Oh, well. Yeah, you're super fucking cool, aren't you? Captain El Topo! Captain Cockney! Way to go. Yes, El Topo. The bloodiest fucking movies ever made. Yardawaski's Doom never started. Villeneuve's Dune hasn't finished. Yeah, you're right. Sleepaway Camp.
It was for fun.
Yeah. Yeah, it is Darth Astor. Hey, Darth, how you doing, pal? Okay, sorry, I just wanted to catch up with the chats there.
Okay.
So yeah, horror movies. You can. Sorry, sweetie. What'd you say?
Nothing. I said okay.
I'm just trying to click back on. There you go. I get to see Deej's smiling face. Deej, did your headphones give out on you again, brother?
They just need a while to charge, and they're not going to charge unless I leave the damn things alone.
Fair enough. Although you're coming through fine. I hope you can. I say hear us. I'm the only one talking. I'm totally taking over. That's not right.
Turned down low, so I'm hoping the microphone doesn't pick it up that much.
Right.
And I keep muting myself after I'm done talking.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm going to ask both Carol, you, and the good people in the chat to continue this wonderful discussion on horror, because I'm going to pause or press my mic button on mute because I'm going to make a cup of coffee, and my coffee machine makes a hell of a noise, and I don't want to subjugate you people to all that. So I'm just going to go silent running for about 2 minutes here. Any more horror movies we want to talk about? Captain Carol's in charge. Captain Carol, there you go.
I don't know. Has anyone seen Dark Skies? Aliens?
Dark Skies, I think so.
Fucking freaky ass movie. Could have done without that scary ass shit. And was it The Fourth Kind? Could have done without that one too. I don't like aliens. They're scary. They scare me. And Firestarter, that's a scary movie too.
And here I thought you'd start listing zombie movies.
Well, I did. I listed the zombie movies, Dawn of the Dead, Night of the Living Dead. You know, all them good ones. The not super fast zombies, you know. The real zombies.
Diary of the Dead.
I've seen them all. Dawn of the Dead's my favorite. The remake.
How many versions of Night of the Living Dead have you seen?
Oh, I don't know. I just watched the original the other day, so all the other ones I've forgotten.
I've got 7 different versions.
7?
Yep.
I didn't know there was that many.
I think there's actually 9. There's a couple I haven't got my hands on yet.
Have you seen Redneck Zombies?
Well, of course.
It's horrible.
Zombies versus strippers, Boy Scouts versus zombies, Cockneys versus zombies.
Anything zombies is a good movie. I look at the zombie.
Fido.
Cujo?
Fido is an awesome zombie movie.
I don't think I've seen it. I don't know. There's a lot of movies that I've seen that I don't know the names of.
Zombie strippers, yes, Eldridge. I've seen zombie strippers. But Fido's a cute one because it's like in an alternate universe that stopped in the 50s. And they have a big zombie war, and then they learn how to put collars on zombies and make them like a butler and shit.
So they're abusing the zombies? That's not nice. Zombies' lives matter too, you know. They were people once. I really want zombies to be real. Like, really real.
They are. They're called Florida Man.
Florida Man. Well, there's not enough of them then. Make more.
And no, Mega Cropper, you're pretty well right. The first 2 seasons of The Walking Dead was the best.
Don't start shit talking on The Walking Dead. I'll hurt you. But I like Fear the Walking Dead a little bit better, actually.
Fear the Walking Dead pissed me off too much.
The first season with the mom, yeah, I wanted her to die, like, right away.
Well, the mother and the damn dad, they both annoyed the hell out of me. The daughter annoyed the hell out of me.
I like, what's the black dude's name? I forget his name already. I like him, and that Daniel guy, I like him too.
Fear got better when they brought Morgan over.
Yeah, but he was still being a little bitch. I don't want to kill him. Doing. But when he was having those flashbacks, that was sad.
I could not get into the other series.
World Beyond, yeah.
Yeah, I just could not get into World Beyond.
I mean, I watched it because I felt like I had to, but it wasn't that good.
And I'm really afraid of the Carol and Daryl show.
Oh, I just hope Carol doesn't suck. She's been sucking. And I hate Rosita. Need her to get chewed on immediately. Hated her so
I'm still waiting for this stupid ass Rick Grimes movie that
it's coming. It's coming.
Never appears.
It'll be there. They're starting to film down in Georgia. It's gonna happen. Relax. And I don't want Dog to die. I like Dog. So do you think they're going to bring like Judith over to the Carol and Daryl comedy hour?
No, I think it's just going to be Daryl and Carol, and maybe once in a while they'll mention somebody, but I don't think any of the rest are going to be any kind of a regular.
Maybe they should do a spin-off with Negan and Judith.
Now, see, I'd rather see the spin-off with Negan and Judith.
Did you see the little like side episodes they did? Like they were standalone episodes that gave you like the background story on.
Yeah, I liked the Negan one, except it didn't really follow the comic.
Well, no.
Very much, but it was still enjoyable.
So sad.
Because in the graphic novels, Negan just left her ass in a hospital.
Yeah.
And bailed on her.
In the graphic novels, they didn't kill off Blondie either. That pissed me off. Sorry. I had to put my 2 cents in there.
Well, hell yeah. They didn't kill off Andrea. They killed off... they killed Carol off fairly early.
Yeah. And she went off in the most bizarre, like, hypnotized... Zombies can be my friend sort of way, didn't she? As I dimly recall. I read like the first 100 issues of the comic, but I kind of lost out after that. But great comic. If anybody here hasn't read it and you're a fan of The Walking Dead, I highly encourage you to do so.
She made the little girl look at the flowers.
even some of the novels, like The Road to Woodbury, were pretty good for book-wise.
I enjoyed all of it. Well, not all of it. Most of it. What is that song?
Well,
Scary.
so far 6. We have been live streaming for 14 hours.
Still got season 7 of Fear to watch. Fear the Walking Dead. That, you know what? I was enjoying that for a while, but I kind of fell out of the whole Walking Dead thing. I really should get back into it. The
You really
first
should.
2 seasons were gold. Sorry, I was just reading through the chat here, and I think nobody would argue that the first 2. Did anybody see the first episode? There's the black and white version. That was
Yep, I remember the black and white version.
right. Yeah, I kind of like that. I get why they're doing it in color. Don't get me wrong, but there is something about monochromatic filmmaking that lends itself to horror, as well as many other things. Noir, war movies. Some are genius, shot in black and white. But going through the chats here, Walking Dead Telltale games are really great outside of the 3rd season. I played one of those, the Telltale
They were
game.
fun.
Yeah, they were fun. No matter what I did, I ended up getting bit, though. I think that was the whole thing. Like,
Yeah.
your guy had to die for the little girl to survive.
Yeah.
Kind of depressing.
Yeah,
Did any-
6. This is part 2-6. We restarted the stream 2.5 hours ago after 11.5 hours on the first one.
Good morning, 6. I don't think we've ever met.
Basically 6. This is what it boiled down to. I started this off as just a 12-hour stream, but then I made the comment that for every $10 that I got for a super chat, whatever, I would add an extra hour to the stream. Right now we are at, I have to do a 31-hour stream so far.
Crazy.
Dude, you don't have to do a 31-hour stream. I mean, don't get me wrong. If you got it in you and you're up for it, my hat's off to you. I wish I could say I'd be here by your side to see it through. There's no way I'm going to last. Besides, I got some fucking bad news last night, and I'll share with you good people in a second after we say good morning to
Hey,
Chris Knight. Holy cow.
Chris is back.
Good morning. He's doing sign language now. That sign for fuck off. I need my coffee. So fuck you twice.
Wait, yeah, well, I'll just
Fuck
do
you
the
on
easy
both
way.
ears.
Hello.
Buddy, I don't know if you know this, but your sound isn't really coming through.
Oh. Really? Oh.
Okay, that's a bit better.
How about
Chris,
How about
I hate
that?
to hit you cold with this, but Carol brought up a wonderful subject. We've been talking about our favorite horror films, going from all the way back to the 20s to today. Could you give us a couple of yours? Okay, I might get you
probably
shut down, Pete, but
Well, The Ring.
The Ring?
the-
Okay,
yeah, but
the
it's more-
Japanese one?
Well, either that or the American one doesn't matter. It's more of a suspense film. The Ring.
Right.
I like The Ring.
House on Haunted Hill, both the original. And
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's fun.
The,
the
are you
remake.
going all the way back to, wasn't that Vincent Price did the original? Right.
Mhm. I liked all the Vincent Price stuff. I love it because he was
Last Man on Earth.
The Edgar Allan Poe stuff he did.
Oh, sure. Didn't he do those with Peter Lorre? Peter Lorre was in a few of those. Christopher Lee, I think.
Yeah. Really, I wanted to come on here really quick though. Okay, so what? You only can stream for like 12 hours on one stream? Is that how you do it, Deej?
Yeah, that's how we did it.
Apparently, they shut you down if you go past 11 hours and 55 minutes.
Well, they don't shut you down. They start chopping off everything at the beginning of the stream.
Oh.
One solid stream will only be 12 hours long, so you got to kind of cut off before that and restart, so you keep the entire thing on YouTube.
Right.
Is that just because is that through StreamYard or YouTube?
That's YouTube.
Nice to know.
Eldritch Lord Hastur threw in that Ringu is the better. Now, isn't Ringu the Japanese one and the Ring the American one? Okay.
But I like the American one. Yeah. But I always said that it's more suspense, not horror.
So you're more of a suspense guy in general, if you don't mind me asking?
Yeah. It plays better.
So are you a Hitchcock fan?
Absolutely. I laugh at horror movies. I think they're more comedy than they are anything, because especially slasher films.
Yeah.
I like the first Saw.
Oh, Saw. Yeah, nobody mentioned Saw yet.
It's got that dude from Princess Bride in it.
7.
7. What's in the box? What's in the fucking box? I couldn't help myself. I know it's a bit early for that.
John Doe has the upper hand.
It's the McDonald's order. They didn't give you your fries. Sorry.
But I'm bummed.
Yeah. Again, not quite your quintessential horror movie, but it's, when you think of it, it's just so mind-bending and crazy. Lost Highway.
I've seen that one.
Lost Highway?
The Lost Highway. It's a trip.
Is that a recent film?
90s. I think it was the last one that. I think it was the last one that. What's his name? Richard Pryor. The last one Richard Pryor was in. It was his last film.
Get out!
He was. Really? He's only in it as a very small bit part. Guys, I'm gonna jump off of here, get in my car, ride to work. I'll be back though on that. Okay.
Okay, pal.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Cool. Yeah, he's a great cat, Chris. Boy, he's such the prolific YouTuber too. I always drop by his stream. I got to be honest, I'm not big into games, but if you are, he is definitely the guy to check out. Every week he has one or two, doesn't he, guys? He plays those games on the show. I've known him for a little while, but I don't know him, not at all. But I'm familiar with his work. I subscribe to his channel. He's such a friendly guy. Always like him. Captain Cockney number Spock says, ours just stopped broadcasting at precisely 11:54:59. StreamYard's told us nothing. So I don't know if that was directed to you, Deej. Lost Highway, there was one I saw with Fred Durst in it. No, interesting. Can't remember the title. Fred Durst. I can't think of it either, mate. I can't.
Oh, somebody unsubbed for me because I blocked him a while back because he runs with trolls. Oh.
Well, okay. If he unsubs, say his name.
Call him out.
No, I'm not going to give him that satisfaction.
Right, okay. I mean, if you're going to talk shit about anybody, you may as well talk shit about the guy that unsubbed from you. But that being said,
he put it up on Twitter. It's okay.
Son of a red shirt. 6S. Brother, if I had a nickel for I could buy the whole chat coffee for every time I was asked, am I just another red shirt son? No, I'm not. He's my pal. We just by fluke happen to pick red shirts in our names. Both Star Trek fans, I guess, old school.
54.5.
Access Radio. Pooh Bear forever. Pooh Bear. Pooh Bear. Pooh Bear. Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh or Premier G. Sorry, China. I didn't mean to insult you. Please don't shut Deej down. Ah, well, 6. I don't know. Do you ever go by Jedi Bills? I really don't do a lot of coming on and chatting on the thing. To be honest, I'm never invited. DJ and Jedi Bill have just been nice enough to have me on. Everybody else, I think they're afraid I'm going to overtake this stream just like I've done to poor Deej here. Just come in and start chatting about movies. You can't shut me up. Well, as we're talking, I'm frantically looking for my cigarettes. I need nicotine. Nicotine. Nice and
Christopher's back.
Yeah, you don't have to leave on my account, Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Certainly can there, Chris. Coming through loud and clear.
Cool. I just want to make sure. Yeah, you don't have to leave on my account. Or were you about ready to leave? Sounded like something like you might be leaving. But don't. You don't. I don't want you to leave. I don't actually get to. You jump in my chat sometimes, and I don't get to talk to you as much as probably we used to maybe like 2 or some odd years ago. I think I'd jump on a few more streams that you were on occasionally, but I don't know if our I don't know what your schedule's like.
Right. I'm not 100% sure. Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you.
Or Deej? Oh, sorry, man. I wasn't 100% sure.
No. Deej, I see him enough still. It's annoying.
Yeah, well, of course. I was just telling the guys about the cats, and I'm sure everybody well knows you. You're such a prolific YouTuber. You're always out there. I love your stuff. You put out those wonderful. They always look so. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. They always look just so well produced. Like, with every little thing, you've got it down. It's like, you're borderline professional, if you don't mind my saying, if that's not insulting in any way. Like, it all looks very slick and good. You do those games, I like to drop in and say a quick hi and leave a like. I've never been any good at those games, so I never asked to participate. And honestly, a lot of this is my fault. I'm not really technically savvy. I don't own a computer. I watch everybody off a 9-year-old Samsung tablet that just screams at me every time I've got, YouTube and Chrome working at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking to you on a dollar store headphone set because my good headphones got stolen. And StreamYards doesn't work with Bluetooth. So.
Well, I'm using Bluetooth.
Are you?
Yeah.
Right now? Really? Oh, wow. Yeah, I see it, brother. I'm you're lucky.
Hold on, I gotta run inside and get some stuff. But I'll be right back. Hold on.
I'll take an Egg McMuffin. He stopped off at Mickey D's.
Give me a hash brown.
Pick us up some hash browns. I go for an Egg McMuffin. There's a great hangover cure right there, the Egg McMuffin. Oh, Many a time that one helped me out. And it also helps out guys like J.J. Abrams with their yummy egg MacGuffins. How could he not make a movie without a MacGuffin? Without a yummy egg MacGuffin?
I don't know what a MacGuffin is.
A MacGuffin is the plot point of the story. It helps the story along. It doesn't actually matter what it is. Pulp Fiction is a great example. They're always going after that briefcase that's got the thing in it. When John Travolta opens it up and you see the gold reflected in it. Oh, Captain Trek, good morning, sir. How are you?
Captain
I
Trek
love
has
that.
finally arrived.
Deej, you might want to
What?
check you might want to bigify me.
A what?
Increase this.
Increase the noise, increase the sound.
Can you tell what that is?
Well, it looks like you're pissing on YouTube.
Bingo!
Yeah, I might be tired as hell right now, but I still caught it.
Yeah. Today you'll win the Avatar Award, buddy. Well done. That's lovely. Who did that for you? Did you do that yourself?
Well, that one I took the image off Odyssey, but of course the Captain Trek thing is Yitza.
Right. Yeah. Yitza's that guy's a trooper. He's done how many people's icons? They always look so lovely. But I think yours is the design of yours. That's a great logo. I love the starburst pattern with the star that's kind of vaguely reminiscent of the Star Trek Delta in there, the Delta insignia, but it's not. It's cool. It's your own.
I don't know. I think Yitza captured my package just about right.
Look at that.
That's either a diaper.
That's not a diaper.
Yes.
That's not a full diaper.
Well, that's not
And
full, though.
Yes, 54. I am at 699.
Yeah, that's on the cusp of 700. Don't want to make too much noise of it because, YouTube will come along later and chop you 50 subs just out of spite. Nope, you're getting too successful. Whack.
Well, I gained 15 in the last week and lost 12, I think. So I'm still got a net gain, but just annoying.
Right.
That's all that matters. It's all that matters as long as it's a net game.
Yeah. You're fighting the good fight, Captain Trek, I was, who the hell was I talking to? You are hands down the most consistent. You're like the anchor in the community here on YouTube. Every day I don't know how you got a stamina like a bull. You go out there every day and put yourself out there. It blows me away. It does. It really does.
That's all.
Absolutely. Tell him that stuff. He needs to hear that because he needs to understand.
Shut up,
he
Chris.
isn't what he. Look yourself, Mr. Trek.
Mr.
Really, honestly, you guys were just talking about the best MacGuffin, without a doubt, is that briefcase in Pulp Fiction. If you've never seen it, it's on YouTube. It's fucking hilarious. Quentin Tarantino actually once told us what was in it.
No?
Yeah, he did. And go watch it. Look up Quentin Tarantino tells what's in the briefcase in Pulp Fiction. I think that if you put that in, you'll get it. But what's funny is basically at the end of that interview, he says, "Okay, I'll tell you what it is," and then it starts to flicker. The film starts to flicker, and then it disintegrates like the old film, 35 millimeter film used to be. That's where he tells you. But I think the reason why that is, and I mean honestly, like he has said in multiple interviews, that is the whole reason for MacGuffin. It literally does not matter. It can be whatever you want it to be. They put very soft, simple, very soft glow light bulbs in it. It gave that gold reflective look.
Yeah.
And I think it's one of the best MacGuffins ever. Another good one in Falling Down
Mm-hmm.
is literally the premise of going home.
Right.
Throughout the whole movie, he's just heading home. He wants to go back to his wife and his daughter to see them again. When really, that's not, it is the point, but it's not really the point.
Right.
He never fully makes it there. It was just the central point that you think that character or that group of people is going for. And ultimately, their success or failure in doing so makes no difference. It's just the reason why the movie goes from point A to point B. And
Mm-hmm.
and really, what's funny is more often than not, if your MacGuffin never gets achieved, or if it never actually fully matters, if a director puts their time and effort into actually developing the MacGuffin, then the movie probably is not going to be that good. If a director literally just says this Coke bottle is the MacGuffin and then moves up forward with the rest of the whole film, normally then it's a very good film because the focus shouldn't be on the MacGuffin. It just needs to be there, it needs to be stated, and then go.
Well, yes, I do agree with you in that the MacGuffin doesn't necessarily have to consume. And sometimes, Treasure of the Sierra Madre, theoretically, there is no MacGuffin. They're going for gold. We see it. It's gold dust. It's mixed in with sand. It's got to be processed, but they're there. That's what they're there for. As opposed to, say, the gods must be crazy. I bring that because you said Coke bottle. And that's what the MacGuffin was, a Coke bottle, and that's what drove the whole plot of the movie. Have you seen The Gods Must Be Crazy?
My mother loved that film, and when I was a kid, we watched it and stuff like that, and I never probably really understood it. But when I got older, I love that movie. That is a great example of it, though. That's my point. Is that Treasure of the Sierra Madre? Yes, the MacGuffin is gold, and yes, it is a very integral part of it. But I don't think they really developed it because it doesn't need to be developed. It's just built into the film. That's my point.
Yeah. Like sometimes the MacGuffin can be right in front of your face. It doesn't matter. But as the idea that that's the central point, that's the thing that drives the movie. This is why they're out there. You know, the reason. The briefcase in Pulp Fiction. Getting the briefcase, getting it back. It wasn't everybody's central story. It wasn't Bruce Willis's or...
But Bruce Willis was tied to the person who wanted that briefcase back.
Right. That was the degree of separation.
Exactly.
But,
But like in Treasure of the Sierra Madre, the gold, it didn't have to be developed. It was just built into the whole thing.
Exactly.
So, exactly. If you spend little to no time on your MacGuffin, you just make it very apparent that's what it is. It's I think a film that literally needs the MacGuffin. It is absolutely if I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but when you develop that MacGuffin so much that it's more of a character, that briefcase, just putting it in the shot, just putting it there, just them holding it is all you need. They don't have to. They don't even mention it. It's just every once in a while they open it up and you're reminded that's what this is all about. They don't have to. It goes without saying. There's the best way to put it. It goes without saying it's MacGuffin. You know it's the MacGuffin.
Yeah. My favorite part in Pulp Fiction regarding the MacGuffin is near the end with Samuel L. Jackson and the limey actor that was the Abomination in the Hulk movie. Good guy. The guy in Pulp Fiction who was the cop. Help me out here, chat. My brain's turning to mush. But at any rate, that part where he wants the case from Julius, he's got the gun on him, and he's like, "What's in the briefcase?" And he opens it up, and he looks at it, and the gold color hits him in the face. He's like, "Is that what I think it is?" He goes, "Uh-huh." And he's, "But you can't have it, you know." And then he lays in. Some movies, the MacGuffin doesn't have to exist. Going back to another old movie, The Seventh Samurai, or The Magnificent Seven. The objective is stated clearly. We're going to protect this village, and we need to get some guys together. we get to the village, we see the village. I mean, sometimes the MacGuffin's necessary, sometimes it's not. That might be a fun question for the chat. Everybody who's still listening, if you care to participate, why don't you tell me what some of your favorite MacGuffins in film are? I've fallen behind on the chat, too. There's been some wonderful chatter in here. I can only go back so far. Here we are. Sorry, boys. Captain Trek, I know you're a fan of film. Do you have, is there a MacGuffin type device, a plot device you found particularly clever or even particularly annoying?
I've not had enough coffee for this.
Say one of the most annoying MacGuffins for me is Luke Skywalker in Episode 7.
Okay. Yeah, as a MacGuffin, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
He is the MacGuffin because that's what they're all going for. I mean,
right.
Everybody Skywalker, and it's so annoying that you spend the whole movie and at the end you just don't. It's like, well, that's kind of anticlimactic.
Uh-huh.
I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Captain.
No, you didn't. Oh my God, that was no. That's the only one over them I saw, and yeah, no, thank you.
What are you talking about? The sequel trilogy is, without a doubt, absolutely the best sequel trilogy to anything ever. Without a doubt, I don't know what your problem
is. Chris, I don't know what time it is where you are, but please don't.
Currently 6:14 a.m.
It's 7:14 a.m. for me, and it's too early to talk about those fucking nightmare movies. No offense, don't get me wrong. To this day, I haven't seen Star Wars Episode 9. The first 6 movies I all caught in the theater on the first day. But the last 3 I gave up with the Rian Johnson one. When I saw that, I was like, no. I don't want to see the last one.
Bird.
Hello world, it's Birdo 5.
Good morning, Bird. How are you, sir?
A red shirt. You've been feeling it all night. Every time I woke up, you've been in firm control of the stream and the chat, talking about movies we liked, movies we didn't like.
Well, thank you, brother. I mean, DJ's definitely the captain on this ship here, but I was very happy to participate. Get me talking about movies. I can't shut up. I'm a bit
Captain
of a movie
Chaos, maybe.
I think that I can say one nice thing about Episode 9.
Mm-hmm.
Of all of those movies, it looks the most like a Star Wars film.
Yeah.
It had some really, at times, very great cinematography, I think, and it looked very much like a Star Wars film. But it is so against itself. It works so much against itself that it works for itself almost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think it's. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I'm really not qualified to talk about that movie. I do understand that there are people that think it's quite good. And again, I don't want to shit on anybody's tastes, things. If you're a young kid and you didn't grow up with the original trilogy or even the prequel trilogy, I can understand how the flashing lights and the visual effects and stuff would bring you in. To me, the story was never there. Like they just, to be honest, I'm more mad at J.J. Abrams than anyone. The waste of, what's the first of the 3 movies on the tip of my tongue? The Return of the Empire. Fuck me, I don't know. Yeah, geez, you know what I'm talking about. The first sequel, the one J.J. Abrams did. That was just an absolute ripoff of Star Wars, but they didn't give us the one shot I think we all wanted. You know what? I'm not going to say anymore. We've all talked this movie to death. I don't want to bring anybody down. It depresses me to even think about it. But I don't want anybody to feel they can't say they liked it or enjoyed it just because it pissed me off. Please, if you liked it, I'd like to hear from you. I'd like to hear what you liked about the movie. I got a feeling I'm not going to see a lot of action in the chats on that, though.
No, you will on
I've never seen Star Wars. I know. I'm sorry.
Well, you are somebody that needs to be on my watch party for the original trilogy as it originally was released.
Yeah, I need somebody to sit down and watch it with me and explain shit. Nobody
Well,
will
we
do
can.
it.
What we'll do is I'll be doing a watch party on the original trilogy and in the original format that it came out in.
Theatrical release. The original theatrical release.
Yes.
Good.
Get out. You got a copy of the original theatrical release?
Yeah, I got all three.
Oh, wow. Boy, Chris, I hope you post up advertisements for that because I'll definitely be in the chat room for that one, buddy.
The first live stream I did, episode 77 or episode, or well, not it wasn't even episode 4. It was Star Wars. Star Wars, the 77 cut. So, but how about this one? Best sequel that is not The Empire Strikes Back.
Well, that's a tough one. That's a great question, though. Guys in the chat, I hope you heard that one. Chris had a great idea. What's your favorite sequel?
Go ahead, Bird.
Star Trek 4.
Star Trek 4? The Voyage Home.
The Voyage Home. In fact, it's the best movie ever made.
Oh. Yeah, I'm a hardcore Star Trek fan, and I got to admit that surprises me. What about Star Trek 4 does it for you, brother? Well, why would you say that?
We've already touched those things before. I'm curious as to what Chris had to say.
Well, I was going to say I love Star Trek 4. It is a good one. But I still say Wrath of Khan is better than it. I think Wrath of Khan does everything. Put it this way: Wrath of Khan is more of a sequel to a episode, and by doing so, they recognize one of the most important things, that if we want this this product to move forward and get to new things, what we have to do is we have to use something that the old fans love, which was Khan, and that.
The question though is, what's the best sequel? And I just don't see 2 as a sequel.
But it is.
It's just because they put 2 at the end, it doesn't continue any story.
Yes, it does.
One ends.
The story of the Enterprise crew. It's a
Episodes 2, 3, and 4 are a trilogy.
Well, they are,
that's one. Okay, this will have philosophical differences.
Well, yeah, it is.
Well, I agree with you on that one.
But the thing is again,
I mean, Empire is a true sequel.
Right.
It is a continuation of episode 4, and I mean, if we're going to say, okay, Star Wars 77 was the first movie, so then, okay, I guess episode 5 can be a sequel without.
Yeah.
I mean, it was never intended to be written as the 4th episode, so I guess it's a different.
I don't want to be disrespectful to your choice there, brother, but I would say that I wouldn't take it so literally. I respect where you're going, and I understand it, like how 4 is truly a sequel to 3. They're coming back home. They're coming home in disgrace. They run into the probe. They got to save Earth. Blah blah blah. We all know the story. It is a great sequel. But I think especially for the folks in chat, like if you liked if you like your James Bond movies and you want Russia with Love, it's not really a direct sequel, but it is a sequel. You know what I'm saying? So just to broaden it out for folks. But I dig your choice. Star Trek 4 is,
because I just came up with that on the cuff because I had absolutely no ledge to stand on. I was like, well, just say that 2 isn't really a sequel.
It's a sequel. If we're talking
Just because they labeled it a sequel doesn't mean
it's a sequel to Space Seed.
Yeah, and you know what? Tim Christ agrees with you, Captain. I was just looking here in some of the chats, and yeah, he wrote in Space Seed. That's
I'm not even looking at the chat.
Well, Eldrick Lord Haster agrees with me, so I win.
Yeah, well,
second egg.
Yeah, but he's no longer dry. He's now an Eldritch Lord, and I don't know if I want to fuck with an Eldritch Lord. I don't think I got that kind of juice.
We're not talking about the motion picture. We're talking about Space Seed.
Right.
Star Trek is a direct continuation of Space Seed.
Yeah.
Therefore, it is a sequel of an episode.
Right. And then the question was, what's your favorite movie sequel? That absolutely qualifies because it is truly a movie. Space Seed doesn't matter what the first one was. Could have been a fucking book, but you're right. Space Seed was the originator. Without Space Seed, we never would have had Wrath of Khan. So, yeah. That's, a completely legitimate argument. Just looking through. Sorry, mate?
I'm sorry. I was curious what Deej was sorry about. Now that my eyes are open.
Oh, I guess his mic quit again. I don't know.
Yeah, he's been having headset problems. He's got a new headset and it's having trouble charging.
How about this?
Yeah, it just takes. I ran the damn headset for 12 straight hours before it finally started beeping on me. So now it's like taking its own sweet time to charge back up.
Fuck.
Yeah. On new equipment.
Using this time to learn sign
So
language.
I'm trying to listen to you guys through the monitor speakers, but I'm trying not to cause the back feeds and everything else. So I just talk every once in a while and mute myself.
Right. And why are you confused, Eldridge Lord Haster? Hey, Night Breeze, what's up?
Hey, Night Breeze, how you doing? Just reading through the chats here, there's a couple of funny ones. Mega Cropper, and I think this one's directed at you, Captain Trek. He says, just think how big the morning brew would be if Captain Trek allowed drinking. With a bunch of AM drunks. that would you get a crowd, I'm sure. Probably not the crowd you want, brother, but you'd get a crowd.
Rub it in, Night Breeze, rub it in.
Dave G. Sound, good morning, buddy. Good to see you. Shifty Gizm's back. How you doing, pal? Star Wars: The Rise of the MacGuffin. Looking through. How many hours for Deej? Deej is going on for... How long have you been going on, Deej? This is the second stream. He can only do 11 hours and 55 minutes per stream, so...
So far, we've been streaming for 14 and a half hours.
Cool.
Yeah. Marathon man, absolutely. Shifty Gizm says Aliens. I think that's a great answer. That's a totally legitimate sequel. That feeds right into the previous story. Tim Christ says The Force Awakens. J.J. rips off the original movie, The Rise of Skywalker, rips off a story in the expanded universe, and not a good one. The Dark Empire comic, most controversial EU story. I haven't read the Dark Empire comic. Rush Hour 2. Star Trek 4 is an epic movie. Star Trek 2 is my favorite. See, Star Trek 4 was a 3. The Dark Knight, yeah, that's a legitimate sequel. Woo! Mission Impossible Fallout is really freaking good. Oh, good for you. Nobody's mentioned one of the Mission Impossible movies tonight. They've been a legitimate. Sorry, sweetie?
I don't like Tom Cruise.
Well, I'm sure you do.
No,
and fun fact, both Captain Trek and I look like a younger Tom Cruise. It's
you
true.
look like him, but he's just a terrible human.
Correct.
Yeah. If you ever need a couch jumped on.
Oh, God. That was
do it myself. Or had that
Exactly.
midget man do it. With his crooked nose teeth line up.
Tom Cruise. Ooh, my favorite movie, Fallout, Mission Impossible. I caught up with the chats. Mission Impossible hit a few hits. Star Trek was the big winner, I think, here for people loving the sequels, and I don't blame you. I'm a little surprised we didn't get a bit more James Bond in there, or something a little more esoteric. Zatoichi franchise, I'm a huge fan of that. I don't know how any big fans of Japanese samurai cinema out here, but yeah, interesting question. Well done, guys. I'm gonna hit Mike stop for a second because I left my cigarettes out in my desk, so I gotta go get them because I am Nick fitting like crazy. Forgive me. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
We're gonna time you.
Okay, well, you're as tall as Tom Cruise. That's cool.
Eldrick Lord Haster says he's as tall as Tom Cruise, so that means that Wheezy is a shrimp.
Midget?
That's not a shrimp, for fuck's sake. Good God. Now, I know a woman who's 5 foot tall, barely 5 foot tall. She's short. 5'9" is not that damn short.
It is when you're 6 foot.
But you could kiss a woman easily if she were 5'9". Yes or no?
I could use the top of their head as a coffee table too, but
I'm 5'7" and my husband was 6'7".
see, you know what I mean then.
I know.
Can you hear
I'm
me?
a shrimp.
Yes,
I'm a
we can
shrimp
hear you,
compared
Chris.
to anybody else that's taller than 6 foot. So
I was going to try to defend my position here on Star Trek 2 because I'm at work now, so I had to do something really quick. My position on it as a sequel is very simple, that they do directly hit off of the motion picture. He's still an admiral. He's still doing the training cruises, and that's how Star Trek 2 starts, and it's very much a sequel. But what I was going to say is why I like it, why I even like the motion picture, is there's enough stuff for new people that you didn't have to watch the original series, because they kind of feed it to you in a way that's understandable. But there's still enough stuff there that is a nod to the original series that fans of the original series enjoyed it in their own right. And the Star Trek movie series, especially the original one, and even for that matter, the Next Generation ones, were very keen to understand that in order to get new fans, you had to make a movie that was a movie that original fans or the new fans can watch without having to know everything about the original premise of it. But at the same time, the people who are original fans of the Next Generation or the original series, they can watch it and they get their own pleasure out of it because there's things in there for them. It's also like how Harry Potter did their movies. There are some things in there that unless you have read the books, you won't even get. But you don't have to have read the books to get the movies. and I think that's that's a mark of a really great movie in any sense.
I like Harry Potter.
Everybody likes Harry Potter.
I
I do.
Listen, I got some
Not
stuff.
really.
Hold on. Sorry.
What were you going to say, Bird?
I was just saying I don't particularly like Harry Potter. That's fine.
Oh, no.
I don't mind people talking about it. I listen. But
I'll tell you the truth, I've never seen one.
Wow.
I'm a bit of an outlier.
All right. I have to run and go do a few things here at work first, but as soon as I kind of settle down, Captain, are you going live and doing it from here, or how are you doing your show this morning?
I'm not doing anything this morning. I'm just here on this stream.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll come back here and grace you all with my awesome presence yet again.
Yes, we'll be cursed with your presence again.
Or I can invite this guy.
Oh, Lord. No, let's not.
I wouldn't buy a car from that guy.
Oh, hey, there's 7 people here now.
Yep.
Somebody must
Mother
have
of Christ. Sorry.
Somebody
Tim.
must have donated to Dogecoin. Not Dogecoin, Dogecoin.
You got the wrong finger up there, Deej.
Is Deej an EFT now?
We could make him one.
Nice. I
I'm
have a
trying to
copy of
hold the
Deej on my
microphone and I'm
phone.
trying to flip things.
I thought you were
I
trying to
own you
flip
now,
people off.
Deej.
What was that, Bird?
I own you now.
I own you now?
Yeah, you're an EFT. I own you.
Uh-oh.
My $20.
Apparently, Bird bought the wrong cryptocurrency because it's impacting his system.
Oh, you guys are hearing that too? I thought that was me for a second.
Yeah, it's Bird. He's like really staticky right now.
Yeah. Little staticky, Bird. Give your computer a good whack. No, don't listen to me. I know nothing about computers.
That's
better? Just how I normally... Oh, yeah, much better. What, were you had a loose mic or something?
I had to change my mic.
Ah. Okay, well, good on you for having that technology and being prepared to. I've got my dollar store microphone, and that's it. This thing cacks. I'm doing sign language. Star Trek combo. Just flipping through some of the chats here. Oh, we got some chatty, friendly people here tonight. That's great. Terrible human wish.
Oh, goody, another Black Control time. Yay.
Martin Devon, 6'3", you dwarf. Martin Devon, 6'3", you freak. Go join the circus. No, I'm teasing you, buddy. Only having fun. Hobbit one. It's a dwarf and not a hobbit. The uniforms ruined the motion picture. Yeah, I agree. That's the one thing that was one thing that was a bit of a letdown to me.
Oh, come on.
But,
I kind of like the pajama uniforms. They kind of grew on me.
Did they? Really?
A little bit.
Are you being serious?
A little bit. Actually, yeah, kind of.
I've seen the movie so many...
I like
Sorry,
the
mate?
Admiral's uniform. I like Kirk's uniform before he went
Yeah,
to
Kirk's uniform is the best out of them all. His proper military dress uniform is hands down. But that short sleeve shirt thing, where you just saw how Shatner had gorilla arms.
You don't like his gorilla hair?
Yeah.
I thought that made it.
Yeah. That's funny, you know. By the time TMP came, he had not only had more head hair than he did in the 60s, he had more body hair, too.
Yeah.
Shatner's apparently a hairy cat. No doubt. No criticism, just, wow. That was a bit of a surprise.
So Deej, you know how you can fix your, your arm your arm cramps from holding that microphone. You might want to get one of these. You know.
Oh, yeah, they're great. I threw out like 3 of them on a job, and boy, do I regret that.
$10. I got one on my microphone.
Okay, I have that, Tim. The problem is right now with the headphones being down and needing charged, and I'm trying not to wake up the roommates, so I have everything turned down really low.
Oh, I understand.
And half the people I can't hear because it's really low, and then some are really loud. So I'm trying to do a balancing act of everything.
Oh, I get you. I'm just trying to save your arm, man. I'm trying to help out a brother. Hey,
I've got one of those arm things to hang the mic on. I got a boom.
By the way, new wall scroll. Where my hand is. There, right there. New wall scroll.
Good morning, Carlo Albanese.
And
How are you,
Carlo,
pal?
that's hail on Kuroga.
That's correct. Hail on the Kuroga.
Hail around Kuroga. Hail in it.
Sorry, I didn't make it all the way down the chats, but you're right. He did say hail Kuroga.
Hail on Kuroga.
And Eldritch
Death
Trust
to
Lord.
Kuroga. Death to Turdistan.
Eldritch Lord Haster.
What's up?
How are you, brother? I'm just admiring Tim Price's what he's got going on. That's great. Look at his screen. Boy, look at all the action on that. That's impressive.
All right. It's my favorite ship, the Excelsior. Not when it's burning up though, like in the big screen, but you know.
The Excelsior is yours, not the Enterprise B variant?
I hate the Enterprise B variant.
Oh, come on. Why would you hate that?
The excessive impulse drives on the saucer, the giant whale lips under the secondary hull completely removes the smooth, sleek look of the Excelsior class. Don't like that one.
That's the
Excelsior.
Enterprise's boobies, baby. That's the muscle. That's the jaw sticking out, saying, "I dare you, come over here, pal. Try knocking this battery off my shoulder."
No thanks.
It's not going to happen.
I just prefer the original. You know, I didn't think there was any necessity to change it.
Oh, definitely.
No, I get it. I respect it. It's a classic design, no doubt. And Bird of Prey 5, loving your logos too. I don't know what the hell that's going on there, but man, it looks like we're in a Mission Impossible movie. Oh, okay, right.
God, Mission Impossible.
Like
you were
he's
talking
playing,
about that earlier. I haven't seen a Mission Impossible movie since like maybe I think the second or third one. I can't remember now.
We're playing
Okay,
Bird.
guess what, folks?
Shipcorn. Yeah, you're right.
All right, folks. We've got a good panel going on here, so I'm going to take advantage of it and take my first little break.
Cool.
No.
So we know where people are going.
Straight to hell.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. Straight to hell.
Cool.
I'm going to take advantage of it. If anything gets out of line, Bird knows how to get a hold of me. But I'm going to put the camera right over so everybody can watch me while I take a short little nap.
No. Well, you deserve it, pal.
He's gonna change into another outfit. Just watch.
I am not, because I have to leave the camera on while I do this, Tim. I can't shut this off.
Come on, if LDG can change his clothes in front of his camera, I think you can too. Mind you, do that in the backstage. That
Although that being said, watch where you place the camera there, Deej. We all like you, but we don't need to see your nighttime priapisms feeding the chat. Keep it up to your above the waist.
Now,
just in case.
And I do also press upon this.
Yes.
Even if you don't like one another, people need to get along for at least a short time.
Correct.
If it means that you just ignore each other and don't say anything, do that. But I don't want any fights.
Nope.
I love you, Deej.
This is neutral ground right now.
Correct.
Who doesn't like it?
I'm just putting it out there. I'm not going to name names or anything else. I just want.
He's too polite to say Carol's Cookies is looking to start a fight with everybody tonight, but yeah.
Wow.
LDG.
I'm gonna mess you all up.
LDG's showing up here, so you know it'll be a peaceful event.
I want nothing but, like Ringo Starr would say, peace and love, peace and love.
Did you add the person as co-host?
I love you, Eldritch Lord Haster.
And plus, this little break will finally give my damn headphones a chance to charge up, so I can actually do this right.
Yeah, sure.
Hello.
Yeah.
I love you, Captain.
LDG.
I love you.
Oh, what's going on? Did you add someone as co-host so they can bring people in or out?
I won't be gone that long. We won't need a co-host. There's plenty of people up here right
Because
now.
my battery is about to die. God damn it! You're gonna make me run here.
Oh, good. We don't have to put up with that long. That's good.
You always have to put up with me.
Hey! I said behave.
All right. Yeah. No, you do need that. You do need that as co-host. I would strongly suggest Bird.
I don't know how to do that. Adding thing crap.
Oh, it's easy. It really is easy.
Let me
And
see.
that is why it's hard.
No, you just go to members, and then you just put the person's email address in there.
Correct.
I canceled that thing back out, so it's not letting me do shit unless I upgrade again, and I'm not going to pay again.
Upgrade again.
You won't have to upgrade.
Dean is just afraid that if he messes with it, this will happen.
Yeah.
Seriously, it's not giving me that option unless I hit the upgrade button again.
No, you just go to frickin'. You gotta go to your home page. Open up a second tab. Go to your home page.
All right. Look. I'm going to show you on the stream, but it does not give me that option.
Okay.
All right, you do that.
Okay, here we are. We are in the account settings.
Okay. Click members.
Account settings, nothing.
All right, so now click
now click
other side of the top left-hand corner.
On the other side of the screen.
Members right there. Members right there. There's members.
Members, new.
Right there, new. There you go. Invite member.
Invite member, and then you put
and
my
then
email
contact
address.
at ldgpixels.com.
No, you put in my name at gmail.com.
Like I said, contact
put whoever's email that you want.
Actually,
it's fuck would you want LDG?
Don't be doctoring anybody's email though.
I was voting for Bird.
Bird's already co-host for another show.
Bird would be perfect.
Just had a question. How is this different than people tapping on the StreamYard.com link at the top of the chats?
Oh, this is for Deej. To give somebody that's on the panel the ability to let them in to that link while he's taking a siesta.
Who are you picking, Deej? You can only have one.
And Chris Knight's back.
I'm talking to Deej, so
no, don't give it to Chris Knight. Oh wait, that's not what he said.
Well, he won't be here long, so yeah, don't give it to Chris Knight. He's working. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean, but if you were going to be here, yeah.
Who's all staticky?
Incredible feedback.
I think that's Haster, yeah.
You want to pick somebody who's actually going to be here all day, so you can always change it later.
I just won't take a nap.
Okay.
I'm not going to sit there and try to pick one person over another person.
No,
and then
again,
have pissed at me.
you're thinking
That's
too
what'll
much
happen.
into it.
No,
That's exactly
Pick somebody
what'll
for
happen.
today, and you can change it later. It's fine.
Yep.
No, if I pick one person over another, then everybody's going to think that I'm taking sides, and I'm not taking no damn sides.
Will, but not
This
me.
is the damn neutral zone.
Deej, I think you're taking sides by not taking sides.
Exactly.
No, I'm not taking sides.
Sides.
Dude, you do have one option here that's kind of obvious. Give it to Carol. She's the only girl on the panel. Who's going to argue it?
And Mega Crop, there's no cheese.
There is a good valid point.
You know, if there's an end of the world situation, you know, I'm glad I'm going to be on my own. You want to give it to the person who's going to be here all day, or be here.
Who says I'm not going to be here all day?
And who said I'm going to be gone all day? I was looking at a 90-minute nap.
Carol's cookies. Yeah, Carol's cookies. I vote for her. She's a woman on the stream. Use her.
Yeah, I don't think any of us would argue with that.
Oh, no, go ahead. I don't care who's picked. I'll just make fun of whoever it is.
You'd be surprised.
This is kind of cool. We're watching two different video games at the same time.
You see, I was wondering if all of us could do like a different video game. That'd be kind of funny. Deej Corner becomes Arcade Town.
All right, hold up, Deej. You want to plug it in now? That means I'm going to be stuck on the laptop for 90 minutes. That's fine. That's enough time for me to have a coffee. 2, 3, 4. Charge. And look at that. Perfect timing, right when the damn thing almost locked me off. All right, you're good, Bo.
Testosterone.
Indeed, you could have been asleep by now had you just gone when you wanted.
Yep. He doesn't go to sleep. He's going to lay down for about 30 minutes before he even passes out.
Spell that.
Yeah, like the chat's saying, I can't hear much because the humming noise.
And you're going to be on camera. You need to point the camera to your bed.
There it is.
Oh, I actually spelled it right. That's funny.
All right, everybody mute right now. That's not muted, and we're gonna go one at a time and figure out who it is.
I'm pretty sure it's Haster because I saw his bubble going when I had the screen full screen. But
my bubble goes, but there's no camera.
Yeah, it
the
looks
squeaking
like
is
Casper.
LDG.
Yeah, that's the birds.
Yeah, but birds have been muted the whole time.
No, you're saying the birds, as in LDG's fan that's making the squeaking noises. Yeah, he needs to get some oil in that thing. The static, background static.
Yeah,
that was
it sounds
Haster.
like a squeaky hamster wheel.
LDG
You're right.
is the squeaky hamster wheel, but I don't know who yet was the loud humming squeal sound.
That was Haster. I can tell you that. No.
No, that's me. I hear it when I'm even muted, so
Must be son of a red shirt.
Let me try muting. Tell me if it goes away. Are you guys?
Yep.
Oh, it is red shirt. Holy shit.
Yep. And good morning, Jedi Bill. How are you this morning?
Jedi Bill's back.
So was it me? Because I heard somebody say me.
No, it wasn't you, Bird. Bird.
Okay.
We were talking about the birds and LDG's fan, not you, Bird.
Very confusing.
I do hear bird. Just bird of prey. I mean, birds.
Blah.
We got that bird. I better watch it or I'll get him a copyright strike.
You've got what? 6?
Hello, 6. Goodbye, 6.
Have a great day.
Misophonia.
Alexa, what is misophania?
Misophonia.
Alexa, stop.
All right. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Lovely Saturday.
Raining.
What is it, Bird?
I had to go to Google. She didn't know. Misophania is a condition in which individuals experience intense anger and disgust when they are confronted with sounds made by other human beings. In particular, sounds like
Darren.
chewing, lip smacking, or breathing may cause intense anger and physical arousal. Oh my.
So it's anger SMR.
So
Basically.
now I have a name for what happens when certain people do things. Okay, cool.
Geez, Ryan's you in bed yet?
Go to sleep, Deej.
Who's fucking?
Yeah.
Who's fucking? The hell is that?
Get your nap on, buddy.
Say what?
We figured that out.
Sounds like someone's speaker's feedbacking.
There we go again.
Well, when you rule out the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Therefore, two people must have feedback going on.
Yep. Really? Go away.
Oh,
Yes,
and to answer
really.
your question, for people who think that for someone who says, canon's made by the author, yes, it's a sequel just because they put the 2 at the end of it. Sorry. I agree with your point, but if you're going to sit here and say they have full power, then they made it a sequel simply by putting the 2 at the end of it.
Well,
what if the sequel's written by a different author?
It matters the IP holder. Isn't that what you believe?
You don't know what I believe.
Isn't that what you stated before that you believe?
No, it's what Anti-Tracker
What about
stated.
this new Matrix movie?
Exactly.
Matrix 4?
Yeah.
What about it?
I gotta say, I think something like that you got to be a little flexible on in this day and age. It's a different world than what we lived in 30 years ago, or whatever.
Yep.
So many different
Yeah.
sequels, so many IPs being rehashed and retaken over, and so many reboots and so much this, that.
Well, that's the problem. It's the same
Correct.
world. It's just people are doing different shit.
Right.
Same exact place.
Game-
Even
No
a
different than
bigger
it was
stretch.
30 years ago.
So under your logic, even Die Hard is not to each other.
I'm sorry, even Die Hard isn't. Pardon?
Sorry, Lord,
Sequel.
you're cutting out, man. I'm having
Even
a hard time
the
hearing your
movies
statement.
aren't sequels.
No, the Die Hard movies are sequels.
The Die Hard's are sequels.
Are they even referencing?
Well, we know they're sequels, but according to his law, not sequels because they don't have a 2 at the end of them.
No, no.
Okay, yeah. I get what you're saying. No, they're exactly because what's a sequel or a different chapter? Is a chapter a sequel, or is chapter just a different story?
A chapter's a chapter of a book. A sequel is
Yeah.
a different book.
You
or
can have
movie.
chapter of a book, but chapter also means just another story.
Yeah.
It doesn't have
But
to have a
something like
Yeah,
Star
chapter
Wars,
doesn't
for
have to be a book.
example, no. Star Wars is a linear story that got told out of order.
A lot of people wish the sequel trilogy wasn't a sequel. Unfortunately, it is.
Oh, sure.
The trilogy is going to be awesome.
I like it. I do.
Hey, I got to be honest. I know it's a little childish to say this. I admit it, but to me, I erase the sequel trilogy from my mind. It doesn't exist. I know it exists. Yes,
That's
I
fine.
do. But in my head, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, canon
That's
stops
it.
at you. Absolutely correct.
Yeah.
That's what I believe. Good call.
I got no issues with that either. And I know they're there. I own all 3 movies begrudgingly because why? They're Star
Gage,
Wars
get some
movies,
sleep,
and
buddy.
I want my collection, but
I'll stick.
Canon is what you make it.
I think I've watched each one.
I'll stick with the where I want to make canon out of the EU books compared to the sequelogy.
A lot of people believe that too. A lot of people like the EU.
I got no problem with that myself, except I don't know anything of the books. Pardon?
That whole the whole Thrawn trilogy. Oh,
That was one of the best book series I ever read. I really love that one. I just never got any of the other EU books, you know.
yeah, Timothy Zahn's a great author. Well, shit, he still is.
I just want to take a quick second to say good morning to Bone and welcome back, Geek Hero Bubba. Good to see you here. I was wondering where you got to. Red Cranium 696 as well. How you doing, Ray? It's been a bloody minute since I seen you, pal. I hope all is well.
Okay, I don't think there was CCTV. Was there CCTV footage when they did Die Hard? Like
there was a little bit of CCTV
we have it today.
Why?
But it wasn't like prominent like it is today.
Oh, maybe not.
Because we got CCTV footage at like every building everywhere now. It's absolutely ridiculous. I think I saw a camera in a mall going towards the bathrooms just to make sure they can actually cover that exit door. That emergency exit door.
Well, we got worldwide CCTV. It's called your cell phones. But yeah.
What bothers me more than CCTV is facial recognition technology and how quickly it's progressing. You know,
The start of that
bad
was
enough they can.
actually probably called I don't know, Tony Hawk's Underground.
Well, it's not facial recognition more than it's image recognition, and yeah, it could be a very awesome tool if used correctly.
Well, that's how it became facial recognition. But that's how it kind of got its start. Tony Hawk's Underground. They would, I think it was the PlayStation. It was basically a camera for the PlayStation 2, and you could literally take your picture with the iToy, and you could put it on your skater and make your own face on your customizable skater for Tony Hawk. I forget which one it was. I can't remember if it was 1 or 2, but it was the Underground series. In my head, I just can't remember exactly which one it was.
Yeah, Windows 11 is coming with full-fledged AI recognition.
NBA did it first. Like NBA Jam, where you actually play like where you could play Bill Clinton. Actually, it's render on another player. It really is exactly Bill Clinton. Speaking of Bill Clinton, has anybody seen Monica Lewinsky today?
No, why?
I don't know about you, but I think she still looks good.
I didn't think she looked good when she first came out, but that's me.
I don't know.
I didn't even know why he even picked her. I guess the Epstein plane wasn't going out that day.
Oh, shots fired.
He picked her because she was convenient. She was
Am I
there.
the only one
He
having
needed things done.
difficulties hearing Lord
I'll
Haster?
tell you, when you're in the White House, the first bit of poontang that walks in your office is fair game.
Can people hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man.
I can hear you, Roger.
Difficult connection.
Yep. It seems like my connection is always booty. I don't know what the hell is going on. Let's see.
Did somebody ask for
Okay.
booty?
Hey, Haster, how often do you power cycle your cable modem?
I just did.
You just did it? Is that what you said? Yeah, you're cutting out. We can't hear a thing, dude. Damn it.
Are you on your phone, buddy?
No, I'm on my laptop.
Yeah, it's strange how that happens sometimes. Just another red shirt had to bail on us because of odd computer issues. I think he bailed because he thought he was losing an argument to me. No, I'm kidding. Just making a joke there. He's a sharp cookie. He wouldn't lose an argument to me.
What about cookies?
No. I would definitely was talking about Hillary. She can go bark up a tree or something. I don't think you can tie a pork chop around that woman's neck, even get the dog to play with her.
Oh. Well, to be fair, she's got to be, what, 60, 65 by now?
No, even in the day,
No doubt in my mind, Bill Clinton married her for political expediency. There was, must have been a good reason. But being Canadian, I really try to keep my mouth shut when you guys talk American politics because it's not really any of my business.
Well, American politics is a shithole. So
honestly, I could give a crap if you have an opinion about American politics. I try not to have an opinion, but I do, and it's not a good one.
Yeah, no, I get that. It's a bit of a chasm to fall into. Being more of a movie guy, I'm comfortable talking about movies, sci-fi, TV shows, that sort of thing. But American politics, and it's funny too. You'd be amazed how much of your politics come up on our TV, how prevalent it is. Oh, and I hate to say it, but it's because you guys are running the world pretty much right now. So yeah, I'm sure you haven't got a fucking clue who our vice prime minister is.
Nope.
You might have heard of Pierre Trudeau,
of course,
but it probably ends right there. And I don't blame you because Canadian politics is kind of boring.
Well, let's put it this way: unlike most YouTubers that are American. Most Canadians don't tend to talk politics that much, unless it's American politics. Really weird. Okay.
Geek Hero Bubba's telling me, no, we know exactly how much of our politics show up on the TVs of other countries. Hillary's as bad as Maxwell, but shh, it's a secret. Don't ask Gates. Okay. That's not true. American politics are like sports. Talk all you want. We make fun of Trudeau all the time. America is damaging the world at the moment. Bring back Orange Man. He made things cheaper for us, says Carlo. Professor Brainy Specs, good morning, sir. Wake up.
I got into a little bit of a slight debate with, well, somebody who knew more about foreign policy than I ever did.
Right.
But, because I don't know shit about what goes on in other words, especially when it relates to the United States. But, we were talking about Trump, and he really hated Trump, and I don't blame him. I don't like Trump either, but I felt he was better than the other option. But he thought the other way, and I'm like, I don't agree. And then he started spouting off all the standard rhetoric that you heard on the news.
Yeah.
Well, he said that we should inject Lysol into him. Like, he never said that, and that's the worst part about it. Like, they take a dumb thing that he says, and believe me, he did say a lot of dumb stuff, and then they'll exasperate it and say he said something that he never actually said. They take it up to another level, and it's just frustrating. How are you supposed to get accurate
with the
news?
import rate?
How are you supposed to get accurate news when they don't even tell you the truth?
Here's some real news. I know it's messing with the import rate because I bought a vinyl last year. Actually, I bought a couple of vinyls last year, all the way from the UK. And no shit, vinyls what here now? $23 altogether with it was like $80 just for one vinyl.
Damn, dude.
My first copy of Master Puppets was an import from the UK. Well, my first repurchase copy, because I've had I think that was one of my purchases, like Kiss's Love Gun album. My cousin got me started on Kiss at a very, very young age. I think it was like
colorful metaphors time, Pastor.
Really? Again? Shit!
Yep, got that clear.
Swear more. You come through clearer when you do.
Yeah. Short messages, man. Short speeches.
Shit in a cock basket. I can believe that actually works.
I got a quick question. Do any of you fellas follow Thomas Sowell on YouTube or any other
Thomas
medium?
Sowell? Yes.
Yeah.
I've actually watched
Sowell.
Yep.
Yeah, interesting cat.
Never heard of it.
Been listening to some of his stuff, and he had he was talking about who he thought the best president of the 20th century was. It was a bit of a surprise. He came up with Ronald Reagan. And his answers were absolutely fucking solid. Like, a or hate Reagan, he did a lot for the country, and he got shit done when people didn't think it could happen. The stuff he pushed through, all the times people say, no, he can't do it. He's not, he doesn't have the right backing or whatever. Somehow he made things work. And he is as much to credit as the economy for the Berlin Wall coming down and for basically the collapse of Soviet communism, Russian communism.
Yeah. And the one thing that I always liked about Reagan was, and you don't see this with any other president, at least not in modern times. If he fucked up, he owned up.
Right.
And he owned up to the American public.
Yeah.
He didn't pussyfoot around. He didn't dance around a topic. He actually owned up and apologized to the people. So
he was I was a young boy, and it was funny. I was in America on vacation in North Carolina with my family when he had his famous Russia is an evil empire speech on television. And we had rented a beach house in North Carolina. And I remember sitting there and watching the president speak with my dad and thinking at the time that, holy shit, the Russians are going to be furious. They're going to want to strike back or something. It scared me as a kid. It was the first time I remember listening to a political address that actually made me think there could be huge repercussions from this. But God bless him. He was right. The Russians did nothing except, take down the wall and turn to capitalism. Now, Soviet, you can go buy a BMW if you want to. Whereas before, all you could get in the Soviet Empire, if you were lucky, if you waited in line for 14 years, you'd end up with, what was the Russian car? The Yugo? Not the Lada.
You go before they go.
Sorry?
You go before they go.
You go before they go. You go to the back of the line. You go wait at gas for some time.
Yep.
Jesus, who's sitting on a hamster?
That would be Darth Ouija.
Who's sitting on a hamster? I love it.
Stop squeezing your guinea pig, man.
Yeah.
Pig so many times, man.
I don't have any fucking guinea pigs.
DK Bubba says his favorite president is Gerald Ford. When nobody wanted that job after Nixon, he was appointed, brought our country home with grace and dignity, then moved on. I got no hate for Gerald Ford, but the one thing I remember about the guy...
How many times did that guy fall down the stairs? It couldn't have been.
Well, I was going to say he was kind of accident prone, wasn't he?
Gentlemen, Deej is trying to talk.
Okay.
Sorry, Deej.
I'm going to adjust the camera. I'm setting the alarm for 2 hours maximum. And I better not find myself laying in a bed with Jodie Whittaker.
Has that happened before?
We got to send some mail here.
Yes, it
What's
has.
on in your house, Deej?
Hello.
May the fun be
Hey,
with
Jody.
I really
think you
thought he
can
was
come
going to
over,
get a nap in, but while I was sleeping, he would have got 2 hours.
Come over and get into this dude's bed. Sure.
Didn't think he was.
All right.
Yeah, lots of pickle love, dude. Trust me. We got some pickle love coming.
Reading through. Is DJ going to trade the camera on himself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to get the sleep stream going?
He only has a pass for actual sleep, nothing else.
Yeah. I will say Ford inherited a shit show. That was a bit of a nightmare. I gotta say, there's something about Nixon I always liked. I know it's a bit crazy, but the guy had cojones. He, was a bit of a car salesman, but not a bad guy. And what's that line they got from Star Trek? Only Nixon could go to China.
Well, you know, that was a saying before Star Trek.
No, I know. It's I'm just referencing it because it was true. He went to China. Yeah, nobody else did. Nixon from Futurama. Yeah, he's a funny cat in Futurama. Biden was also Ford's biggest problem. It's funny, we were talking about Thomas Sowell earlier, and there's a great video out there with Biden trying to nail him on something from like 1987, and looking at both of these guys when they're still relatively young men. I say relatively young men, like our age. not kids, but they look like kids compared to what they do today. And Biden did not go well against Thomas Sowell. He was kind of punching way out of his league. Interesting stuff. So, Biden was also Ford's biggest problem. Yeah, again, I'm really trying to keep my mouth shut with the American politics. It's fun to talk a little bit now and then, but, I like to... I can't say I always do this, but I try not to talk too much when I don't know that much about the subject. Doesn't always work, but I try.
That's the problem. No matter how much we think we know, we really don't know anything. Because that's how they design it. They make sure that we do not know what's going on. And they try their hardest to.
Right. So, a couple of new movies out this weekend, boys. I know Jedi Bill's already beat most of us to the punch by seeing the new Spider-Man movie.
Yep. And I got
what else?
How many days? Almost a week. 5 more days till Matrix. Can't wait.
Right, Matrix is right around the corner. We mentioned before, not Carnival of Souls, Nightmare Alley. Nightmare Alley, Guillermo del Toro, the remake of the 1940.
Yeah, I'm going to go to the first possible showing of
Del Toro to make.
Sorry?
Is that? I'm still waiting for Guillermo del Toro to make his At the Mountain Madness.
I'm sorry, buddy, you were kind of popping there. You're waiting for Guillermo del Toro to make
At the Mountains of Madness.
At the Mountains of Madness. Oh.
I know it was just his microphone going weird, but I thought he told us to piss off.
His passion project.
Yeah, probably did. My microphone's not working. Fuck you. That's my microphone.
Yeah.
The Mountains of Madness. Now that sounds familiar. Why does that sound familiar? Is that a book? Is that Santa Billy, just leave a present under the tree for me.
Hello. Good morning, everybody.
What's going on, man?
What's buzzing, cousin?
This is one Santa I'm not sitting on his lap.
An ample lap though it is, you're not getting me on there. Carol, you're front and center on this one.
But for 2 Deej coin,
I'm
that
not
Santa
getting
will
on
sit
that
on
lap.
your lap.
How do you know? There
I
could be a
sit on-
Christmas package there for you.
I don't.
Nice
I
plump
don't
Christmas
understand
goose
that.
waiting for you.
You didn't even say it was okay. You didn't even ask.
Pardon?
Why you gotta assume that I'm gonna sit on him?
Well, I hate to say it, but you're volunteered. You're the only girl here, so you get to do it.
Fair? All right, fine, Bill. Put any funny business.
Don't give Billy a complex either. He's a handsome guy. Don't hurt his feelings.
I'll cut it off if you get all, handsy.
Yeah, I saw a very
Just-
handsome picture of Bill yesterday.
Oh. Yeah, that's true. When Billy does his shorts, I've noticed. If you guys notice, or is this just me? Whenever he does those short clips and he puts his face on like Clint Eastwood or another equally handsome guy, it's striking. I want to get that app for myself. I want to know what I look like with Arnold Schwarzenegger's body. I want to know what I'd look like with Ron Jeremy's penis.
It wouldn't have the same effect, I'm sure.
No. Hang on, boys. Somebody's knocking at my door.
Somebody knocking at the door. Somebody
Is that Jodie
ringing the
Whittaker?
bell.
Shadow? What are you talking about? On the right-hand side? It's most likely the window. We're going to be seeing more here shortly. Don't worry.
LD, the next time you go to the store, you need to pick up WD-40.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I got to remember to keep muting.
No, you don't have to keep muting. It's fine. It's not that nerve-wracking. It's just funny though. I don't understand how you can stand it.
Oh, because when I worked for Disney, I gotta remember I used to work at Disney Quest, so I had to train myself. When you work in a 5-story open where the floor is open in between all the stories, you could hear every effing machine, every ding, every ding ding ding, every freaking noise those games made, and you had to train yourself to ignore all of it because it was ASMR overload. Like seriously, all day, every day, nothing but The Price is Right going off inside your head.
Ugh.
So I'm used to it. I learned how to ignore people, and you need to do that on YouTube too. So I mean, it's just another talent of mine. I don't even hear it, to be honest. That's why I totally forgot to mute again. But no, the fan is actually here. Let me show you. The fan is like way up. I don't know. Can you see the fan now?
Is a ceiling fan doing
Yeah,
that?
it's a freaking ceiling fan on the porch that's 12 feet up. I mean, I need a regular ladder won't even reach. Like I got to use the effing super ladder to get up there, and then I got to find where it's squeaking because the squeaking, I think it's inside the fan. It's not like it's how the fan like wobbles, how they make it so the fan wobbles. I think it's in the fan because it doesn't coincide with the sway. I think it's inside the fan somehow.
Like I said, you're going to have to take it apart, give it the WD-40.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'll have to climb up there, take it apart, bring it down. I don't think it's just a simple get up there and just spray the damn thing and hopefully you hit the right spot kind of deal.
Whole can of WD-40.
Which means I would have to shut off the electricity and I'm not dealing with that. I got shocked once fucking with that. I'm not doing it again.
No.
Oh, that's what's wrong with you.
I'll come there and
Yeah, my dumbass was trying to unscrew a light switch without turning off the electricity once. Yeah, I learned real fast never to do that shit again.
I'll fix it for you.
I was an idiot. I was the guy who said, "Oh, I'll just flip the switch off and I'll be fine."
No,
wrong. I'll be okay.
I think those were almost my last words. Oh, I got this. This is no problem.
That's all right. I was a dumbass kid that stuck his finger in the open end of the lamp once. So, yeah.
The
A few
only time I
seconds
got
of that,
shocked,
that was enough.
yeah, the only time I got shocked that bad before was when I was touching an old 286 SX computer while it was plugged in, and I touched a part on the motherboard that was active, and the whole arm just went numb.
If I touch my kitchen sink and my stove at the same time, I complete the circuit. So don't cook at my house.
That's good to know.
Yeah, it happens. And then the ceiling fan fell from the sky and was like at decapitation level.
It fell from the sky.
Oh, the
So
ceiling
there was
sky.
No ceiling. There was no ceiling.
Well, it might as well have been the sky. It tried to take my head off. I hate this house. It tries to kill me like weekly.
Are you living in the American horror? Because that sounds about right.
I have a house demon. When you're angry.
That is the final destination, Carlo. You got that right.
Yeah. It wasn't fun. But there's no ceiling fan out there anymore.
Yeah, I would have took the ceiling fan out too after that. The heck with that. I'd be like, not again.
Oh, that's cool. So now you can actually click. Okay, so they must have. This is new. I don't remember seeing this before.
What?
You can click a star on the comment.
Yep.
So you can actually keep your place where you were when you put the message away.
Correct.
That's cool. I see. They're listening. I think they're actually watching me because they're actually coming out with the stuff I'm asking for.
You're not the only one asking for it, so no, it's not just you.
No, I'm just trying to make myself sound great.
You're not special.
Yeah.
Well, you're failing, LEG. Sorry.
Exactly.
We understand.
They know what I'm talking about. Remember to turn off.
Not the type that we're thinking of.
Leave a like for Sleeping Deej.
I like that you can click on the dot to see if they got a channel.
Only on certain channels, though.
Only on certain channels.
Yep.
Huh.
Yeah,
because
Deej has it.
I could do it. I could do it on DJs, but I wasn't able to do it. I know.
I can do it on mine. I can do it on Birds. I can't do it on a couple others. I can't do it on, but eventually.
But they're gonna change it.
Who
I'm sure
can't
they're
you
gonna.
do it on?
They're gonna slowly
Blame it on the
make
rain.
it available.
I'll be right back.
Not just having a nap, down for the count. And deservedly so. He's been working hard. Did a 15+ hour stream on a whim. Ask him who the hell does he think he is, Jedi Bill?
Now? He's got
What?
paid for
What?
41 hours. So we still have 9, 8, 17 more hours to fund.
And Carlo, they have on a select number of channels so far. If you check in Deej's chat, you click on the 3 dots, you'll find that.
Wait, Carlo.
Why
aren't
did
you
he
the
take
one who
away
doesn't
your
want a
wrench, Carlo?
Yeah, Carlo, aren't you Mr. Butt Band?
Ah, that would be why. Okay.
I remember him asking.
Welcome back, Mayor. Take notes on you.
What's up, Mart? Long time no see.
Mayor, is this your booster or is this your second dose? He says, okay, I'm back with my new booster pack, and now I'm really a guinea pig because I got 2 times BioNTech. I never even heard of that. And this time they gave me Moderna, so I'm testing the cross vaccine. The lovely Sherry, I bet you're just as lovely waking up. Good morning.
Good morning, the lovely Sherry. And I hope
Hey, Mar.
I hope you're doing well, Mar.
Yeah, it's I got a COVID outbreak in my building today, and they've asked us all to self-quarantine. The government's sending a emergency testing wagon here so they can test the 1,000-odd people that live in this fucking place. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear, but just that wasn't the news I wanted to get coming home last night.
Damn, 1,000 people in one building?
Now, I mean a little glib. There's maybe 600, so.
That's so impressive.
Oh, Bert, you're here? Where are you? Wait, which one?
I'm playing a
Oh,
game.
He's playing a game.
Oh, okay, you're up there.
He's the other
Forced
one.
me to take the rest of you.
Krampus
I've
Unleashed.
not butt panded for years before I met you all. Krampus. Isn't that the Dutch demon that punishes children for being bad at Christmas?
Couldn't be bad then.
It
Hi,
is.
Sherry.
Although I thought it was German.
Sherry, baby, Sherry.
Oh, that's even worse than when Deej does it.
Oh, you love it. You
We should do
love
it
it.
where we all sing it for Sherry once. Everybody.
Won't you come out tonight? Bird of Prey, looking forward to Equestria Trek tomorrow, sir. Says Professor Brenny Specs. And LGG, you know why I'm not coming backstage? He's into ATM something. Also, your backstage link seems not to work anymore. Oh, there's a heads up for you, LD.
The backstage link is fine. What are you talking about?
He may have the old one.
Backstage.
He may
might
have
be
the
using
old
one. Yeah, my link's working, dude.
Yeah. That's why I'm a little jealous of you guys. You get to go hang out with LDG in his backstage. He's given me the address a couple of times, but I can't, for some reason, make the memory on my tablet remember what the link to the StreamYard is. I think I ended up on one of your old StreamYards.
Nerdrotica.com/backstage. I made a simple
Nerdrotica.com/backstage. That seems simple enough.
Well, I didn't want people to have to remember 27RJR6XQ.
Yeah, no, that's a very considerate way to do it. Bill's even given me the address once. I wrote it down, but like a klutz, I fucking misplaced it.
Yep, nerdrotica.com/backstage. Now you just got to click the enter button after you do that, but it'll take you right to whatever the stage is.
Right. It's a StreamYard or your OBS or
StreamYard.
StreamYard, yeah.
Permayard.
Yes.
Yep.
Actually, I tell you the truth. One time I ended up on your backstage by accident. I was trying to find Bill, and I had left the StreamYard accident, and I hit it. And then I saw these people like, where the fuck am I? And I'm looking at it, and then I saw you first. Oh, now I know where I am. And I thought I'd saved the tab, but it ended up erasing itself.
Well, I found
not
out how to
computer savvy.
I found out how to make more than one person a host without paying extra and not giving them access to any other account. So now I can have multiple. So now we have Yvette. When Yvette's in there and I'm not in there, she can let people in, and I'm gonna give it to a few other people, like Tim, because Tim's always fucking backstage. So if I'm not necessarily there, people can still come in and out.
Right.
You hear that? People can always come and go as they please. They're always coming and going.
Work, Professor.
Well, I've seen Cockney Spock there, and if you have Cockney Spock there, you'll have anybody there, I'm sure. So, I'm teasing.
Everybody's welcome. All you gotta do is play nice, and whatever happens backstage stays backstage, and not on other people's Facebook's wall.
Yeah. I really got to get with the times. Like, I had a Facebook account when it first came out. I never used the thing. I forgot the password, and it's sitting in the ether space. Don't have Twitter. I don't even have an idea. I'm dimly aware of what Discord is. I loaded it on my thing once to do some chatting with somebody, but I had to take it off almost immediately because I did. Oh, my God. Who's that handsome guy looking at me? That's Santa Bill.
No.
Santa Bill, just leave a present under the tree for me. You're kind of mental. So while we're talking Santa Bill and Santa Bill Christmas, does anybody have any plans for Christmas and or Hanukkah and or Kwanzaa and or just taking the fucking day off? Captain Trek, what about you, sir? You doing anything special for Christmas? The family? You going to spend it alone? What's the deal?
I'm streaming.
If you don't mind telling.
I'm streaming. That's it.
I'm sorry, brother?
Streaming.
Streaming? Doing a Christmas Day full-on stream?
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. Is it going to be a marathon like DJ's doing, or is it just a regular day stream for you?
Just a regular day.
Right. I think that's great. Like I was saying before, you're probably the most stalwart guy I know. You're the most reliable. You're out there every day. I think this is the first time I can remember not seeing you on your own stream, hanging out here, and I think it's wonderful. You deserve a break. I don't blame you if you do what DJ's doing and just fall asleep right now. The constitution of a fucking bear, I tell you that. But well, that's great. At least you got some plan for Christmas. What about you, Carol? What do you got going for Chrissy mess?
A gingerbread house battle with my sister on Christmas Eve. And then a race to ruin Christmas the next day.
Who will win?
I don't know. It changes every year.
Well, that's swell. That's wonderful. It's great you get to spend a little time with some family. Good for you. That's great to hear. Jeff B's just joining us. Festivus for the rest of us. Merry Christmas, all. Merry Christmas to you, Jeff.
Good morning, Jeff B. What's
funny.
going on today?
Oh, I'm Jeff B, and I get respect. Your cash and your jewelry is what I expect. Okay, I'm gonna stop. I'll never do that again, I promise. Keep away from doing Beastie Boys. I'm pretty bad at that. To my right, mighty Santa Bill. Santa Bill, what's going on for you for Christmas, buddy?
I'm going to go spend it with my parents, see my brothers and my niece, I guess.
Oh.
Getting picked up on Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. And your family's located not in Tempe, in Phoenix, is it?
Why am I'm blanking on it. It's
Well, they're on the outskirts of Phoenix and Goodyear.
Goodyear. That's it.
Oh, cool.
I was thinking Tire, but I couldn't remember what fucking company.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Does your mom put on a big spread for Christmas? All the trimmings?
What?
What does she usually make for Christmas?
What was that?
Wow, dude, you got to stop this morning drinking.
Usually make for Christmas.
We might have turkey.
Cool.
They'll either be a turkey or a ham. They'll be usually both. One Christmas Eve we'll either have a ham, and then one day we'll have a Christmas Day we'll have turkey.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
It's good
I
because
love that.
I missed my favorite. I missed my favorite Thanksgiving dish this year. The green bean casserole with dried onions.
Oh, that is the most disgusting thing ever. I'm sorry. That's your favorite? Oh,
Captain Trek, don't be so hard. If his mom made it and it's his favorite,
I'm sorry. If he likes it, that's good. That's good. I would rather eat.
It's green bean casserole. It's like French cut. It's like green beans, French style green beans usually, or with mushroom soup and dry onions.
Yeah,
it's really good.
Great. And you know what? I'm kind of surprised you picked a vegetable dish as your favorite. For me, I always go with mom's stuffing.
Well, it's one of my favorite side dishes. You know.
Right. No, that's wonderful. Hey, you know what? If mom made it and she's making it with love, I got no doubt it's delicious. I'm sure it is.
My sister makes it all the time. If everybody else likes it, I try.
Yeah, it's not your personal favorite. Is it one of those things, though, you take a little portion, Captain Trek, just to be polite, and you kind of push it around the plate?
I don't even bother with that anymore. It's just like, no, thank you. I'll pass.
Yeah, she knows you well enough now. Once you pass 40, you don't have to mess around with being that polite with family, I guess.
Well, I don't say anything about it in front of her. Just like, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. I got friends and stuff like, when they tell me, oh, I can't wait for my mom's sweet potato pie, and she puts a thick layer of burnt or caramelized marshmallow on it and stuff, and I'm just like, wow, that sounds bizarre to me. But I smile and say, hey, good for you, boy, it sounds delicious. Oh, it sounds like a freaking nightmare to me, but yeah, okay, that's
Potato casserole is delicious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that so you're in for that? Okay, that's fair. That's fair. What about who haven't I bothered? Sorry, Carol?
I catapulted sweet potato casserole at a child at Thanksgiving. It was an accident.
Now, just for nomenclature and clarity's sake, my British heritage, my mom's British and stuff like that, they call casseroles what we in North America refer to as stew. Now, I can understand, Jedi Bill, you said it's a green bean casserole, so it's not really a stew the way I see it. It's something a little different. But does that hold true for you guys, or is like a casserole like a stew for you? I'm sorry, you said it was a sweet potato casserole?
Casserole is like food cake.
Yeah.
Stew is like a soup.
Exactly.
A casserole is like, it's like a cake, but it's like pasta, beans, like it's food cake. It's not bread. You make it in a pan, you got to cut into it, you got to take a slice. But a stew, it's like chili. It's like soup, like
running.
Yeah.
It's consistent with, like, I would say, liquid, more liquidy. You don't cut into a stew.
Yeah. Right. I mean, my mom used to make a tuna casserole, and she'd make it with like egg noodles and stuff like that. I'm not a big fish guy, so God bless her. When she was alive, she'd always make a little something separate. But I know some people in the family. Sorry, mate.
Oh, I love
tuna
casserole. Yeah, if they make it right, and love me a good tuna casserole. I'm trying to think of the other.
LDG, what do you spend the holidays with family? Do you have a big dinner, a big feast? What's on your agenda?
Unfortunately, recently my family's been shrinking very fast. But,
well, I imagined
most of my family is in Massachusetts, so not really. I just lost father, and then I just lost Aunt Peachy, and she was in Florida, so I lost one of my Florida relatives. But everybody else is.
I'm sorry.
Up in, I only got one more left in Florida, and that's Uncle Paul.
Was your Aunt Peachy on your mother or father's side?
She was my mother's direct sister. Like, my grandmother had 15 kids. So Aunt Peachy my mother was the last child, and Aunt Peachy was the second to last child. So she was direct, like the next age.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The next one in line or the next age wise.
Well, I still have like 8. I still have like 8 above Aunt Peachy, but Aunt Peachy was she was going through a lot. But now that Father's gone, it's just me and Mom, and we really didn't do anything for Christmas. Like I said, I haven't felt the Christmas spirit for like 15 years. But we would like go to dinner, go somewhere nice, just to have dinner. But like as far as like Christmas trees and like presents for me for the past 10 years has been underwear and clothes. Matter of fact, I'm wearing my Christmas right now. It's quite comfortable, actually.
Yeah.
But that's about it, really. Nothing really. We've stopped putting lights on the house. God, like I said, I think 15 years ago. It depends on how you look at holidays, and I got a personal problem with holidays, is because you figure like Christmas is not a one day a year thing for me. And I don't. Every day should be a holiday. Every day you wake up and you're not 6 feet under is a holiday. But that's to me. So anytime you have to celebrate family, celebrate it. You don't need a holiday to tell you to do that. And if you only let yourself do that on a holiday, I find that insulting. But that's me.
That's that if you sit on Jedi Bill's lap, you'll feel the Christmas spirit.
Oh yeah, I feel something, right?
Yeah, just a lap.
Lost Captain Trek.
He might have disconnected. No worries, I can let people back in. If anybody wants to come on the panel, link is the link in the description? Or is it pinned to the top?
I believe the link is still up.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's there.
Well, that's good. Buddy, I'm very sorry. You've had a really tough year. Losing your aunt would be tough enough, but your pops on top is devastating. I imagine you're going to make some special effort to get in touch with Mom.
A very, very good friend. Or a couple good friends this year.
What, Bill?
A very, very good friend. Or friends.
Well, yeah, I was kind of getting to that in a minute, but you're absolutely right to bring that up, Bill.
Yeah.
It's been another unpleasant year, to say the least.
It's been an unpleasant month. Well, 2 months specifically, but yeah. I don't know. Being that we didn't have a funeral for Dad. There's nobody here really. So, and then money was a huge factor. But having the funeral for JJ helped me have a little bit of closure, and it knocked me off YouTube, for God's sakes. I had to focus, and first I had to mourn for 2 weeks, and then now I'm focusing on doing shit because losing Dad has completely rocked this house. And something's got to happen in order for us to keep going. So I've been focusing on that, but I am coming back to YouTube. Matter of fact, I've already started another channel, specifically for for my business. In which my original channel was for that purpose, but because the way things went on YouTube for the past 2 years, I've decided to start afresh, completely fresh. So hopefully, if you guys find me, there is another LDG channel out there. Hopefully that you'll find that will be doing strictly computer support and tech help for everybody, and try to get some new clients. I need some monthly clients and reach out to the local businesses here in Orlando. I'm also doing things like I'm putting myself back into the yellow pages, and I'm also getting a car wrap done so I can advertise on the car when we drive around and stuff.
You see now, if you were in
Do
Wisconsin,
you guys?
I actually know the guy who runs our place called Sign Pro, who does vehicle wraps.
Yeah. Wish he was in Orlando.
Too bad he's not down there, right?
But we had to. Well, the first thing that was important, of course, was getting the retirements and insurances and everything in line, and we finally got that done. Wasn't as much as we expected at all, but taking a small chunk of that to put into the business of finding new clients. 'Cause all I need is to find some small businesses that need a tech guy. If I can just replace my, get a few more clients, and I can take care of mother, because I live with her. I had to move back to the house when COVID hit, because both my father and mother both lost their jobs, and they couldn't afford the house anymore. At that time, I had a number of clients that could take care of it, but as recently, they've been hurt as well, and I had a couple of them had to drop down, and things are just really rough right now. I spent 3 months trying to put my resume out there and try to find like an actual employee job, but that's another nightmare in itself. Everyone seems to be hiring, but no one's actually hiring. They're cherry picking people, and you can go on any of those websites that like Indeed or LinkedIn, and you can see 1,000 jobs a day, but no one's really hiring. I must have redid my resume like 5 times, set up a profile, a portfolio, the whole 9 yards. But so I said, screw it. I'm going to refocus on what I know how to do, and that's remote computer repair. And I thought YouTube was going to be a thing, but I learned real fast. Well, it took a minute, but I learned that YouTube isn't exactly what you see it is. And I got to treat that differently now. I mean, because I used to do the same thing. Is what's his name still here? Oh, he left. Never mind.
You used to do the same thing as who?
Captain Trek. I used to remember when I first came here a year ago, I used to stream every single day.
Oh, yes.
I streamed like clockwork, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. every day, weekends, the whole 9 yards.
Right, but streaming doesn't make money, unfortunately.
Well,
it's the quick vids.
Yeah, exactly.
The quick vids,
and that's part of the thing that I'm learning. But also, how to grow a YouTube channel is the most important thing. And then, I got hit by a few immoral channels that didn't help. I got hit by a few other things. YouTube's rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. A lot of variables you got to think about. Shit, my tab overheated. Oh, son of a red shirt. Overhead, overheat. I'm going to listen on my phone and keep you guys going. Not a problem. I'll go back on in 10:15. Cool. Appreciate it, son of a red shirt. YouTube is a full-time job on its own if you aren't already famous. Yes and no. That's the thing. There is no cookie cutter YouTube Yellow Brick Road. If you're just making small videos, you're just making small videos. You don't need to stream 24 hours a day or every day. You can literally blow up by making 2-minute videos, and they don't take that long to make, especially once you get the ball rolling. Once you make your first 10, it gets easier. Well, good for you, mate. You got to keep busy. I'm trying, man. Why don't you post the new channel link if you have? I would, but there are reasons why I'm not. You'll find me one way or another. I have faith in it, so I'm gonna play it that way for now, and see how it goes. And it's not a community channel. The new channel isn't a community channel. The new channel is strictly me doing computer support for anyone who wants it. No community, no opinions. I might not even go on camera, for God's sakes.
Actually, you looked your best on camera when you were doing that before.
Yeah, again, we'll see. But it's going to be strictly computer support, and it's no opinions, no LDG, real LDG, like the personal.
No
LDG,
pop culture, no
pop culture, none of that crap. Nothing.
No
where
rubbers,
people
no
can judge you
women,
on,
no
just
freaking ice cream.
Time to help people. Time to free the net. It's time to get Prometheus pushed.
That was a movie quote. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
But I am going to help. Like I said, I am doing the. This is actually happening, and you've heard it. You heard me say it a couple times. I will be doing a. I can't call it a raffle, but a giveaway for brand new computers. I want to try to see if I can do one a month, where you members can get a ticket for $5, and once that hits $5,000. It'll stay open as long as until it hits 5,000, and then I will build a custom machine for whoever wins, whether they want a audio machine, a gaming machine, a streaming machine, a video editing machine, an entertainment machine. I will custom build you a $5,000 computer, and you will win if your name is picked. $5 a pop.
Better be my name.
Ooh. I think that's a great idea to help people actually help people instead of just virtue signaling it, and getting people, for the price of a super chat, you have a greater chance in winning the lottery of winning a $5,000 computer.
So you're going to sell $10,000 in tickets?
Nope. $5 a ticket. You can buy multiple tickets and have multiple names. I'll put the names in a turnaround thing and twist it around and pick a name. Whoever wins, I talk to you, find out what kind of computer you want. That way I can, change out certain parts to fit, whether or not you need like a microphone, or if you're just gaming and want a good headset, or you need a good keyboard or
okay. Besides the fact that it's just patently illegal. Ignoring the fact that what you're suggesting is just illegal.
How is it illegal?
It's gambling.
It's not gambling.
It is
giveaway.
Gambling. You're selling basically lottery tickets.
Bird, people do it all the time.
Yeah,
organizations do it all the time. Churches, 501(c)(3)s. Those are the government kind of looks the other way when institutions sell 50-50 raffles.
I see people do giveaways on channels all the time.
All the time.
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about.
He's not doing a giveaway. He's selling a ticket.
You can alter it however you want to alter it to make it within the lines of the law or
There's
whatever
a
you
very
want. That's not a
explicit
problem.
line. If you sell something for a chance to win, that's gambling. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
What about donation?
A donation's a donation. That's something different.
Okay, so then
a donation,
donation
you have
then.
no guarantee you're going to get anything from it.
Yeah,
Not even
so
a
then
chance.
It's a donation then.
Well, just make
However
sure.
it needs to be done, I will get it done. But I don't see how that's illegal. That sounds stupid on its surface.
You don't understand the difference of how something's illegal and not. I don't understand. You can't be that dumb. Do you understand that if there was a way for a company to say, hey, yeah, give us money and we may or may not give you something in return, that we'd all be being hit by that 24/7?
Bird, I've seen some of the biggest YouTubers do that very same thing.
There is
All
no
the
way
time.
you're seeing a big YouTuber saying, send me $10 and I will enter you in a drawing to win a computer.
I'm pretty sure PewDiePie's done it a few times.
Yeah.
You're pretty
on
sure
Twitter.
it doesn't mean shit to me. You understand? Unless you can show me
I'm
where
not.
it's
I'm
happened.
not going to go look through 30,000 videos to
Okay,
find
because
out.
I'm going to tell you
what
it didn't happen. It did not happen.
There's got to be a way to do it to satisfy whatever law you're talking about.
Yeah, you could be registered as a casino in
No,
Las
without
Vegas, or
registering as a casino, without making it gambling, you can do it however you want to do it. There has to be a way to do it. Fact.
What if you sell the tickets off of YouTube, like on your personal
Even if
website?
it's
but you don't
donation,
control it?
doesn't
even if
matter
it's
where
just
the tickets
donations,
are
for God's
sold.
sakes, and
You
you can make it an appreciation award.
Well, super chats are tips, anyways. That's what they're considered. They're tips that you have to file under taxes.
Right.
So, how does that apply? I'm not sure I understand, because anyone giving a super chat is giving a gratuity.
Okay,
So
a
it's
super
not-
chat is not. He's not taking it by super chat.
I could
He's
take
never
it by
gonna.
super
He's not
chat.
gonna be able to take it by super chat. He's not
I
gonna
could take
have.
it. I could take it by super chat.
How you have a 1,000 subscribers? You've got your YouTube monetization.
I don't need YouTube monetization. For
Yes,
super
you
chats.
do. That's a
No,
super
you
chat.
don't. You can have Streamlabs.
Those are not super chats.
They are super chats. What
They
do you
are
mean
not.
they're not super chats? Of course they're super chats.
They are not super chats. A super chat is a YouTube payment. It has a specific meaning.
Okay, the title of super chat, yes.
Ever.
Okay, so
that's semantics.
If they're
You're
not
picking
super
straws
chats,
now. You're
if they're
being
not
oblivious.
super chats, what are they called?
They're super
If I
chats,
get
dude.
They're
if I get them through
donations.
if I get them through Stream
Okay, that-
Elements,
you just
what
said
are they
what I was
called?
to
What are they
say.
called?
They're
Exactly.
donations.
They're all donations.
They're still
A super
donations. It's
chat
still
is a
donation.
donation.
There's a difference between a super chat and a donation. A donation does not have YouTube's third taken out. A donation doesn't have taxes taken out.
Okay, so you can say anyone who donates at the end of the month, we will pick anybody who donates, and you'll get an appreciation award. And that could be the computer. You don't have to donate. Donate at your own will. We're not
Actually, you
selling you anything.
even
But
with
we're telling
Streamlabs, you
anybody
still
who
have to
does
file
donate,
taxes.
we're going to help out the people who donate, and this is what we're going to do for you. I don't see a problem there.
I know you don't, apparently, but I'm telling you, what you're describing is illegal gambling.
Well, I'll make sure I cross the T's and dot the I's then, okay, Bird?
They do that because they have like betting sites, so it's nothing different than that.
Yeah,
and
but
that's
betting sites
legalized.
are
Betting sites are illegal unless they're being run by a state gambling authority.
It's all right, guys. Don't worry about it. I will make
I'm
sure.
just
that
telling
Bird-
you.
Says the
You
German
think you've
Kurogi
solved
leader.
something,
well,
but this
then
is just
Love you, Bird.
Bird
Love you, Bird.
is
What?
buying a pack of magic cards illegal.
Is buying a pack of magic cards?
Yeah, you're gambling by buying a pack of magic cards, technically, because you don't know what you're going to get. You could get a very valuable card in that pack. Same thing with buying baseball cards.
You know what? You're probably right. If you brought it up, they would
Yeah.
probably say it is gambling.
Okay.
Well,
all
they,
right.
they
So
actually
we've
tried
already
to,
ran
but
into-
it hasn't
yeah.
come up. But
But
you know,
that said, what was described just a few minutes ago is 100% absolutely the definition of gambling, and it's why you just can't. People just don't do that.
A raffle.
You can't just go.
A
You know,
raffle.
everybody and their mother would be running would be running such things if it was allowed to.
And they should.
Oh my
It's
God,
a raffle.
he's calling you a pyramid scam.
No, a pyramid scheme is something a little different. I'm actually giving. Someone's actually going to get, something.
Okay, that's on your word. Who follows through to make sure?
Everything's on someone's word. There's not one thing that isn't on someone's word.
No, because these things are usually they have to pay for a company that watches over and makes sure everything gets done.
Yeah, it's all done on a private website. Well, not a private website, but it's all done on a website outside of YouTube. It's not handled on YouTube. It's handled on a website. Done through a business. Done through a business. Not just some guy doing it, an actual business doing it. I don't see the problem. I will double check with my lawyer. I will ask them.
Okay.
I'll make sure it's all legit and legal. But
I'm not trying to be an asshole here. I'm trying.
I get it.
to just-
Wait,
Hold on,
everybody,
LDG,
just
give me a second.
I
Give me the
appreciate
floor
what
for a
Bird's
second.
saying, and I will make sure it's fine.
Bird, I want you to go on YouTube and just
Uh-huh.
type in under the search giveaway.
Yeah.
You're going to
Yeah, there are
have a massive amount of things come up.
Yep.
I'm looking at 100 iPhone 12 giveaway, Destroyer giveaway challenge, International PC giveaway December 2021.
Yep.
There's live stream giveaways. There's giveaways here.
Do
there's
okay.
giveaways all over
Do
the fucking
any
place.
of those require me to buy something?
Probably.
No, you're saying probably.
I'm not going to look at every single one, dude, but I'm just telling you there are giveaways, and I'm betting something
I will look
allows
at
you to
3
either
of them.
some of them
And if
just require
none of those
subscribers.
3 require me to buy anything, will you understand what I'm saying?
A lot of them will require you to subscribe and be a channel member, which
That
is
doesn't
also
matter. I'm
purchasing
not
something.
paying money.
That's still purchasing something, Bird. Being a channel member, you're putting money in that channel.
A channel member. Okay, no, that is a purchase. I will look. So you're seeing one now.
Well, I'm just saying there's a whole list of things. I'm not going to go
You
through
seeing
them all.
one now that requires being a channel member.
Well, let me just click on the first one. Okay, let's try the Alan Walks on giveaway control. You will have it. No, that's not it. Let's go with the first one. What's the first one I said? iPhone 12 giveaway. All right. iPhone 12 giveaway live December 22nd, 2020. Follow on
Well, how does
Twitter.
Latino Slam
Subscribe.
do it?
You won't miss the live event. Show more. Facebook. All right. Let's see. What is he got? What do you got to do?
Yeah, I don't see a big deal here, especially if you do it under membership. You do it under whatchamacallit, or even do it under super chat. So you can super chat. You're actually paying for the super chat. You're getting a bonus of getting an entry into something. So you're paying for the super chat, or you're paying for the member message, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And then you get a bonus of having a chance of winning something. The profits from giving you that message chat, that super chat, whatever, is paid for in a separate transaction. In which case you get an entry to get something extra than what you paid for. There is a way to do it legal. And I appreciate your input. And all this, what you're doing is awesome. But there is a way to do it
These
right.
people saying they got banned because of this contest.
It all depends how you do it. You can do anything in this world as long as you do it right. Even with this stupid fucked up legal system. Because every legal system has a loophole, period.
You know what the winner would have to do if they got that $5,000 computer?
What?
They'd have to claim a $5,000 gift on their taxes.
It's a prize. You're getting a $5,000 computer. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you don't have to claim a gift.
That's up to the person who gets it.
$12,000 or something like that.
I have no problem. If I win a $5,000 computer, I got no problem taking it.
Okay, just to be sure, this guy, there was nothing to buy.
Okay, there was nothing to buy in the first one?
There's nothing to buy on any of these because it would be flat out illegal. I mean, do you understand what gambling is? Like, why doesn't everybody have a casino in their basement? Because gambling is illegal. Do you know what gambling is? Trading money for a chance at winning a prize.
So you just make it so you're not trading money to win a prize.
Well,
Actually, honestly,
get
Bird,
around that part. No
states vary from state to state.
No,
Yeah,
it
states
doesn't.
vary.
It's a federal law.
What if we go into international?
Okay, but
waters?
Wisconsin allows betting on dog races, riverboat casinos. We've got all sorts of gambling in Wisconsin, and not just owned by Indian tribal nations either.
Yeah,
I mean, there's a casino in Minneapolis, or not
there's
Minneapolis, but
casinos
Minnesota.
here in Florida that are not on Indian reservations. And they found a way around it.
I mean, you can go to in our state. You can go to a gas station and buy raffle tickets.
Again, as long as you don't make it where you're actually purchasing, I think the problem is as long as you're not purchasing the chance and you're getting the chance on top of something that you purchased and received something for, is a completely different story. You're actually purchasing something and getting something, and then you're just getting a chance to win something.
And that's another thing is I remember fast food chains doing raffles for PlayStations and shit.
Yeah, just like like the Monopoly game, like the Monopoly game for McDonald's, right? You buy the food, and then you get a chance to win something. But you're buying
and
the
they
food.
all give an option. They always have an option to enter without purchase.
McDonald's
you can always mail in to get a piece.
Yeah, but who's going to take the time to do that? Come on.
It doesn't matter who Jedi. They offer the option because they have to. They have to, by law, offer an option to enter without purchase. So if LDG
That's
wants
the first
to
time
offer
I've ever heard of that.
Well, no, it's not, because it's in every commercial, everything. It always says, at the end in the fine print or whatever, you can, write to this address for one free game ticket, like a week or something. As long as they offer that option, then you're fine. So if LDG wants to offer an option to put an address where people can write him to get a free entry, then that's fine. But damn what, that entry better be received and given the same respect as all the others as a chance of winning, or else he'd be in, legal issues. That's why companies hire a third company, a third-party company to oversee these types of things. Because the third-party company generally doesn't have anything to lose. They doesn't have anything to gain by making sure anybody's particular wins.
We'll see. I'll talk to the lawyer and see what he says. Sure, there's an option. Yeah, it's definitely going to be. Yeah, I'm feeling it's going to be a definite donation. Again, the actual rules and the official whatever is still in the air. This is just an opening idea that's just blooming right now. So can't actually hold anything I said to that's what's going to be, because I don't know what's going to be fully yet. But I do appreciate Bird's input, and I will make sure that it's completely legit.
That's all. I just don't want to see you run into this. And
no, neither do I. I accept that. I'm not fighting you on this, dude. I'm just saying I my personal belief is I think it's bullshit. And I think gambling, there's a difference between...
By personal belief, I think, we all should have the right to be casinos if we want.
That's all I was saying. That's my personal
that's not
belief.
that. But
I think there's a difference between a casino
our personal
machine
choices
and a raffle.
Legal are different.
I mean, that's why they call them raffles. I mean, raffles are supposed to be safe, legal gambling, or quote unquote gambling.
Maybe like a one-time purchase thing, and
I mean, it's literally a raffle. There is no freaking machine where you can waste all your freaking money. It's a raffle.
But that's why raffles are put on generally by churches and nonprofits.
Yeah, all the proceeds
But
go
that-
to a
but-
charity.
Yeah, but what does that matter?
Well, in the real world, it really doesn't. But in the world that we exist, they
Miles,
tend to turn their
one second. I got to answer Miles's question there. Native American reservations can get away with it because they actually exist more or less outside of U.S. law because their reservations are considered nations.
Yeah, they have their own sovereign territory.
The funny thing about that is, though, that even though they are their own nations, the land is still owned by the U.S. government, and the government actually retains control of the land, but they allow the nations to do what they want. That's why in Wisconsin, the Ho-Chunk have a very huge casino on their reservation. That's pretty much what they're noted for now. Did we just lose everybody? Oh, did you just died? Fell over?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Everybody went silent. Everybody went silent.
I'm still here. Tired.
Now, see, a Minnesota law makes any bet illegal. A bet is defined as a bargain whereby the parties mutually agree to gain or loss by one or another of the others specified, and I can't read anymore because I didn't click on it. And now it won't let me click on it. That's annoying. All right, fine. I won't click on it. And this site can't be reached. That's cute. Oh, there it is. Alcohol and gambling enforcement in Minnesota. What is not a bet? A contract to insure, indemnify. Is that a word? Or identify? Indemnify?
Indemnify.
Yeah.
Indemnify? Okay.
Means make them immune to.
Oh, okay. I thought I might have misspelled something there. Guarantee or otherwise compensate another for a harm or loss sustained, even if the loss depends on chance. A contract for the purchase or sale at a future date of securities or commodities. Well, let's see. Private social bets. It's sometimes difficult to distinguish the difference between a private social bet and illegal gambling. Best way to make the distinction is look at the intention of the law. It's not a lottery. There's a lot here. There's a lot to read here. I wonder what Wisconsin has. Oops, and I just closed the damn thing.
Welcome back, son.
Good morning. Hello again.
Hello.
All you wonderful people. Boy, I was expecting you guys to go bare knuckle, drop the gloves, get on the ice. Let's see some blood. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
But,
no. When you're talking to people who know how to have an argument, yeah.
Take care, Raquel. Sorry you couldn't stick around, sweetie. And hello, Snowdub Live. Snowdub Live. Good morning, kids.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's common knowledge that how they treat reservations, they can pretty much do what they want.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the whole point for like almost putting them extinct. Eliu, click on my link. What is there? Did he put a link in there? I didn't see. I don't see a link there, boss. It might have not have shown up.
Yeah, Resolute Germ has an interesting angle on it. Best just take donations and say you'll be giving away a computer to a random person. Don't mention entries.
The link I put in there is basically rules of how to give away.
Good morning, Eli.
Oh.
Hey guys, click on that link, LDG. There's some rules about how to give away stuff on YouTube. Okay.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I
Listen,
never
I
thought
know
that
there's a way, guys, and there's gonna
YouTube might actually
happen
have their
one
own
way or
rules on
another,
that.
but
Yeah, click that link I put in there. Sorry, it's in a private chat. I forgot I didn't have a wrench.
Yeah, I didn't even think that YouTube might have their own rules on that kind of thing.
Well, it's not from YouTube. It's a guy about explaining how to give away prizes on YouTube and rules and stuff, what you should do, what you can and cannot do. So something LDD should watch if he wants to give away a contest or whatever he was talking
Well,
about.
remember, it's going to be on the website. It's not going to be on YouTube. The YouTube only points people to the website. People go to the website, they see that
Hey,
there.
whoever's
So
in control of the chat
YouTube.
bubble, back it up a couple. I want to see what Salty Trekker said.
And yeah, it is going to be some kind of membership. I'm assuming it's going to be some kind of membership related appreciation award. Bottom line is, there is a way to do it. I will make sure it gets done that way, and I think hopefully.
Okay, I agree. Salty Trekker is declaring treason by agreeing with Bird of Prey 5. I think he secretly drank Kuroga and didn't tell anybody else.
Yeah, because if a company wants to give away something to anybody who purchases something from them, then they have the right.
Wait, Publishers Clearinghouse got in trouble? I didn't know about this.
You're
Is that
individual,
why that's why you
not
don't hear about
company.
them much anymore? That's interesting. I have a feeling I'm going to need to put up DJ's YouTube stream so I can actually see the chat. Ooh, wait.
What up, Gap?
Oh,
I like Gap's avatar. No parking.
Hello to everybody I missed in the chat. Sorry.
Nick Sandman settles
Hey,
another
Larry.
defamation case against corporate media. Oh God, I wonder what his dollar value is up to this time.
Hey, Bird, I just turned on my PlayStation. I got 2.5 hours to update my Call of Duty. Like, wow.
Did you get the West update yet? The Pacific update?
2 hours. 2 hours remaining.
Okay, because no, I mean,
5 hours to get that up.
yeah, it's going to take a while.
Like, holy shit, I thought that was just a patch.
No, it's a whole different map.
Yeah, I saw you playing. I'm like, what the hell is he playing? Oh, what the hell? Okay. I didn't recognize the territory, but I know you're playing Call of Duty.
Yeah.
What's up to everybody new coming in? We're up to 21 people. You are officially watching DJ's No Sleep stream, watching Peach sleep. We're getting a nap in for 2 hours. He will be up, and we will continue this up to 48-hour stream. Now, I wonder if we should if we should petition the fact that these 2 hours are not included in the purchase time, since we are officially in past 12 hours, right? So we're in hours.
Legalities here. The agreed to time is that he has to be awake.
He's on on camera.
We are officially in the hours that people have paid for, and I don't think sleeping is covered under that. So we'll have to bring that up to him when he gets back. We have somebody.
I don't know.
He said he will take a nap, not sleep.
I'll argue for Deej on this case. I think he's on camera. He didn't say he wasn't going to be asleep.
Thomas Bronson,
while
I'm awake.
live
I'm awake.
streaming, so there's that slight.
Look at me. I'm awake.
Uh-oh.
Gambling, Minnesota rules, public
The
safety.
salt mine is here. Hello, Mr. Trekker.
Good morning.
What's
up,
How are
you?
you? Let's do some
I
music.
can't believe we actually agree
because,
for once on one topic.
Well, that's what I just want to say. So was what Bird was saying, and some of the arguing going back and forth. First of all, as far like with raffles, in order for a raffle to work, you have to be a 501c3. It's very important in the whole foundation of that, because you're giving them a donation. In exchange for the donation, as a thank you, they're giving you an entry into their raffle for a prize. The key there is that you are giving a donation, and legally, in order to give a donation, you have to be a 501c3. So you can't give like we talk about donations when people give like StreamYards or Super Chats,
quick
but
pause.
that's not legally a donation.
What is a 501c3? Because I don't know.
That is a
non-profit.
That is a non-profit organization, which you
Yes.
and it is very difficult status to actually get.
Yes, which I have Which, by the way, for the record, I have access to a 501.
Great. I'm just saying, but you have to be a 501c3. You don't have to have access to a 501c3.
The person giving away the prize has to be the
but I'm just saying,
501c3.
LD, but if you want to commit fraud and say that this other person is a 501c3, so you're going to pretend that that's you.
That's not
you
fraud.
go right
You
ahead.
gotta do it
No,
right.
that is fraud because it's not
it's
you.
called association by
No. You know what? I have a friend. You know what? I have friends that work at a church. Those people are not Salty Tracker. Okay, that's not the. So
that's fine. So I
right.
can only promote the giveaway from the 501.
No,
They're the one that's holding it.
If you're doing it to benefit the LTG channel in any way, shape, or form,
No,
you are not.
It's not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. Did you not hear the
You're
part
doing
that
it to
it's not gonna
benefit
be on
yourself.
YouTube
You
as
are
the channel?
benefiting you. You are not benefiting them, and so it is.
That makes no sense.
It is making sense.
I can advertise anybody else's raffle. Right?
LDG, if you give away something under a 501c, yeah, that's great. But your name has to be associated with the 501c charity in order for it to be qualified for under you. If you give somebody else's, if you give a prize away for, say, Florida Paradise Church is 501c, and you're a member of that church, but you're not part of the organization, you're still committing fraud.
You need to be
I'm a
very
member
careful
of it.
Yeah.
I am a member of it.
It's not just you. If
Legally,
you're not, are you
paperwork,
an employee of that
taxes and all.
501c3?
I get what they're saying. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yes, I am. I get taxes paid for a 501. Yes, I am.
Okay, fine. Well, okay.
Uh-oh.
All of a sudden, you work for them. Great.
Well, it's not my personal information to tell you people, but yeah, I have a client who's
Okay.
a 501c.
Now it's a client. A second ago, you worked for them. Now they're a client. Make up your
They're
mind.
a client that I accept that I have tax forms for.
No,
that I am.
You know what? The fact that they are a
call them
client of
client.
yours is not the same thing as you being their employee.
On the tax records, it says I'm an employee. I accept the 1044, whatever the hell the thing is, every year from them. I am an official. I'm on their payroll.
Right.
Their payroll services that they pay for.
So they hired you as a regular employee.
Yes.
Because you're saying very different things here. There's a big difference between being a client, like if they say, "Oh, we need a computer fix," and they hired you to do a job,
do one job.
as opposed
That's
to
not the case.
As opposed to they hired you
I
as an
am
employee that
on
works
their
in house.
payroll monthly. I get paid every 2 weeks.
Okay,
I
great.
am on their payroll.
But you know what? But so the LDD channel is their channel.
No. But I'm.
Oh well, then
then
it's not there.
Not being, AT.
I don't know who
am
AT
not
is.
selling this on the channel. I said this earlier.
He doesn't know who Salty Trekker is. That's
It
okay.
is going to be advertised on the website, and this is just an option. Again, I will speak to
Is
a
the
lawyer.
website 501c exempt? If
It's
it's
very
not,
simple,
you cannot
man. You do
legally
your
do it.
homework.
Does the
all right?
website
This is what
belong to
happens when
them?
you're potty trained at gunpoint. You do your due diligence. You find out what the law is. You talk to somebody who knows the law and is certified
Your
in the
YouTube
law,
channel,
and they tell you how to do it.
The reason we're pushing back on you is because we care about you. Just
I know you care about me, and I understand.
But here's
that,
the problem:
there is a way to
your
do it.
your YouTube channel doesn't belong to them. Your website doesn't belong.
You're
to
waking
them.
up, Deej. Stop.
Oh, sorry. But your YouTube channel doesn't belong to them. Your website doesn't belong to them. I understand that you want to help them out, but you have to be very, very, very careful about these things.
Yes.
Because what you are doing can be very easily construed as fraud.
Exactly.
And
just one quick question, if I can ask. Sorry, I don't mean to butt in, and
No,
please
that's
apologize.
Cool. Please do. This is fun.
But just as a example or for instance, you said $5,000 was your cap, and you were going to build a $5,000 computer. Are you including your labor in that, or is that $5,000 worth of hardware you're putting in, and your labor, your time, your construction, your engineering is for free? Because my further question is that if you had $5,000 worth of receipts, and you could demonstrably prove that every penny that you took in on your raffle went to building this computer and the cost of shipping it to the dime, $5,000. I don't understand who would come after you or who would be looking to claim some. You're not. There's no tax
Well, the labor
involved.
is included.
Okay, because in for this to make money, he has to get $10,000 worth.
Yeah,
of
but
receipts.
he said he was doing it at cost. Like he's not doing it to make money. Or did I misunderstand?
Yeah, my
didn't hear
labor
the
is
ad
included in the $5,000.
So
Okay, well
The
then,
labor's
yeah,
covered.
the boy's got the point. If you spent everything that you had receipts for, and you could say, look, there it is. There's the taxes I paid on the keyboard, the frame for the computer. But if you then said, and there's $2,000 of labor involved, well, okay, did you pay your tax on the labor?
That's no.
Okay, but just to give a number, $1,000 of labor or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
I'm just saying, if it's all gone into the hardware, you don't make a nickel, not a penny goes into your pocket.
Yeah.
Then there's no, I don't see who
That's
would.
exactly what's happening too. No, there is no money outside of the cost of building this computer, including the labor, that is going to be.
But once labor is involved, then it is, because now you've just given yourself a job.
No, because it doesn't
That's
matter
right.
if I build
You
it or
just
somebody else.
employed
Someone
yourself.
has to build the computer.
Right.
It's a
So how much?
That's
you paying,
right.
Hold on, LD.
So the
how much are you paying yourself to build the computer?
It depends.
Just for instance.
Wait.
Just for
Are you
instance.
paying yourself? Are you paying yourself to build the computer?
Whoever builds it's going to get paid. And yes,
Okay.
I'm the one
So
who's
then,
building it.
yes, that's a problem.
Yeah.
No,
There
it's
you
not
go.
a problem. It's the cost of
That's
labor.
where you're going to get hung.
No, because you're making a profit off of this.
That's not
Yeah,
a profit.
exactly.
That's the cost
Yeah.
of labor.
No,
A
if
profit
you're
is
not donating
above-
your time,
Okay,
then you are
look
making
up
a
the
profit.
definition of profit before you come back to me.
Dude,
Anderson.
you're not
profit.
listening to it.
That is the cost of labor.
LD.
I wish it did.
Yeah,
I
you're not.
wish it did.
You're not.
But
You're
that's
not
not the
paying
way the
attention to
real world
anybody.
works.
Even
man.
taxes say profit is anything above the cost of.
No, John,
actually having
LD, you're thinking about corporate profit versus personal profit. You are profiting off of this charitable donation by walking away with money in your pocket.
For
If it's a
building
charitable
the computer.
donation, then you walk away with nothing. A charitable donation means you know your time, your effort was for zero. You made nothing off of it, meaning you did not get
You're gonna
paid.
have to show me something on that because that's not the way.
That's what donation means.
No, now you're just saying the word donation and just adding a meaning to it.
That's
Yeah,
what
but the
the
thing is-
meaning is.
raffle,
That's what the
even-
word
Calm
means.
down.
LD,
Yeah.
you don't get to just change the meaning of a
You don't get
word.
to change the meaning of words either.
Right.
Even in a
And donate
raffle,
means
the cost of
donate.
services
That's
must
what the
be
word
applied.
means,
The cost
LD.
for shipping must be applied. Everything that goes into creating that product must be applied.
Yeah, you could be
including labor.
100% reimbursed for what you spend. You don't get to charge for your labor. You don't get you don't
do
get to
the
get
charge for labor.
paid.
What if the raffle was something else like, oh, I don't know, something else someone else had to make? All right, let's say you're
Doesn't
raffling
matter.
something where somebody else has to make.
If
Their
you are
labor
getting
cost
paid, you are
goes
setting
into the
yourself up.
price.
If you are getting paid in any way, shape, or form, you are setting yourself up.
We'll see. Like I said, I'll talk to the lawyer and we'll figure it out.
Yeah,
But
you
it's going
talk
to
to your
happen.
lawyer, but it doesn't matter. You are setting yourself up.
You're not the
Yeah.
lawyer. No offense.
Yeah.
You're not the
Honestly,
lawyer.
buddy,
You
I
can't give an answer.
with respect,
You
I
really
honestly think Bird and Trekker have got a good point. If
They have a
every
point.
nickel went into the hardware, then you might get away with it because you donated your time. But paying yourself, even at a minimum wage, the government is still going to say, "Okay, where's the taxes on that? Where's our
That's
cut?"
shown through that's shown. All the taxes for that is shown. Obviously, all the taxes for everything will be shown.
With respect, I don't know if that's obvious. That's the first time I heard you mention
It
it.
doesn't matter. It has to be done that way. Taxes
Guys,
have to be
this
accounted
is not
for.
about labor or parts. This is about LDG wanting to give away something. Basically, it's a 501(c)(3), what something Checker said. If you are 501(c)(3),
It's okay,
yes,
yeah, you can call me Michael. I don't. You know.
yeah, it's unfortunate I have to do that. It's a 501(c). Like the basic example. If you belong to an organization or a company, that's a 501(c). You can give away something in their name at their property, but not under your own self, under your own name. You yourself have to be a 501(c). If the organization wants to give it away, yes, you can promote it with the organization. Well, you cannot legally do it by yourself.
I can see that too. If I talk to my client and I say, listen, you want to do this with me, you would have to host it, and I would just advertise it, and that you would in order to build this computer, you need someone to build it. Then I would build it and charge you minimum.
I would. You see that's where you look. LD, here's how it
These are
works.
things
LD, let me explain to you, because LD, hold on. I do work with our church, which is a 501c3, and we've dealt with these types of situations a little bit. So, for example, a mechanic wants to help out our church, and we got a little old lady with a broken down car. So the mechanic shows up and says, "Oh, I can fix that because it requires some spark plugs." So the mechanic goes and spends $25 on spark plugs. Now, the mechanic gets reimbursed 100% for those $25 in spark plugs. The mechanic gets reimbursed $0 for his labor. However, the mechanic can then turn around and, when he does his taxes, write off 100% of what his standard labor charges would have been for installing those spark plugs, because that was a charitable donation for him to install those spark plugs without charging labor. You cannot, however, turn around and say, now you got to pay me for installing those spark plugs. It doesn't work that way. Then it's not a charitable. Now it's not a donation.
You just gave me an out. Thank you.
That's how you do it. You don't charge for the labor. You can write it off on your taxes.
I have no problem writing off the taxes for that. If that's what it takes to do this, then that's the way I'll do it. I won't accept the time.
If it were me and I was
labor, I'll write off. That's still money. Whether you write off a
but
tax
I would,
write-off
but you still
and
need
money
to
in
make
the
sure you're
pocket
talking
is
to
the same thing to me.
Right. It's a charitable, because that is a charitable
That's fine.
donation.
I got no problem doing it that way.
Right. You can. Yeah. If you do
thank you. Wow, a productive comment. Thank you. Instead of saying negative, everybody.
So I got a question.
Thank you.
Good, quick question.
I will bring that up to the lawyer and see how we can do that.
And what you would do, and just so you know, and hold on, then I'll turn it over to you in just a second, Tim. But what you would do is, since you do have an established business, you have established rates, and this is one thing I want to make sure you understand. You do not overcharge, you do not undercharge. Whatever your standard labor rate you would charge for putting together a computer, you don't give them a special discount, but you don't inflate your rate. Whatever you would normally charge if I was gonna have you build a computer is what you charge them, except that then on their receipt, you reduce that labor charge to $0. And then you can turn around on your taxes and say, this is how much I gave them, because I would have normally charged them $850, but instead I charged them $0. And now you got an $850 write-off.
So, hey, Salty, I think Gap Stargate has made a reference to you, pal. I don't know if you're reading the chat or not.
No, I didn't see that. I'm sorry. I don't have the chat up because I joined the Streamlab.
The chat does.
It's actually you can see it in Streamlabs.
So
now.
my question is, if I wanted to build a computer, let's say it costs $2,500 to actually build this all hardware, and I had people donate to me to build this computer, and I gave it to a random person that donated. And now I'm not figuring any labor. To me, that's my time. It's my fun time. Okay. Would that be wrong? Would that be a problem if I didn't make any money on it?
No. The way you just worded it, Tim, no, because you basically say, okay, we've got a massing here. Now I'm just going to give it away randomly. You didn't ask people to enter to win. You just randomly give it away. So technically, the way you worded it, you can legally do that.
Well, I would still be using their money to pay for the parts.
Yeah, but the way you worded it, give me donations to build a computer. Okay, computer's built. Okay, now I'm going to randomly give it away. That's two separate incidences, two separate items. Two separate line items you did.
Okay.
Well, exactly. Again,
the second idea is have everybody do it as a mail-in ballot. Keep it off the computers. Make no electronic paper trail, and just do it like that. As long as you don't, you can give it another name, a completely different. And people mail you your $5, your $10, whatever, how many tickets they want. And again, if you keep it within the community, the family, so to speak, who's going to rat you out because they're going to want their chance to win their computer.
Okay. Real quick. That sounds fishy. I don't know if I'll even want to do it that way. But do appreciate the suggestion.
Anytime
I have
if you
someone
could
I
say
can talk
rat
to.
you out, then I think there's a problem.
Yeah, rat you out is all of a sudden
Yeah.
red flag there, boss. But I will find a way to do it. I will discuss it with my lawyer. We will see.
Well, that's also the important thing. Get a lawyer involved just in case.
Yeah,
Like
of
you
course,
said.
that was part of the plan from the moment I thought of doing this. It's got to be legit. Obviously, I'm not going to try to do something fishy. No one's going to trust something that smells fishy. This is something that
Did you say $5,000 as a set price in your head that you already thought, or were you just throwing a number out there?
Oh, because to make a really badass machine, $5,000 is basically that's the number. Like for $5,000, you can make a monster effing machine.
Well, let me ask you this.
Right. Not wrong.
Well, it depends on what you're building the machine for.
Yeah, exactly.
Because obviously,
And that's
like
when I
if
threw in
you're
the
if you're
custom.
building a video editing machine, 5,000 is a starter. But
It's a very strong starter.
No, I don't know.
I don't know where you're buying your parts, but $5,000, I'll build you a video editing machine.
$5,000
It'll
would
turn
buy
on before you press the goddamn button.
$5,000 would buy one graphics card for out of a bank of graphics cards for what I would want. But now granted, I don't have any intention of actually building a machine like that, but the machine that I would want would probably cost about 30 or 40.
Even with the 3080s, two 3080s is $1,200, $1,300. That's two 3080s.
You
or
should
3070s.
You're in the wrong classification of cards, man. You need to look at the pro cards.
Yeah, that's
I've worked with
a pro card.
If you're doing video editing, yes, you do. And if you've never worked with,
I do video editing. I got a 2080 Ti, and I do just fine.
Right. You've never worked with the Quadro series cards.
Quadros are overkill.
No, they are not.
Quadros are for render farms.
You know what?
Quadros are for render farms. They're not.
And if you like doing video rendering, then they come in very handy, especially if you like doing 3D animation. If you like doing heavy video editing, then yes, the Quadro FX cards are
Trekker or what?
Huh?
Are you making Pixar movies or something? Or,
exactly.
Or...
3D animation.
Video
Yes.
cards, boss. And Quadro.
Resolute Germ asks, "What the hell are you planning to do? Fake the moon landing?"
No,
yes.
The Quadro
Yes.
FX cards, you could, if you had, and I love those cards. Anyway,
let's fake it a couple times.
For a gaming system, though, $5,000, you can build a pretty decent system.
Yes, you can.
And now, how much of that? When you say how much of that are you figuring is labor versus parts?
Labor versus parts for a computer like that, I would say, is about anywhere from $500 to $800.
Okay. Yeah. So
how many hours is that roughly?
To do
Just
a full
curious.
machine takes about 24 hours.
For you, $500 for every half hour.
Yeah, it's about 24 hours. When you put into the account of actually putting the machine together, properly putting the machine together, that includes wire management, the whole 9 yards, all those extra things that takes time to do. That also includes, installing the operating system, installing the software that needs setting up the drive, because when you have the new computers now, you need to do more than just install Windows. When
how
you're
many hard
dealing with
drives are you looking at?
Huh?
How many hard drives are you looking at in a system like that?
Well, you definitely want an SSD boot drive, then you want a storage drive, most likely in some kind of RAID configuration.
Well, I'm just curious, like, because see, that's another thing. Like for me, and I know that the way I do it will be different than a gaming machine. Because for me, massive amounts of storage is another priority.
Yeah, exactly. A gaming machine doesn't need the massive amount of storage, and they need more attention to the SSDs, where a video editor would be more attention to the storage drives. Exactly. And there are different configurations and different costs for doing those different configurations, whether you're going to do a RAID, whether you're going to do a RAID 0 SSD, or some kind of RAID 1.0, RAID 5 setup. to get that increased super boost performance, to reduce lag time, especially in video games. Or if you're doing even if you're doing video editing, you want a boot SSD, but you also want a rendering SSD, which a lot of people don't even think about. So you want 2 SSD setups, one for the boot drive, one for the specific video that you're working on at that moment, and then spinning drives for your storage, which even then needs to be redundant just in case the drive goes bad and you don't lose your entire library.
And yes, Mr. Miles, I agree with you on that, but I don't want to get into a big old discussion with LD on that.
About what? What did he say?
Oh, he's just talking about the fact that editing systems, you actually want more SSDs nowadays as well.
Yes, that's what I was saying. You want an SSD workable drive when you're working on a video, but that drive is not going to beat your boot drive. So you want an SSD boot drive, but you also want a working space SSD, just like I have on my computer. I have 2 SSDs, one for the boot, one for the rendering.
Right.
And I put my video, when I'm working on a video file, I grab the project folder from my storage drive, the slow drives, I throw it on my secondary SSD, and I work on it from there. I render it from there. Then when I'm done, I file it away back onto my spinning drives. But my boot drive remains completely clear. All my documents, all my folders, my pictures, my videos, all the working folders that Windows has to be moved off the boot drive.
Right.
And that's something a lot of people don't do either.
Well, I never use the boot drive for working, but
Windows defaults it to the C drive.
Well, I use the C drive. That's where like just the way my current configuration is. I'll have like just for simplicity's sake, I'll install my primary like DaVinci Resolve, which is my main editing program that I use.
I love DaVinci.
I'll install on the C drive, so it makes it easy for updates and stuff like that. But I do my work folders and stuff are all off of the C drive.
Another thing too with buying the hardware is SSDs. If you do not get heat sinks for your SSDs, you're just asking for problems. And that's
share
something else.
Share my screen. Can you share my screen?
Sorry, what?
Can you share my screen?
Supersize them.
I was wondering what you were staring so intensely at.
My screen. I have.
You're full size there, Bill. Go ahead.
No.
Oh, he's sharing something. Got it.
Yes.
I got it.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's a build. It's a dream build that I've, have going here. Like there's a monitor, the computer case, storage drive, and there's those SSDs with a heat sink right there.
Yep. I think I helped you get those too, didn't I?
Two of them. Yeah.
Nice.
And then of course I got.
Is that first monitor? Was that one of those
Wi-Fi card? It's cool.
Yeah.
Was that one of those curved monitors you can wrap around your head?
The AMD 9. I forgot. I forgot the memory RAM in this build, so I got to add it. Oh.
Wait, go back to that fan.
Yeah, this is just
Yeah, that. I guess that fan's okay. I just want to see how many heat pipe U-shaped heat. It doesn't say how many heat pipes it is. That's cool. I'm not a fan of the RGBs, but they seem to be pumping that into all the equipment right now. You can't really get away from it.
Yeah.
The Seagate though's got to go.
Well, yeah. I'm just curious what's wrong with the other I don't really care about them, but what's your problem with the RGBs?
I just think it's. They just do it for flashiness. There's no.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I was wondering what your problem. I mean, it's just a question.
You don't want
your
PC to be a race car. Come on.
Yeah, it takes more electricity off your power supply. It's just flashy. It has no real purpose. I mean,
well, the purpose is to make your computer look like a rainbow. I mean, that's
exactly.
But I mean,
it's
but I'm just saying,
furious for PCs, man.
That is the purpose. And so, if people want their computer to look cool, what's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that. It just doesn't have a purpose. Other than that,
Yeah.
it's all
Yeah.
cosmetic purpose.
But some people like their computer to look cool.
But there,
I mean,
but there are other ways to make your computer look cool. You got LED strips that are also animated. There are many
Yeah.
different ways than those rainbow
But-
fucking, same as everything else, rainbow flashing fucking lights.
It's called stickers and sparkles.
I mean,
however,
you can have,
I have to say this though, LD, in fairness to the rainbow sparkly lights people, is that and just for the record, I do not have rainbow sparkly lights on my computer.
Unfortunately, I do.
But mine is a little more basic. But I do have to say that if on a properly decked out computer, I had a computer where the fans had a solid green halo on the outside edge and then matching green LED strips on the inside, and it looked pretty cool.
Yeah, I like the lightsaber effect.
And so I'm not a big fan of just
right
I'm not a big fan of rainbows, but a properly matched LED fan blade that matches some LED strips or whatever inside, and you can do something fancy with a liquid cooling or whatever. It can look pretty cool.
One of the channels I watch,
and lights are not the only other way to make your computer look cool. A lot of people like decals. A lot of people like decals.
I have, and it also depends on like what main board you have and stuff like that. Like if you have because there are some motherboards that just look cool on their own.
And some people like the people like. I mean, there are wood cases, for God's sakes. People like just the bare bone. It looks mechanical, right? No lights at all. It just looks mechanical. Like they have that fan that literally. I mean, it just looks mechanical. No lights. It just looks like a transformer. You know what I mean?
Well, as long as you're not sacrificing power for aesthetics. But I got to ask one question. You guys were talking about sparkly rainbows and shit like that, yada, yada, yada. I know Bill's a little too shy to ask that. If we got rid of the rainbows and added vampires to the sparkly, could that work somehow? Smiling.
Well, I was thinking what you got to do is add sparklies, but then add like the Batman cape and cowl to it.
Okay.
Hell, I saw a computer that's strobed, for God's sakes. There was just a bunch of strobes in there. You could see the fans like.
Well, I'm just saying, since we're going to have Batman, sparkly Batman coming out soon. Right?
One of the channels I watch, It's a Gundam. He just got the Gundam Edition PC, and this thing looks ridiculous. You want to talk about?
Oh, I'm sure it looks horrible. Yeah.
It actually looks kind of
Gundam
cool,
PC. What's the point?
Wheezy.
Well, I've seen some cases that look like Gundams, for God's sakes. They literally look like they're about to fucking transform on your ass.
Well, I'm showing it now.
Say I'd rather have a transformer PC that turns into like a fucking scooter or something and get to working back. But however it works. Hello, Eldritch Lord Haster.
Now, I would like
You're
see
back.
something like
Welcome,
that. Looks
pal.
like a warp drive. I'm down for warp drive effects. I'm also down for like a matrix effect.
See, yeah,
that looks cool.
Yeah. So the
That
only
I
difference
like.
between this and say a PC that LDG could make is that it costs I'd say about 50% more because of the branding on it.
Well, the branding, that's why I'm saying when you're one of the biggest things about my idea of trying to do this is the fact you're not paying for name. You get a higher PC, a custom built, always. You always get more value in a custom built PC than you ever will getting a Dell or an Alienware or a Lenovo, because you're paying for name. You're paying for shit that they upcharge for nothing.
I will respectfully disagree with you in part there, LD.
Would you go with a liquid cooling system?
Because
depends on the need.
I think you're paying for one other thing sometimes besides the name of Dell
Would you put a liquid cooling system in your build?
If it called for it, yeah. Liquid cooling is overrated. It only needs to be done for certain circumstances.
I think.
Wow.
I
You
think
just mean for aesthetics. That's all you do.
No, yeah. If you overclock the CPU.
Yeah, but looks like you just mean for aesthetics, not actual function.
Well, it depends. If you do run it hot, then liquid cooling can come in.
Yeah, if you're overclocking, but overclocking is also not needed.
Oh yeah, I don't believe. I definitely do not believe in overclocking because I believe in having a stable system over a fast system any
Exactly.
day. But because honestly, with the amount of performance gain you get out of overclocking, it would be smarter to just have your system running stable than
Yeah.
because overclocking you tend to crash more as well.
Yeah, and you literally create a bottleneck when you overclock. Unless you overclock everything, by overclocking, you're creating a bottleneck because now one part is running faster than the rest. The most important thing about building a computer is making sure that the numbers add up. Your RAM is as fast as your processor. Your processor is as fast. Your motherboard has the front side bus or whatever they call it now that can handle the processor data going between the RAM. Your PCIe link speed is fast. You're not, because that's one thing when you buy these motherboards you don't realize, right? They like the Jesus ROG, right? They make like 5 different Jesus ROG motherboards. Why? Because each one has different specs going across the board, connecting everything together, the processor to the RAM, the RAM to the processor to the video card, to the South Bridge, etc. And these are numbers that if you bought your computer right and you got the right parts and you did your math right, you don't need to overclock because you have a fully functional, non-bottlenecked or limitly bottlenecked computer.
Right. Anyway, but to what I was saying, LD, the thing that people pay for, besides the actual name of Dell or Lenovo, is warranty.
Warranty.
And the thing is that while it's great to buy a computer from an independent like yourself on a handshake and a smile, what happens if something goes wrong with that computer 3 months down the road and that handshake and smile guy are nowhere to be seen, and now they got a brick.
See, now
and
that's,
they
you're
don't
right.
know what to do.
You're right.
And because
and that
not
comes,
everybody can fix a computer.
Okay, you're right. But here's the thing. That's only when you buy it from somebody who doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Any computer, even a custom built computer, the warranty's still there. Matter of fact, you have a better warranty with the manufacturer almost sometimes, depending on what parts you buy, who you buy it from, than you do with the actual Dell or Lenovo.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Just don't disappear.
Hold on. First of all, the individual, and I'm not talking about a nerd or someone that understands computer components, because let's be honest, most of us, unless someone has a physical problem like myself or someone has just whatever limitations, most of us that understand these components would just put the computer together ourselves. So we wouldn't hire someone to do it anyway. But if someone actually, if they don't understand the parts, they're not going to know what to do. They're not going to know who to go to. And if their computer guy isn't to be found, then what are they? What are they going to do? Go to a local computer store who's going to sell you? Oh, sure, I'll charge you $150 to take a look. And then they're going to have to, and they're going to be going from square one. They're going to do some kind of diagnostic to figure out what the problem is. It's going to be a huge disaster. And then they're going to charge them an arm and a leg to fix it.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
And all right, so no, they are going to get screwed over to high heaven.
Exactly. You're absolutely right.
Okay, but if I purchase a Dell or I purchase an Alienware or whatever, and something goes wrong, I go to Dell or I go to Alienware and they fix it. Now, maybe their customer service is great. Maybe their customer service sucks. And you know what? A lot of these companies live and die by what their customer service rating is. And that's why these companies, I mean, that's why people like Joseph they're the bread and butter of these companies. Is that depending on how good or how poorly they do, that's what's going to make these companies succeed or fail.
Yeah, but I agree. But you're absolutely correct. But that's the beauty of this, is that I'm always here unless I die, so I am going to be supplying better service. If this computer does go out and there's something defective, first of all, I do the burn-in. So it obviously when I
but I'm not
build it,
talking
I'll be doing it. No, let me finish.
I get that for you.
Let me finish. I will be doing the burn-in. I will be testing it. It's not just a build and let go like some idiot that if this was some asshole doing this that doesn't know what they're doing would most likely do something like that. Second, I'm actually available compared to some other asshole who would try to do this and not do it right. So I would be here to help them with the warranty. Second, yes, you live and die by your customer service, but when you become too big like Dell, I can tell you a million stories where they've had nightmares dealing with warranties with Dell. Not only that, but they cut corners like giving you used parts instead of new parts. Unlike when you go through Jesus and their customer service is out effing standing. They will give you the part before you even send them the part, and they'll send you a brand new part. A higher chance of getting a brand new part than a used part like Dell would give you. Dell will give you a refurbished part, even if your computer breaks down in the first 3 months. You no longer have a brand new part. Now you got a refurbished used part. Okay, and that is fact. Double check that with I'm sure if Random Menace was here, he'd tell you the same thing. So yes, you don't know what you're going to get. The thing is, I'm here to do it the right way, and I will be available. I've always been available. For the past 2 years, I've been here for people, helped them out, hands down, and saved them money. I mean, I've saved the community over $10,000 in the first 2 years of doing work for people. Okay, so I stand by my conviction, by my service. And I think I am one of the best people to do something like this, to make sure that even if you're going to get a badass machine and something goes wrong, we guarantee that I'll help you fix it. Because all these parts come with warranties, and the warranties from the manufacturer are more times than less, especially when you buy quality manufacturers like Asus or Corsair, that you actually have a better warranty with them than you do with Dell or HP. And I will argue that point. I cannot stand the fact that they don't give brand new parts. You can your computer can literally be defective, break down in 3 months, and they'll give you a used motherboard. You just spent $2,000 on a computer. It broke down in the first 3 months, and now you got a used fucking motherboard.
Okay. Can I answer that with one?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm done. Yeah,
all right. The one thing I would say to that, and again, I don't work for Dell. I don't, I'm not.
I did.
That's great, but I don't. Never did. So based on my current condition, probably never will. But I will say this. I would, and I've said this about people that have complained to me when I worked for Verizon, who would say, I can't believe that when I called the insurance company when my phone broke, and they sent me a refurbished phone, and I would ask the question: would you rather have a new phone that's broken or a refurbished phone that works?
Given those two choices?
Because between those two choices, would you either have a new phone that's broken or a refurbished phone that works?
Rather have a refurbished phone that works with it, right. But I'd rather have a brand new phone again.
Right, of course you would. But you know what? But at the same time, if you have the other thing about it is that, okay, you say, well, I have this refurbished phone now, or a refurbished motherboard or whatever, and what if it breaks? Well, then we'll replace that too. Well, what if it breaks? Well, then we'll replace that too. And you know what? We'll stand behind that product as long as it takes, for as long and that's what they do. And and yes, sometimes people say, "Oh, well, it's not fair. You should just give me a new one every single time." And it's like, well, there's a reason they can't do that, and people complain, "Oh, we need to be environmentally conscious and all that." Well, then we shouldn't be giving away new products every single time, because if we do, then we're not being very environmentally friendly. We're being environmentally stupid. And if we're being realistic about it, it just doesn't make sense to just sit there and say, hey, somebody had a motherboard that had a little bit of a problem, and now we're just going to throw it away because the next person wants a brand new one when theirs breaks. And I understand what you're saying, that everybody wants everything to be brand new. Everybody's a Karen. Everybody wants to be treated like they're royalty. But at the same time, you know what? Sometimes we need to be realistic and realize that our name isn't Queen Elizabeth.
Well, what that comes down to how businesses do business in the first place, and they should be able to have a system in place that does actually work. And but for instance, I'll even rephrase it and say maybe you shouldn't get a brand new one, but you should not get one that's older than the one that you have. And they do have ways of tracking how old refurbished equipment is.
Right.
So if yours breaks down after a year, then you should get a refurbished that's 1 year or less, not whatever. Not random lottery. This could be a 2-year-old thing. You know what I mean? Especially when you have.
I said invest in a 1998 Dell. Wow, damn.
Especially when you have destructible items like the battery. The battery has a set lifespan on it.
Right.
So getting a used battery is like one of the worst things you could possibly want to get used.
And I will tell you, and I can't speak for Dell. Again, never worked there, probably never will. But I will tell you that when it comes to certain items, that have expected lifespans, like batteries and stuff, they are destroyed after a certain amount of time. And there's no, they like with cell phone batteries, a cell phone battery that is 5 years old is destroyed, meaning that like they are disposed of permanently. There is no, there's not, oh, we're going to give you a 5-year-old cell phone battery. No, they are automatically, like if you turn in a phone for a problem and it's 5 years old, that battery is simply incinerated.
Yeah, and I get it. But you know what, though, battery, though, a battery usable lifespan where it actually becomes, where it passes the point of actually being valid to use is about 2.5 years max.
Actually, no, it's actually more than 5 years. But it merely depends more on the usage.
It depends on usage.
It depends on the usage more than on the age.
Yes.
But the average cell phone battery is about 5 years.
Yes, if used perfectly.
6 years.
Right.
And I'm putting that into the account when I say 2.5 years. When you take the average use, and that's even being conservative, to be honest.
And
most
by the way,
people don't know how to use or how to charge a cell phone battery, and they end up killing their lifespan by how they charge their device.
But that's why the average cell phone battery today is about 5 years. That's based on the usage of your average consumer today.
Mine's 2.5. I've seen people.
Well, that's just based. Maybe that's based on your personal usage, the way you use cell phones. But the average
cell phones to me. I'm talking, not me. I haven't had a cell phone in 6 years. I'm talking about people who bring me phones.
Well, then the people that you know don't know how to use.
I just got that 2 years ago.
The people that you know, the people that bring you cell phones, whatever, they abuse their phones. But the average, the statistical average as far as cell phone batteries is 5 years. You're not gonna look. I know this stuff. Don't bother trying to argue with me on it.
I don't have to argue. I'm just telling you what it is on my
No,
side.
you don't just tell me what it is. I know what it is.
And I know what it is from my
all right. Stop trying to be an expert on every freaking subject on the planet, LD. You're not an expert on every freaking subject on the planet. You're just not
claiming that, boss. Okay, come on, get back on track here for a second. I'm talking about something that I've been doing for over 20 years.
No, you have not been doing cell phones for 20 freaking years.
I've been doing laptop batteries,
right?
Cell phones,
I know, not
anything that has a lithium-ion battery.
You just know everything, okay? You just know everything. I get it. You're just the expert on everything.
Calm down, boss.
No, you know, LD, stop being a condescending dickhead, okay? Just stop. Yeah, you're right, Mr. Miles. I forgot. He is an expert on everything. I need to humble myself.
Yeah, this is everything.
Yeah. No, you know what, dude? You sit there and you talk down to Joseph when he knows more about Dell computers.
Joseph agrees with me.
No, he doesn't. I've heard you talking to Joseph, and when he sits there and tries to explain to you how Dell computers actually operates, and you talk over him and you talk down to him. And then I'm trying to tell you, that look, I've worked for Verizon Wireless, and I know how cell phones work. And then you try to talk down to me like I don't know anything about cell phones. All right, so I really don't appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't appreciate you think I'm talking down to you. So
well,
please
you
get
know
that
what?
out of your
Stop
head.
telling me I don't know how long cell phone batteries
I am
last.
telling
and
you
then
my experience of
I
what
don't care
I've
what your
heard people
experience
say,
is.
that
You know,
I've heard
anecdotal
people that
evidence is not statistics. Okay, the
hard to talk
statistics
when we
bear
don't take
out.
turns. Anti-tracker. It's a 3-legged race. Okay, you and I are
I don't know
tied
what a-
leg right now.
What
You
does
talk,
that even
I
mean?
talk.
I don't
You
know.
talk,
It's some
I
type of
talk.
race you two have.
I just want to let everybody know
Those of you-
who's watching right now. This is normal conversation when LDG and Salty Trekkers on stream. Nobody gets a word in.
Those
I mean,
of
I
you
worked
who
for Dell
pretend to
for
know
over a
everything
year.
ruin it for those of us who really do.
Yeah, I was the guy when I worked for Dell. I was the guy that had to go to a random house and had to get refurbished parts to replace other people's Dell's laptops and computers. I was
Great.
replacing Dell
I'm not
motherboards.
talking
I was
about
replacing
Dell.
batteries. I actually have experience with Dell on the technical.
And I am not talking about Dell.
But that's just one company.
Great,
I'm also
but you know what?
stating-
Dell also doesn't make cell phones.
No, but the battery technology is the same.
No, actually, it's you know what the battery in a cell phone is not the same as a battery in a laptop. They're not the same type of battery. The actual, I mean,
You want me to
when
go
I
pull
say
some
that
right now?
they're not the. I mean, you might say, oh well, a lithium ion battery is a lithium ion battery, but
No, they're not.
but that doesn't make them the same configuration of battery.
No, it's called power consumption. How they use the power,
Right.
distribute it. Yeah.
And
But
so
we're talking about different companies. We're only talking about one.
No, he's talking about the battery itself. It's like a AA battery and a AAA battery.
I've seen
the exact same
Kindles
things, different
only
energy
last
outputs.
a year and a half. I've seen cell phones only last a couple of years, where the battery just dies within
right.
like an hour.
And you
I've
know
seen-
what? I've seen, you know what, LD, people, LD, I've seen, you know, I've known people that have died at the age of 45. That doesn't mean the average life expectancy is 45, right?
No shit. Yeah, I know.
Okay, so just because people die at the age of 45 doesn't change the fact that the average life expectancy is in the 80s.
Now who's insulting whose intelligence?
Wait, no. So just because you know of people whose cell phone batteries last a year and a half doesn't change the fact that the average cell phone battery lasts 5 years.
No, of course not.
Okay,
You're
so then
insulting my
shut up.
intelligence.
That's all I was saying.
And I'm trying to say to you that it is the average across all my experience.
I don't, you know what? I don't care what your experience has been. I'm just letting you know
Why am I talking then?
Because you're trying to contradict what the statistics are by saying, well, your experience. Well, you know what? That's great that your experience may vary, but you know what? That's true of everything.
Good one,
We all
Mr.
know
Wallace,
that
good one.
companies, we all know that corporations always go on the high mark. They say 5
No.
years because they want to push that bar as
No,
high as
it's
they
not
possibly
that they
can.
say 5 years. The actual statistics are 5 years. The actual, the you know, when independent metrics come in, like root metrics and stuff like that, when they come in and they measure this stuff, then they come up with 5 years. That's not Verizon's number. That's the number that independent companies come up with.
It's like testing a car, your airbags.
Right.
The car manufacturer doesn't say, okay, these airbags are good for 3 to 5 years without replaced. No, the company from the airbags itself says these things will work for 3 to 5 years. It's the battery. These
Yeah, I was gonna
consumers,
say,
like,
and I'm
these
looking it
batteries
up
here.
right now, right? Just to double check. I'm checking multiple sources here. 3 to 5 years, 2 to 3 years, 4 to 5 years.
It's
2 to
10
3
fucking
years.
2.
If you add those
2
up,
minutes
average,
after
it's
10.
5 years, dude. Use an average.
So 5 is the high
multiply,
point.
divide.
I gotta wait.
And he's probably
Said he
using
keep it
consumer
hours.
sources that are lowballing. So, you know.
No, I didn't.
I'm going through across the net
I think
here.
it's
I'm
very
going through
unfair. You guys are
multiple sources.
the fucking moment
Look
it
at
comes
this
in. It's not like you're giving us lots of food.
What son of a red
Multiple
shirt?
sources. You can look it up for yourself.
And it's not like I wouldn't have any good information working for the company.
Maybe you should mute whoever that's clearly
Son.
doesn't know that they're online.
Yeah,
Son of
I
a
think.
shirt.
It sounded like something not pleasant was happening there.
Hey, subject change. Subject change. Deej was supposed to take a 2-hour nap. Why is he still
stupid, and I'm
asleep?
sick and tired of it. If you don't want me here, kick my ass the fuck out.
What happened, son?
Like a bucket. One more time, because I'm down here at 8. Oh, fucking 2.
Son of a red shirt, you may want to mute.
I think he is talking to us.
Shit, I was muted the whole time. I was like, red shirt, mute. And I'm muted.
Yeah. I just started hearing that. I don't know if that's a private conversation or what.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that was. That definitely he was yelling at whoever's behind him.
Oh.
So why is Deej still asleep? He was supposed to take a 2-hour nap. This was over 2 hours.
Oh, come on. Deej is going to be asleep for like 18 hours.
Deej needs his rest.
This is his idea of a marathon live stream, is this a live stream of him snoozing. And the amazing thing is he's sleeping through me and LD having one of our fights. I mean,
I know, that's odd.
and you didn't put Chris Chibnall's balls in his mouth or what's her name?
I'm being nice to him.
You're being nice to who?
Deej. Right now, I normally would be overlaying some kind of 13th Doctor over his head or some shit.
You're putting Manu's picture on the wall again.
Yeah. Pony Life poster. Yeah. Swimming with the fishes.
Yeah, Jody Rocks, that sort of stuff.
Yeah. He made me co-host. So I'm kind of responsible here. So I'm kind of like,
You're kind of
a
responsible.
bad time with the chat right now. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, I'm just glad that he actually took that donation and invested and got an upgrade on the StreamYard.
He's dreaming of pickles. Yes, indeed.
Someone grab Alfredo. Someone get this troll.
YouTube is not up. Sorry, I don't have a wrench. I can't do that.
I don't even know if
done.
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't even know how we got him.
Yeah. What is with this new wave of spammers?
I got one of those on my channel. Like, what the hell?
I know. I see them all over the place.
I've been getting a ton of those lately.
There are communities that are formulating this stuff every day. They're figuring out.
Yeah, but it seems like lately they've just been all over.
It's a new thing, man.
Right, but I've been getting like half a dozen of them a day in my live streams lately.
Yeah, well, all you have to really do, a lot of them, they say the same thing. So just add to your block list of words, VOI dot, whatever they say, because they all kind of say the same thing. And if you see a pattern, you can just add it to your block list of words, and it'll get automatically blocked.
And they should put VOI dot space in there.
Yeah, what also helps is turning on your subscription only, so people have to subscribe. That way you block the lazy people that don't subscribe to your channel. They won't even be able to say anything.
Yeah,
so
but
there are things you
I
can
don't
do.
like being a jerk about it, though. Although I'm going to probably do that.
I don't call having to hit the subscribe button. I wouldn't call that a jerk, but that's me. I get what you're saying, but it's not really asking that much, I don't think, for people.
I'm not asking a ton, but you know what? I generally welcome all to come and
True.
whether they're subscribed or not.
But the chat is set up for a default, so it's YouTube's version of the catch-all protocol. Anyone can type into chat. It's a default.
Right.
And if you just step it up just one little step. Now, I'm not saying you got to put it where it's because you can actually say you have to be a subscriber and you have to be a subscriber for 30 days or some shit like that.
Oh, yeah. I think that's a bit excessive.
I
know that you could make it so that you have to be a subscriber for like 1 minute.
Like 1 minute, 5 minutes, something like that.
2 minutes, 3 minutes, yeah.
Exactly.
That's what Captain Chuck does sometimes.
Exactly. But it would be nice that you could, this is because the platform allows you to have aliases, separate aliases, no less.
Yeah.
And that's a huge problem. Something Prometheus would not allow.
Yeah, except that Prometheus is a lousy movie.
But it's a great movie.
That's right.
Well, actually, it's Aliens.
Makes no sense to have it.
And it's a really stupid class of starship on top of that.
It is like one of the best starship classes out there. You're just triggering me now. You're doing that on purpose.
No, Prometheus was a stupid movie It was a stupid movie.
Here we go.
It was a stupid
Round
class
2.
of starship.
Ding.
There is nothing that Prometheus has done well. So
the movie sucked. I'll agree with you on that, guys. Everybody, hold on tight right now. I agree with Anti-Trekker.
Holy
Prometheus-
shit! Holy shit! He agrees with Anti-Tracker. Holy fucking shit! Holy shit! Cats
But
and
the
dogs are
Starship
living
class
together. Mass hysteria
was awesome.
ensues.
They had a
Holy
holodeck
shit.
across the
I
entire
am now
ship.
going to officially quote Darren Wagner. Glittering jewel of colossal ignorance.
Hey, how do you think I feel? I got stuck with
Colossal ignorance. Colossal ignorance.
How do you think I feel? I'm stuck with this little bunny right here, okay?
Followed
Carlos,
by
like, what just
the
happened?
Whirlpool.
What just happened? I know, mind fucking blown, right?
Wow.
Miles supports the sub requirement.
Best
Yeah, I
starship
mean,
right here.
it's
This is the
that's
best
what it is, because you just can't let just anyone talk. If you're here on the channel, it's not much to ask to subscribe if you want to hang out with that part of the community.
Why are you dodging the whole thing about Prometheus sucking?
Right here. I'm showing off the best ship.
I ain't dodging Prometheus. The ship was awesome. That whole
ship was
My
lame.
plates are going into my
Dude,
feet.
it was basically whatever writer's hot rod.
It was like,
split into different
you know what the
parts.
Prometheus was? The Prometheus was a ship designed by 12-year-olds.
No. The ship in Prodigy was designed by 12-year-olds.
No, the ship in Prodigy was designed by, at least 15-year-olds. I'll give them that.
Oh my
I-
God!
Honestly,
a glass,
you take away
yeah.
two
really?
in the cells, take away the
A
two
glass.
in the cells, and then it
At
doesn't
least the
split apart.
Prodigy ship didn't split into 3. And multi-vector attack mode, yay! Come on.
Dude, I still
What's
haven't
wrong
seen
with
past the first
multi-sector
episode of
assault
Prodigy.
mode? Because you get
Multi-sector.
if you get outnumbered,
Multi-vector,
right? If you get
dude. Come
outnumbered,
on.
which 9 times out of 10 you do, you can
9
have
times
an-
out of 10, really?
Well, okay. Anytime you get outnumbered, you have a solution to that outnumbering,
Yes.
which you don't have on a regular one ship configuration.
Yeah, that's
And the
technically.
Vegas
But it's still one ship's worth of power systems. Okay.
No, not necessarily.
Technically, it
Not
is.
necessarily. They
I mean,
can
what do
take-
you have? You have to have 3 warp cores on the thing, then.
But most ships have 2
Technically.
already.
No, they don't.
They don't. No, they don't.
What are you talking about? Voyager
they
had
only have one
what
warp
was it?
core.
Whatchamacallit had 2 warp cores, didn't it?
No, one warp core,
Whatchamacallit
3
what?
nacelles, 2 nacelles, only one warp core.
Yeah, and if you think of the Enterprise D, it only had 1 warp core. Then the saucer section had impulse drive only with fusion
Okay.
reactors.
Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, you did have warp cores in all the shuttle pods, all the shuttles. They had warp cores.
Warp cores.
But a warp core is still a warp core. It still produces fucking teraquads, whatever the fucking
Terraquads.
Could you use shuttles to tow?
Oh, sorry, I didn't see. We got some people here, everybody. NB Geek, welcome.
Yeah, he's
And
backstage.
Darren Wagner, welcome. Sorry,
Hey,
guys.
Darren.
I was just curious who's
I
running the.
summoned Darren. I'm sorry, everybody.
I was just curious who's running the show. So help me out here. I can't see names. I see Salty Trekker. I see Pickles.
There you go.
Okay, Elihu, Bill,
Son of
Bird
Red
Prey,
Shirt.
Son of a
Deed
Red
sleeping.
Shirt.
Things just got real. We got
LDG
Darren
is
and
in
LD.
charge.
Haven't seen Geek in a while. Not Geek.
I just finished watching. Well, I'm tired as fuck because my little puppy decided 4 a.m. is not only, which is be a regular thing. 4 a.m. is not only the time to go to the bathroom. It is also after you go to the bathroom, you take the other dogs out to the field and play. There's just there's one tiny little problem with that. It's been raining all day since yesterday. And we're not exactly in springtime weather here.
All right, so I think we're going to take a quick moment here to appreciate the host of today's 48-hour stream. Let's take a look and see what he's doing. What is Deej doing?
On YouTube, is he snoring?
Yeah.
On YouTube. No, unmute him. Is he snoring?
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure he's dreaming dreams of plump YouTube women.
Deej,
All the TikTok girls he
sleeping on the
watches.
job, man. I'm gonna have to do this to you, man. I'm sorry.
That's it, Deej. You're fired.
Screw you! You're fired! Fire! Fire! You're fired! Fire! 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 You're fired!
PJ Odyssey, how can I be fired? I'm not one of your wrenches, LOL. You're fired from talking to me and being my friend and being on my channel. Get the hell out of here. Go on, you go on, get the hell out of here.
Especially if Darren's here, I wanted to play this too.
Okay, I've asked this before, and nobody has answered the question. What the hell is the crux behind that whole thing?
What whole thing? The
What, that-
Prometheus being
the video?
stupid?
Yes, that video. I know nothing about why that video.
That's
is.
he was on Truck Yards, and there was a comment made that someone said Deej was fired, or he fired him, and he was like, "Well, I'm not a wrench. How can you fire me?" And then he just made a joke about it, saying, "You're just fired of being my friend. Get the hell out of here." So then he wanted me to do the whole focus on the "you're fired." So I threw the Vince McMahon on there saying "you're fired," and then he wanted the dinosaur walking away like
Incredible Hulk.
Like something he would wear.
Like the Hulk when he's walking away.
Gotcha. Yeah,
Was that playing the video? Because for me, it was just a freeze frame of Captain Foley.
Look, I'm going to be honest. I don't even really know.
No, it's in the
I
video.
I didn't even remember the guy's name was Vince McMahon. I mean, I never really was a WWF, WWE.
Oh, you didn't know what that was, Vince? Oh yeah, that's Vince McMahon.
No. I probably knew his name, but obviously I'd forgotten it because I don't
Come
follow
on,
it,
geek.
and I don't care.
You just got your nerd card. Do you want to get it revoked again? Come on.
Fuck you. Sports has nothing to do with being a geek.
Well, that's all right.
Wrestling is not
WWE
sports,
has
it's
nothing to do with
entertainment.
sports.
It wouldn't happen if it's blowing up on men. I mean,
Yeah, I'm like, come on.
someone's at my door. I might have to step away for a minute.
Oh man.
You all right, Dan?
Darren, you there? Welcome.
Yes, yeah, I'm here. I'm
Darren,
waiting
wake
for this.
up.
I'm waiting for this cacophony of inbred stepchildren to pause for a moment so I can say hi.
There's the Darren I miss.
Darren, you're gonna wave to everybody. Turn your camera on. Wave to everybody.
No.
Are you awake? Are you
Are you
awake
going to
now?
fix that fan that's squeaking all the time?
Hey, if anybody wants, I'd like my HVAC fixed. I'm on 7 days with no fucking heat in my house.
Oh, that's what blankets are for, man.
You don't have
that's
snow
what
by your
space
area, do
heaters
you?
are for.
And yet you have Christmas lights.
No, that's not Christmas lights.
It's
Oh, okay.
It's just
Track lighting. Okay, track lighting. Well, at least you have lighting. There you go.
Get enough of those
coffee
in
in here.
house.
Yeah, this was actually my daughter's idea a long time ago. She put it in her room, and then everybody liked it, and we put it in ours.
Wait. Didn't you tell me you had a PlayStation 3?
No, I never had a PlayStation 3. I've
Oh,
only
okay. I
had a
thought you did.
PlayStation.
Oh my
4.
gosh,
If
he's
you
awake.
had one of those, you could just turn that on. That'll heat your house.
Hey guys, he's awake.
He's
Look at that, he's awake. Oh my gosh.
Look at that.
Wow, is
We're not supposed to be seeing this. We're not married to him.
TJ, we would be honored.
Too close.
Oh man.
Oh, get that crotch shot out of here, man.
Yeah. You're lucky your boxers didn't open in the front.
Oh yeah. And you
They
are
do
muted, Deej, by the way.
Yeah.
You're muted. Oh, he
He knows he's muted. He knows he's muted. He didn't want us to hear him snoring.
I think LDG did it.
Tim, hey, long time no see, buddy. How you been?
I know I was saying hi.
Yeah, I know, but sometimes when you got, let's see, we got 3, 6, 9.
All right,
sometimes
so
it's kind of hard to figure out who's talking to who.
Between Salty Checker and LDG, it's pretty tough.
Yeah.
Tim, you invoked one of my pejoratives. What was it for?
I know it was between Salty Checker and LDG. They're talking about the Starship Prometheus. So,
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me guess.
I
Trekker
summoned
hates
you.
it. Let me guess. Trekker hates it, right?
Yep, of course.
Yeah, of course he does.
I can't say I disagree somewhat, but you know.
Well, thankfully it was one. Thankfully, it was a one of a kind ship. We don't really know if they ever made more than just that one. So
So you see it in the future.
I'm fine with the idea of it being a failed experiment, or something they turned out they didn't really need, like the halibut.
Yeah, but you see it in Enterprise. When
In an alternate future, yeah. Maybe they got. I mean, there's a blink and you'll miss it. Whoosh by the screen thing. But that's
we all know my favorite ship, so I'll leave it at that. Nice.
What do you? No, I'm trying to remember. Darren, what do you actually think of the Prometheus?
Well, I actually thought I had the Prometheus myself, and turned out I made a mistake. I got the Nautilus from Voyager.
Oh, I thought you were Darren MB.
The Prometheus. It looks. My personal feeling is that it was one of the designs that came about at the same time around the Defiant, but they probably thought it was impractical. But then when the Dominion War hit, got into high gear, they decided to dust it off and see if they could make it work. And they got that one prototype, and that's it. That's my take on it. What do I think about its abilities?
I'm just saying. What do you personally think of it?
What I personally think about it is it is I can't see, for example, a Starfleet using it in peacetime at all. It seems like it's got a lot of points of failure. You know what I mean? It's taking an already precarious idea, and that was the saucer separation idea, and then timesing it, by another 50%. So it's or 100%, whatever the math is on that. And I think it's one of those ships that probably they would keep around just in case they need it, but it's not going to be fully manned all the time with a crew out there,
Yeah, but do you like?
Apparently, you can run it with.
Do I like it?
Think very carefully on how you
I think that it deviates too much from the Starfleet aesthetic. It went in that direction that I don't like, where they got rid of the saucer, they made it an arrowhead kind of thing. The only four nacelle vessel I like is the Constellation class. So I mean, I guess I would say I'm kind of meh on it.
Yeah.
I was always the opposite. I actually had an issue with the full.
Put that away, geek. That's not the real Excelsior.
If you saw Voyager was going in that direction.
No, this is actually the NCC. No, this is the NCC 1701B.
I know what it is.
Excelsior.
Mm-hmm.
I have the Excelsior actually over here too.
I know what it is.
Out this is my favorite ship, and I want to point out that in Deep Space Nine, they upgraded this ship to go toe to toe with a Defiant class. I just want to point out they did that. The Miranda class used to have 200 people on it.
Mm-hmm.
Now has a crew of about 30 or 40.
The Lakota did hang pretty well with the Defiant, but they got to remember the Defiant wasn't trying to destroy the Lakota, and the Lakota was trying to destroy the Defiant. So it's you have to look at aggression factor there.
I thought they were just trying to stop it.
And their orders were to do that.
The Admiral.
By any
remember,
means
the Admiral said,
Yeah.
destroy it, and that's when the captain of the Lakota said, okay, hail them.
Yeah. And
they weren't trying to destroy each other.
I mean, O'Brien mentions that their phaser power is a lot, very, very powerful for an Excelsior.
Class vessel.
Yeah. So I mean, but it makes sense that they would be souping up the older ships in the post Borg era anyway. So I'm kind of fond of that idea.
Well, one of the things I remembered. Sorry,
I'm pissed off that they didn't make use of the captain's yacht as much as they should have, especially Voyagers.
Oh.
Do you mean like at all?
At all, yeah. Totally.
Voyager didn't have a captain's yacht. It had something called the Aero Shuttle that was never used too. But you talk about the evolution of saucers, though. I mean, the first ship that didn't have a perfect saucer for a primary hull was the D. It had an oval, and then what Voyager did was they turned that oval the other way.
Well, remember they did that not just with that; they did it with.
They turned into a spoon.
Remember, you got
then you
the
had
you got the Sovereignty class, you had the Intrepid class, you had
Those all came after the D.
Runner, the Defiant. Yes, all these came. But remember,
the D
they
was
were,
the first one.
The Essex.
What I've been trying to tell people is.
We don't know what the Essex looked like.
It was the basketball one. It was the one. It's the one that Pasteur is modeled.
That's not canonical. We don't know what it looked like.
It's not.
Well, let's look at it this way.
That's conjectural.
You take from the end of Star Trek VI, Undiscovered Country. Then you get to TNG. Other than the border wars with the Cardassians, there wasn't really a major war or a real threat to the Federation at that time. And remember, in Episode 6, they talked about dropping. I mean, the Admiral even said, "Are we mothballing Starfleet?" He said, "Well, I think our science and exploration will still be." Yeah. So there really is that correlation where they were in a time of great peace and great exploration, and we don't
their
know
technology stagnated.
Well, their military technology stagnated for some 80 years. And I think Darren and I think pretty much agree on this, is that this would kind of explain Picard's attitude that Starfleet's non-military, is that Starfleet, as of Star Trek VI, demilitarized.
Hold on a second. Redshirt, did you are you using a buzzsaw right now?
I thought it was you, Tim.
No, it's not me.
Oh. Is that sorry, I got this old tablet and it keeps dying on me because it's overheating. I put a fan behind it, but if it's bothering you guys, I'll just check out.
It's making a horrible noise.
You don't have to check out, just mute. Just mute until you want to talk. That's fine. You don't have to leave.
Yeah, we can try that.
Sorry, Tim. I thought that was you, man.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, am I making noise too, though? I was
no. I thought that was you.
I do have my PC on my desk.
That's bearable.
I mean, think about this. You talk about the military aspect of Star Trek getting complacent between, and I've actually wanted to have this conversation of what changed between TOS era, which ends with Episode 6, and then we start with TNG, because I felt that it wasn't until the Borg really were a threat, and I'm talking Wolf 501.
359.
Yeah, you guys.
Card revoked.
Yeah, revoked.
You guys know what I'm talking about. That was really
never forget.
Like, oh shit.
I know 359.
Well, okay, so yeah. Well, actually, I think that if you look at it, so Starfleet demilitarized or began to demilitarize at the end of Star Trek VI, and that's what the Admiral and the Admiralty was talking about in that staff meeting. And then in Q-Who, we had the encounter with the Borg, and that's when Starfleet was like, "Oh crap, there are real threats out there," and so Starfleet started to work on projects like the Defiant, like the Prometheus and stuff. I know a lot of people thought it wasn't until Wolf 359, but no, they started to work on it after Q-Who, because remember, in Best of Both Worlds Part 1, they talked about the fact that they were working on new stuff, but they were still at least a year away from the first new stuff being actually practical.
Yeah, they were talking about heavy graviton beams and all sorts of other stuff.
Yeah, and they were saying, and I'll bet you that among those new weapons was the pulse phasers that we got on the Defiant.
And the quantum torpedoes.
Yeah. And so the unfortunately for Starfleet, they were taking their time. They thought they had lots of time before the Borg were going to actually get to the Alpha Quadrant. Now, forgetting about the fact that there's some continuity problems because based on the episode The Neutral Zone, the Borg were already there, and forgetting about the continuity problems that according to the episode Raven, the Borg had been there for a very long time, and everybody had known about it for a long time.
Yep, I disagree. I remember going over a conversation with that about Raven. Remember, they went into the Beta Quadrant. They went through one of those transwarp conduits.
Right, but
the Raven was a small scientific vessel.
But would you agree? Would you agree that Raven predates Q-Who?
Yes.
Okay, that means that the Federation full well knew about the Borg before the Enterprise first encountered the Borg.
No, not necessarily true.
Because they went there because they knew about the Borg.
Yeah.
No, remember they went there because if you remember, if I remember Raven correctly, the whole point was they were fringe scientists. They flew a course. They weren't heard from again. There was no feedback given to the Federation while they were gone. They went through a transwarp conduit. They learned how to pass.
They were fighting to get permission from Starfleet to get a ship because they wanted to go chase down the Borg. That was the whole point. There was dialogue in the episode about this.
Andy Tech was right about that.
They couldn't get a Starfleet ship because they were laughing at them because of this whole Borg project.
Annika Hansen was playing with the Playmates Borg toy while they were still in the Alpha Quadrant.
Yeah, and so they actually had a model Borg cube before they left.
It wasn't. It was the toy.
Yeah, I know. I know it was the Playmates toy.
Well, let's remember the Romulans are mostly in Beta Quadrant.
Doesn't matter. The Borg were
what
known.
I'm saying is they were aware of it, but remember the Borg's evolution, and I think this is something we sometimes forget about. The Borg's desire for evolution and perfection over the course of TNG and especially Voyager, it changed. They were capable of still evolving in some way, shape, or form.
It was revealed.
Right. But the problem was where the bad writing came into play was honestly the fact that the Borg were supposedly first encountered in Q-Who, which was so far away that it would take at maximum warp 2+ years to get back to Federation space. And so that's why they figured they had at least 2 years before the Borg would ever encounter the Federation. And that's why they were kind of taking their time trying to develop these weapons. And when the Borg showed up just a year later, they were shocked at how good the Borg's engines must be. However, as it turns out, they knew about the Borg many years prior to that, because they already had the Playmates model that little Annika was playing with, and the scientists were trying to prove their theories about the Borg. They were trying to, and they knew all sorts of interesting things. Oh yeah, we theorize they have a collective consciousness, and they just might have some kind of queen. And they had all the theories of how the Borg worked before before Q-Who ever happened.
Now, I just want to say this. Remember, they met the Borg. The Raven met the Borg prior to Q-Who. Yes, but we also need to remember we have replicators, so they saw these. It probably wasn't too hard to tell the replicator to put that in and make a toy out of it.
Right.
Just
but they did that before the Raven encountered that cube.
She was playing with that long before they even got to whatever quadrant.
I'm going to be honest with you, guys. I'm going to be 100% honest with you when it comes to Star Trek.
Oh, it's all good, man. We're just having fun.
No. What I'm saying is, when it comes to Star Trek, not DS9. Sorry, Voyager is probably my least knowledgeable on the details.
Oh no, I get it. And Voyager of the Berman era Trek, Voyager is my least favorite. But the Borg is something I'm kind of passionate about.
Oh yeah.
And I had a big problem with how Voyager butchered the Borg, because the Borg. Granted, they jumped the shark with the Borg before they even finished the run of TNG, but the
how so?
Oh man, they butchered the Borg honestly in Q-Who. that's what they screwed the Borg and already. I mean, they the problem is they were never consistent. The original concept of the Borg, I think, was flawless and perfect, and they should have just worked on making them look better and all that. Where the Borg were simply interested in the technology of the Federation and using them as raw material. But then they changed that to where all of a sudden they want to assimilate people, which is scary and kind of a creepy thing where you can become a part of the collective. Keep in mind, in Q-Who, they were not interested in assimilating people. They were
assimilating raw material. That means the Borg actually appeared in Star Trek Motion Picture with V'ger.
Yeah, well, the V'ger theory is not canonical, but it's an interesting one.
I've heard this one before.
Right. The problem with the V'ger theory is that would directly contradict things that the Queen later said, which would basically be the idea that she said they started as organic and then they tried to move towards the perfection of synthetic.
Yeah, and V'ger was an AI.
And V'ger, yeah, they're an entire society of 100% synthetic moving
machines
towards organic. That doesn't make sense. They would be the opposite of the Borg.
They didn't have a full idea when they came up with the Borg. They kind of freaking flew with the tail of their pants and just started making up stuff, and then finally,
well, that's what you do.
They tie it all together.
They're cybernetic. They didn't want to use the cyborg. They didn't want to use the word "cy," so they just put Borg.
They're a cybernetic race.
You have a super chat, Deej.
And by the way, you just got a $20 tip there.
Yeah, I see that. Another 2 hours.
2 more hours, guys.
2 hours. Thank you, Ryan Johnson.
Oh, you poor man. Yeah.
But yeah, so the
Thank
Borg,
you, not Ryan Johnson.
Yes, indeed. So the Borg,
the suffrage will continue.
Yes, indeed.
The suffering. The sweet suffering.
So I think the V'ger thing, I honestly, I kind of dismiss that theory. I think it's an interesting idea, but it does fly in the face of how the Borg work.
I will say that the V'ger motherships make really good Borg ships in Star Trek Online, but that's
well, my problem with V'ger is Nomad.
Nomad and V'ger are basically the same story.
Same thing. Yeah. Exactly.
But even if V'ger was the human species wouldn't be species 5,000. It would be species 1.
Right.
Something like that. Yeah.
Well, except keep in mind, V'ger didn't know that. V'ger did not know that humans were the creator. So, but anyway, if you look at, so in Q-Who, the Borg were only interested in technology. They were only interested in basically the raw material that the Enterprise represented. As far as humans, they were kind of like a V'ger, they were a carbon-based infestation and just kind of in the way. And they would just be pretty much ignored in favor of just cutting the Enterprise into sections and absorbing it, using any useful technology, and the rest would be just recycled as raw material, and that made them truly terrifying. And then in Best of Both Worlds, they incorporated the idea of, well, maybe the Borg saw something in humanity where, wow, these humans. They might be useful as well, and so let's incorporate them into our collective, and that I would say, okay, that makes them even more terrifying.
One thing I'd like to point out.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead, Darren. What do you got?
The Borg didn't know anything about Q, so from their perspective in Q-Who, they had the Enterprise, and all of a sudden it
disappeared.
Yeah. There's no way they're not going to want to know how that happened and investigate further. Because if they have the ability to do that, then if they can assimilate that ability, now they didn't know the scenario, they didn't know that it was basically Q magic that did it. But their assumption is, well, there must have been something on board that ship that caused it to just vanish.
Actually, they knew about Q the second they assimilated Picard,
Yeah, but that wasn't.
That was later. That was later.
Yeah. No, I know later. I'm saying, but they eventually did find out.
Okay.
Sure, but that wasn't until Best of Both Worlds,
right?
But
Which is funny because I would love to see what the Q would think about what the Borg did when they found out the existence of Q.
But LDG,
Yeah.
the
Q, like,
Borg
wiped
assimilated others than humans, and those species must have encountered the Q continuum. So shouldn't they know about that before
Yeah.
humans?
There's other ones too. I mean, what would they do with the information about Armus, the skin of evil? You know. Now I know that apparently that character has made an appearance on a show I don't watch recently, but yeah, I'm talking about the original one.
Yeah.
You know, the one that was threatening.
Well, no, that was the original Armus that was on Lower Decks.
Yeah,
gotcha.
The fact that they basically took the Borg
They
and
basically
said-
trolled him on purpose. It was
that was funny.
Gotcha.
But making
Yeah.
the Borg nano based, like that was the logical progression of the Borg was to.
Oh, the
assimilate
nanites
everything.
didn't bother me. I'll tell you that. That's
Well-
that. What bothered me was adding the Queen. That was a.
I couldn't understand why they didn't think of the nanites first. That would have been
Well,
great.
I think we gave them the Starfleet gave them the nanites.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a plan to use a destructive breed of nanites to destroy them at one
that
point?
was Dr. Crusher's idea. They aborted that plan, but I could see to where, like, if they absorbed the knowledge of that plan, where they, that they could say, nanites could be useful.
Or
But-
somebody did it before her.
Yeah, or or they just they absorbed nanites from another culture, during the interim time. But the thing is that we also, even though we never saw the Borg use the tubules before first. Was it First Contact?
First
Was
Contact.
the first time
Yeah, it
we
was
saw
First
the movie.
Contact. They kind of
But I mean, it's not a stretch
Well,
to suggest they've always had that ability.
To be honest,
Contact
though-
destroyed the Borg because all they had to do
Okay.
is time travel a long ass time ago and assimilate the entire
Well,
freaking
first
galaxy.
Contact ruined the Borg in a lot of ways, but
Yeah. But I want
Well,
to point
one of
out
the
that when they
things
showed Picard being assimilated, they were injecting things into him. So
Yeah.
they didn't tell you what they were. The tubules were just a portable version of that. I
the
thought.
thing that
So-
touched his pupil.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
man, that was disturbing.
Yeah.
So here's something interesting. I've asked this question before.
Mhm.
When it comes to how to deal with the Borg, I think Picard was wrong, and I think if Cisco had been in that situation,
Oh, you mean when they had a potential way to wipe him out?
yes,
I agree.
Yeah.
I think Picard was absolutely wrong. They should have wiped him out.
Yeah.
The Borg
Nechayev
are,
was right
the Borg
when
are a
she chewed him out.
systemic threat to all life.
Yeah.
all life,
Yeah.
all life,
Yeah.
no matter what.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't
And
like
like you said,
Nechayev,
you
but I
abide by
actually
certain
agree with
principles.
her on that.
Well, you weren't supposed to like Nechayev, but I thought she was badass. One thing I also want to point out
Yeah,
is,
Nechayev
people
was
say that,
actually, she was cool.
Nechayev was great. I love
Sorry,
her.
Hardcore. She's
you know,
hardcore.
and she softened up a little bit towards the end there, and then when she was on Deep Space Nine and was back to her old self, so that was great. But,
Wait, when did she soften up? I missed that.
oh, there was this thing where Picard tried to make her favorite coffee or something, and she was like, "Thank you for trying to make me feel welcome." And then she softened up for just a second, and then she went back
then
to
boom.
hard
Yeah.
ass.
I guess you didn't like Raktajino.
Yeah.
As someone who's actually been in the military, that's the thing. You find certain people you'll lighten up with that can kind of you can work with, and then you'll have people like her when she's dealing with Cisco, and Cisco is very different from Picard.
Well, maybe
And she's-
Nechayev's just racist.
Yeah, she didn't like Cardassians, right?
Why didn't the Borg in First Contact actually just go after the Vulcan ship instead of trying to attack Earth? Been easier prey. Come on.
Actually, they use the term racist when it came to O'Brien when he was on trial. And I'm like, okay, maybe prejudice, but your entire culture is, this was one of the things Star Trek did was a lot of, everybody was kind of,
Everybody's
for lack of a better
racist
term,
in
a
Star Trek.
monolith in one way, shape, or form in their ideology.
Well, the problem with Star Trek is written racist.
Right.
And because it's written
Well,
where
I don't
you have
agree with that,
characters.
but, yeah.
Well, I think it's written to where characters say racist things, but those things are all borne out in what we see.
Unlike in reality, though, there are many, many races in Star Trek. Here on Earth, in our world, we only have one race. That's the human race. Comes in some varieties, but it's all the same race. If you had somebody that was anatomically different, that had predisposition to hostility, like the Klingons, for example, yeah, you're perfectly justified in having some racial ideas when you come into contact with one, because they are different than you.
Right. So when Picard says it's a Benzite trait for them to be helpful, that is a racist statement. However, it's also a factual one.
What about when TOS, when Spock's father says, Tellarites don't need a reason to
argue, they just argue.
Exactly.
Yeah. So that's a racist statement. But then what do? They build the
racist statement. I think it goes to a cultural stereotype. I don't think it really comes off as racist. It just comes off
well, you see, a racist basically the definition of
someone
racist.
Who's afraid.
No, that's not the definition of racist is to believe that a person is superior or inferior as a direct result of their genetic makeup, of their race.
Exactly.
Sorry, I was thinking. It's assigning a personality trait to somebody based on race rather than culture.
Right.
Did they warn you about the Fergie at the Academy?
And so if you say if you say a person is nice because of their race, or you say a person is angry because of their race, you say a person is hostile because of their race, you say a person is a criminal because of their race, that's racist. But if you say a person is nice because of their culture, that's not. That you might be prejudiced because of their culture, but that's not racist.
Let's take one of Captain Archer's best scenes, in my opinion, where you have, and I believe it was season 4 when this happened. You have the Andorian, you have the Tellarite, and you have the Vulcan, and they're all like, "You should all, I have to." He's finally fed up with it. He's like, I've got to be logical for you. I've got to be emotional for you. I've got to be this for you. How about you all try being human for once? See, in our point of view, what he was saying was when I can't remember, it was the Tellarite or Shran who said, "You're being insulted." Now you want to say you're not being insulted. It's like, no, maybe how about we've been trying to do everything from your point of view. Maybe you should actually swallow your goddamn pride and your prejudice and hear things from our point of view.
Right.
It was really one of the best scenes I remember out of Enterprise.
But the problem is that what they do on Trek is that they make these every culture you make a racist statement about a culture, and then you build the entire culture around that racist statement. So, like when Sarek said Tellarites don't need a reason to argue, they just argue. Someone said, okay, let's make Tellarite culture all about arguing. And so in every time we saw Tellarite after that, it's just, like, look at the way they didn't bring the Tellarites back in a meaningful way until Enterprise, and they made their entire culture based on argumentation, which is silly.
And insulting too.
It's absolutely stupid.
I actually love it. You don't know somebody until you actually argue with them.
Don't get me wrong. You guys know me. I love to argue, but at the same time, it's stupid to think that that's what their culture is based on.
I think it's
that was simply a comment from Sarek about one Tellarite. Because he happened to argue with this one particular ambassador multiple times. And Amanda even pointed out that the two of them had multiple dealings.
How is that different than humans? A race of species that's based on thinking we are it.
Well, one of the things I remember, especially in Enterprise when we got to see the Tellarites again, is I don't think it's so much, it's just we all have, that was one of the things I said about Star Trek is when it comes to the human race, the Klingon race, the Romulans, the Cardassians, they're all kind of in a monolithic overall.
Yeah.
Overall, most of them are in a monolithic culture. Like, for example, the Bajorans believe in the prophets. There is a cult.
Right, you don't see any atheist Bajorans, basically.
Yeah, exactly. But when Kira told Odo, when he was talking about the Wei Yun that died with him, and he wanted his absolution, and he said he couldn't give it, he goes, please, and he gives it, and he goes, I don't understand. He looked relieved. Yes, because he was looking in the eyes of his God. But I'm not God. He's like, to him, you were. She says, I understand that the, things in the wormhole are an advanced species, but to me, as a Bajoran, as a religion, they are gods.
Mr. Miles even points out Star Trek takes stereotypes and builds entire species based on those stereotypes.
Right.
Almost every single species has stereotypes.
So did Tolkien. Okay, the dwarves all have essentially the same, set of values to sort of the elves.
Mm-hmm.
It's not new with Star Trek. There's nothing inherently racist about Star Trek that hasn't already been done in fiction prior to Star Trek. It's just now everybody's all sensitive to it.
Yeah, but I don't understand why.
Well, and I think Star Trek just did it on a larger scale because, like with Tolkien, there weren't as many races as there are in Star Trek. And I think that with
Romulans and Vulcans are elves,
right?
Okay, Tellarites are dwarves, Klingons are orcs. I mean, that's
right, but now quite literally. But like some of the stuff that they've done, especially more recent stuff, like
orcs.
Yeah, well, like when you do like the Romulan thing with basing the entire culture on being sneaky, and you take it to that pedantic level.
I love that.
Oh, I hated it.
I
I absolutely despised it, especially since that's the opposite of what the Romulans were initially.
Well, what they were initially is not successful.
No, I think it would have been very successful if they had stuck with the plan.
No, you had one particular Romulan and the Romulan commander in
Balance of Terror.
I think
who
both Romulans
thought that way, but everything on that ship demonstrated that they were not. Okay, he was worried about his own men. He was worried about his own men betraying him and things like that. There was their whole mission was one in which they were violating an agreement, a treaty.
Right, but they were.
So don't tell me they were honorable people just because one of them says, we're creatures of duty, Captain.
I think that they were duty bound. They were a militaristic dictatorship that they felt that they were duty bound, honor driven. They were basically what became the Klingons. And
I disagree. I found
and then the Klingons were scallywags. And then what they did was they did a little
scallywags.
They absolutely were. And then they did total role reversal where the Klingons all of a sudden became these honor bound samurais in space.
A scallywag is a rascal. I would call the Klingons something a little more potent and dangerous than a rascal.
Well, fine.
The Ferengi are more like rascals.
How about just call them old whippersnappers?
You know what I'm saying.
Well, what I think when it comes to the Klingons,
did I just hear AT say that?
ST.
Do you know what I mean?
He's ATST now. He's a chicken walker.
Whatever you want to call me, I don't care. I'm just saying.
I made a whole series of videos about how wrong you were.
I know.
So
and your video series was wrong, but that's a whole other discussion.
Hey, let's remember this, guys. The Romulans were generally based on the concept of the Roman Empire, whereas at the time of the original Klingons, they were looked at as more the USSR communist era. But remember, when TNG came out, this was very freshly after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the fall of the Soviet Union. So it showed that a culture could evolve into another.
Berlin Wall fell in 1990. TNG started in 86.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I've been up since.
That's okay.
Sorry, my time.
I think what happened was I think that the obviously the mistake of Star Trek 3, which unfortunately screwed the Klingons, and the Romulans, and they just continued to double down.
I think they were made better. To be honest,
the Klingons
improved.
were certainly improved, and the Romulans were screwed because the Romulans were left out of it, and.
Well, they weren't screwed. They were just left alone. I mean, the next time we saw a Romulan was, I believe, Star Trek 6, when you had the ambassador who wasn't entirely.
He
No, I
basically
think
was
you're
not
thinking of five. I
opposed
think you're
to
thinking
attacking
five. I don't
Kronos.
remember a Romulan in 6.
That's because it was
I
a
didn't
deleted
realize
scene.
the
So
panel was full, so I'm gonna drop
he
off.
was the guy that says when the president said, "What is the Romulan government thing?" Mr. President, I don't know what to believe.
Yeah,
That was
he also suggests there would never be a better time to attack Kronos.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're 100% right. Yes.
Interestingly enough, the Romulan ambassador appears in the trailer for Star Trek 6.
Yes, he does.
But did not appear in the theatrical release.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Bird. Thanks for coming by. Get some rest.
Thanks, Bird. Have a good one, Bird.
Later, Bird.
No, I think the Romulans having the Romulans have some culturally, a cultural predisposition towards secrecy is just as good as having the Ferengi have a cultural dispensation towards the earning of profit. Like, for example, when you visit Quark's house, you have to drop a tip on the little box.
I think the Ferengi are just plain stupid.
Well, they were very stupid when they first were created, but Deep Space Nine fleshed them out and made them a race to be enjoyed, and that's what I'm talking about. That we didn't see a Ferengi home until Deep Space Nine, and we saw all this kind of stuff. I mean,
well, Deep Space Nine certainly made the Ferengi enjoyable, and Armin Shimmerman had a lot to do with that, which is funny since Armin was the first Ferengi.
Right.
Who was one of the? Who was playing a Ferengi before he was playing Quark?
Armin.
Remind everyone of that.
Yeah, Armin. Armin was the first Ferengi.
He also played a box with a face on it that was delivered to Deanna Troi in the first season of TNG. But anyway, you asked Nog.
His mom, wasn't it?
Yeah, you asked Nog or Quark, figuratively speaking, of course, because you can't ask either of them what they think of their race. They'll have glowing praise for their race. They'll talk about how noble it is. Nog even says that, hey, it's this Ferengi's sacred duty that the universe is full of worlds that have too much of one thing and not enough of another. It's our duty to bring balance to those worlds. That's how he describes Ferengi culture.
Right.
So but no one would question the idea that at best Ferengi culture is a little dubious.
Right, but
you ask a Romulan about his people. The Romulan captain says we're creatures. I look at it as the same thing. I'm like, okay, yeah, he's giving you his rose-tinted goggles view of his own people, which is a natural tendency anybody would do anyway.
Right. Like Americans would always say America's the best.
Right. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm gonna pull a quote from DS9 from Garrick and Bashir. Dr. Bashir, everyone sees themselves as the hero in their own stories, even the villains, especially the villains.
Yeah, that was too Bashir. I remember
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that too.
Yeah, the whole point
which
is
absolutely true.
It is.
But the problem I have is and granted is that the Romulan commander and this is the reason Balance of Terror is my absolute favorite episode of Trek, and Darren knows this, of course, and that's why Darren loves to punch my buttons too. But
it's not Spock's brain. Wow.
Yeah, it's not Spock. I do have a soft spot for Spock's brain, but that's mainly because it was the first episode.
Dick. What is Dick?
Yeah.
Anyway,
well, that's because it was the first episode I saw on its original broadcast. But
wow,
the Romulan commander was such a different and unique villain because he wasn't just a one-off villain of the week. He wasn't just he's a mustache twirling bad guy, which was such a commonplace thing in the 1960s. And we've talked about this, Darren. He was nuanced. He did care about his crew. He cared about his crew more than a typical villain would have any right to. And it was and he was an interesting character. And in fact, we got to see both him, his relationship with his confidant, his Dr. McCoy, if you will, on his ship. And not only that, but his concerns about the about the other officers on the ship. We got a feeling of how he was doing on his ship, and we got the feeling that he was every bit Kirk's equal. And so Kirk was genuinely worried about this guy. And by the end of the movie, when he said, in a different reality, I could have called you friend, all I could think about was, I want to see that reality.
One of the things was when, Kirk contacted them. He said, we're prepared to beam your people aboard.
Mm-hmm.
No, that is not our way.
Right.
And then he said, Kirk says, what serves the purpose of your people dying? And, he goes through his speech, we are creatures of habit. And,
creatures of
he
duty.
says, it is, we're creatures, you're right, creatures of duty. And he goes, it's too bad, another reality, I could have called you friend. And then you got to remember the subtle point. Kirk was about to say something. And then Kirk, his lips open up just a little bit, and then it's shut, and he realizes this is his culture. This is how he is the captain. He is respecting his captain. He's respecting the captain.
That episode was way more nuanced and way better than it had any right to be.
It's my second favorite episode in all of Star Trek.
Yeah, I absolutely love that episode, and
absolutely,
and so. And the problem is then turning around, and again, I don't blame Darren for this. I know we have disagreements, but this is just one of those things that turning around and then making it into his entire culture is just based on being sneaky, which is what they turn it into. Just to me cheapens all that. It makes it so that he's just another sneaky Romulan.
I disagree with that. I think that, and I want to say this because when we get in from TOS season 6 to TNG.
Oh, TOS season 6? I missed 3 seasons? Wait a minute.
Honestly, reunification.
Damn well I meant Star Trek 6.
I know, but I want those extra 6 seasons.
Clarify.
3 seasons. Where are they?
Clarify, dude.
When we get to the season finale of season 1,
Mm-hmm.
this is the first time we see the Romulans, and they say there hasn't been communication with the Romulans for 90 years. This kind of does set precedents when you really think about during the Earth-Romulan War, it was never, Vulcans, Tellarites, nobody, they weren't part of this. That's the Klingon War later, sorry. They never saw the Romulans. They never saw what a Romulan looked like.
Right.
And it wasn't until, TOS they saw what a Romulan looked like. And then, we get to a point where we say, what was it? Picard said, we haven't heard anything from the Romulans in 90 years. And then, the one Romulan who is there, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the guy who ended up playing Dukat later.
Yeah. Mark Alamo played the first Romulan we saw in TNG. Yeah. He's got such a great villain voice.
I think he also played the first Cardassian before he even played Dukat.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, he played Gulmasset. Yeah.
Yes, Gulmasset, when we had to deal with the Phoenix.
Yeah, when they had those really stupid headpieces.
Well, they got rid of those after that episode. I mean, they didn't need. I think those were just honestly. You know what I think those were? I think those were cheats to get away with less makeup on his other dudes. I think that there was something there where they were holding things in place, and, because that television budget and schedule, they were flying pretty tight to the deadlines.
Well, remember the first time we saw the Trill in TNG, and then you see every Trill after in DS9 on, and they don't have that that
Yeah,
setup.
they don't have
where
turtle
everything-
heads.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they don't have
Remember
that.
those-
They have the spots.
Yeah.
Remember those ridiculous costumes they had for the race that was in the Raven episode in Voyager? They had little fucking different color, fucking crazy little things around their face. I hated that shit. That was so.
That's one of those makeup changes that people don't require an explanation for when it comes to Trills, unlike the makeup changes that they have for the Klingons or even the Romulans. I mean, as much as I dislike Secret Hideout, there have been, I thought, a couple of pretty decent little things they've added to their show, but it doesn't their shows, but it doesn't overall save the shows in any way for me.
Klingon change is something personal. They don't
There's
talk
something
about
you liked about
outsiders.
Secret Hideout? What was that?
Yeah, the idea that the Romulans with the enlarged
from the
foreheads
Southern
were from the
Hemisphere?
northern continent or whatever.
You know what? You know what,
Yeah.
Darian?
I actually like that too.
was
I got to
actually
give him
glad
credit there.
that was the only good thing.
Yeah. Well, there was another one that I liked, and it's on the tip of my tongue now. I think it'll come back to me later. Go ahead.
Well,
I
I
just don't
remember
like it.
that was like the only good thing I liked about Picard was when
Oh.
it was pointed out that the ridges were considered Northerners
Yeah.
to, you know.
Okay, I
versus
remember what it
the-
was now.
And you know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of a fan fiction thought way back in the day on why Klingons look different from TOS
Right.
to Klingons look different in TNG.
Dude,
No, I like
they don't talk
Screw it
about
up like they-
outsiders. It's a private
Yeah,
matter.
Hey,
I
guys,
like the
I'll be
secret
back
hideout
in a couple
idea
minutes.
where the Romulans and design their homes to have a secret entrance somewhere or a secret exit. I thought that's cool. Why not have that? You know, I thought that was neat.
cool. What I don't like is when they change a species in the show, like
Mhm.
literally from one episode to another, like what they did with the Bajorans. That shit pissed me off. You literally
What do you
had the same character, and then you changed because they used to have the cross ridge, and then in the first couple episodes, you saw Kira with the cross ridge, and then
Yeah.
it just disappears. One episode
Yeah.
just disappears, and their only reason for doing it was because she couldn't nail the facial expressions. It would alter her
Well, that
eyebrows.
seems like a
to
good enough
try
reason
make
to
certain
me. I mean,
faces. So they
I
just
don't
made
remember
the
her
nose
not
rig.
having the bridge.
See, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with the Trill makeup change.
Well, let's be honest. That one episode of TNG where we were initially introduced to the Trill, you could drop that one and not lose anything.
Right, yeah. But
Deej needs coffee. Look at that expression on his face.
yeah, he looks all disheveled. And there he is.
Get that guy an injection of liquid life.
Did you
Oh, he's got
literally
is
look like
that Coke Zero or is that Coke?
Coke Zero.
Oh, okay.
Drink Jolt.
Alrighty.
Twice the sugar, twice the caffeine.
I used to like Jolt.
Oh,
And
I
then they
remember
nerf-
Jolt back in the day.
Then they nerfed it.
I remember Jolt back in the day.
Yeah, Jolt and Twinkie, the high school breakfast. Come on. Okay, you did that too. Okay, good. Not alone.
Yeah, let's see your bicep now, Eli Hoo. Anyway,
Okay, sure. Sure.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Notice the
Weed's
right
a hell of
one
a
is
drug.
bigger than the left one.
Damn, look at that. You actually got a bull.
Yeah, you actually do.
have
You
some
actually,
spinach?
yeah. You must do some pull-ups once in a while.
Good man.
Yeah, I even have a shirt on.
Why he's pull-ups.
There you go, Deej. Yep, one's bigger than the other.
I'm not talking about breasts, talking about arms.
The
Hey, Philip,
no,
what's going on, man?
see, obviously, everybody knows that I'm a little bit more. What do you want to call it? Obliged to like Star Trek when it has a more of a nautical or Navy sort of feel to it rather than the disease of the week episodes or the, we have to solve this planet's political problem for them kind of show. But, there's only so many episodes you can tell with that kind of, that nautical Navy format. You have to break it up with some of those other things. And that's what I think is kind of neat about Star Trek is it's not always a Navy issue, a Navy episode. It's sometimes it's a straight up drama. Sometimes it's a problem solving episode, and some of my favorite episodes have been bottle shows where the entire show pretty much takes place on standing sets. But
now, for those people who may not know what you're talking about, explain that one. I'm sorry,
you mean the way I just did? How a bottle show is one that's shot on existing sets. They don't create any new sets for it. It's all like on the ship.
So yeah, you're basically talking about it's an all ship episode.
Yeah. It's famous bottle shows would be like oh shoot,
Married with Children.
No, the one where Dr. Crusher was trapped in the warp bubble, for example. I can't remember. Remember Me. That was the name of the episode where she's trapped in a warp bubble but doesn't know it, and the universe is shrinking and people are disappearing on the ship.
That's an elevator with 4 kids.
Yeah, that's a bottle show. Well, yes. No. Here's the thing, though. With that one, they actually created a cargo base set for Crusher and LaForge to be on.
I thought they repurposed one.
Well, I mean, they it's not one of the regular sets that they have standing. Standing sets are usually like the bridge, 10 forward, engineering, and then some crew quarters that get redone.
You see on a regular basis.
I thought they reused the shuttle bay on that one.
Well, they don't use shuttle bays in every episode, so it's not a standing set.
Yeah, when they say standing set, what that means is a set that they never take down. That it's always left standing because they use it regularly on the shooting schedule. So the bridge set is always Friends. There. They never take it down and rearrange it for other things.
Like Friends.
Right.
Gotcha.
Right.
Well, that was one of the mistakes. That was one of the mistakes the Star Trek movies originally did. Was if you look at from Star Trek the Motion Picture to Star Trek 6. One of the things I found out was every time they finished an episode, finished a movie, they tore the sets down. They didn't even.
Well, that's common practice. Remember,
that's common practice to strike the set after a movie. But they saved all the materials and they were able to reassemble them for other movies. I mean, Star Trek 2 had the same engineering space that was used in the motion picture.
They just had to rebuild it. And think about and this is kind of the crazy thing that'll is that the more expensive piece they preserved, which is the actual ship models. The ship models were actually more expensive than the bridge set.
Yeah.
So but I wanted to show you something that I picked up that Deej, if you don't mind, bigify me for just a minute here. Because I wanted to show this off for a second.
I thought that was Pepper Trekker's job, but hey, here you go. You're bigified.
Pepper
Trekker. She can bigify me anytime she wants. But
Thanks for that image, Salty.
Yeah, well, I didn't start it. That was Deej who said it, so don't blame me.
I said that a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. Anyway. Picked up a concert T-shirt from a little thing I saw.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Dude, I've got 2 of those. Really? Can I put mine on?
Lamak and Jalad at Tanagla.
Notice the concert date, September 1991, which is and then we got on the back of the shirt. Here's the full tour.
Oh man. The Typhon Expanse. Yeah, there we go.
San Francisco,
all the places they went to in that season.
Yeah.
Wait, what star date is that, San Francisco? 439-385.1?
Yeah.
Is that 2370?
So I gotta say I love this shirt. So I just wanted to show that off.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I always thought it was funny. Even in the movies
here's mine.
after Star Trek.
Oh man.
Oh dude.
I got 2 of these.
Bigify Tim.
Yeah, I almost got that version, but I loved having the
I don't have a
dates.
back though. I don't have yours is better. I don't have the back. But I got 2 of these and I only ordered 1, which was I thought pretty funny. It's the second time that's happened.
Dude, all I have on is my Star Trek shirt with my prime numbers on the back. You can see that.
Well, you see, you should have gone to the concert, man. I'll tell you, when you have not lived until you've seen Jean-Luc Picard shred his axe.
Yeah, Bird, I was going to say that too.
No bird.
This is made up of all numbers, by the way.
Bird, I'm sorry to tell you, no, I'm not talking about especially the lies. That's a completely
I
different.
I don't remember him saying especially the villains. I remember especially the lies.
Yeah, me too.
No,
But not
he
especially the
asked.
villains.
No, it was there was a scene where he said, he goes, everyone is the hero of the story. Bashir, even the villains. Garrick, especially the villains. You're talking about a completely different episode. Where
that wouldn't even make sense to say especially lies. I don't know.
He's talking about The Wire. That was The Wire.
Well, remember when Garrick also told you, so let me see if I get this straight. You were in this loop, and I'm paraphrasing because it's been a while, and you saw me as the villain. Even after all this time, all we've been together, you still don't trust me. And Bashir looks like he's about to say something, and then Garrick goes, there's hope for you yet.
Now, I liked our man Bashir when Garrick was pointing out all the inconsistencies with the 60s spy fiction genre.
Yeah.
Like, you're a spy and you're dressed like that, you'll draw too much attention. Things like that. Yeah. He was a gardener on Romulus,
Oh, Darren, I want to ask you a question, and no, obviously I don't want any detailed answers because of the audience, but have you seen the new Spider-Man film?
No,
I have.
I have
I
not.
can tell you that.
Are you planning on seeing it soon?
I don't know yet. Getting to the theater is kind of a pain in the ass right now. We had some storm activity. There's a lot of parts of my town that actually don't have power. I was in one of the few areas that didn't lose power.
Yeah, last night, part of my city lost power.
Can I just make a suggestion? See it.
Oh yeah, I've heard that it exceeded expectations, and to me, it's like, oh, look what happens when you not only satisfy fan expectations, but you exceed them. You tend to make a lot of money. They're talking about that movie breaking pre-pandemic records right now.
Man,
this movie, Darren, I also would highly suggest it. If you do see the new Spider-Man, please do not see it in a crowded theater because you want to hear the dialogue. Trust me.
Yeah.
Right.
That's why I went to a Elihu. That's why I went to a 1:30 with my son.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we went to an early matinee and it was sold out. I mean, it was
wow. Well, you must
what I like to do.
I only want to say this. This is non-spoiler, completely non-spoiler. I said this in my video. This is literally a nostalgia, good story, fan service.
Mm-hmm.
As simple as that.
It really, and like the MCU is good at doing, they draw some elements from some classic Spider-Man stories, but they do not copy them.
No, thank God.
And there is some fan service, but the fan service serves the story. The fan service isn't there just to be fan service. The fan in this particular, it's unfortunate because there's, we know. I assume you've seen the trailers, Darren.
Yes, I have.
Okay,
I know the gist of what happens.
Right. So, you think you know the gist of what
I think I know the gist.
Yeah.
Yes.
Marvel's at 180.
You know the gist of what they show you.
You mean they don't give it all away?
No, that's
in
the
trailer?
beauty of it. They really don't.
Yeah.
You think you know you know the basic plot. You know that villains from another universe. Blah blah blah.
Okay, so if we wanted to go. Sorry, go ahead. I'll wait.
But the original marketing plan, I watched this interview. The original marketing plan was pre-pandemic. They were just going to market this as, oh no, the world knows who Spider-Man is. Mm-hmm. That was going to be it. They were not going to show Doc Ock. They were not going to show Green Goblin. They were just going to make it about J. Jonah Jameson exposing Spider-Man. And then people were going to go in all excited, and then they were going to suddenly, because Doc Ock's reveal at the beginning, it was definitely meant to be a surprise.
You're not Peter Parker.
No, I disagree. I think Salty Trick. I think originally it probably wasn't meant to be. It was meant to be kind of a guess, but they decided, okay, if we're going to pick an antagonist from a previous incarnation. Let's take it from the one that is considered the superior villain of those movies.
Yeah.
Right, but I'm just saying the way that when they bring him in, it was just like
Yes.
they you know,
Yeah.
it was one of those, who's coming? What is that?
Yeah.
What is that
Well-
noise? Who is? And then the arm pops into frame, and you're like,
Yeah.
what? What? You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
There's a family member of mine went and saw it and told me some things about it, but I do understand that there is a cameo from one of the Netflix series character shows in it.
Yes.
So that's interesting.
Hey, I'm not saying any spoilers. I will not confirm
Right.
or deny anything
I will
you're
say,
saying there, Dan.
I will say I gave one spoiler away yesterday at the beginning of the stream.
What's
and
that?
that was because our favorite communist was up on the panel with us.
Oh, gee.
Oh, I'll bet he was crushed, wasn't he?
Oh, he was mad.
Yeah.
He was mad.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Who'd we lose?
Well, you know,
Doug-
maybe
Doug-
maybe
LDG
they'll do
had to
it.
go.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's had
okay.
to switch streams.
You could tell him that maybe they did an open casket naked funeral.
Oh, God. How could you even come up with a thought like that? Come on.
Hey, you know,
I'm laughing, too. I'm going to hell for that.
When I was in
Oh,
the-
and
when I was
Darren,
in
there
the
was
theater
there's an
yesterday-
end credit scene and a trailer at the end of the movie. You know, a trailer
Mhm.
where they belong.
Mhm.
You actually
that
get to
trailer.
experience this.
Oh man, that trailer.
It
Holy
was where they
crap.
belong. I'm like, yes, finally, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
And
one
it's a
thing that
trailer
I-
for the movie that you're expecting it to be.
The one thing that family member told me was that we actually see glimpses and hints of villains we haven't seen yet at the
Yes.
end of this movie, and one of them being one that I'm actually particularly interested in seeing that we haven't seen on live action film yet. A certain hunter.
We will be seeing Craven. He's getting a movie.
Yeah. So
Craven's getting a movie.
obviously the Morbius movie is probably going to touch on some of this too when that comes out. I would imagine.
I believe it is.
Actually, I didn't think
Morbius, the living vampire.
Now I didn't catch that, but I don't know that much about Craven, so I don't
Well,
know what they
Craven is in the comics. There was a story that came out in the '80s that was it was called Craven's Last Hunt, and it was Marvel decided to end the character. They thought he was lame. You know, let's kill him off, and let's give him a swan song. There's a lot of Spider-Man villains that are actually quite lame. Craven, and also the Enforcers, I always thought were really lame. You know who they are, but anyway, Craven, who doesn't have any powers, he's just basically a big game hunter that wants to hunt
I know who
Spider-Man.
he is. I just never. I don't know much.
He ends up killing Spider-Man seemingly and burying him in a grave, and then Spider-Man iconically crawls out of his own grave.
Okay.
And
But who's Spider-Man while he's in the grave?
Craven takes decides he wants to be the new Spider-Man, and while he's in the grave, and it's this show or this story that got a lot of fans were impressed with it because at the end, spoilers, Craven is put down. Right. And it wasn't until years later that they introduced a new character called Calypso, who was Craven's girlfriend, who dresses in his outfit, and she became the villain, I think, in Todd McFarlane's first Spider-Man story of his own Spider-Man title. But Craven has that one great story that everybody remembers him for, and people have been looking for some sort of celluloid version of that for years.
Was and to anybody that's seen the movie that's saying, oh yeah, what was the hint in the movie?
Well,
that Craven is coming.
Apparently, Doctor Strange says there's more coming, and we see silhouettes or shadows of various other supervillains that Spider-Man.
Someone's holding a staff. Person next to him looks like Craven. Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the things about Craven was
Scorpion is one of those too.
He kind of came across as
Scorpion was hinted at in Far From Home,
right? But a proper Scorpion.
One of the things about Craven is when you really read that story, that is really Craven's Last Hunt. Craven beats Spider-Man, buries him, and then takes over for Spider-Man, and then actually realizes he can't beat Spider-Man. He killed him, but he can't beat him because he can't be what Spider-Man was.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
well, if he's only a norm.
Yeah.
Does.
Well, I think.
It was being a norm.
Yeah. Well,
I
Craven is a lot like he's a homemade. He's not quite Captain America level, but he's we're talking about comic book Captain America level,
Right,
not
where Captain America is just a perfect
yeah,
human.
because he was Craven was into all kinds of herbal stuff. Like it was hinted at that he had drank a concoction very similar to the one that Black Panther drank that made him Captain America's physical equal and things like that. So I mean, there's that, but I mean, yeah, it's about essentially the deterioration of a villain who couldn't. He had the ego of all the other bigger villains like Doc Ock and Green Goblin, but he just didn't have the gimmicks and the talent really, and so yeah, he dies this tragic, pathetic figure, but he did give us that wonderful moment where it's very similar to the Ditko moment where Spider-Man is buried under the machinery and he spends like 12 pages getting out of the machinery.
Yep.
And having him get out of his own grave was another one of those moments.
Right.
I disagree with it was a pathetic ending, Darren, and the only reason why I say this is because he defeats Spider-Man, but he tries to take over and realizes he's not capable. And then when Spider-Man comes back, there's almost a sense of relief because if I'm not mistaken, and I know it's been a long time, but if I'm not fairly confident, Craven takes his own life.
Yeah, it has been a long time since I've seen that too. I know Craven's dead at the end of the story, but I don't remember the exact.
But I believe he took his own life.
Well, that's kind of messed up.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I think it's. Yeah, people just assumed that Spider-Man was going to do what he always does, web him up and wait for the cops to arrive, and that didn't happen. Again, this was like I think mid '80s when the story came out, and I think it was. Yeah, well, it was.
Hey, Darian, what was it called again? I'm going to look it up real quick. It was called Craven Last Hunt, right?
Spider-Man, Craven's Last Hunt, yeah. And I don't believe it was in the regular Spider-Man title. I think it wasn't in Amazing. It was in the darker one, Spectacular Spider-Man. Or maybe it was Web of Spider-Man. I can't remember. No, it wasn't Amazing. Okay. Yeah, it was published in 1987. That's when it came out. Yeah.
And it took place through the Web, Amazing.
Web of Spider-Man's one that started when he got the black suit, right?
No, Web of Spider-Man was originally Marvel Team-Up starring Spider-Man, and they decided not to give up the Marvel Team-Up gimmick and just have a third Spider-Man title. The reason why they did that was because back in those days, we still had comic books on the newsstand, and the way it worked on the newsstand was every newsstand got their comics one week a month, right?
Yep.
So you'd get your comics in the first of the month, the second month, third, or fourth. And then so they wanted to have as many Spider-Man comics available for as many newsstands as possible. So that's why they had 3 titles.
You had Amazing Spider-Man. You had Spectacular.
I remember there was a bunch of
Spider-Man.
For some reason, I thought Web of Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I thought there was one Spider-Man title that came out like right about the time the black suit hit.
That might have been it. That might have been it, but it wasn't because of the black suit.
All right.
Yeah,
black suit made its
Secret Wars. What you had was
right. I know the black suit
was
came in during Secret Wars. I have Secret Wars.
Well, think about this. Spider-Man was the Batman, Superman, literally of the Marvel. So you had things like you had Amazing Spider-Man when it started.
I have about 5,000.
We're not normies, Grandpa Geek. Yeah. We're not normies.
No, but I'm not saying some of these other people. Remember how many times Human Torch and Spider-Man teamed up in Marvel team-ups?
Mm-hmm. A lot.
And then,
it was like once a year.
Yeah, we had Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man. They shortened it to Spectacular Spider-Man. Then we had Amazing Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Spectacular Spider-Man, Web of Spider-Man. That was right around that 90s area where we were really getting just a bunch of Spider-Man stories.
Yeah. Web of Spider-Man replaced Marvel Team-Up starring Spider-Man in 1985.
I did not know that.
And then we got the 4th Spider-Man title when Todd McFarlane left Amazing Spider-Man to write and draw the Spider-Man series, and then he promptly left that after I think about a year and a half to go do the Image thing. So, but they had, it was important back then that they had a.
Didn't he leave over the Venom character?
He left. He left because he didn't want to deal with Marvel infrastructure anymore.
I thought it was because he wanted to do something with Venom. They wouldn't let
that, and he wanted to make more money. I mean, which is a viable reason to leave any company. But no, there was a lot of editorial interference and things like that happened, and those Marvel creators thought they were worth more than Marvel was paying them, so they left, and they were right.
Well, of course,
they made millions of dollars
Marvel
later.
always had their thing where Marvel owns the characters, and a lot of the artists didn't like that, and
yeah.
Remember, there was if I'm not mistaken, there was an issue that Todd McFarlane did that was a Batman cover. And yeah, I could be wrong, and it could have been the cover artist. But I remember there is a very similar comic book that shows a cover with Batman, very similar to what Spawn did in a cover. I don't know if
it probably is. I mean, homages happen all the time. I mean, when my comic book that came out, we did a couple different homages for the covers. We did an homage of the famous John Byrne's Superman, the Fantastic Four one, where Gladiator's got Thing above his head, and the other members of the Fantastic Four are lying around.
Superman was actually on the name of that, which was kind of that's an homage in and of itself.
And then he homaged his own cover later on when he was doing the Superman title, where he had Superman fighting 4 members of the Legion of Superheroes, all had similarities to the Fantastic Four. They had the Brick character, who was another rock, monster character. You had, Brainiac 5, who was the Reed Richards, and then Invisible Boy, and then I think Sunspot was the other guy, the fire-based character. So it was a big in joke. But yeah, and then I can even show you. I wonder if I have that.
You gotta remember, Marvel trolls DC trolls Marvel all the time.
Well, it's not trolling. I mean, it's homaging.
and there is some good trolling that goes on between them as well, because just for fun, and which was always hilarious when they did it.
Now that was the beauty of it. It's like, okay, what does DC say this time? What's Marvel saying this time?
But I was going to tell you, last night you truly missed it, Darren, because during our movie night live stream. There was we had a movie that had commercial breaks, and so and one thing I did was I looked for some old toy commercials since it's the Christmas season, and I found a series of Mego commercials. You remember them?
I remember Megos,
yeah. And so among them, I found now there was the Star Trek action figures.
Wow.
And so this, which was funny because in the Star Trek action figure commercial, they actually misspelt Scotty. In the commercial, the graphic said Scottie, which I thought was hilarious. And they said, Scotty, the engineer, he's in charge of the transporter. That's really? That's Scotty's job. Okay, he's O'Brien now. But the best part to me was that another one was one of their superhero commercials. They mixed brands. They did because they licensed both Marvel and DC. So their commercials, they was like Hulk. They started out with like Superman, Wonder Woman, Hulk. And, by the way, they go Hulk, the Incredible Green Goliath, Falcon, the Flying Black Superhero. Wow. They actually say that in the commercial.
Wow. Simpler times, right?
Yeah. And they go, new for 1976, the Fantastic Four, the Human Torch who flies faster than the speed of light, the Thing who's made of granite. Then they go, now keep in mind, because these are hard plastic action figures, right? So I was like, well, what are they going to do for Mr. Fantastic? Right, I was thinking. Now they could do like a Stretch Armstrong kind of, but Mego doesn't do that. They just do hard plastic. So they go, Mr. Fantastic and the Invisible Girl, both have the power of invisibility.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So what I'm showing, I don't know if it's still up, but I've got.
That does look just like that Man and Superman cover.
Yeah, that was the homage cover we did for Hyperactive's #4 back in 2006. And so, Clint, I told him, look, for this is the one homage we have to do because it's the team versus their mentor Alpha Man, and we had to do that. So obviously the big guy there that Alpha Man is holding up was the stand-in for the Thing. You had the other characters all lying in the same position, similar rubble. And it even says Helinski after Byrne there. So in the John Byrne being the guy who originally did that cover. So I just thought I'd show you guys
You have
that.
the FF cover handy? You should show that.
Let's see. Yeah, I should do that.
So 1 a.m. now, huh, Deej?
Yep.
Alrighty.
Go 10, 11 hours at least without another
Oh, that's
nap.
just getting started.
Well,
He
as
already
much
took-
as I would love to keep as
And
much
he
as
took a nap? I mean, geez, Deej.
I
don't
wish
have
I
a
had my
big-
beard like Arian, but my wife won't let me have that.
I don't have a big version of it, but I have a smaller version here. Let me grab that.
Darren, I gotta ask you, between two beardos, isn't it a pain in the ass trying to eat wings or nachos with cheese sauce or ribs when you got that much manly facial hair?
Yeah, I stay away from the ribs, but I can't avoid cheese. I live in Wisconsin. So,
Oh, Darian, I'm in the exact opposite. I'll avoid the cheese, no problem. But you want to put chicken wings in front of me or buffalo wings in front of me? Oh, yeah. I'm eating that shit up.
Yeah. But yeah, so I mean, homage covers happen all the time, and when Todd McFarlane came out with his famous Spider-Man cover, of course, there was one issue of Spawn where he gave Spawn the exact same pose, and I think later on Deadpool did a cover, of course.
Am I wrong?
Well, he did do a Batman cover, but I don't think it was. Let me see if I can find that.
Maybe he did both. I only remember what I thought was the Batman cover and the Spawn cover, where he's.
You know what? There is a Batman here that I'm seeing, but I think it might be fake. No, it's not. Okay,
What's
yeah,
that
here it is. I
listening
think this is what
sound?
you're talking about. That's coming from what's his face. It's on a red shirt. There we go. Okay, so I found it. Here we go. I think this is what you're talking about, but I might be incorrecto.
No, that is not correct. Let me see if I can find it.
Okay.
Because I actually do have this comic.
Okay, gotcha.
So let me see if I can research.
Yeah, McFarlane didn't do a lot of DC work. He did some covers for them, but Marvel was the one that got him up. And then of course, what happened was he went into Image and then started a toy company and made what it was. And to call them toys is really a misnomer. They're really just inexpensive collectible statues. They don't have any. Most of them don't have articulation or anything. You put them on your shelf and that's it. They're there for
They
display.
do, but if you play with them too much, the pegs come out and the arms fall off.
Well, there's those, but I mean, like the ones that I bought, like I had them, and I don't even know if I still have it, but I had the one where it's Marv on the electric chair, Marv from Sin City, where you put batteries in it, you flip the switch behind him, and he shakes, because he's getting electrocuted, and
you would get that.
I mean, Sin City when that first Sin City series came out, it was
and hit the electric chair button.
Yeah.
I'm sharing the image now. This is the image I was referring to.
Okay.
Your bald head? We've seen that before.
Well, I don't know who has shared technology. I'm sharing it. So yeah, somebody has to
Hold
click
on,
it.
I was
There you go.
taking care of
That's the image.
Yeah,
I was
there was a
talking
bot you had to take care of from the chat.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, that would have been because I was under the impression that was a Norm Brayfogle cover, but yeah, so yeah, he did do
I
that.
don't think that I think they are different covers by different people.
They are.
But there was
Well,
an
they're both by
homage-
McFarlane, I think.
Yeah, if you blow it up or you're able to look at the comparison, you'll see different names on these. So This was the one I was referring to. That was the big one I remember always coming up.
Mhm.
As far as back in the 90s and 2000s was like that was the cover that always kind of seemed to stick out with people with Todd McFarlane.
Mhm. For those of you who are curious, this is the Marv, and I'm going to stop doing this to Deej here, but this is the
double bunny.
This is the toy I was talking to you about.
So
And-
when
and-
you're talking to me, how
Can you
often do
hurry
throw
up? I
that
don't
switch?
have all day.
I don't even know if I still have this thing, but yeah, I had it, and then I think my brother might have confiscated it when I was in the Navy because I left it at home with all my other things, and then he might have destroyed it. I don't know, but that was and who'd have thought? I mean, I think you can find that on eBay for quite a bit of money now.
As walk through the valley of the shadow. Can you hurry up, man? I don't have all day. You heard him. Can't you fucking pussies do anything right?
Yeah. Well, the thing about it is, though, that when a person actually gets electrocuted, they don't just give you the full current right away. They give you like 4 shocks designed to, believe it or not, humanely do it. The first one is to knock you silly, and then the one that finally kills you is the 4th one. But it's a stepped increase. You're supposed to be rendered unconscious by the first 1 or 2 shocks. So in the movies, they just throw the full current on you, and the guy cooks. You know, if he doesn't have the sponge on his head.
No, that was Eli Delacroix, and that was only because of that little shithead.
Yeah, right. Yeah, they.
Percy, I think was his
He
name.
didn't dip the sponge.
That was the first time I had ever seen Sam Rockwell in something.
But Marv was pretty much unkillable, so you know.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, Sam Rockwell was the crazy guy in there that raped the 2 little girls.
Oh, there you go.
Percy.
Yes.
Percy was the actor who was in 2 of my favorite episodes of X-Files, Squeeze and Tombs. Yeah, he was the weirdo who could contort his body and fit through pipes and things. He would murder people and escape through the plumbing. And
X-Files episode.
that's what I just got done saying. My 2 favorite X-Files episodes.
I'm sorry, my hearing, my
Okay.
audio is not going as well. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I was trying to confirm it.
What?
All right. All right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Squeeze and Tombs were the 2 episodes he was in, and he was.
Those eyes he had.
Yeah, he had really creepy looking
Eugene Toombs.
stuff. Yeah, Eugene Toombs was his name.
Now that was the one where he was licking the paper, right? And
Yeah, he made a nest, and it was out of paper and bile, and Mulder touches it. He's like, "What is this?" And then Scully's like, "Well, it smells like bile." And he goes, "Is there a way I can get it off my fingers quickly without violating my cool exterior?" He says. And he shakes his hand off. You know, it was a little bit of a forced line, but for 90s television, I guess it was pretty good. But that and then of course the other big episode of X-Files everybody remembers from the 90s was the one that made everybody sick, and that was Home, about the inbred family.
Oh,
the Peacock family.
The mom on the skateboard under the bed. Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They
Yep.
grow their own.
Yeah.
Oh. I mean,
Yeah. They've been inbreeding since the Civil War, and now they were mutants. You know, it's just.
when they find the mom under the bed.
Yeah, she's got no arms and legs, and yeah.
Oh, I remember that episode. I mean,
Yeah, that was one of the most disturbing hours of television ever broadcast.
You know,
that
I'm
was-
kind of glad that back when the X-Files was on, I worked Sunday nights.
I was in the Navy when that episode came out, and a guy I know, Kelly was his name. He was a nuclear machinist mate. Came back to while I was cleaning something, and he goes, "God, I saw the X-Files last night. I almost threw up." Like he started telling me about it, and I'm like, "Yeah, okay, yeah, there you go."
I got a little bit of I've actually got all the seasons of X-Files.
Yeah.
Including the movies, including the ones that came after.
You
Which
know
I
what's
was
so
actually
weird?
very happy about because I actually I didn't really like how season 9 ended because I was like, you did a series final and it was mostly a clip
Finale.
show.
Yeah.
I was like, it was a clip
There's
show.
a series 10, dude.
Yeah. My favorite
No,
episodes
you're
of X-Files were the ones that didn't involve aliens.
You're thinking of SG1 because SG1 made the point of saying they got past X-Files back when they got their 10th season. Because I remember that being a big deal.
That's the 10th season because the 10th season basically erased the last season before that.
No, it didn't.
It was like a prequel.
No, it didn't. Not even close.
It really didn't even make any sense. Like the timeline, huh? What? I didn't like the very last season of X-Files.
The only thing I would have liked, and I enjoyed the last 2 seasons we got because I liked how it ended. I thought that was a better.
No,
ending.
I was digging through the cupboards here. I forgot to mute my mic.
No, I just hear some sounds.
No,
like
he's
somebody...
hearing the bass of your neighbors or your neighbor lady.
Yeah,
Oh, is there a neighbor? Let me take up.
No, I was just wondering. Is that
Oh
somebody...
yeah, she's got her music on.
Okay. I miss that, man. I miss talking to you because I haven't heard that sound.
Yeah.
Darian, turn your infrared off.
My infrared.
Yeah, you're in
black and white. You're infrared right now.
You're gray.
That's what I'm supposed to do. Yeah.
You're gray, man.
My beard looks better in black and white, so that's why I do it.
Hey, you know what? It was funny when I had, I started getting all this gray down here, and people were like, "Are you going to dye it?" I'm like, "Are you fucking kidding me? I earned this."
Yeah.
I
remember when I first started getting a couple of strands of gray through here. I remember when that happened too. It's my first time trying to pilot or help the piloting party guy the submarine through the Straits of Gibraltar. About a third of the world's shipping goes through that. You go through the Straits of Gibraltar.
What were you doing? I'm sorry. I'm familiar with the Straits of Gibraltar a little bit as far as history. What were you doing?
We had an op. We had a 6-month Mediterranean run in the Mediterranean Sea. In order to get in there, you got to go through the Straits, and submarines tend to go in submerged and then they leave on the surface. So going into the Straits, it was a harrowing thing because there's hundreds of ships going through the Straits, and we only have like 6 trackers on the boat. So I had to time manage. We had to know where all the ships were, so we had to keep a tracker on one for 15 seconds, move it to the next one, and you're trying to keep track of all of these ships so that we don't hit any of them. And so that was we got out of there, and I decided to grow some whiskers, and that's when I saw the gray for the first time. I figured I
served on 2 LHDs in America when I was in the Marine Corps. You could not get me on a sub. There's just no damn way. Thankfully, I was a Marine, so we didn't go on subs. But oh my god,
because Marines are pansies.
Yeah.
Oh, my brother was a
Marine.
Marine.
You just said
So
when
I'm
I
not gonna
was
say.
a Marine. What's Marine? I was a Marine, Jesse.
Yeah, well, correct me if I'm wrong, Geek.
I was in the Marine Corps. I am still a Marine. I always will be.
When I was a Marine.
And then you took a vacation and joined the Air Force, right?
Oh, sorry. Hang on. I gotta make more coffee. I gotta mute this. Sorry.
And B, did you take a vacation and then join the Air Force, or did you go to the Air Force first and then the Marine Corps?
No, I joined the Marine Corps first for my first 4 years. I was honorably discharged, and then I decided to go do my last 16 years in the Air Force.
So did they require you to go through a Air Force basic training, or because that's what I heard. I said if you go through Marine Corps basic training, then when you try to join another service, they usually say, well, here's a 1-week course on the differences between the Marine Corps and the service you're going into, and then you just get out into the fleet.
Yes, we had that down at Keesler, or not Keesler. Sorry, that's where I went to tech school. Went down to San Antonio. We went through a course that was called, and this is going to be a very long name, so forgive me. Prior service, sister service, coordination. basically they were trying to teach us how to be what we were and acclimate to Air Force culture.
Because they know you got the discipline.
Right now,
They already know it, you know.
Well, I talked to a
Sorry.
lot of Marines I knew who had done this transition, and I'm talking all ranks through the subject. We all kind of agreed the same thing. It took us about 2 years until we acclimated about as good as we were going to. We were never going to fully acclimate because we just, I'm sorry, you know, the Marine Corps, for all the shit that I went through,
Yeah.
some of the shit I saw in the Air Force, it's like when my temper would go and I would just go full Marine on people. They were like,
Yeah.
what are you doing? I'm like, what the fuck you think I'm doing? I'm taking the discipline.
Yeah, we had on my submarine. We had 2 guys who were prior Marine Corps. One was our cob, and you could tell because he was like a Marine in a Navy uniform. He had a flat top. You know, all of his uniforms were tailored, so he always looked crisp. You know, and the other ones all looked disheveled. You know, so, but. Yeah, it's like the old saying. So we only really have 2 branches of the military: the Army and the Navy. The Air Force is a corporation, and the Marine Corps is a cult.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I cannot say I disagree with that.
Although, from now what I've heard, the Navy is being operated like a corporation now. So
damn jarheads.
Yeah.
Hey.
But the way it was in the '90s was
first of all, as a person who was in the Army, it's not jarhead, it's leatherneck. Get it right.
No, it's both.
Yeah, both. One's pejorative, one is not. Yeah.
Let me tell you this. Okay, I'm gonna show you right now. I'm gonna show you right now, Salty. Real simple. That's jarhead. The reason why it's called leatherneck is because when they had the uniforms on, they had a leather band around their neck to prevent sword slashings. So
Right.
yes, it is leatherneck. It is jarhead. It is devil dog. I mean, devil dog comes from the Germans for Tufa Honda.
Yeah. They got a lot of great nicknames. You know, the Marine Corps, of course, has a storied history. I mean, submarine service hasn't been around nearly. I mean, the Marine Corps predates the United States. They were founded in 1775. So, I mean,
actually, I'm going to tell you right now.
Yeah.
Back in 1775, November 10th, my Marine Corps came alive.
Yeah, November 10th, 1775, Philadelphia. That's when the Marine Corps was established.
I had to get them started there.
Yep. Sorry.
Untaverned. Well, here's the thing, guys. You most of you probably don't know this, but when it comes to, and I can't speak for every other branch, but when it came to the Marine Corps, we instilled, we really put our culture, our ideals into our boot camp. We were taught all this stuff. We have this thing called, you can look it up, it's called the Green Monster, as we jokingly called it. But it is literally the history of the Marine Corps. And we would be in formation, repeating it, citing it, learning it. I still know who the great. I'll give you a question.
Chat troll.
I got it. I
I'm sorry,
got
you're off
it.
camera. I thought you were in a restroom or something. I was like, hey, moderator.
I just have one question. Here is this.
You got another bot in the chat, by the way.
I know. I got it.
If you are, a member of a branch of service, whatever branch of service it is, who is considered the greatest hero of your branch of service? Because I can tell you who mine is. When I was
Reuben James.
Huh?
Reuben James for the Navy. Enlisted Navy. He was a boatswain's mate, enlisted guy who killed a bunch of Barbary pirates, and so there's always a ship named after him in the Navy somewhere. There was one in the Hunt for October, the frigate that they evacuate the Red October people to was the USS Reuben James. So that's one.
If you look at Marine Corps history, if you Google most famous Marine, I'm going to tell you almost universally who it's going to be in America. Ewis, Lewis Bulworth, Chesty Puller, Lieutenant General, 5 Navy Crosses, United States Marine Corps. I can also tell you still who are the only 2 Marines before the rule was in place where you could only get 1 Medal of Honor in America. I can tell you the 2 Marines who got 2 Medals of Honor. Smedley Butler, Dan Daly.
Yeah, the only one I know by name is Livingston, General Livingston. Only because there's a YouTuber, former SEAL, Don Shipley. His second career after leaving the Navy is busting fake SEALs. But he tells us the story about how
this guy is. He one who goes out on false valor.
he goes out on that. Yeah, he also looks up people. He's got a network and looks up people's DD-214s and stuff. But anyway, he was telling a story about when he was at 29 Palms in California. He had to do some special ordnance training out there, and this, of course, all the Marines look crisp and the SEALs look all disheveled, because SEALs kind of prided themselves on being dirty and not, being somewhat out of uniform and stuff. And he hits a stop sign right in front of General Livingston, and he remembers it just getting this, this scowl from that general, and it's a good story. I won't spoil it, but it's on his channel. Anyway, yeah, but he's a living. It's so rare to have a living Medal of Honor recipient. Anyway, most of the time it's posthumously, awarded.
I went to radio operator school, which we called FROC, which was Field Radio Operator Course, and I was in 29 Palms, or as we used to call it, 29 Stumps, because it's all freaking different. And then when I went to Camp Lejeune, we would always combine. I was in a regiment. I was in Headquarters Company 6th Marine Regiment. And we would always go back during January and February for what we called a double CAX, which stood for Combined Arms Exercise. So after 2 months, we'd be out in the desert, and I'd be right back looking like, great, do I got to rake sand again?
Yeah, it's a big. I mean, that base is the size of Rhode Island. It's a pretty big base, and you can do a lot of apparently some great stuff there. But it's just miserably hot, is what I'm told. It's right in the middle of the Mojave Desert.
No, I disagree. No.
You disagree? Okay.
Yeah. So yes, it can be hot, but remember, it is a very dry heat. What we had was, if you were out in the field,
so you'll die, but you'll be comfortable.
Yeah.
Well, where we were was you got to remember, if you're on a base, sometimes you have what is known as main side, and then you have, which I can't think of the name, but the deployed side. The LZ, the training LZs, the LZs, whatever you want to call them. So we would be on those cactuses. We'd be about 2 or 3 miles from main side, which what I mean by that is we're still in the base, because unless something has changed, 29 Palms is still the biggest Marine Corps base that we have. And I'm going to be honest, I saw some amazing things as a radio operator during those training sites. I was dying to get on what we called a retrans site, which meant I got up on a mountain or hill, whatever you want to call it. I don't know the definition between the heights. And we'd set up an OE254 antenna, or we'd use our Humvee as our transition. And we would be up there. So because what we were using was called SINGARS, which was VHF. The way VHF works was bounce off the stratosphere, come down, bounce, bounce, bounce. So,
right. Hey, and I don't mean to interrupt, but I just got to say, because since you mentioned this, if you want a surprisingly entertaining and silly movie, it's a British film, but it's a lot of fun. It's called The Man Who Walked Up a Hill and Came Down a Mountain, and you will understand the difference by the end of that film.
I've heard of that movie.
It's a really fun, silly movie, and it is a true story about it's a surveyor who went to a town whose only claim to fame was a mountain. And when he surveyed the place, he said, "I'm sorry, it's not a mountain, it's a hill." And the town basically protested and insisted it was a mountain. And the entire town then worked to put dirt on top of this hill to make it legally a mountain.
You know, there is no legal definition between a hill and a mountain, by the way.
Blade O'Brien, and that was with Hugh Grant, right?
Yeah, Hugh Grant.
It's a fun movie, though.
Yeah,
So,
but
yes.
Salty, there is no legal definition between a hill and a mountain.
Actually, well, there actually is if you're a geologist, apparently. So, and I'm not an expert on the subject. I'm not claiming to be, but apparently, if you're a geologist, there is a difference between a hill and a mountain. So,
No, I agree. That's why I said I don't know if we were on a hill or on a mountain when we
right.
did
So, but if you want to learn about that, watch that movie. Right, and put it in your notes of things to watch. It is a fun, silly little movie, and it's a true story, which is the best part of it.
Well, one of the reasons why I wanted to get up on the retrans site was it was a week of just me and one other person, nobody else around us. We took care of our own thing, but we got to saw some amazing things. We got to watch Abrams tanks, or I assume they were tanks, do a formation muster across the desert.
That's pretty much all we have nowadays.
I got to watch helicopters do a simulated cross firing, and then I actually got to watch artillery that I thought was so funny and interesting, because you would think we would have heard it. We didn't hear the artillery. We didn't hear the flare. We saw the smoke, and then a few seconds later, where it was, you see this big explosion, like literally a mile or two later. It was amazing. It was the only thing I can say I found more enjoyable than that was when I was on the night side in the retrans, and we got to watch tracers go off. For those of you
that's always fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks
so
like
you know
freaking Star Wars.
Yes.
I've seen it before. Yeah.
And by the way, that's why after seeing live fire exercises with fully automatic weapons using tracers, I first got the idea that in Star Wars they're firing projectiles, not lasers. Especially since in the prequels you start seeing them reloading ammunition.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they're just firing projectiles that are tracers.
Wow, I never thought about that. That
Yeah.
actually kind of fits.
Yeah, it does make sense. And when you look at things like the fact that like people get shot in the shoulder and they're okay, you know, and so you know, I'm sitting there thinking, yeah, they're just firing projectiles.
Talk about cross.
Damn,
cross
Salty.
branch.
I never thought to look at the blasters as projectiles, but
Now, when I was in the Navy, we were stationed in Connecticut. There was no proper range for us to use on base, on the submarine base, so we had to go to a nearby Army base. And one of our guys, I think he was a fire control tech. He had been in the Army for 4 years, and then joined the Navy, and then eventually became our chief fire control tech. And a M109 howitzer.
Oh yeah,
is coming down the road, and we all had to kind of get out of the way. And one of this chief's fire controlmen says, "Yeah, get out of the way. This tank's coming." And that chief took his cover. That chief took his cover off and started beating him over the head with it, like hard, saying, "Do not let these Army fuckers hear you call that a tank. That is a howitzer gun." And of course, at first glance, somebody who doesn't know anything about tanks or anything is probably going to call it a tank, but it's not a tank. It's not. It's
that is actually the proper use of the term gun.
Right. Yeah.
That's also the proper use of a cover.
Yeah. You know how a skipper would hit Gilligan with his hat? Well, he was hitting him with the hat, only like trying to knock him out with it.
Tim, that is the proper use of your cover too.
You want a cover? Your cover's right here.
Yeah.
One of the things I remember.
That's not bulletproof.
No, of course it's not bulletproof. It's ceremonial. But you notice what mine doesn't have. Now, can it even tell me why this is an enlisted versus an officer's?
Because it has no dirt spots on it.
It has no what?
It's not dirty. There's no black spots on it.
Probably needs a gold band around it. I don't know much about.
You think?
Yeah.
No, maybe a little
Yeah.
quatrefoil.
Yeah, something like that. I know that at E3, don't they get the blood stripe on their pants?
No. I got that
No?
at Corporal. No.
Okay, so E4 then. Okay.
E4 is when you get your blood stripe, because that was the last rank I got in the Marine Corps. Now,
Gotcha,
the only thing
okay.
I've told my wife that I wanted, maybe for Christmas, if she can get it, is the one thing I still haven't gotten that I still have from the Marine Corps. Or sorry, what I didn't get back then is I want my NCO sword because I earned it.
Yeah.
I earned the right to that blood stripe, and I earned the right to that sword.
The Marine Corps, when it comes to the enlisted ranks, the Marine Corps has the sharpest full dress uniform.
Oh
that we
yeah,
offer.
I don't think any
beautiful
there's
uniform.
no soldier's going to argue that.
No, it's. I mean, okay, enlisted people in the Navy. We have this thing called the dinner dress uniform, which is essentially a tuxedo, right, with your ribbons
You
and
talking
medals
about,
on it.
those are the whites, or is that the?
Those are it's called the dinner dress uniform. It
right,
is
but it's those,
only.
are you talking about the white uniforms, or is that?
It's not white. It's not white. It's.
Or the
Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find a picture of it.
The white
for
and
you.
black changes for the
Give
season.
me
Winter
give
and
me
summer.
credit. Hey, you know what?
Winter, you
The
wear black.
Navy did something to me back in when I was at DIA and working for the Air Force, and all of a sudden, now I'm seeing
Darren, remember that
enlisted people in petty officer ranks with shiny
that story I
shit
brought
on
up
their
a
collar,
while
and
back?
I'm like,
Look
I'm
that up.
screwing up, realizing I'm about to salute someone who has a shiny rank when I shouldn't be.
I just, I was pissed off when after I got out when I found out that now everybody gets a beret. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that was because some
That looks
general
like
who
a
didn't make it
frickin-
into.
That looks like a Discovery uniform.
That is the new Space Force uniform.
Hey, I'm going to tell you right now, I know a Chief Master Sergeant who I highly 100% respect, who was in the Air Force. He was selected, requested to join the Space Force.
Space Force?
You know what? They stole Star Trek logo. They stole Star Trek uniforms.
No, I got to tell you right now. I wish I was 18 right now because I would join Space Force. I would so sign up for Space Force right now because holy crap, I would want to be. You darn right, I want to be in Space Force.
Yeah, no longer have to go to the Air Force.
When I had my buddy tell me about it, Ming. His name is Ming. I've known him.
I would be a 20-year. Yeah, give me 20 years in Space Force.
30 years.
He was a Chief Master Sergeant by the time he got offered that. And when he mentioned it, I said, "Did you take the offer?" And he goes, "Yes, I am." And I said, "Thank fucking God." And he goes, "Why?" I said, "Because
I don't think God does that, just for the record.
So so since I left the Navy, there's now two versions of the dinner dress uniform. There's one that's white and one that's quote blue, and this is what the enlisted would wear. Now so that's not bad. Now here's the thing about this though: there's no hat when you're enlisted. This is the only uniform where there's no hat that goes with it because you can't put the sailor hat on this thing. And
this
so
is what we would call in the. This is what we would call in the Air Force a semi-formal. Because semi-formal, we did not wear a hat.
Yeah, we don't normally have the dinner dress uniform in our normal sea bag repertoire. That's something that you would have to buy yourself if you got like assigned to like the White House or something.
Yeah,
I don't know. Nobody even knows what a sea bag is.
The Army has a dress black uniform that was similar to that.
They're going back to pinks and greens. The Army is. They've already kind of announced that it's gonna happen soon here because that navy blue weird looking piece of crap dress uniform that they have now is just.
I haven't looked at stuff recently. So I have no idea what they're wearing these days.
Darren, I just want to say thank you for being the person to say not duffel bag, sea bag.
Yeah.
It is S.
Well, Darren is a true seaman, so you're not going to get Darren saying things.
Well, in the Navy, and I believe might be the Marine Corps too. It's it's the same green duffel bag that everybody else uses, but in the Navy it's called the sea bag. So.
Yes, and in the Marine Corps it was called a sea bag too. That's why I'm saying you say sea bag.
Right, but
When
I
I
just say,
joined
like,
the Air
Darren is
Force-
never going to say the wrong term because Darren is a seaman, and I'm not saying that in a derogatory sense. I mean, Darren is a salty man of the sea in his core, in his heart.
But now
and
that you
I
imply
truly
that there
respect
is a derogatory term, we're going to
He
think
has
of that
salt
now.
water in his veins.
There is nothing derogatory about calling a Navy person a seaman.
I know.
None.
It's a rank.
Unless your last name is Full Wood, like my friend. I'm not even joking.
There has been
Hey, under the full wood,
a
seaman.
push. There has been a push to change seaman to crewman.
If I see somebody wearing that uniform, I
Crewman
would be
recruit,
going,
crewman for crewman apprentice, crewman, because it's only the first three ranks. I mean, but for the longest time, the Navy said, look, we're not going to change the name because that's just an incentive for you to get promoted. Then you don't have to be called a seaman anymore.
Why don't they just change the name of Uranus to Eurectum while they're at it? I mean, come on.
This is not Futurama. They won't do that, okay?
Exactly.
Hey,
That's
Darian,
stupid.
did you ever make a?
It's pronounced Uranus, by the way.
No, it's
sorry, what?
your rectum.
No, Darian. I was just curious. I know you were in the Navy. Did you make petty officer?
Yeah.
Which one?
Yeah. Third class. I had passed. So about a month after I got out, I got the letter. It said, "Congratulations, you passed the E5 class." But since I wasn't in the service anymore, they weren't going to apply the rank. Obviously, that's a good idea. They can only promote so many people at the same time. So at one time, so my DD-214 officially lists me as an E4. But
you passed to be an E5.
Petty officer,
Petty
third
officer,
class.
Third class, right?
Third
But
class,
You got the promotion for.
Well, I passed the test, but the rest, the next step would have been the promotion. But you have to be active duty to get the promotion back then, and I wasn't active duty anymore.
Yeah, we had an interesting thing in that, Darian. We had a staff sergeant, E5 in the Air Force, and I say staff sergeant E5 in the Air Force because in the Marine Corps, in the Army, a staff sergeant the pay grade is E6.
Mm-hmm.
So,
right.
Hey guys, I'm gonna take off because I'm gonna go down to Jack in the Box, get a breakfast burrito. I'm hungry.
Okay, bye.
Enjoy yourself.
Enjoy.
And 6, come on now, you don't need to get vulgar. There's no reason to think about the fact that there might be semen on the poop deck.
You all say poop deck like you know what the hell you're
Later,
talking
weirdos.
I've never heard of the poop deck, but that's okay. That's okay.
Really?
How about
look. Okay.
Port
I'm gonna hear all night.
Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Here's what.
I'll be
Okay.
back.
Here's my name. Okay.
Look at that.
Let me explain this. You go when you go submarines. You go to regular Navy basic training, right? Which is at the time was 8 weeks. Then when you're going subs, you then go to Groton, Connecticut, where you go to BES, Basic Enlisted Submarine School, which is another 6 weeks of boot camp where you have to unlearn all the stuff that you learned in basic training because it doesn't apply to submarines. So, for example, when you get to submarines, the submarine doesn't have a fan tail, all right? Surface ships have a fan tail. It's basically the aft end of the ship, right? So, you have to learn all these new ways of looking at things, and then you're all doubly messed up when we were in La Maddalena, Italy. There was a surface ship called the Simon Lake, which is a submarine tender, and we had to tie up to that submarine tender, and then we had to, in order to get ashore, we had to cross onto the submarine tender, go across their quarterdeck off of their brow, and get onto the base. And of course, they're trying to give us directions. And they say, "Well, that's over there by the fantail." I'm like, "What the fuck's a fantail again?" And they're looking at us, "How long you been in the Navy?" I'm like, "Submarines don't have fantails. I'm sorry. We learned this. We learned this. The first 2 months we were in, and then we forgot it because it doesn't
They
apply to our job."
unload-jacked us so that we could operate the sub properly.
Right. But I mean, it's it was so funny. Of course, is that the most submarine tender sailors aren't going to come on board the submarine, but we have to go on board their ship in order to get out. So they get to tell all the jokes and shit.
Bubbleheads like you, Darian.
Yeah.
And I say that with all respect, as you being a bubblehead, obviously.
It's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, but I mean,
Hello,
you
Mr.
have a
Lundell.
different. Most
Hey.
bubbleheads had a very different culture
Right.
in the Navy
London.
than say the the guys on shore duty or the guys on sea duty who were on ships. Like I was on an LHD and stuff, but Bubbleheads had a whole different experience.
Yeah. Well, the atmosphere on board, the way we talked to each other, it was usually, very soft. There's pleases and thank yous and, things of that nature. If the captain or another officer says, Petty Officer Wagner, I'd really like it if this over here would happen this way. But that's an order. He's telling you to do that, but he's not wanting it to sound like an order, because
he's not being a jerk about it. No.
Well, yeah, you want to keep everything as pleasant and sublime on board as you can, because it's a stressful environment on its own. You don't have to have some bulldog coming in and going, And so we were just not used to that. Everybody kind of whispers. Everybody speaks softly, like we're in a library, And then of course we pull in, and then all of a sudden, because they're moving weapons on the base, there's a whole bunch of Marines that are at every checkpoint, and they start. It's a night and day difference between us and them.
We do what we do. We're loud.
Yeah, exactly.
It's funny. We're loud, but we're only loud when we need to be, because if you know Marine history,
right.
One of the reasons why we are called devil dogs, or as the Germans called us, Tufelhundet, was because we were so god dang quiet. I mean, when it came to drills and stuff, we as much as Marines run their mouths as much as we do, when it comes to the moment, somehow we get as quiet as mice, and we remember our training and we remember our hand signals.
Yeah, I mean, we would pull in. We'd be wanting to go to our barracks. Submarine sailors get a barracks right away. That's another thing that surface fleet sailors don't get. You have to live on the ship until you're E5 before you're qualified for off ship base housing. But on the submarine, because the submarine is so small and it doesn't meet the Navy's minimum requirements for personal space for a crewman, you get a barracks room, which is usually a 2 to 3 man dorm, depending on how old it is, to live, and then you come down to the boat to work, and then you obviously live in the boat when you're at sea. But so that was one of the perks of doing that.
You actually got.
I remember in the Marine Corps, you had at basic training or boot camp. Obviously, we were all in the squad bay. Then we went to our tech school. Well, first off, it depended on where you went. If you went infantry, where I was, you went to either Camp Geiger or Camp Pendleton for infantry combat training, ICB or ICT. Or if you were like me, a POG, personnel other than grunt, you went to what was called MCT, which was Marine Combat Training, which was a very stripped down 2-week version of infantry training. And then we went on to our actual technical school, or whatever they want to call it. You see in the Air Force, they call it the tech school. I went to 29 Palms after going back to Camp Pendleton for combat training, and then going down to there for Frock School. And like an idiot, I ended up spending the first week on the goddamn phone because my dumbass didn't think to bring my goddamn driver's license so I could show that to prove I know how to drive, so I could learn how to drive a Humvee.
Yeah.
I think Mr. Londell has something he wants to chime in on.
What?
I don't know. I just know you gotta have some. Mr. Londell, I know you got some stories you could bring to the table here.
Well,
probably.
I don't know. I mean, it's Saturday. I just got up.
Just got up. No, when you graduate basic enlisted submarine school, then you have to go to 2 other schools. There's the flooding school and the firefighting school. The flooding school is the most interesting because you have this trainer that is right next to a reservoir, an artificial lake right in the middle of the base called Rock Lake. And the water that they use to flood the trainer comes from that lake. And I did this in February, where it was still fairly cold out. And they don't turn off the water until you solve the problem, and they will let the water go until it gets about this far from the ceiling, or the overhead, as we would call it. And
you
there
basically think you're going to die.
Yeah, kinda. I mean, there was, and what they would do is they would get because one of the things that the instructors do in basic enlisted submarine school is they give you a psych profile on everybody. They say, okay, this kid over here is going to be a troublemaker. Well, anyway, what they tried to do was create a team that you had to do that test with guys that you weren't supposed to get along with. So, for example, they'd pick one guy from New York, another guy from Texas, another guy from California, and another guy from Midwest, right? They tried to do that. Horrible combination, because obviously, the New Yorker is going to be uptight. The Texan's going to be a Texan. The California guy is going to be too laid back. And the Midwest guy is going to be probably, want to be rational about everything. And
Wait a minute. All right, that's it. We're going to have a fight here. Okay,
Hey, what? I've been
it's all based on stereotypes. Yeah, it's all based on stereotypes. And yeah, there was one group of guys that they didn't turn the water off until it hit the mark, and of course, if it hits the mark, you fail. We got the water turned off when it was about nut high on me, and I'm a short guy, so
you guys did fairly well.
We did fairly well. Yeah, we had just it was not quite waist high. There is one particular water pipe that simulates breaking, and it puts a column of water that cuts the room in half. And the instructor said that beam of water will go from one end of that compartment to the other, regardless of whether you are standing in front of it or not. That's the kind of pressure. It's like a fire hose. And
so if you're standing in front of it, it's going to hurt.
It's going to knock you over at bare minimum. It's pretty hard. And and of course, it's kind of like in the Star Trek Kobayashi Maru training simulator, the one in the JJ films, where there's instructors that are looking at you guys above you through a couple panes of glass. And we got ours shut off, but there's one team of guys just could not get it together on the first time, and they were having to swim up to the top, get some air, come back down, see if they could find it. And of course, when it's filled up like that, it's much harder to see where the leak is.
The higher it gets, the harder it is to solve.
Yeah. So,
and
it's cold. It's cold. Your nuts crawl up into your belly and won't come out.
All right.
It sounds a little, maybe not quite the same as me, but I can kind of relate a little bit to this. When I went through boot camp, I went in December of 1998. Anyway, I went in, when I got to the Crucible at Camp Pendleton, after being at MCRD, we had 3 days. So we get all our stuff, our gear together. We're up in the middle of the morning. We didn't get a full night's sleep. We are stripped. We have to field strip our MREs to where we cannot get a full meal. And we do not get a full night's sleep, because I remember all 3 nights, everybody was on watch at some point, no matter what. You never got a full night's sleep. And this was not a tent. This is what Darian might know this, or some of you might know this if you've had a shelter half, which means you have half the tent, your rack mate has the other half of the tent.
Yeah.
And you're sleeping on the dirt.
Mm-hmm.
And we were starved.
Mm-hmm.
We were exhausted. And we go through these, we'd get in each one of our DIs, depending on how we broke up our platoon, because we had one black belt that was the senior drill instructor, and then our 3 green belts. Sorry, 3 green belts.
NB, and again, don't want to pick on you or anything, but it's just one of those things that's driving me crazy. It's Darren, not Darian.
Oh, it's Darren. I'm sorry.
I know he's been very gracious about it, but it's driving me nuts. Darren, not Darian.
Darian isn't in the room right now.
I apologize, Darren. That was not my intention.
It's fine. Grandpa Jeek.
I was going to say something sooner, but
Yeah, we had
Darren.
times where what would happen during the Crucible is you would go through the scenario, and what we were trying to do was trying to figure out how to beat the scenario. And all scenarios were supposedly based on, and I could be wrong at this point now, but they were supposed to be based on scenarios Medal of Honor winners went through. And we did not win all of them. We did not complete all of them properly. We would have some times where we had times where we did complete things properly, and then we would get how the scenario played out the last time. And then there were ones, no matter what we did in our squad, in our little fire teams, whatever you want to call it, whatever, fire team or a little squad, there were some that just we couldn't do. And there was a point to that because we're tired, we're hungry, we're frustrated, we're cold. I mean, it's the middle of freaking February. We're not getting any sleep. So, I mean, it was interesting when we get the scenario of how we could have completed the course. And we're like, damn, that makes so much sense. And the thing was, our drill instructors all had the same amount of sleep we did. They just had a shit ton more experience than we did.
Yeah. That's why they don't tolerate your complaining about it. Like, it's like in basic training, you're what we called them company commanders when in the first 2 weeks I was in basic training. Then they changed them to RDCs later on when I was in basic training. But they're the ones getting you up. They already got up way earlier than you, got dressed, got shaved, got ready for work, and then are coming to wake you up. They're not gonna care how much sleep you've gotten. It's just, people don't think about that.
Oh yeah, I remember they had like a little PA system built into our barracks when I was in boot camp, and we had when the first time, like when we got to see, when we were talking about those tracer rounds, when we were up until like 3 or 4 in the morning getting to watch those tracer rounds. And then, Reveille goes off at 6 a.m. And when Reveille goes off, and then over the PA system, one of the drill sergeant's voices goes off, says, "That's right, privates, this ain't the Hilton, time to get up." And it's like, we're like, oh, crap.
That was similar to what we did in the Marine Corps. So we had 3 people on fire watch. You had one at the front door, one at the back door, and one floater. And they would go around. The main rule was there was only one person had a watch, because you couldn't have a watch anywhere. There were no clocks. This was the only place where there was a watch, and that was at the front. And his job was whoever was on watch at that time. Once it hit a certain time, which I don't remember the exact time, I believe it was like 5, you'd bang on the door and, "Drill instructor, the time on deck is," and then they would repeat it, and then they would come back a few minutes later, and we were told to do that until the DI said, "Go away." And your response was to be, "Go away, aye, sir." Thing was, after 13 weeks of that, I think about week 2 or 3, we all started waking up at the exact same time, because all of a sudden,
your body, you get used to it.
Yeah.
Like an internal alarm.
I knew guys who didn't even sleep under their covers because they didn't want to mess up their rack.
Yeah.
And then you would all of a sudden hear, "Reveille, Reveille, Reveille!" And then everybody would jump down. We're all in our underwear and our shirt, our underwear and our shirt. Count off.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. And then it would be like, count on deck is 43 United States Marine Corps Marines, sir. Yeah, I'm fine.
I heard a big bang. Did you not tell me?
No, I didn't hear a bang. No, I didn't hear a bang. And then it was the second part.
No bangs here.
Yeah, the second part was the count on deck is 42 United States Marine Corps M16 A2 service mounts, all locked and ready at this time.
Yeah. See, this is how they woke us up on the submarine. They'd come and whisper to you, Wagner, it's time to get up for watch. And I'd be like, okay, great, thanks. I got up for watch. Very dramatic. but you know, we only had 6 hours. I mean,
Sounds
we
like it was kind of romantic, actually. I mean, it's like kind of creepy.
kind of a little bit, yeah. Well, I mean, it's all about being quiet, and you know, the submarine works on an 18-hour day. You have an 18-hour day. You get up, you go to watch, which is a 6-hour watch shift. Then you have 6 hours in which, in theory, you would train or you know, you know, keep yourself occupied. Sometimes you do extra work, whatever. And then you had 6 hours of sleep. That was your day. So it was an 18-hour day. The only guy who still had a 24-hour day was the captain. And so 6 hours of sleep. You know, one of the things that I thank the Navy for was it broke my sleep addiction. You know, I went to university for 3 years before I joined the Navy, and I had a problem where I was sleeping all the time. I used to piss and moan about having to get up for a 9:30 a.m. class. You know, and yeah, exactly, and you know, thanks to the Navy experience, now I know I can get by with 4 hours, you know, sleep just fine.
Half the high
You
school
know?
kids I work with are like that. I'm
Yeah.
tired. It's 10 o'clock. You got here at 11 o'clock. What do you mean you're tired? You just
Yeah.
got up a half
Hey,
hour
Darian,
ago. Are you
how
freaking
about this
kidding me?
fun one? I was never on a sub, but I was on two LHTs. I was on the Saipan and the Sarge, and I always ended up working night shift to do my job. So I get off work, go to my berthing area, get in there. Reveille.
Yeah.
Time on deck is 0600. And then the chaplain would give his thing. And then some idiot would pull my thing. And, what the hell are you doing? It's like, I'm on night shift, you fucker.
Yeah. They don't give you a sign or anything. We had a situation.
That was the thing. It's like, why did we get signs?
Yeah, when we were assigned to the Simon Lake.
Hey guys, I gotta jump off for a little bit. I'll try to come back later, but the wife had a minor kitchen accident, so we need.
Oh,
to
dear.
That's nothing major.
That's the thud.
Well, she's cooking for the ladies at our church tonight, and she had a minor accident. We need to get some more supplies. So
okay, gotcha.
But I'll try to come back later.
All right, Salty. Thanks for stopping by.
No, absolutely, Deej. You know I'm here to support you, buddy, and we'll talk. And I'd love to swap some more stories. Maybe talk about the Borg some more or whatever. And so we'll catch you guys later.
Yeah. The anyway, we there was going to be a port. Basically, we couldn't stay on board the boat, so there was a berthing barge, is what it was called, a floating edifice with extra berthing compartments in it, and so we were assigned this compartment within the berthing barge, and we get in there and we settle in for the night, and we'd been just got back from being at sea, and we were in, and so some of us hadn't gotten to sleep in 48 hours, and about 2 hours after we all turned in, a bunch of females. Now keep in mind this is the Navy in the 90s in the Navy, so submarines didn't have females on board. They were not in the program at all. So these were females on the Simon Lake, came into our berthing to start cleaning, and they're like, what are you guys doing here? Get the fuck out. Like, this is our berthing.
You get
out
the
here.
fuck out.
You get the fuck out. And then they went and got their chief, who's another woman, and it's like, you're not supposed to be here. Who's your chief? I'm like, my chief's name is King. There's no chief named King on this ship. Who are you? Like, and then the guy above me, Davis, pulls his curtain, squints. He's an E5, looks right at that chief and goes, "What the fuck's going on?" And then at that point, the chief realized she's in a room full of guys trying to sleep here, and she goes, "You guys are assigned to that submarine, aren't you?" And you go, "Yes, this is our berthing." Okay, she did it. Told all of her cleaning, her female cleaning crew to get out of there, and they got out of there. But it was kind of funny because you could tell she wasn't used to being talked to that way.
You wake up. Oh yeah, sure.
And
Wake
the
us
other
up
thing about it.
out of
Oh, hold on. The other thing I want to say is that.
I got a great.
Okay.
story
Okay.
for you.
Okay.
I
Go
got a
ahead.
great story for you that happened to me when I was in the Marine Corps. I was what was called the battery NCO, and I was also the night shift radio operator guy. So from 8 o'clock to 6 a.m., I was working the radio in the COC. Then 6 o'clock, I get relieved, do turnover, go get breakfast. I would go open up my battery office, and I was supposed to basically just do this all day. And finally, I had to, and this went on for like literally 25 days, where I was like, okay, I finally got to the point where I said, hey, I need help here. I'm the only one doing this, and I'm only getting 2-3 hours of sleep. I was like, I am falling asleep on my watch, and the officer of the day is not happy. I'm like, sir, I don't even know the last time I've had a decent amount of sleep. So my boss, Sergeant Traphagen, had actually given me authorization to shut down the battery office at a certain time at noon. So from noon to whatever time, I could get some sleep. Well, what ended up happening is for about 6 straight damn days, I kept getting people waking me up. And the final straw was I finally get up. I got woke up after I was told I was getting 12 hours of sleep uninterrupted. And they were like, yeah, Sergeant so-and-so needs to talk to you. I got up, walked from my K-span to the boss's office in my underwear, flip-flops, a pair of long-sleeve underwear, and a skivvy shirt, and walked right in and said, Corporal Reed reporting for duty, sir. And you had the other two gunnies who start wanting to yell at me. And I'm so tired, I'm literally standing at attention, falling asleep.
Mm-hmm.
It took my comm officer, our major, to be like, what the fuck is going on here? Sergeant Traphagen tried to say something. He goes, nope, I don't want to hear it. Corporal Reed, outside with me now. I'm like, yes, sir. He's like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm reporting as ordered, sir. And I'm swaying and everything. I mean, you basically would think I was drunk off my ass. And he's like, how much sleep have you had? I'm like, over the last 20 days, sir, I'd say 2-3 hours average of complete sleep. I mean, uninterrupted sleep.
Right.
And he goes, he looked at me and he said this to me. He said, Corporal Reed, you are to go to bed from now until I tell you you are going back to work. If anybody, I don't care what their rank is, tells you otherwise, you tell them to come see me. And then I went back to I was like, yes, sir. He dismissed me. I went back to my case band. And boy, did some of my friends tell me the story of what happened after I left. Because apparently my comm officer lit up our staff NCOs. They're like, how dare you abuse him like this?
Sometimes you get lazy NCOs like that.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes, I know. But thankfully, I had a great comm officer, who had my back, which was great because he was actually the last person I said goodbye to when I was getting my terminal leave papers. He was the last person.
When you say comm officer, what does comm stand for?
Communications. We were radio operators.
I was just curious. I didn't know if it was like combat communications. I wasn't sure what you meant.
Yeah, communications. We were originally called 2531, which later got changed to 06 because our area was considered S6 or G6 in Marine Corps for communications. So, but yes, communications.
Yeah, I assumed it was communications, but I wasn't totally sure.
So Darren, those females that came down and bothered you, none of them were dressed like this?
No, none of them looked like that. I don't remember what most of them looked like. Just they were females, and they were pretty homely.
They were the ladies.
You were probably too damn tired to care.
They were wearing dungaree uniforms, same as anybody else. But yeah.
I don't care how good looking a woman is when you're like dying of sleep. You're just like, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Londell knows what I'm talking about.
I know. I mean, besides, most women in the military look kind of hard. Okay.
Yeah.
You got to
If they
went through a kind of tapered down version of training that you did.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
You feel good about the training. They look like they had hell. Okay. So
yeah. You ever see Private Benjamin? It's not like that at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Goldie Hawn comedy from the 80s, by the way.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah.
I remember watching the movie. I remember somebody wanting me to watch the movie Jarhead back when I was in the Air Force. And that was the one with, I think, Jake Gyllenhaal, which I don't think
Mysterio was in it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he's a bad actor. But I remember watching that movie, and because a lot of my Air Force friends wanted me to watch it to compare it to Marine Corps.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched it. I came back. I said, all right, I watched the movie. Oh, what'd you think? Let's just say I ripped everything apart about that movie that was wrong with it, which took about 45 minutes to a fucking hour.
Mm-hmm.
That's how much I hated that fucking movie. Because I said, you fucked everything. You fucked everything up in this movie. First off, you don't go into infantry and join the infantry training battalion midway through other people already in it.
Mm-hmm.
Second, you don't go to sniper school in between infantry training battalion. That comes later. Your training officer or NCO, which was Jamie Foxx, is not going to be your platoon commander when you go over to Desert Storm. It's not going to fucking happen. And another thing that pissed me off, and this was the big one, was when he's about to take the shot, that final shot, and all of a sudden the major comes in and just bursts open the door and goes, "What fucking frequency you on?" I'm like, dude, okay, first off, how did nobody hear the Humvee? Second of all, how is he not dead just walking in the door like that?
Mm-hmm.
Because any one of us who has been in the military heard a door open like that and heard something like that, we'd probably have turned them around, popped a cap in them.
Yeah. That would have been automatic.
Exactly. And then what they do after they bombed it, they left them there and they went around their own Humvees and they just left them there and they couldn't get a hold of him. I'm like, no. This is bullshit.
That's because you got people writing about the military that don't know shit about the military.
Right. Or sometimes they make changes, but they know because they know that the vast majority of the audience won't see the discrepancy. It's like Crimson Tide, right? Crimson Tide is a fine movie if you don't know anything about submarines. If you know zero nada about submarines, you'll enjoy that movie. But if you ever served on one, it's nonstop alternate reality bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, Darian, how about this? DJ, if you don't mind, Darian, why don't you explain the differences? You were there. I mean,
just from memory. Well, first of all, the Crimson Tide takes place on a ballistic missile submarine. I was on a fast attack submarine, so mine was smaller than theirs. The sets were all wrong. The watertight doors were all watertight doors from surface ships rather than submarines. A submarine watertight door is a big, heavy, round hobbit hole looking door, whereas the ones on the surface ships are a much lighter, oval shaped ones that have clamps all around them so you can secure them. The fact that they had an aquarium in the ship's primary enlisted berthing compartment? No way. They don't even have berthing compartments like that. They had literal bunk beds in rows. No, they're built into the bulkheads. They're a part of the structure of the ship. That's one thing. The dog, the captain having his dog and walking his dog on the submarine, letting him pee on the deck. No, that wouldn't happen.
That is so unhealthy.
Yeah, I mean, what would have made it more realistic if he had like a recruit or something following him, cleaning up the dog's mess every time he walked him.
Would he even have a dog?
You wouldn't have a dog. You're right.
Yeah.
But the enlisted wouldn't have that fish tank either.
Yeah.
The way they described the diving procedure was just it was not anything like what a dive is. Where the guy's up on the bridge yelling down, dive, and then he jumps down the hole. No. It's that's just no, he doesn't do that. But the biggest flaw of the movie is that the whole plot sort of stems around the idea. Well, one of the plots stems around the idea that they have to get within range to fire their missiles. And submarine-launched ICBMs don't really have a range problem. They can be sitting in the harbor. They can be sitting in the San Diego harbor and launch a missile that would hit Russia.
Yeah.
That would hit Petrovska.
Darian, let's tell people what an ICBM stands for.
Intercontinental ballistic missile. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a rocket that almost leaves the atmosphere.
Yeah, it basically goes into a low quote orbit and then so the range on those things is greater than what the movie let on. The other thing was that there was this discrepancy between the captain and the XO, and he charges the XO with mutiny. Mutiny requires at least 2 people involved. Although you don't charge somebody with mutiny if they disagree, but more importantly, the disagreement wouldn't have even really occurred because the rules are understood by all. If you have a partial message and you don't and the guys in the missile compartment that actually lie, if they don't hear both voices in agreement, they don't push buttons.
Yeah.
And so the whole plot contrivance was created by people who didn't understand that wouldn't happen and that there's already things in place, but they had to omit those things in order to be able to tell the story they wanted to tell. And this was during the 90s when the Clinton administration was aggressively downsizing the military, and it was pretty clear to me that this was a kind of a stealth anti-nuclear power movie. It's like, why do we have these things anymore? Submarines, especially ones with nuclear weapons on board that are, have more firepower than a country.
It's all about making professional military people look like idiots.
Right.
Darren, you said the bulkheads on a sub have round doors. So would the sets for the ballistic missile submarine in the Abyss, would that be more accurate?
The ones on submarines are round, the watertight doors that when you move from compartment to compartment. Now, for example,
in the Abyss they had that.
Yes, they did. The Abyss was probably the most accurate sequence in a movie I've seen. The flooding was amazing. When that wall of water is coming through, that was about as real as I could imagine it to be. But yeah, the Abyss had a pretty accurate one for a film. But yeah, there was just a lot of other things. The James Gandolfini character yelling at an E6 and telling him to get down and do push-ups.
Yeah, that was so stupid.
If that would have had that E6 would have told the lieutenant to fuck off, because in the Navy you can't be told to do push-ups unless the person telling you to do push-ups is going to do them with you.
Because it's called
and there's no way James Gandolfini is going to be able to crank out any push-ups. That was okay. Somebody doesn't understand submarines there. The yelling and screaming. I mean, it's just yeah.
Darian, I never got the point in it when after the fire went on, that's when the captain decided to do a drill. I was like,
Yeah.
I'm not buying this. I had nothing in my 20 years of military experience with this vet, because when you have, this is from my experience, when you have a real world incident, which I have seen, for example, we were doing a 6-day field op. We have this thing in the military called, and I don't know if the Navy and the Army call it this, but I would imagine the Navy, index. End exercise. That is what an index is. And the moment something real world happens, like twice in my career, I remember this happening. We had an off-spray crash on our base, and we had a Marine killed by arty fire for being out in an area he shouldn't have been, or the arty hit the wrong area. I don't remember the exact details because I wasn't privy to that during the investigation. But once both those real world incidents happened, everything indexed and it was over. Because now you needed an investigation. The fact that you had a fire on a submarine, now you can tell me if I'm completely wrong here, but wouldn't something like that and the death of a petty officer be warrant to maybe go back to dry dock and do an investigation with like OSI?
Probably.
Or,
I mean,
OSI, or
fire is worse than flooding. By the way, JPs, to answer your question, they're launched from a submerged position. They're designed to be launched while the submarine's submerged. Yeah, I mean, the idea that he would overlap a training drill with an actual casualty is not, that wouldn't happen. It's the movie has all kinds of problems, but the critical drinker likes it because he doesn't know anything about subs. But I mean, like I said, if the intended audience is people who don't know anything about subs, yeah, it's a fine movie, exciting, sure, it's a drama, it's has a lot of great tension in it, some good performances by.
I actually commented
Aragorn
on that video, and I
Morrison,
I'm like, I got a buddy who knows all about subs to tell you all the things wrong with this movie.
But I mean, from a dramatic standpoint, if you're, it's fine. It's a fine movie, but I mean, yeah, in order to get there, to be able to tell the story they had to tell, they had to do all things wrong. Another problem with that movie, of course, is that the United States Navy did not assist in the production of that film for obvious reasons. The Navy read the script and was like, no, we're not going to help you make this shit. And so they had to they had to obtain all the footage for the submarine themselves. They had to use models.
Recon, as we used to
Yeah.
call it.
Well, you wait until a ballistic missile submarine is 12 nautical miles outside of land, or obviously they filmed it with helicopters. When they were able to do so. I mean, you can film a submarine leaving port. It's not, especially when they get out far enough. But yeah, they didn't have any, obviously they used some surplus ship sets that. Let's see, who made that movie? Was that Paramount? Crimson.
Hey, Darian, curiosity, just
It's Darren.
He keeps saying it wrong.
Sorry.
Here,
Guys, I've been up a long time. I mean, not as long as Deej, but I've been up.
Dude, you've always made that mistake. It's fine.
I'm sorry.
I'll put this up scrolling on the bottom so you'll get it right.
Hey, guys, say hi to Madam Geek.
Oh, hi, Madam Geek.
Hello, Madam Geek.
Hey, Darren, when you guys went down and closed your stuff, how deep did your submarines? What was your average depth for your submarine?
In excess of 800 feet.
Okay.
Smack him.
Yeah. It used to be 200 feet. We used to say in excess of 200 feet, but then something interesting happened. Nightline had a news crew on board a submarine.
Oh, I remember this.
And it they filmed the captain saying, "Dive, make your depth 800 feet," and it made it past all of the Navy sensors, and it was broadcast on ABC television. And one of my chiefs says he remembers seeing that. He literally jumped out of his chair when he heard that on Nightline, and within an hour, Navy policy changed. Okay, from now on. We say in excess of 800 feet, because everybody knew that So yeah, it was, and I'm sure some heads rolled, in the liaison office there. But yeah.
Yep.
Well, Darren, sorry, not Darren. I'm
Is
trying
there
to
a
make
tip
sure
jar we can make for this?
That's basically what we called in the Air Force, which I was one of the main guys on in my training, was OPSEC, operational security. You didn't tell, you don't tell everybody the submarine can go 800, 900,000 feet. You don't tell that shit.
Right. And what's funny is that, like, if you wanted to go get a copy of Jane's Fighting Ships, or if Jane's Fighting Ships even has this website, they probably do now these days, and you look up information, you'll find the information you're looking for. I can't verify whether it's accurate information or not, because I signed pieces of paper that said I wouldn't do that. But they're pretty accurate.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah, you had to sign that little thing called a non-disclosure agreement.
Yeah, there's certain things that, and even though my submarine's been decommissioned for over 20 years now, and there isn't a Sturgeon-class submarine in service for at least 16 years now that I'm aware of, there's still common systems that one shared with newer ones that so that's why, there are some things that where you had to sign paperwork that said that you wouldn't. This is in the wording, by the way. You cannot discuss it until the day after you die. And the reason why they have to word it that way is because they're trying to prevent deathbed confessions. Because the day you die, you could still tell somebody before you actually die. So that's worded the day after you die.
But what if you died and they brought you back?
That would be an interesting.
I think what he meant was
you're not dead.
Well, you can say this: he could always have wrote it, and not it wasn't published until after their death.
Yeah,
that's
possibly.
your way around it. Or I don't know.
Wookiee supremacy churning in for Londell.
I was terrified of the idea of a submarine.
No,
Mr. Lundell, I forgot to ask you. I think I have asked you before, but what was your MOS?
I was 16 Juliet radar operator for the division artillery, division air defense system that they had. It was all close range shit, so I'm like a mile from Theba, and some Spetsnaz team would have took my little radar out before I knew what happened.
You try being the guy who's a radio operator who's sitting right next to the LT. I'm like, we used to joke. I used to joke with my platoon commander. I'd be like, so which one do you think of us is going to get shot first? Yeah. Goes, most likely me, then you. He goes, most likely you, then me. He goes, why do you say that? Because if they shoot me, you might actually have a chance to call in fire. So they'll probably shoot your ass first.
There was
and shoot the radio. Yeah.
There was a young guy on board the submarine who had been in for a couple of years. He joined during the beginning of the initial Gulf War, right? And right out of missile tech school, he was asked if he wanted to man a Stinger station in the desert, and he said, "This is what it was. You had a booth out in the desert, and you had a book or schedule pub, right, that had all the planes you're supposed to see at what time at that station. And if you see a plane in the air that is not on that schedule, you launch the Stinger missile."
Are you shitting me?
Yeah. And he's like, and then,
hey, it's not on the schedule. You launch a Stinger.
You launch a Stinger and take it out. Yeah, and that's what the booth was. And he had 2-day shifts out there, and then he would get relieved. Somebody would bring provisions in his relief, and he'd fly back, and then he'd come back. And but it was like, he was like over an hour into the desert. Just it was just this little hot booth thing, that had the Stinger in there. And then of course, when they replenished, if you had to fire the Stinger, obviously they'd have to replace the Stinger missile. So
I have to take issue with launching a Stinger.
Well, whatever. I mean, I don't know anything about Stingers.
You have to aim that some bitch.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I remember a great training exercise we did back when I was in the Marine Corps, and it was literally half my unit versus the other half. And it was based on points value. And what it ended up happening is we were about a couple hours from indexing, and we were all supposed to meet up at this central location for extract. And it literally was so funny. I remember Lance Corporal Beatles. He wasn't even in charge. He goes, wait a minute, what are we doing? When do we index? Go, well, we're supposed to index at this time. It's like, but they're right over there. So what if we call artillery on them? Could we win? And we literally had the painter. We had the, I can't remember the name of the thing, but we had the thing that would paint them. So we literally, I'm painting them while Beatles and a couple of guys, yes, we'd like to call in coordinates because somebody had the coordinates, because you're painting them. Yeah, we'd like to call an artillery round over here. Yeah, we want to take out these guys. Yeah. Yep. And then we got confirmation from command that we took them out, and we just walked out there, and they were like, "Oh, you guys just showed up." It's like, dude, you guys are dead. We killed you. And they were like, "What?" I'm like, "Call headquarters." Headquarters had to get told. They called headquarters. It's like, "Sorry, we can't talk to you. You're dead."
Yeah, our war games are a little different. Go ahead.
When we did FTXs like that, that would piss some colonel off. We did. I remember once the NTC, one rotation, we captured a Russian tank, drove it into the CP area, and then 15 minutes later, here comes the ops. Here comes one of the colonels from the op team, and he's pissed off. You're not supposed to capture tanks, yada yada. I tell you what, I'm going to call in an airstrike. You just kill, we shut all the planes down.
What? I'm going to take off for lunch. I'll be back later.
All right, see you, Darren.
See you.
Mr. Lundell, I want to hear that. I want to hear that story in detail at some point.
Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, but this guy, this op 4 colonel, he reminded us of John Wayne so much. Okay, the voice inflections, the height, facial expressions about him, everything. We were calling him John Wayne. Everybody in the talk was calling him John Wayne by the end of the day. And that was one of the most hilarious points of that one NTC rotation.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, you go ahead and continue, Mr. Lundell. I'll say what I got to say afterwards. You finish.
No, I'm done.
Okay. We had an interesting competition that showed up, and I was very surprised they did this when we were on the field. It's like, okay, whoever can take and you can look this up if you want to know what this is. It's called an OE-254 antenna. This is what we use for our SINGARs, our VHF radios. And if you see me do this, it's because VHF bounces like this. Mm-hmm. And it was whichever team, which was a 2-man team, can disassemble their OE-254 the quickest, get it all put up, get in their vehicle, they get to drive home and go home afterwards. And me and my buddy Hewitt, who had known for a long time, we managed to tear that son of a bitch down and get it in the vehicle, get it done, and we're like, boom, we're done. And everybody was like, what the fuck? It's like, what? You didn't think Baby Huey knew what the fuck he was doing? Because that's what we called him. Mikey is a great guy. I still know him. I know his wife. His wife is the sister of another Marine we served with. I've known his kids. I've known him, God, long time. Every now and again, we just talk, shoot the shit. You know how it is. Every now and then, you just occasionally talk with your old buddy. You just shoot the shit about things. You don't have to talk every day. You just, when you talk, it's, the quality, not the quantity.
Yeah. That
And,
what was the nomenclature of that antenna again?
OE254.
That sounds familiar.
We use two mainly. We use an OE254, which was our VHF, and then we had, that was for our Singars, and then we had an AS2259. That was for our HF radios.
Oh, okay.
But we used OE254. So Oscar Echo.
OE254. I just got this mental picture. Okay, in our radar we had the two FM radios, each with the little, it had a regular antenna, each one, but then we also had to pack a damn really big antenna, and that we never used, but had to set it up once or twice just to know how to do it. And
well, you said you worked, you did radar. So I'm not 100% sure how much radar and radio transfer, because the way I remember how our frequencies worked, the ones we used, was VHF was bounced off the stratosphere and kind of did that triangle thing. Whereas HF was what we called omnidirectional. I mean, literally, in theory, HF radio can go all over the world.
Yeah.
And then we had one UHF radio, and that was for the air officer. And it always seemed strange to me because our UHF radio was line of sight, which I never thought made any sense, but somehow it worked.
I don't know. That was, for me, that was 80s. So, it was so much, I think, transitional stuff going on technology-wise. So
yeah, I was doing all my radio stuff in the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s. I mean, obviously our technology, I've looked at this, I've looked at the radio technology the Marine Corps has now, and I'm like, okay, yeah, I would hope they would have improved since then, but I remember well, you were a radar guy. Maybe you had to just. Did you ever have to carry around crypto on a landline on a lanyard so you could update your crypto?
No, never had to do that.
We had to do that. We had two things we had in the Marine Corps very often. One was called an Anger 39, or not an Anger 39. Sorry, that's a different thing. We had what we called a Crazy 10, which was the CYZ 10, which was our crypto and free cop and time frequency. But what we also had was what we called a Kick. I think it was called a Kick 13 at the time. And what it was it basically just held the crypto. So what we would do is every so often, because I was at the headquarters level, we would get on all the radios, every radio we had, every frequency we had, and be like, all right, we're about to do a crypto change, usually at, midnight time. Do a crypto change. All right, everybody, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, hack. And then they would push it in there. And then we would, as it would cycle through, then I had to go through and log everybody getting back to us.
We never did that at my level. So, we just had the code book, and we knew at what times the codes changed, and at or a little bit after that time, we just changed all the frequencies and everything, as we were working.
My at my level, at where I was, because I was at the regiment level, I wasn't at the battalion level.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was at the regiment level. So my COC was, here, and we coordinated everything out. And because I was normally on night shift, which is when we did our crypto changes, whenever they would be, usually a week. It was usually we use the same crypto for a week. And then we would have a set time where we had to change the crypto. The crazy 10 for the crypto and free cop data, we only really use that for the initial loading of the radio, and then only if we needed to, zero the radio out and then reload. Which I'm sure you know what zeroizing means.
All right, we got a question. Can a UHF radio
uses line of sight without fear of interception? Actually, yes, because it's more likely not to get intercepted, because think of it as a straight string. Think of it as a straight string. It's going from here to here. It's not radiating anywhere else out. Whereas, say you take high frequency, which goes everywhere. I mean, up, down, left, right, north, south, east, west. Then you have VHF, which bounced off. This is not joking. It would go in that triangle shape where I said where it bounced off the stratosphere. And sometimes that was one of the downfalls of it, because we had to move antennas sometimes in a certain position because the signal was overshooting the antenna. Mr. Lundell seems like he knows what I'm talking about there.
Sort of. It's been some years, but yeah, I remember those training
Helps
lectures.
if I'm not muted. Does it use a directional beam antenna?
No, not the UHF. What used? Oh shit! What was it? When I was at radio operator school, there were 3 levels. There was FROC, and there was FROC, MEOC, and then there was the other one. And I don't remember what it was. MEOC, and don't ask me what they were the ones who would set up antennas on their Humvees, and they would pop these antennas up on their Humvees very high up, and those would be directly line of sight to their other. We got it all on UHF.
The hell?
UHF.
I'm assuming that was a Weird Al Yankovic and UHF reference.
Had been.
I mean, it always amazes me sometimes that.
Sorry,
I've been out of the Marine Corps since. I joined back in 1998, and I know I still remember my frequency stuff. Well, then again, I still also remember my phonetic alphabet, because we had to learn how to. Yeah. That's another thing as a radio operator, when we were on shift and we had to take notes. We had to use the phonetic alphabet. Everything had to be capitalized. It all had to be in print, and it all had to be.
Grew up on men. Grew up on men.
What's wrong with growing up on men?
Where Deej is getting bored now.
Hey, I'm just trying to stay awake. I've been up since 3 a.m. since my dog decided to decide, hey, 3 o'clock pee time. Oh, by the way, playtime. And then on top of that, I took, I was having anxiety, so I took my anxiety med, which I don't take regularly anymore. I only take when needed. And of course, it did all the goddamn side effects that were the reason why I stopped taking it a month ago. Nothing like praying to the porcelain god with nothing in your system, all because one pill you took is just making your life hell. And if I had eaten anything, that would have all came up.
Jim, what are you working on?
I am clipping parts off of a model kit I bought yesterday.
What's the model kit?
It is actually, this is the one I bought yesterday. That's the one I bought yesterday. This is a combo pack of 2 models of the RX-78-3 Gundam. I can't turn this too much because there's stuff in here. And Char Azimuth's Dom. That's upside down, isn't it?
No, it looks pretty straight to me.
I think it's upside down.
Oh, maybe it's upside down. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
upside down.
Yes, it's upside down. This is not China, Tim.
Sorry. So yeah, I'm
I think
working on that one.
Okay.
But
can I
wanna
ask you a
paint it.
question
I wanna paint
real
it.
quick, Tim? Maybe you know this. I'm not familiar with Gundam or any of that. What is the difference between Gundam and Macross?
It's a completely different show.
Well, I understand that.
Different writers, different. The animators are probably about the same, but it's a different show. But as far as the medium is concerned, it's very similar. You've got man-piloted vehicles. Macross is about transforming vehicles. That's their gimmick.
Okay.
Transforming vehicles, and the style of storytelling is much more different. It's more like it's like an animated soap opera. And it combines music with storytelling and action and drama, where Gundam is more straightforward. It's more like it's a lot darker. It has more tones of the realities of war, that there isn't just a good side or bad side to it. Yeah, there's a lot of different differences between the two.
Tim,
Macross
have you been doing modeling?
How long?
Yeah, I'm just curious. I mean, I can't do modeling. I've tried doing models before. I suck at it.
When I was a kid, I was doing models, but I was failing horribly at it. I look back at like the old aircraft carriers I built and the tugboat I had, and I think, oh my god, that looked horrible. Because my first one of my first models I built was a tugboat, and I used the tester's paints out of those little jars, the little tiny jars, not too dissimilar to this, but the little glass jars. And I painted this big tugboat. It's about that big, with those little jars of the brush. And
oh yeah,
oh my god,
like
the brush lines and the fact that you can't get the paint to to go solid. I also did an Enterprise D doing the same method. Oh, am I regretting that?
When did you discover the little spray cans?
Well, I discovered the spray cans when I started doing Warhammer figures, but those require me to you do brush painting. But I realized that I could use spray cans to do base coats and stuff like that. And then I also took a look at how people did model cars. I'm like, oh, look, there's spray paint. Holy shit. So when I started doing Gundam models, since 90% of these are pre-colored, I didn't do too much painting with them at first. And then I started like, you know what? I really want to do something different. So I started buying like the Testors Extreme Lacquers, spray paints and stuff, and they're pretty good. So I basically build a lot of my Gundam models like I would do a model car.
I want to address what Mega Cropper here said. Modeling doesn't sound like fun hobby, a lot of work. Well, we all have different hobbies. Modeling doesn't work for me, but there are hobbies I have that require a lot of my time and attention, but they don't feel like work. And based on what I'm seeing, Tim doing here, this doesn't look like he's working. This looks more like he's just having fun.
Yeah, I'm just. Yeah.
I mean, think about putting a puzzle together.
I've invested a lot of time and money into just tools. Like this file is made by Tamaya, and it is specifically for using it on plastics. You don't want to use this on metal at all. It'll wreck the file. But this file can grind a nub down and leave an almost seamless plastic part. Like I've got a pretty hairy nub on that thing. I can just run this across that a couple times. And it's smooth. Absolutely smooth. Now I need to buff that out a little bit, but it's still smooth.
One of the funnest things I love to do. Oh, sorry, Deej.
I'm just saying, the smooth as a Timmy's bottom.
One of the things I actually enjoy doing, and this may sound strange, but when I'm putting collections together, one of the most fun things I enjoy doing is actually making the list, of what I want. And then as I get the things I want, I can start taking them off of my list. And then, every now and again, you come across something that's a little harder to get a hold of, and there's a little bit more satisfaction in that one when you finally get a hold of it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Well, my local store finally got some models in, so I bought what I could. I bought a master grade red frame, a stray up there, sitting on the shelf over there. That one is probably gonna sit until springtime when it gets warm out again, because it's too cold to paint, too cold to spray paint.
I don't know. This is one of the latest things I actually bought for my family and I, kind of early Christmas. I've never had a lightsaber in my life.
Well, let's see the hilt, man. Let's see the hilt.
Run, Tim. He likes to poke it up rear ends.
No, hold the
Yeah,
whole
let me turn this off real quick so you can see the hilt.
Deej, blow them up.
All right, so here's the thing. This is from a company called Saber Masters, not Ultra Sabers. Ultra Sabers are more expensive, but they are very more flexible in customizing the hilt. These hilts that I got from Saber Master are very standard.
Did you find that on Amazon, or did I link that to you?
No, actually, there was a promotion on my Facebook page.
Okay, were they like about $90?
No, they were about 200, but it was a buy one get one free.
Oh wow!
So I did get to choose between the colors of the hilts. So I ended up buying 4 of these because there were other sales going on. So I got a red one for me, blue one for my mom, not my mom, sorry, my wife, and then 2 silver hilts for my kids. One of the things I do like about these, though, is this is one thing that they do have an advantage over Ultra Sabers, I believe, and that is this. As you can tell, I can change the color.
Actually, if you spend enough on the right board, you can get that at Ultra Sabers as well. But there's also a lot of companies that'll do that. I know a lot. I used to do the lightsaber stuff. In fact, if Deej switches to my picture again, you'll see on the back wall, I've got one sitting on the wall there. But I've shopped around with got my brain like Solos Hold is another really good saber company. There's Vader's Vault, which makes some fantastic sabers.
Don't mind me, Mr. Lundell. I'm just checking out Uhura.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. Is that a new?
I know.
Mr. Lundell, is that a new Uhura?
Yeah, I've had it a few weeks now, though.
This is the first time I'm seeing it.
Yeah, she's been there for what, like 3-4 weeks now?
Yeah, a couple weeks.
Yeah,
that I
everybody.
know of.
I must have not been on with you when you've had your camera on then.
Oh, I thought you saw it the other.
No. I had
couple weeks ago.
Okay, no. I've gotten into the habit of seeing your other 2 Uhuras regularly, so I didn't even think to look in the backdrop there.
Oh.
Also, I don't have my glasses on, so.
That's a pretty good. Actually,
Is
I'd
that
say the one in the chair is my second favorite, but the one clear over there, the Mirror Universe.
Oh yeah, that one I had to get.
Mr. Lundell, is that what do they call it? That's not black and white. That's what they call what's the other?
It's a black and white photo. I just had it sepia.
Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. Because that's what it looked like. Because it doesn't look black and white. It looked, would you say sepia?
Sepia.
Sepia. Thank you. Yes. Because that's what I was trying to think of the word. At least you got the right Uhura.
That's right, the one and only one. Not that skinny, scrawny thing.
Or the one who's going to show up in the Pike show as a cadet.
What?
Oh, you didn't know about that, Mr. Lundell?
Okay,
So apparently on Strange New Worlds, you're going to have Captain Pike, number 1, Spock, and Cadet Uhura.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, I stopped paying attention to this new Trek shit a long time ago.
Oh, I didn't even mean to catch that. That just, it's one of those things like, shit pops up you don't even want to know.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I was like, I'll look at this. They were like talking about Star Trek, whatever they're calling this next series, Strange New Worlds. And all of a sudden they were like, yes, I'm playing Cadet Uhura. I'm like, okay, you just fucked everything any chance you had of this with me.
Okay, now they've screwed up then on the timeline again. She's a lieutenant, i.e. a captain in the Army or Marine Corps. She should not be a cadet around that time.
No, absolutely not. 10 years? She would have been if we're going 8-9 years afterwards, let's just take normal naval ranks and stuff. She'd have been a lieutenant commander.
There's going to be your new Uhura. There's your new Uhura, Mr. Lundell.
No, it's not. There is no new Uhura. Once Nichelle Nichols leaves us, there are no more Uhuras.
Okay, Mr. Lundell, I'm just going to say this while I'm messing with Tim here. Only one Uhura there is. No more, no less.
Get him, Tim. Get him.
Forgot where the camera was.
What the hell?
Timer! 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 Level up, Timer! Level up, Timer! Level up, Timer! Level up, Timer!
Now, I will give Geek one thing that'll go over me. He has a lightsaber sound. I don't. None of my sabers have sound. Because I'm cheap.
Well, actually, I considered myself very cheap getting these. I just thought I got a good deal because I had seen the company before, and I was like,
You bought 4, dude. 4 $200 lightsabers? You're way more expensive than
No. They weren't 4 $200 lightsabers.
Oh.
It was one lightsaber for $200, get one free.
Okay.
And then the other 2 were different promotionals, and they were both like 70 to 80, depending on which. And I bought all 4 of them mainly because it was Christmas time, and I figured, hey, you know what the fuck.
Oh, okay. Well, yes, you still spend. Well, I don't know if you spent more than me overall, but in one shot, you sure as hell did. This sucker here is probably in just the metal. I'd probably put this about $300.
What company did you get it from?
The Custom Saber Shop.
Oh, Custom Saber.
I build it myself.
Well, it's like I tell people, oh, hold on, I got to shut up for a bird.
Hello, world. That's Bird 055. Kapla.
Look, Quizzacopter.
And yes, indeed. You did spend.
Well, yeah, I mean,
$100.
I think ultimately I spent close to 400 on all 4 of them, but I didn't feel that was bad because it was Christmas time, and my wife and I generally do save up a lot of money for Christmas time frames. And I'm not gonna lie, I've been selfish and really wanting a lightsaber for a long time.
And the whole family.
Now they can have lightsaber battles together.
Oh yeah, my son and I have already had a few of them. They're on my TikTok channel. I haven't put them on my. I don't think I've put them on my YouTube channel yet. I'm gonna probably have to get around to that.
Are they sturdy enough to actually fence with them like some people are doing?
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, very much. I did a video actually on them, on this particular type of Saber Master. They are very good. Now, have I gone, has my son and I gone like full nut job on them? No, of course not. It's just, no, but they hold up really, really well. Oh, nice hilt. Nice
This is
hilt.
my first saber. I got this from Alter Sabers. It's called the Bellicose. Now, I did get a different back end for it. The original back end, I actually made a couple of just straight sabers, and then I made a short one, a long-hilted one. I sold those for like $300 at a convention, a local convention to a buddy of mine. But no, this was my very first saber. No sound. I only spent the base price for the light. There's no batteries in it right now. I don't even have a blade for it right now. But it sits in a nice fancy box, just looking pretty. But yeah, I thought this was the nicest basic, hilt I've seen. I had to modify a few things because there was a different style button here, and I kind of wrecked it. So I came up with something different, a little screw-in piece that actually holds the blade holder in better. But yeah, this is a nice saber.
Yeah, I remember saying that when I did my review of my Saber Master stuff. I said, if you want a customizable saber, Saber Master is probably not going to be your place because they're all very, standard. Whereas what you got, Tim, is, as I've seen on Ultra Sabers, you can very much customize your saber. In fact, I saw, and I swear, I think I'm going to ask my wife to give me this next year for my birthday in October, if they still have it. They actually have on Ultra Sabers a Thundercats.
Yeah.
Sort of omens.
I'll get into that with you in a second because I have something for that Thundercat saber that would be beautiful. This was I built like quite a few things before I built this one, but this is my most recent build here.
Oh, nice
scripts on it. I did a little
bit. Is
of
that Ultra Sabers too, or is that a different?
No,
company?
This is Custom Saber Shop.
Oh,
I built this one myself. Yeah. So I've got etching on there in the Star Wars script. The top of the saber says "do or do not," and the bottom of the saber says "there is no try."
You mean this Awabash like I've got tattooed on my arm?
Yeah, it's exactly it. My daughter helped me with the etching, and I had a little tribal thing put on in the middle around the switch. Now, the nice thing about this saber has a royal blue LED. Look what it does.
Very nice.
The blade is a photon blade. It's basically a very thick green blade that reacts to blue light. And the royal blue LED is one step away from being ultraviolet. So it reacts to this blade specifically and makes it super bright.
Hey, Tim, one of the things... Oh, sorry.
If we put our sabers next to each other, I think this saber would outshine yours. It would make it look like it wasn't lit up.
I can, let me turn mine to a red light real quick because I can do that with my LED, but I think I would agree with you based on what you got there. Yours is definitely good. Yeah, yours is going to outgreen mine. That's easy. One of the things I like about this, and I've got it on mute, so we're not hearing the sound. But one of the things I do like about it is when, You
got the flash on Clash, right?
Yes, I got the flash on Clash.
So
also,
is yours an LED flashlight, or is it a string blade, like a string LED?
It is an LED flashlight.
Okay, yeah, that's what this is.
And one of the things also is, like, I'll give you an example here. We did there when you hit the button, you'll see it do this little pulse here. Yeah. You see it do this little pulse. Yeah, I got you.
It's my offhand version. It's a short one. I've got the button on the end here for space saving. This one's brighter than the other one because the blade is shorter.
Oh yeah, yours has definitely got a much brighter color than mine. But yeah, I like this part. And then another feature is really nice. Is it goes into if you want to take it off of that and go into this, like Qui-Gon does, and cuts into the panel, you can actually do this, and it has a really cool sound to it as well. Very nice.
Here's the one I just got done building. Thank you for I want to make a shout out to Punish Props Academy for giving me the build instruction on how to do this. Deej, if you would mind blowing me up, please, because this is worth a show. This is my Highlander katana.
Oh, no way! Duncan or Connor? Please tell me Connor.
This is the Duncan sword.
Okay, Duncan sword. Okay.
I had the replica sword for the longest time. I broke it. Not the blade, but I broke the inner workings of the handle, and I took it apart and wanted to see how it was put together, and then I couldn't get it back together again because the pin wouldn't go back in. It was bent originally, so I drilled it out, and I couldn't fix it. So I had the hilt lying around for like a long ass time. So I was wanting to make a saber out of it. I sent it to one of the sabersmiths I know called Darth Alice, and he's out of I think the Hamptons, and he wanted to charge me like a ridiculous amount of money to freaking make a saber out of this. I don't even want sound. I just wanted to light up, and he wanted to like charge me like $400. I'm like, God, I can't do that. So he sent me the hilt back. I paid for all of his shipping, but then Punish Props Academy had a Connor McLeod hilt and did this, and I was like. And he goes through all the ways he put it together. And I basically replicated it using everything I could find from the custom saber shop that would work with the way he did it. I even bought some tools just so I could clip the bolts, fashion it down, get things to work. I already had a drill press in my house. I didn't have the fabrication tools that he had, but I had enough that I could actually build this sucker. And this is it. It goes through power quite quick though, because I think I can't get the charge port to work just right, but I can get it to charge and then it'll light up for a while. But yeah, I put an amber bulb in there. I don't know. I might change it out with a blue one, but this here is my pride and joy. This is a blade from Ripper Blades. The gentleman who makes these, his name is Gary Ripper. And he has, I think he's got a store in Arizona, if I'm not mistaken. But he handcrafts all of these blades. He does the etching. He does all of this. He does the lightning effects, and he does lots of different kinds of blades. He does like the dark saber blades. He's innovating all the time. I have him on Facebook. You can find him on Facebook. And this guy does some of the most amazing work. This is what he called the rapier blade, but it worked pretty well with this sword. But this, I've seen people take this blade, throw it on that Thundercats hilt.
Ah, that's what you were. Oh, that's
yeah. But something like this on that Thundercats hilt.
Yeah.
Boom,
the only
baby.
reason
Boom.
I don't want to get that Thundercats one right now is, well, one, I can't afford it because it's over $200.
Yeah, it is. It used to be less,
but
now
you know, I've got to admit, it seems kind of worth it to get the best of both worlds there.
You know, Tim, that blade, if you could have two different light sources, two different colors, so that the blade is one color, and I guess it's that lightning, like etching in the middle. would be a
that'd be
different color.
that'd be cool.
That would be
now. Gary does do refractive colors on some of his blades.
Yeah.
So like he's got like tube blades that have star fields with different colors in them. So if you use like a straight white LED or something with like a certain color that will bring that out, you'll see like he's got them called galaxy blades, and it'll look like you've got a galaxy sitting right there in your lightsaber blade. It's really neat. He's got some cool shit, unbelievable stuff, and I promote him as much as I can if I ever talk about lightsabers.
Yeah,
that guy is A-rate. I would love. He's one of those. He's not like famous, but he's one of those guys I just want to meet. Kind of like, we want to meet some of our favorite YouTubers. I want to meet him, and I keep telling him and his wife, do a YouTube channel. I think you'd kill it in the saber community if you do a YouTube channel. But
I'm not sleeping, Kronos.
Hey Tim, it's interesting you brought that up because I was actually watching a lightsaber tournament on YouTube not too long ago. It was a recording.
Okay, I'm breaking in for a minute. I'm sorry.
Sorry, there. Go ahead.
I just
get him, Bird.
Get him to talk, and you guys have been going back and forth about lightsabers. I only jumped in real quick to see because Deej played the Timmy clip. Timmy. And I just saw on the new South Park special on Paramount Plus that we get to see Timmy in the future, and Timmy's walking. He's walking. So congrats to Timmy. And fuck off you guys.
I didn't even know South Park was still in the damn air.
Yeah.
Timmy!
To us all. Okay. Go talk
Thank you,
about
Bird.
Flashlights.
It's nice to know I'm walking in the future.
Okay.
For how long?
It was interesting when I was watching some of these little lightsaber battles I saw between, and they've got their lightsabers. I don't know what class of lightsaber they've got, but they're very well done. So I don't know if they're Ultra Masters, Saber Master, you take your pick. But they're all literally dressed in like fencing suits. And I remember watching the one part where the guy one guy got a face shot right to his face because he had the screen on still. And he gave him a high five. He's like, dude, that was a fucking awesome move.
Yeah. Oh, there are groups that legitimately spar these things. My two sabers here, they have the thick blades that you literally could spar with. You could technically spar with the lighter blades, but they would crack eventually. These thicker ones can take a lot more punishment. I don't want to do that because I like the sabers I built and I just want them for show. But and because of the fact that these are photon blades, they're actually brighter than most normal sabers. So they're just my cosplay gear. So I don't do that sparring shit. I'm not a physical guy, Jesus.
Well, I do a little bit of sparring with them, but mainly with my son or my wife just for fun. We just go out and, do a couple minutes because I'm a fat, overweight guy in his 40s. So my son could kill me. My son could beat me. All he'd have to do is just wear me down until I can't breathe anymore.
Okay, Tim, you do that one way too well. I just wanted to try
Oh, stop it.
Stop it.
Okay. Well, I guess it's my turn. I'm going to take about 30 minutes. I need lunch.
You scared away Lundell. Good job.
Yeah.
Good job.
He'll be back.
Yeah. I'll probably just go mute, or you can put me in the background. I'm just going to heat up some spaghetti.
We're just
all these grown ass men with these toy weapons, these lightsabers and batleths. Well, okay, in the case of the batleth, Lundell counters it with two images of Uhura, but other than that, three. Yeah.
Darren is sucking up the Lundell because
I always suck up to Lundell. What are you talking about?
You wipe his ass too?
No, I don't go that far. But I will. But if he needed me to, I would. If he needed me to,
side by side by a strong, intellectual, honest black man.
If he needed me to, I would send him a pack of One Wipe Charlies. Okay, if you really wanted me, if Darren, I need you to send me a pack of One Wipe Charlie. Okay, I'll do it, Mondale. I would do that. I get on Amazon. I'd find out his address. I'd have him shipped to him rushed. You know. Anybody here use One Wipe Charlies? They're fantastic.
I'm not sure. I want to know what those are.
Well, anywho,
Moistened.
I'm going to go mute and shut my camera off and have warm up some spaghetti and have a little lunch. You guys have
Spaghetti,
fun.
nice.
Which reminds me, I'm going to have to get some lunch soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to eat some lunch soon. It's almost 2:00 here, and
yeah.
Darren
One
had
Wipe.
the right idea.
Yeah, I went and I got some cheese and made some burgers. No, One Wipe Charlies are moistened toilet tissue for men, and the one I've found comes in peppermint.
Why does it come in a flavor? What the fuck?
It has
those diaper wipes you showed me before.
No, there's One Wipe Charlies. They're better than toilet paper. They get you clean. You know what I mean? Instead of smearing around your feces. Go ahead.
As long as it doesn't make your toilet throw up.
They're toilet safe.
that depends. I have a septic tank.
And besides, I have an auger, so if anything happens to my toilet, I'm fine.
And it'll make your butthole peppermint fresh.
Yes, it makes it pucker. Yeah.
Well, sorry, I don't need to fuck up my septic tank. I'm still waiting on getting my HVAC fixed because I'm on day 5 of no heat in my house.
Yeah, that's a priority. Yeah.
Well, we've got the space blankets, but not space blankets. Sorry. Space heaters. I do have space blankets. I do know what a space blanket is. I've used them actually quite a bit. But yeah, unfortunately, we've only got very few. You know, one of the downsides of living in the sticks, you have very limited resources when you're trying to hire someone. So we got somebody out here. They looked at it. They're trying to research parts and stuff. Basically, what they said was after our power outage, I think something short-circuited because they're saying our voltage is not getting to where it is. So they're trying to research to find the parts.
He's talking to Salty Trucker saying, if I was a young man, I'd join Space Force. They wouldn't let you in. I'm just playing.
Space Force isn't what most people think anyway.
No, you're not going to go into space.
If I had had the opportunity that my friend Ming had to go from being a chief master sergeant in the Air Force to being offered the opportunity to be a chief master sergeant in the Space Force to help be part of the leadership that built it up. Now, I retired as a tech sergeant, and I was ready to get out, even though they had a higher tenure exchange. But if the opportunity had been available to me to go to the Space Force for even just a couple of years, I probably would have taken that opportunity. Because, it's what I tell my buddy Ming. I ask him all the time, how are things going? And he's like, it's so, he talks about, it's so interesting how we're building up a new force from the ground up. I said, yeah, dude, I'm glad they have you there because I know you're a damn good leader.
Yeah, but I don't know.
What are they going to do though? That's why
the other branches now have. Even the Air Force now has somebody they can make fun of. It's fun.
No, because the the Space Force was based out of. The Space Force was created out of what was called Air Force Space Command. They simply took that MAGCOM and turned it into a new unit. Very similar to what they did in the Air Force when you had the U.S. Army Air Corps. U.S. Army Air Corps eventually transitioned into the Air Force. They took an existing branch and eventually they took an existing unit and turned it into a new branch. It's the exact same thing they did with the Space Force.
My question is, though, in this case, what was the point of it? Was it just for political grandstanding or?
Well, it started the motions. Everybody thinks Trump created this idea. He didn't.
No, he didn't.
He started way before him.
No, this concept came around a long time ago. Actually, I think I remember hearing about the idea of a space force or something similar to that.
Star Wars.
No.
Reagan administration.
I'm going back to more 2004-5 is I think when I remember this concept coming up or the idea of it.
Yeah.
And you got to understand what the Space Force is just look up what U.S. Air Force Spacecom did and just look up U.S. Space Force. It's basically the same thing. People are misconstruing this as it is everything is going to be in space. That's not the case.
No.
There's a different focus of not everybody's going to. It's a focus on that area of our defense, which is satellites, especially mainly.
But it also covers cyber defense too.
Yes, cyber defense too, because you have to deal with that stuff. And for anybody who doesn't know, I'll tell you right now because this doesn't violate my my non-disclosure agreement. I'll tell you exactly who the biggest threat in intelligence and cyber communications is. It's fucking China. China. No, it's China.
Yeah, I was going to say the people.
The people. Yeah, the people of China. You'd be amazed. You have no idea how many briefings. Man, I wish I could tell you guys how many briefings I went in where it was like, yeah, we got hacked by this this group out here in China because they China won't admit that these people do this stuff. They just don't condone. They don't dismiss it. They just don't really care.
Yeah, they're doing it for them, I bet.
Exactly. Yeah, I remember. I remember hearing these, these hits we get from these. I don't know. They'd have these weird names, and then they'd be independent organizations, nothing to do with the People's Republic of China's government, but we all kind of just would snicker at that because we were like, yeah, sure. Okay.
Looks like he's about ready to fall asleep.
Who?
Yeah.
LDG.
Yeah, his eyes are glowing. Yeah.
I'm actually surprised I'm not exhausted as much as I should be.
What do you want?
Me too.
Hey,
Look at that.
LDG, I've been meaning to ask you this. How do you do that fucking thing with your eyes?
Drugs.
First, you have to get a special surgery. Brain surgery, that is.
Hey,
You guys,
cool menthols to get a shine on.
he has no soul. If he grew hair, it'd be red.
Can you hear me, Michael?
Yes, we can hear you. But you keep muting yourself.
Snap cam.
Yeah, you keep muting. You're off mute. You're on mute. You're off
I'm
mute, you're on
talking
mute.
when I'm.
Okay, yeah, we're only hearing parts of words.
Must be busy with somebody else.
Yeah, he might be doing his backstage stuff too. No, guess not.
Still can't hear you.
What are you sucking on that thing?
The Syrian Lex Luthor is silent. He likes
Okay,
that.
there we go. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
He likes that.
Coming
by the
in,
way.
testing.
Yep, you're good.
All right. No, I'm working. I'm like putting away computers and shit. Right now, I'm putting away my green screens. Anybody want to buy 2 Alvera green screens? Hit me up.
Don't you need them?
Eyes? No, I don't. Because I can remove myself without green screens now.
You
like this.
Actually,
okay,
just
cool.
Make yourself some green screens. You had to buy them.
Hold on.
Yeah,
we got a
bottom.
Russian spy here.
Most people
We got
just
a
like
Russian
threw up
spy.
a big old cardboard plaque and
Gotcha.
put green on it.
Tim, we got a Russian spy here.
Oh, sorry.
I'm calling
The vessels
for the
opposing.
nuclear vessels. Well, MB Geek, please tell me the location of the nuclear vessels.
I'm sorry,
I am
Russian
not
Spy. I think
Chinese.
they're across the bay in Alameda.
Yes,
Where's
I need to.
Alameda?
Where is Alameda?
It's across the bay.
I want to know where the nuclear vessels. I am not Chinese.
Cool. Anyway, MB Geek, Snapchat. Wait, not Snapchat. What's it called? It's called
It's called the Snapchat.
Snap
comrade.
Camera. Snap Camera.
Snap camera also is put out.
Anybody can do this.
Anybody can give us access to their computer
The
and their
Russian
camera.
spy. The Russian spy looks more like Bester. Psycho.
You know, I was watching Star Trek 4 the other day, and a thought occurred to me: what if Chekhov had left with the collector first and left Uhura behind? I think that the
He would
NSA
have
guys
been killed by 20th century assassins.
I think that they would have treated her differently than Pavel Chekhov. You know?
Actually, it's funny you mentioned that because I was thinking about
They wouldn't call her a Rusky.
I was thinking about something about Star Trek 4 when some of us were talking about it sometime back. And they said, Kirk is like, I don't think anybody's seen an extraterrestrial before. And he, Spock puts the head thing. I'm like, okay, maybe in 1984, but in 2021, nobody would give it a second fucking thought for all the
No.
freaking shit.
Right, yeah, right.
Yeah.
With the furry class out there's no way. I mean, jeez.
No, I mean, that was my whole thing.
Well,
I said,
no, I mean, people are surgically altering themselves to look demonic all the time, and with tattoos, and they do things to their canine teeth to make them lower, and they sculpt their ears into points, and
Well, in DS9 in 2020s,
Yeah.
Dax was able to walk around with dots.
Yeah,
People just
yeah, that's
assumed
true.
they were
Freckles.
tattoos.
Yeah, or
Well,
tattoos.
she
yeah.
called them tattoos. She could have
Yeah.
gone with freckles and probably have gone with that just as well.
Yeah, right. It was chivalry, of course, Mr. Lundell, or Lundell Jones, whoever that was.
Oh, chicka wow wow.
That is Mr. Lundell on YouTube.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Alrighty. Anyway.
Yeah, so her should have gone first. Sorry,
Yeah.
that is
Yeah.
just a gentleman thing to do.
The other thing that I noticed is I watched 2, 3, and 4 in a row, and Uhura doesn't have a lot to do in these movies. I mean, I guess we didn't notice until the JJ movies came out, where they put her front and center as the new Trinity. Right? They kind of demoted McCoy, and it became the Trinity. Therefore, became Uhura, Spock, and Kirk for a lot of different things. And so I'm noticing like in Star Trek 2 or 3 rather, where she doesn't go with the boys to Genesis Planet. She rendezvous with them on Vulcan. So she shows up at the end of the movie on Vulcan and missed the whole thing with, Commander Krug and all that stuff, the bird of prey.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things you brought up an interesting point is I remember, I think it's probably a decade or so, actually probably longer than that, is I remember when Star Trek 6, The Undiscovered Country came out, and which is, it's my number one favorite. Wrath of Khan is number 2, with Voyage Home being number 3. I kind of like Christopher Plummer a little bit more than Ricardo Montalban. Sue me. What can I say?
Sure, it's fine.
But I remember when they're doing that whole translation sequence, saying the universal translator will be recognized. But then I remember a thing with Nichelle Nichols saying, wait a minute, I'm supposed to be a communication. I'm supposed to know all these languages. Why can't I just automatically say this? And they had to tell her, well, it was because of the script purposes.
Right. They needed a funny
Paraphrasing, but I
scene.
remember this story.
Yeah, they needed a funny scene. And I got the impression that Nichelle Nichols' real expertise was just in the communication equipment.
I
she
never
was
had heard that
yeah.
she could speak these languages.
Right.
It wasn't
Yeah.
until Enterprise that I had any
Well-
idea that communications officer would
She
specialize.
needed to, though, because the UT,
xenobiology.
as it was called, was very faulty.
Right,
The
well, it
UT
makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean,
At that point in history.
yeah. But I mean, it was kind of funny because the universal translator, I think some writers forget about it and others don't. Like in the TNG episode where it was the one that had Commander Riker's dad come on board, and they did that ultimate evolution of martial arts fight. But he was going to be going to a new ship, and Picard was telling him about his communications officer or whatever it was, who could speak all these different alien languages. And it's like, well, why did he need to learn all? I mean, it's nice. I mean, if your universal translator is, breaks down, but generally speaking, for routine things, you're not going to need to necessarily know the language because this device does it for you.
I think mainly because you still want to have, just on the off chance that the communication. I mean, think about it. The universal translator is not perfect. We saw that in. I know I can't remember the episode. I just remember the whole thing with.
Darmok. Yeah.
Yes,
Darmok.
exactly. That's where I was going. You know exactly where I was going with that.
Right.
I mean, even though they could universally translate it, it still didn't translate the right. Translate directly their communication. And then in DS9,
we all saw the episode. Yeah,
and then in DS9 we saw with Scree that
me and Annie Checker both held up our shirts.
Yeah, but no, what I'm getting at though is the universal translator works all the time. I mean, it was established that the Ferengi have theirs implanted in their ears.
Yes.
And so I mean, we assume that it was part of the communicator, in TNG. But the guy who on TNG who should have known every language known to man was Data. I mean, that's a basic skill that he should have had. I mean, he should have been able to talk. And one of the things that they really hit home, or they didn't hit home at all, was his ability to do that. And I think that was a missed opportunity. They should have shown him speaking Romulan once in a while, or when they have Romulans.
And Kronos points out that Uhura had to use books in Star Trek 6, so they all had to translate.
Yep.
Well,
Yep. They had. Yeah. And personally, books will never go away. I mean, completely anyway. You'll still want certain things in a destructible format.
Well, I think what you would go with is not say destructible format is what a lot of us have been doing recently is getting away from the digital media we got into to going back to physical media, because then at least we have it in our possession.
Right. Well, it's like I prize my dictionaries. I've got a couple of dictionaries from different years. I have one that goes all the way back to 1964.
Nice.
And what's nice is you can take a word and verify, okay, did it mean the same thing, 40, 50 years ago? And sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't exactly, or there's new definitions added. And with the internet, of course, they can, certain powers that shouldn't be can alter the official definition on any number of different websites like dictionary.com, and nobody would notice right away.
Like words like pandemic.
And then they would, yeah.
I used two dictionary sources that I grew up on. Funkin' Wagnalls, and then the other one I use the most, Merriam-Webster. I don't use Google or Yahoo for definitions.
Yeah, I use the Oxford English Dictionary.
Oh, there you go too.
Yeah, that's the one that the only one that was acceptable for use when I was in university. But yeah, I mean pubs, right? It's like that's what we called them in the Navy, pubs, and they were easily burnable in case somebody came on board. You didn't want them getting the information. You could they put them in a burn bag, incinerate them. It's more thorough than hitting a delete button on a computer hard drive and then having them grab the hard drive and do forensic examination of it and getting that data back. Unless you have a degausser, but it's just easier to burn.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, just easier to burn it.
Well, I remember
nothing replaces fire. Good old cleansing, purifying fire.
Well, I remember how the rule of thumb was when I worked in a lot of skiffs, and the rule of thumb was anytime anybody left the unit and if it wasn't a 2-point authentication, which was your card and your PIN number, if it was just one PIN number, you were required to change those within at least 7 days of a person departing.
Right.
I mean, that was in the AFI.
Yeah. Yeah, we had special code words. It was kind of fun. In when I was on board Trepang, the entire crew had a code word. What they did was they brought us in and they showed it to us on like a flash card, one at a time. We all had to be in line for this, go in there and okay, and everybody knew it. And it was, I can say this now because it was a person's name, but the rank was incorrect. So we had a chief on board, or did have a chief on board. It was a torpedoman chief his last name was Wells, and he had left the boat. And they said, okay, the code name now is Ensign Wells. I'm saying this to you now because there is no USS Trepang. You have to worry about it anymore. But at the time, nobody could say it. You could not say it because if you use the term or the name Ensign Wells, that meant that there was an intruder on board, or there was going to be boarders coming on, like a boarding party. So
the wheels.
Yeah.
Thank
So-
you, my friend. I show you.
I'm surprised you
this
guys
with a
didn't go with
nuclear vessel.
Ensign Orson Welles.
Well, no, I mean, Wells was a guy on board.
I
And
am Ensign Wells.
Okay,
I am
don't
here
say
for
away.
the nuclear vessels.
So
You will all
so
turn them
obviously
over to me.
if I wanted to, if there was people on board that, were meant to do the boat harm and they got past me and I was able to say something into the 1MC topside, I'd say, Ensign Wells report topside, and everybody on board would have known instantly.
The dogs are after Ensign Wells.
Yes. But that's the kind of secrecy and things that we would do all the time.
Look what you did, Darren. Look what you did.
I remember something.
At least you didn't say
similar.
oi.
I remember something similar where if we were in a, you had those code words where if you were in a hostile situation or anything like that, or you were in distress, they call them distress words. But then we also had in a couple of places I worked, not all of them, but if you were being used to go into a secret area and you were in distress, there was actually a specific code you would log into the pads, and that would alert people to know somebody's here and they're in distress.
Yep. Well, ComSublant used to send people coming on when you're in port, especially your home port. People are coming on and off the ship all the time. People that work on the base to do maintenance, things like that. And what they would do is they would send somebody down, and their code name was Zulu 5 Oscar. And they were there just to test the topside watch to see if he's doing his job and not letting people on board. And some of them were real sneaky. They would sneak past you. Basically, those kids that would do that, usually they were junior enlisted. They got some kind of prize or reward or something if they managed to breach the security of a submarine on the pier. And of course, if you stopped them, you got the accolade. So, but it was fun every time they'd get a Z50.
I had an incident one time where I was working in California at a place called the 40th Intel Squadron at Beale Air Force Base, and I was in a skiff. And you only have now, depending on where you work, depends on the color of badge you have. Where I worked at this time, there were 2 badges. There was the green badge, which was the only badge you could use to get in. The red badge was what we assigned to people who needed escorting. I walked through with one of my fellow airmen. We were going to lunch, and all of a sudden, I walk out, and I'm about to go out the door of the skiff, and there are 4 freaking airmen all wearing red badges. And I said, and there's nobody else around. I'm like, "Where's your green badge?"
Mm-hmm.
They're like, "Oh, he left to go tell the supervisor." I said, "You need to get out of here now." And I opened the door. And I said, "Get out." And they're like, "What?" I said, "Get out. I'm giving you a direct order." And then as soon as we closed the door, I told my junior airman, I said, monitor them.
Yeah.
And then I went right directly to that office. I saw the guy who was supposed to be with him. I said, you need to come with me. He goes, what? I got these people at the front door. I got these people inside. I said, no, you don't anymore. I said, we're going to go have a fucking talk with your boss right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I lit his ass up in front of his boss because I was like, you let 4 unauthorized people into our facility and just left them alone.
Yeah, it's bad news. But
I said you were goddamn lucky it was only me as an E5 at the time versus a fucking chief or an officer.
that's one of the things about Star Trek also, that like with transporter technology, how much harder would it be to maintain security like in port, right? You know, well, let's see. You know, there's a transporter on every ship's got a transporter. You know, some of the shuttlecraft. I mean, at least in the TNG era, have transporters.
Well, base transporters, interplanetary transporters. They're everywhere.
Yeah. And then you've, well, not interplanetary, not at least not in the Prime universe, but although Section 31, Sloan on Deep Space Nine had some sort of stealth transporter where he could come and go as he pleased, and nobody could figure out where he went, and you know, which I thought was kind of neat, the idea that Section 31 had access to even better like transporters. The idea that, you know,
I would like to interject on the interplanetary transporters. You do have Uhura was stationed on a transporter base on Earth that transported them to the Enterprise. They were on Earth. They weren't on the space station.
That's not interplanetary though.
But
the Enterprise transferred people to planet surface all the time.
Okay, but it could be reasoned that you could use that within the planet.
I always thought it was.
There's no reason you could.
Interplanetary means you're beaming from planet to planet.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm wrong term.
That's what interplanetary means.
I meant from one point on the same planet to the other point.
That would be intraplanetary.
Yeah.
Remember that episode?
Wrong inflection.
I'm trying to think of the name of the episode. The one that had the Obeth class. It had that cloaking and phasing technology.
The Pegasus. Yeah.
Yes, the Pegasus. Thank you.
Yeah.
And remember what they had? I think that was that episode where they were talking about, you know, they didn't feel comfortable beaming through that much solid rock. So there was still, you know,
limitations.
Yes.
Yeah. And you just know that Section 31 probably has a phase cloak on at least one vessel with a phase cloak. I mean, if for no other reason than, you know.
I still want to know why the hell the Federation actually signed that Treaty of Algeron where they said they would not develop cloaking technology.
No, there's been a lot of treaties that have been signed over the years that are mistakes, you know. I mean, they keep wanting us to enter that Paris Accord thing for climate change, and that's a bad deal, you know. So, but, you know, Picard, of course, that treaty has kept us in peace for X number of years, you know, whatever. It's like, I actually think the phase cloak is interesting because technically you could make the argument it's not actually a cloak. It just, the cloak is the effect of not being detectable is a side effect of the phasing, you know. So, I mean,
I always thought it was interesting because if you think about it, the episode with Geordi and Ro, when the Romulans were trying the molecular phase inverter, and it turns out, you know, the Federation already figured that out decades prior, and it's like, oh no, it's illegal. It's violates the treaty we signed in Giffen. I'm sorry, I've been in the military long enough.
Yeah.
I know what it, you know, and I remember when Cisco was talking to his one captain friend, and and he said, you know, the treaty, you know, the Federation thinks they can solve everything with a treaty, but people out here, a treaty is just a piece of paper.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And of course, Cisco got a special amendment to the Treaty of Algeron that enabled his ship to have a Romulan cloaking device as long as it was initially only used in the Delta Quadrant and then only for exchange of information, but he routinely used it in the Alpha Quadrant too. He's like, you know, Bashir leans in and goes, "Excuse me, sir, I'm sorry, but I have to remind you that the treaty stipulates you can only use that, cloaking device in the Ultra Quadrant." He goes, "Yes, it does, but I also intend on getting to the rendezvous in one piece." He's like, so I mean, he had more of all. The officers on Deep Space Nine had more experience with cloaks than anybody else. I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Well, when I look at Star Trek captains, if you really want to look at it, the most battle-hardened ones, and you could arguably decide between the two, but the top two battle-hardened, militaristic, minded was Kirk and Sisko, and you can argue which one was the better.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can really do that because I think you need to stick it with just the timelines they were in.
Well,
the eras
I would
they were
argue that Archer became one by season 4. He was extremely cautious, tactically minded. He was certainly more of a battle-hardened captain by season 4 than he was, in season 1 when he was just kind of like a NASA astronaut. But I mean, Kirk was a perfect Cold War era captain. Picard was a near, obviously you could call him a perfect peacetime captain.
Yes.
Sisko was a wartime captain, and Janeway was a school teacher on a field trip.
But when Archer said, there was that one episode, I think it was in season 4, when he's talking to the captain of the Columbia.
Yeah.
And he says, when I first got out here, I got into an argument with the designer of the NX-01.
Yeah.
I didn't want to go exploring with a warship bristling with weapons. And then he even said,
"Yeah,
I was wrong. I needed those weapons and a lot more."
And a lot more, yeah. And of course, the Columbia got ventral and dorsal phase cannons as well, so they had twice the forward firepower. And I do believe that Archer even mentioned, you won't mind if I borrow some of these improvements, meaning that they're gonna get a little bit of upgrade. I don't know that the NX-01 ever did get the ventral phasers in addition, the dorsal phasers in addition to it. There might have been.
I would say almost certainly during the Earth-Romulan War.
Oh yeah, definitely during the period we never got to see, but. What
a missed opportunity that was.
Yeah, there was a problem also, though. I mean, once in a while, I think the special effects guys. One of the things about TNG ships is they got kind of lazy with the phaser effect, because the phaser arrays were these rings on the ship's hull that they could basically have the beam come out from anywhere, right? But on the NX-01, particularly in the first and second season, it only had 3 phase cannons, and so the phaser had to come from those where we knew the cannon ports were. But there were a couple of shots, like the Borg episode, I think it was, the regeneration episode, where it clearly they had phasers coming out of parts of the ship that they weren't supposed to come out of. But we forgive it, because they were moving fast in those days. But I mean, these are the kinds of things that fans notice.
That's what drives me. That's what drives me nuts about Trekkies.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a TV show.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
They can shoot any way they want to. Okay. As long as he kills the bad guy. That's all
exactly.
they want.
Yeah. Just imagine the phaser came out of the right hole. Okay.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, and you guys can correct me on this, but wasn't in very early on Enterprise, they left before they even had any torpedoes?
No, they had spatial what have later become known as spatial torpedoes, but or they just called them torpedoes, though we don't know exactly. But they also had pulsed lasers, which they only used in the pilot, and they never used them again. And what I tend to think, what they kind of reminded me of was, again, I'm gonna bring up this guy. He's not a nice guy, but he made a decent little film. The Axanar guys, when they sort of melded a little bit of the JJ stuff with a little bit of the TOS stuff, one of the things they did was they had these little pulsed laser cannons that kind of acted like a phalanx system, almost like Sea Whiz, to try to destroy an incoming torpedo. And I'm thinking that might have been something like that. But again, they only showed them using the pulsed laser, once, and that was when they were trying to they were chasing a Suleiman cell ship, Nebula, and that's the only time I ever saw those weapons. And after that, I mean, they got the phase cannons that became their primary weapon.
That kind of reminds me of the first episode of Voyager, where you get to the second half of the pilot, and instead of launching photon torpedoes, because quantum torpedoes didn't exist, she uses tri-cobalt devices.
Yeah.
And we never, we only hear that one other time later on, way later on, but we never hear those getting used again.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's as old as Trek is. I mean, remember Balance of Terror?
Yes. Had
these things called proximity phasers, which were basically torpedoes. I mean, they had the same sound effect, they had the same general effect as a torpedo, but they did. I'm thinking they just didn't know what to name their weapons yet. And in that episode, they actually had a phaser control room that they had to call down.
Yep.
And they fired the weapons, and then every other episode, it was usually Sulu who fired the weapons. And so, I mean, that was just one of those things where they had to write it that way in order to be able to tell the story they wanted to tell, which was
the death of the one character.
That too, and also that's how it was done on World War II movies when it comes to, because I mean, the guy who wrote that episode had told Harlan Ellison that he's just basically doing a submarine movie and adapting it, and Harlan Ellison didn't like that, and wouldn't communicate with him anymore. But that was Harlan Ellison's problem. And
but wasn't Balance of Terror based off of Enemy Below?
Enemy Below, yeah. And so on it, in naval ships, that's how they would you'd tell the radio operator you tell somebody like an interior communications man to tell them to, so it was like whisper down the lane kind of deal. They even did something like that on Deep Space Nine when there was a problem with the Defiant, and they had Nog relaying orders to other decks. But yeah, I mean, I mean, the plaque on the original Enterprise said that the Enterprise was Starship class, which is
Constitution.
Yeah, it later retconned to Constitution, but that was originally what they put on the plaque. So, and they were still figuring things out back then. I mean, the organization that Kirk worked for changed names.
Yeah, it was
all
not
the time.
United Federation of Planets at first.
Well, it wasn't even Starfleet at first. It was like the United Probe Agency. It was all these other things. Space Central is what he called it at one point. I mean, it was until they settled on Starfleet. But yeah.
I think we can forgive them a lot in those areas because they told great stories overall that we really enjoyed. And like I tell people, it's like, look, did TOS have its flaws? Of course it had some flaws. But at the end of the day, if it wasn't for the fact that we got TOS, we wouldn't have gotten everything we got up until 2005. And unfortunately, after 2005, now we got little bastards who think they know our fucking sandbox.
Yeah. It's my sister-in-law loves the JJ film, so I showed her or sent her. Well, it's the only Star Trek she's ever seen, so I lent them Wrath of Khan, and she watched it and she said that's really a different kind of movie. And it's like it's I said the JJ films are science fiction action adventure, but real Star Trek is science fiction military drama adventure. And there's some action in it, but it's not nonstop set pieces of action. There isn't a fight every 10 minutes. Things like that. And she was very interested in it because some of the best parts in Wrath of Khan are just the conversations that the characters have.
Exactly. Well, that was always the big thing with Star Trek. Was it was able to take allegories and talk to us, not talk at us. You take Spacey. I mean, remember how they were talking Spacey with, Spock is, confused because Spock is, half human, half Vulcan, but he's been raised Vulcan. And he goes, I cannot understand how you guys romanticize about this guy Khan, and it's like, well, if you think about it, people, it's no different than you take somebody who looks at Alexander the Great,
Right.
or the man who took down the Byzantine Empire and created the and brought about the Ottoman Empire,
or Billy
or
the Kid.
Genghis Khan. You look at these things. I mean, heroes. He was the best of the tyrants. We romanticize about a lot of those things to where, Spock couldn't understand it, but the humans could, relate to this concept. I mean,
Kirk
let's
even
be honest,
says,
we all like a good. I mean, I think there was something there. Maybe I don't know if it was meant to be, but I think we can all agree with this as fans. We all love a good villain.
Right. Well, Khan, the Wrath of Khan was both a blessing and a curse for the film series, because it seemed like every Star Trek movie after that, with the one exception, had to have a villain, and you're not going to get as good a villain as Khan. Probably mostly because Khan was a character that was introduced in the original series. He already had some gravitas and some notoriety to him, but Krug was basically just a thug. Now, Star Trek 4 didn't have a villain; it had a problem that had to be solved, but it didn't have a villain. 5, I think, had Cybok and then the Devil or something, and then 6 had a cabal of villains, with Chang being the primary, one. But I mean, ever since then, I mean, Soren wasn't that great a villain. Neither was the Borg Queen was shoehorned in. I mean, I didn't like the Borg Queen. I mean, it was interesting while I was watching the movie, but the long-term effects of establishing a queen for the Borg were devastating for the Borg concept.
Not really.
I think so.
This is a point of contention I will always have with the rest of Trekkies, but that society would have a central port where all instructions come from. It could be a Borg Queen. It could be an old E-machine with Coke spilled on the keyboard. It's something that all the instructions come from. Okay.
It's a matter of preference. I preferred it better when they were a unified mind.
That was left on.
But having a central leader made them feel a little bit more like us, and I like the fact that they weren't anything like us. But that's it's fine. We still had some pretty good Borg moments after the Queen was introduced.
It was the other half of V'ger.
And Shinzon was not a compelling villain at all either for me. So I mean, it's weird because one of the worst Star Trek movies had no villain. That was the first movie. One of the best Star Trek movies had no villain. That was the fourth movie. And I don't know.
The fifth was the best movie. Come on now.
The fifth, you think so?
With a starship.
Uhura's captive audience.
Mr.
That's the best part of it.
At least he had something to do in that movie.
Yeah, that's true.
Don't ask the Almighty for his ID.
So, have you guys ever seen the Robot Chicken Star Trek thing where they're stranded on a planet, the ship's blown up or whatever, and they're like, we only have so much food for us, and Uhura lifts her hand up. I have a vagina. Oh, and Spock's like, a vagina could become very useful. Then
I never saw that one.
Yeah, the security guard. I think is
and the security guard is the one who kills everybody because he's the one with the phaser. They show him eating them, eating their bones and shit. But no, Uhura's like pipes up, I have a vagina, and then Spock goes, actually, a vagina could come very useful in the coming years. Something like that.
Yeah, the coming years, pun intended.
Yeah. But
all right.
Yeah.
Hey, LDG, I'm gonna take off for a little bit. How long are you staying on?
Well, it's Deej, actually, not LDG.
Why are you talking to LDG?
Yeah, listen to this.
Sorry.
He's calling Darian, and now he's calling me LDG. What the fuck?
I've been up for not as long as you.
Forgot whose stream this was.
See, he's Spanish. He's called you El Deej, and he just El Deej.
You guys take care. I'll catch y'all on the flip side. I might hit up the chat later. Y'all have a
All right,
blessed
see you later.
one.
All right.
Blessed. Bye-bye. Anywho. Yeah. No, I mean, I have some opinions. This morning we had to listen to Salty Trekker and his opinions again regarding the Romulans and what the Romulans should be versus what the Romulans have always been. And
I'm glad I missed
don't
that.
say anywho or Elihu's going to show up.
Oh shit! Sorry. Let's try an experiment here. WandaVision. Okay, it didn't work. He's gone. All right. Anyway, physical media.
Yeah, that usually ticks him off.
I was shocked he didn't say anything when you mentioned him.
I know. All of a sudden he pops out with his glowing eyes.
Don't start. No. Okay, we missed it. All right.
Here's one we could try. Sometimes a cookie is just a cookie. I guess he's really gone.
I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna laugh, not heartily, but I will laugh if Spider-Man makes all this money because it actually satisfies the fan base, and then Matrix comes out and it totally disses the fan base and goes in the wrong direction and makes dick.
It's set up to do exactly that too.
Yeah, you'll have a great case study. 2 movies almost back to back in the theaters. One exceeds fans' expectations and gives them everything they could have asked for, from what I'm hearing. And then another movie that doesn't, for lack of a better word.
You just look at it; it's focusing too damn much on Trinity in the trailers. Okay, the movies were not about Trinity; they were about Neo.
Right.
See,
and of course, Trinity means 3, right? So,
right.
Yeah.
She's the third part of the equation.
Right.
That's what the symphony and this person that will not be mentioned likes to look so deep for hidden meanings that he misses the fucking obvious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. The kind of guy that's so interested in reading between the lines, he forgets to read the lines.
Yeah.
Fuck
the tree. Look at the forest, motherfucker.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to try to summon someone.
Oh, dear.
Sissel pray. Slap a bird.
Oh, no.
Oh, fuck you, Deej.
And no, Bird, I have not sent her any messages.
Well, Phil,
Let's hope not.
Get ready for it. Trinity is going to be the shizzle in this movie.
I'm giving you a day off. I'm giving you a day off from being slapped by Sissel Pray Bird.
That's very nice of you. Thanks, Steve. But since I'm not on a stream, my own stream, she technically couldn't.
No, we already hashed that over. As long as you're on a stream, it works.
Did Sisso Price send Deej a picture of Charlie? I don't know.
What did he say? This is your son?
I walked inside, and Charlie had a cup.
A Deej cup?
Yeah, it was a Deej cup.
Did he have any Deej coin?
It's a big cup, and Diana likes to drink her coffee out of it.
Oh.
So she finished the coffee, and Charlie was drinking the empty cup.
You were drinking coffee out of Deej's cup, Charlie?
Well, he was trying to. There was nothing in the cup left.
There's always a little left.
Well, but as soon as Diana grabbed the camera, he turned the cup around, so I don't know whether she got a picture of it.
Mr. Londell, I have been watching that Megan McGlover.
Oh, yeah.
Consistently. Today she dropped about
you like
2 dozen videos, small ones.
Uh-huh. That woman is insane.
Oh, she's right about what she's saying, though. She goes after Magic Johnson. And it's.
I haven't seen that one.
All right. Hey, okay, so you guys remember Captain Styles in Star Trek 3, right? He was the initial captain of the Excelsior.
Yeah,
Now, I never noticed. Yes, he had a swagger stick. That's what I was about to go into. It's like I didn't really notice that, and I didn't really and I had to look up what a swagger stick was, and then I remembered there was an officer on my ship that carried one of those once in a while, and we all called it a fidget stick.
I'll be back with you. I'm gonna go fix something to eat real quick.
Okay.
Actually, that's the badge of rank for a British field marshal.
Yeah, it's a. Yeah, the Marine Corps used to have those up until the early 20th century.
I could never figure out why he had that on the bridge. I always was like, it just baffled me. I'm like, why?
He was eccentric. I mean, no other captain in Starfleet has one that I can know of, and so I mean, and he's the captain who's going to tell him to get rid of it. You know.
You're right.
Well, okay. Well, here's another thing. Well, not necessarily. I mean, an admiral wouldn't give a shit. But no, listen. If my captain walked around with a swagger stick and we had a visiting admiral on board, he couldn't tell him that to do that. That's his command. Now, but what I find, geez, Tim, make some more noise.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I forgot.
Now, General George Patton also carried a swagger stick, but his had a hidden blade in it.
Oh yeah.
So that he could mess somebody up if and that's what he carried it around like a personal dagger, but he held it like a baton, like almost like you're in a marching band or something. But I just think the swagger stick was kind of interesting. That actor who played Styles, James Sicking, I believe was his name. He also played a character on Hill Street Blues at the same time, who also carried a swagger stick once in a while, and that was why I think they did that because it was sort of his thing,
He was the SWAT guy.
Yeah, and it's kind of like how who was Ray Palmer? Is that his name? No, the guy who played Darth Maul. Ray something.
Ray Parks.
Yeah. Well, in every movie, he did that one move with his staff, or with like he did it as Darth Maul, and then in the X-Men movie, as Toad, he did that move, and he looked right at the camera when he did it, like this is my flourish kind of deal. It's like a little wink and nod to the audience. Yeah. But it's interesting. What if you had a Starfleet captain that had a swagger stick that actually had like a phaser in it or something? Wouldn't that be kind of cool?
That's what mine would be. Like
a pain stick. That's what I would want. Klingon pain stick.
I'd be like, wait, who are you? You're on my Brit. Get out of here.
Shoot my damn red shirts. The fuck is wrong with you?
Cattle prod. It's like, in my fanfic, and I know nobody cares about it because it's my fanfic, but in Halibut, I have a captain that has his crew wear command ball caps like on Enterprise, but only when they're underway. They have to put them away when they pull into port. It kind of reminds me of when I was in the Navy, you could grow a beard on board the submarine, or most people grew a goatee, just because that way you could, if you had to don a firefighting ensemble, you could get a good seal on your mask. But we had to shave our goatees off, a day before we entered port, so we could be back in uniform regs, because we were essentially joining the rest of the Navy when we pulled into port. When we were underway, we were in our own world. You know what I mean? So I mean, like, we could wear, we didn't have to wear a white T-shirt with our uniform. We could wear like underoos and T-shirts with your favorite beer and stuff on it, and things like that. Because the uniform we wore underway was a simple pair of coveralls.
DJ, I'll be right back. If you need to kick me,
he's gone.
Go ahead and do it. All right. Well,
He's
in
gone.
that case, I'll just go to standby, and I gotta go grab
Right.
some food, and I'll be back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody is taking a food break.
Yeah, except for Russian spy here.
Russian spy always listens.
Yeah.
I don't think we live in a yellow submarine, Connors. At least I wouldn't.
You know, have you ever wished you could like reach through the internet and punch somebody? I have. I'm wishing that right now, Kronos. I friggin' hate that that reference, Yellow Submarine. Shut the. Anyway,
in a town where I was born, lived a man who sailed to sea. Okay. Anyway, hello, number one.
And he told of his life.
In the land.
How long you been going so far?
Hello, number one.
Hello, Dion.
See now, Kronos, you're not going to be the only one he wants to reach through and punch.
I get all three of you. Anyway.
You can't get me because you got to go through the Russian spy and Tim first to get to me.
LD. LG. LDG. Sorry.
All right, Darian.
Yeah, he's been calling me that for well over a year now. I just let it go.
Yeah. As long as it's not hate fuck face, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. There's worse things you could call me, sure.
How the heck are you, number one?
On a scale 1 to 10, 1, obviously.
One. I see this name number one now, and I just imagine that he's sitting behind with no camera on, going like this at us. Number one. I'm getting a little goony. Oh, goonier. So now Charlie's trying to drink from a Deej cup.
Oh, he's got a little sippy cup now?
No, he's got the actual Deej coffee mug.
Oh.
Yeah, the official Deej mug.
Well, he's trying to graduate from the sippy cup. Smart young man.
A real smart. He's picking the good cup.
You guys can see him, huh?
I don't know, but I'll take Mama Pray's word on it.
Yeah.
Hey, only 11 more hours to go.
Trying to figure out what I'm going to do with this bottle of Ram's Point.
Drink it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but I want to drink it with something else. I want to mix it with something. I'm looking for recipes, drink recipes for peanut butter whiskey. That's what this is. So far, the most compelling one I've seen is put some Coke in it.
Peanut butter
Jelly.
whiskey.
Yeah.
That does not sound appetizing.
I don't know.
Normally, I just drink it on the rocks, but
You can find some kind of a jelly whiskey. You could have a peanut butter and jelly whiskey.
I'm getting drunk and I feel like I'm in kindergarten again. Yay!
Right.
Just have mom remove the crust from the bread.
My mom never did that. My dad would disown her if she did that. That was one of the things that, my dad couldn't stand it when little kids would eat a sandwich, but they'd leave the crust behind. There's a couple of things that my dad would do. Just go, we want to really torture my dad. Chain him up to a wall, and then right in front of him, take a road map and fold it incorrectly.
Oh, yeah.
He'd be thrashing. What are you doing?
Well, I don't know about the Navy, but the Army, they spent time showing us how to properly fold a map.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you guys have maps. We had charts, and our charts rolled up into tubes. We didn't have to fold those fuckers, you know. But no, road maps. Yeah, I mean, yeah, little kid grabs a road map, doesn't know up from down, and starts trying to fold it. And my dad was like, "What are you doing?" You have to feel the paper. The paper wants to be folded. My dad was arming, so that naturally he really was interested in those maps being folded correctly. So
that's why. Yeah.
Yeah. My dad also had this habit. If he asked you how much something cost, like how much did that pair of jeans cost, and I tell them, well, these are Jabots, $99.99. Two things would immediately happen. He'd repeat that number back to you in a much higher tone of voice, and his shoulders would come up and almost touch his ears, like a cold breeze entered the room. Like how much are those jeans? Well, they're Jabots, $99.99. $99.99. Like he got jolted with electricity or something, Yeah. But you know something? He was willing to spend money if he liked something. When I got out of the Navy, I came back home. I discovered that he had developed a taste for Jaeger bombs.
Oh, hell.
So I went down into he had a bar in the basement. I went down there, and the fridge was full. I mean, full of those little cans of Red Bull. Stacked like 3 high, and and I'm like, holy shit, And then I look over on the counter of the bar, and he's got Jägermeister in a great big plastic container with a pump top like shampoo.
Ooh.
Like a pump shampoo. And I said, yeah, each one of those cans is like, $2.99. I said, you imagine what would have happened if I showed you that when growing up in this house, if I'd have shown you a little can of Red Bull like that and told you it was $2.99, your voice would have gone higher and your shoulders would have touched your ears. Well, I like it. It's all different when he likes it,
Hello again, Sherry. Merry Christmas, you freaking... Actually, that's Merry Christmas, you filthy animals.
We're going to have the happiest Christmas since Bing Crosby tap dance with Danny fucking K. Sorry, that's my favorite line from Christmas Vacation. Yeah. Well, that and Shitter's full.
Shitter's full.
Shitter's full.
I can't make up my mind which my favorite Christmas comedy is. Christmas Vacation or Scrooged.
Christmas Vacation is my favorite.
I remember the first time I saw A Christmas Story. They actually played it for us I was going to a Catholic grade school at the time, 6th grade, and we had a half a day of school that day, and so they played for us A Christmas Story in the school library. We all had to sit down and watch the movie, and I don't think that movie's aged well.
You don't?
Well, it's not about Christmas, obviously. It's about the Christmas season, and yeah.
But see, the thing about that movie is everybody that relates to it is my age now.
Right, exactly.
That was, I mean, as a kid, that's what went through your mind during this time of year.
Right.
You relate to it, So,
yeah.
And let's face it, the little brats that are running around now, they don't, they can't, they can't relate to, or hell, the parents can't relate.
No, they can't.
All right, Phil. Good luck with your premiere. He is doing a premiere of his unboxing of a PS5.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those movies, I think, that as time goes on, the average person isn't going to relate to it as much, and it'll be this weird sort of historical document. You know.
Well, as Mr. Londell will attest to,
Yeah.
kids our age, we did get soap in the mouth if we
Yep.
said the wrong things.
Yep. And
there was always the dumb one in the class that would actually stick his tongue to the pole.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-oh, Carol's already outside Phil's house waiting to get the PS5.
And then you got, of course, they decided to go out to eat on Christmas Day or Christmas Eve, whatever it was. And the only place that was open was a Chinese restaurant. And they're trying to sing Christmas carols to them. Fa-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra.
See, that scene would be so damn racist today.
Well, no, listen. They go to the restaurant. First of all, I mean, it's great that they did that. I mean, the restaurant was empty. They were the only customers in there. And those restaurant people were obviously very happy to see that they, getting a customer there. And, they probably paid a lot of money for that, whatever it is they ate, that goose or whatever. Duck. And then they cut the head off right in front of me. It's smiling at me. And he takes the cleaver and chops the head off for him. And the mom just kind of yipes, But I mean, the Chinese in that scene aren't portrayed as being idiots or anything. They're actually quite pleasant, and they're trying to be there for this family who didn't have anything to eat because of the pack of wild dogs that came and ate their Christmas dinner. So I don't see why anybody would find that racist, other than them trying to sing fa la 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 la.
That's the part that would.
But that's how they pronounce that. If they, I mean, all you have to do is say, but it's like I had to basically do a socialism indoctrination course when I was in the university, right? One of the first classes they make you take, and it was all about trying to turn you into an activist, a liberal activist. That's what it was. And I had the professor teaching the class was this older black woman. And she proceeded to tell us how indignant it was. How dare Taco Bell have as their current mascot a Chihuahua with a Mexican accent? And I raised my hand. I'm like, but Chihuahuas are a Mexican breed of dog. If they could talk, that's how they'd sound. She goes, yeah, that doesn't matter. I'm like, why doesn't it matter? And,
Oh, you failed that class, didn't you?
Yeah, yeah. No shit. She gave me a C. But I mean, it was, But yeah, it was, And of course, what they would do is they would go after you emotionally, and all you had to do is take your emotions out of it, and you were immune to all their bullshit. But that's what it was all based on. It was like she had talked about we had to watch these 60-minute specials about this woman who's trying to get the Fighting Illini to drop their Indian mascot because she's like 1/5 Native American or something, and she was offended by it. And yeah, it was just.
No, see, and the comeback for that is when the Irish people want Notre Dame to change. When the Irish people get Notre Dame to change their mascot,
right?
Then we can talk about what Illinois State, what the Fighting Illini.
Right.
Let's get rid of the Fighting Irish first,
right?
Because you see in movies and everything. I name them. I mean, you see Irishmen getting into fights in tons of movies and TV shows.
Yep.
James Kirk's worst enemy when he was at the academy was an Irishman. Okay?
Finnegan, yeah.
So let's.
And he sounded like the Lucky Charms guy.
Yeah.
Hi, Jimmy boy. I'm in my youth, and you're an old man. Hi, chai. Have some Lucky Charms. You know. It's like,
Now it's they run and yell Skittles at you, yelling "Taste the fucking rainbow."
yeah. You know, Irish Spring soap. I always remember them cutting the soap with a knife. It's like, why would you do that? It's like, to show us that the swirls go all the way through the bar. We believe you. It's like, you know, they're always, everybody showers outside with some kind of weird hedge shower. You know, remember that?
Yeah.
It's kind of like, you know, Calgon, Take Me Away, and all of a sudden she's in a bathtub in the middle of the woods with like fawns in the background and shit. What happens in 2 hours when that water is cold and the sun's going down? What does she say? Calgon, take me back?
Oh my god! I'm sitting here. I'm in the background here, like just changing so I can go out and grab a bite, and all I hear is hedge showers. And
yeah,
that still does not compare with the worst of it, because there was the woman laying in bed with her hands under her covers saying that she's cleaning her oven and the product was easy off.
Wow, I don't remember that.
That was back
cutting
in
the bar of soap. That's the other one I heard.
I remember Mr. Lee. How do you get your clothes so fresh? Oh, it's an ancient Chinese secret. You know, and then it's Calgon or it's whatever it was, Cascade. I don't remember what the hell it was called. Yeah, ancient Chinese secret, huh?
And that was now you think about it, that commercial was so racist. Chinese laundry, okay.
Yeah. Chinese people had a lot of laundry facilities. I mean, you know, it's kind of like Apu, right? On The Simpsons, right? Simpsons came out in the 80s, and in the 80s we had an influx of Indian immigrants. If they were on the East Coast, they all became cab drivers. On the West Coast, they all became convenience store either workers or they actually would, if they had enough money, they would actually, you know, make, you know, own one. And that was what a high percentage of them did. And so it was an accurate thing. But now all this, you know, then all of a sudden, you know, because Cal Penn doesn't like Apu and doesn't like the fact that a white guy does the voice for Apu, they decided to retire the Apu character on Simpsons.
Yeah. And now Ethiopians are doing the convenience stores.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you
around here, the Indians are mostly doing gas stations or tobacco shops.
Yeah. And Ethiopians owning convenience stores, at least you know they're not going to eat the profits. You know? Remember Starvin' Marvin from the from South Park? That's some insensitive shit, wasn't it? My favorite Ethiopian joke, though, was Sam Kinison. You know, he's like, "Stop sending these people food. Send them U-Haul trucks. Send them a guy like me. I'll go out there. Hey, you know, I was driving across the burning desert with your food, and it occurred to me that there wouldn't be world hunger if you people would live where the food is."
You live in a fucking desert.
We have deserts in America. We just don't live in them, asshole. Come here. You see this? Yeah. You know what this is? This is sand. Yeah. Did you know nothing can grow in this shit? Here, eat some. Taste it, motherfucker. It's sand. You know what it's going to be 100 years from now? It's going to be sand. That's racist.
But Sam Kinison was funnier than hell.
Yes, he was. The story about how he died has been something I've been thinking a lot about, because he got hit, I think, head on by a kid in a truck, 19-year-old kid, and behind him was his manager and his stage assistant or whatever, you know, and he'd been living clean and sober for about 6 months. He just got married, and when he got out of the car and walked around, and then he had internal bleeding and stuff, so he was slowly dying, and he laid on the pavement, and his manager was like trying to keep him awake before the ambulance got there, and his manager swears up and down that Sam was having a conversation with somebody, saying things like, "I don't want to die," and then he goes, "But why?" You know, like he's talking to someone, and then he goes, "Okay," and then he dies. So that he was having a transitional experience, and of course, Sam Kinison had at one point been a preacher.
Yep,
and
he was.
That I did not know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a on YouTube you can find a guest shot he did on Letterman, where Letterman actually shows some or plays some audio from one of his sermons that somebody found. And of course, Kenneth's like, "Where did you find that?" You know, it's like, you know, and he's just as passionate during this sermon as he is in his comedy. You can imagine, right?
Oh yeah. Oh.
You know, yeah. So I mean, he was turning his life around and stuff. He had already kind of repented, and I, you know, I'm of the opinion that he was probably talking to somebody who was going to take him up. So I like that story. In fact, I think there's a weird history on it. Yeah. I got it right here. I'm going to put it in the private. Well, I should probably put it in the regular chat because we're actually streaming here and not on some backstage. There we go. It's in the private chat and in the streaming comments there. But anyway, I'll never forget Sam Kinison. The first time I saw him, he was on a special that was organized by Rodney Dangerfield. Rodney Dangerfield had a special that for new comics, and it was on HBO. And my parents weren't home, so whenever my parents weren't home when I was a little kid, I'd watch HBO.
Oh,
you know, we didn't have Cinemax yet. If I had Cinemax, I'd be watching that instead. But you know. Anyway, HBO.
Get that right. It was called Skinemax.
Well, it became Skinemax after like 1:00 my time. But no, they weren't home, and I watched this, and I was just, I could. He was so funny, but he was so different because he was screaming at everybody, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, my dad hated him. My dad all he does is scream at people, you know. And then and he didn't understand the humor. And then he did, though, after he saw the movie Back to School, because Sam Kinison has a bit part in Back to School where he plays one of Rodney Dangerfield's college professors. And as soon as my dad sees Sam Kinison, oh, this guy, you know, it's like. But he actually, he liked that scene, so then he started warming up to him.
Who screams more, Sam Kinison or Bobcat Goldthwait?
Ooh, probably Kinison, because I think Bobcat. It's funny because
to me, Goldthwait he just acts too much like he's having a seizure.
Yeah, that's his whole thing. I mean, he's playing a character when in all of his he's the same character, everything. I mean, we actually get to see a little bit of him acting normal in the first part of Scrooged. You know, but otherwise he's that Police Academy character that seems to be a sort of like he's almost like a human version of that Muppet Animal.
Yeah.
You know.
Animal beat drum.
Yeah. Woman. It's chasing the woman around.
Mama.
Yeah.
I like the Muppet Bohemian Rhapsody. And then we had the ones yesterday trying to tell us that Bobcat was dead.
No, he's not dead.
He's not dead yet.
Yeah, his character was Zed, and Zed's not dead in the first Police Academy movie, 1985. And then he became a cadet in the second film. So,
no, wait.
No, Citizens on Patrol.
The second Police Academy movie is what introduced Zed, but then he became a cadet cop in the third one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I remember that him and Tim Kazurinsky screaming at each other.
Yeah. And then he became sort of the arch enemy of Sweet Chuck.
Hey, Phil.
That was a typical, Phil, typical 80s sequel where the sequels all had some of the same things that happened in the first film.
Mm-hmm.
It was almost like the same film over again. They just did change the coat of paint. You know, how many times are two of the bad guys going to wind up in the Blue Oyster Bar? You know.
That's something they couldn't do today. Is that Blue
No, they
Oyster
couldn't.
Bar.
No. No. That was thought of as risque humor back then, to even acknowledge the existence of them folks.
Well, no, it was actually the scene where the two cops were trapped in there, and they were like, and the gay guys were doing a tango with them.
Yeah.
And, you know, you could see the looks on their faces, like.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not napping. Giving everybody a break from looking at my ugly mug.
You could probably find a compilation of all Blue Oyster Bar scenes on YouTube.
If they haven't shut it down. You know, because the alphabet people would raise hell about that.
Yeah.
Even though I would say it does not put them in a bad light.
Oh, there's lots of videos up there of the Blue Oyster Bar. Here's a whole compilation.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Damn it. I got
You did again,
settings. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was talking and had the wrong microphone setting on.
Yeah, we must come off as pretty rude.
Yeah, I was like, what the hell? How come you guys are not acknowledging me? What the fuck?
How was your PS5 unboxing?
Kind of sucked. Said no views and no comments, so I guess bad one.
Well,
Oh, people are watching.
I got no friends.
Hello, Mercer.
You know what you ought to do? You ought to do a original PlayStation unboxing. You got to find one. Still in the shrink wrap.
Because I already have like 2 original PlayStations, and like why? I guess, but I have a PlayStation Classic. I guess I could
Fake the unboxing. Like box it up and then open it.
Let's send Phil out with a shovel to a garbage area to dig for the elusive ET.
Oh yeah, those already have been dug up in 2014.
Yep, there's got to be others somewhere.
The elusive what?
ET.
Yeah, not only ET, but a bunch of games from 1983 were buried, or games from 82 are buried in 83 because they didn't sell.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Video game crash of 83 that happened.
That's right. I remember that. I remember that. All of a sudden, the boys started buying action figures again. It was awesome.
Well, I don't think I was even born yet when they were burying those game cartridges, but
yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool story.
Gave up too soon. There's 3 views on it now. Got 3 likes, 3 views.
Oh, nice. All right. You got something. Well, I saw your comment before the video aired.
Yeah, I was there before. There, I just put the link to the video in the chat again so people can go watch it. It's
Thanks.
7.5 minutes.
What? Carol wants to steal my Atari stuff too? No. You go ahead, steal PS5, but not my Atari stuff. No, that's off limits.
Tim's still doing the damn SpongeBob things. 11 hours later.
Actually, speaking of that Atari game, I have that autographed by the designer of the game. So that's pretty cool. My game sucks, by the way. The game was rushed to market, and Steven Spielberg even signed off on the game, said it was good, but he didn't actually play it. All lies. So, don't always trust the word of directors.
Right.
Like when James Cameron was saying these latest Terminator movies were good. Nope. I don't trust him anymore. Yeah, he said Terminator Dark Fate was a good film.
Well, he was wrong.
Call it Terminator Woke Fate.
Good thing Carol doesn't know that I still have an original Atari in games.
Nice.
I deliberate those too. Yeah, you're doing this whole unboxing thing like a professional.
Well, I seen ones with better.
Been watching
more
Rock Solid,
professional.
haven't you?
No, well, I've seen a couple, but I've been doing unboxings before I've seen his videos. I don't know. I see more professional videos, but I thought I'd at least put some effort into it. I have a film degree, anyway, so I gotta put some effort. Like I wanted to do. I seen some unboxing videos where they have 2 cameras. They got one where it's like just on them and the stuff, and then overhead camera where you see them and their hands on the table as they're unboxing it. But I think that's too elaborate for my setup. Like I don't have room for that.
I got to respond to Carol here. Carol, I'm a farm boy. Hiding out in a tree house is not going to work. I have a chainsaw. I can cut the whole tree house up or cut the tree down.
And responding to 6, yes, I have not posted a video in a long time, so I'm not expecting a huge amount of views, but something, you know.
Hey, you're up to 7 now. You're just...
And Load Runner. What about Load Runner? Well, technically, yes. Responding to Mercer, like the original Load Runner was stick figure. It's kind of sucked, but when they ported it to the Nintendo and the NES, they kind of made it a full character instead of stick figure, and I think they improved upon it. But
Just think, I'm gonna have to restart this stream.
Why? I killed your stream by appearing? I'm sorry.
No, I restart about after 11.5 hours, so I don't lose anything. Then there'll be no missed parts to the stream. In case somebody gets really bored. And
who's really
right.
really bored?
Nobody's that bored. Unless we put some kind Scour it with a fine-tooth comb.
We ain't found shit.
Happened to her?
Spaceballs. That is a her right there. She's got her own chair.
Right there, and right there.
He doesn't even have to turn around. He knows exactly where she is at all times.
Hey, somebody's obsessed.
Howdy, Mercer.
Can you guys hear me? Hey, thanks for taking me in for just a second.
Yeah.
Rob Mercer.
Yeah. I just wanted to mention that I think my comment was misinterpreted before. I think Lode Runner got worse when they improved the graphics.
Oh, really? The opposite.
Yeah, because when the game came out, it was just stick figures. It was a puzzle game that relied on reflexes, reaction, thinking, and just quick thinking and reacting to things and solving puzzles. And it wasn't about characters. It wasn't about story. It was, whatever story you wanted to make up for it. It was a brilliant puzzle game. In fact, the inventor of Tetris said it was the smartest puzzle game he'd ever played.
I prefer them improving upon the graphics of it, but I can see that.
But it
one
takes
of my favorite.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Are you a villain or a hero? Your character is just a stick figure. Are the other guys coming after you? Are you trying to take back something they stole? The story doesn't matter. What matters is that it is a video game that does only what video games can do. Stories can be in movies, it can be in books, but this game did everything that only a video game can do, which is you think quick on your feet, you figure out the best way to approach a level, and you go in, you go after something, you use quick reflexes, digging the little holes, and then you get out of there. That's what the video game was, and that's why I still think it's one of the greatest video games ever made.
I agree that the gameplay should be first and foremost, but I don't mind if they also have a story.
Oh yeah, I don't mind either. But in this case, if you look at the updates for Lode Runner, none of them have been any good. It was just a guy with a helmet or a guy with a spacesuit. They're not characters. It's just the original game was stick figures, and you can literally on the C64 you can increase how fast or slow he goes, and that was really it. And that was what made it so great, was that it was just okay. There's chests that I can't get to. How do I get to them? It was just about how well you thought your way through each level, because each level was very different.
Yeah,
you reduce video games down to their bare essence. You have Lode Runner.
All right, I don't mind stick figures in games. My favorite pre Super Mario Brothers game is Pitfall 2. That's a stick figure.
Oh yeah, it was
character.
very similar actually. Pitfall 2 was amazing. Yeah.
I love that game.
Yeah, very similar to Lode Runner in some ways.
It's more of an adventure game.
Yeah. I like
especially...
Beachhead 2. Do you remember that one?
No.
That was where the dictator owns an island, and you could play either the dictator or the troops going to invade the island and take it back from him. And one level was if you're the dictator, you play you control a gun turret, and there's a beach in front of you, and you're trying to shoot down all the guys that are trying to rush the beach. It was really cool.
All right.
Yeah. But with Lode Runner, the guy was 23 years old, and he had no time to develop this game, and he came up with an entire game that was all problem solving and puzzles, and it was the first game with a level editor, so that way you can go in, because he wanted his buddies to help him create a bunch of levels for the game to sell it to Apple or Commodore or whoever he was selling it to. And so if you look at the original Lode Runner, there's just something very pure about it. It's just an awesome game. The story is always just covering. It's like a decoration on any video game, but in this case, it's. I thought it was great. Anyway, I just wanted to clear that up. Sorry, I'm just
okay.
I just wanted to talk about Lode Runner. Nobody ever talks about it. I love old video games. I have a Sega Master System. My actual favorite video game is called Maze Hunter 3D.
I have that.
And I love that game. I just love going deeper and deeper into the maze. Nope, you have that? I've never heard of anybody that has that one.
Well, you're talking to somebody who does.
Nice.
I think I have it for the Mark III though, not for the Master System.
With the 3D though, it's definitely a lot better. You have to get it with the Master System to actually play it in 3D. I think they only released it in 3D, which is why I'm not sure if you have the same game. You might. But...
I think I have that too. I think I have the Mark III version too, though.
Yeah, I don't know if they ever made it for any other systems except for the Sega Master System.
Well, the Mark III is the Japanese version of the Master System.
Okay, yeah, I don't know about all those imports, but I just know you need the 3D glasses to play it. That you had to plug in.
Yeah, I think I have it. I have to go and look though. Wait, no, I got my list of games.
I also am very addicted to Dr. Mario.
Now, Dr. Mario is pretty fun.
Yeah.
Yes. I get tired of it pretty quick, but I like the mobile version they had, the Dr. Mario World. I think that was pretty good. I think they closed that down though.
And in Mortal Kombat, my favorite is the Mortal Kombat 3, which is still the two-dimensional Mortal Kombat, but they added the run feature. Didn't like it when they went too detailed on the graphics after that as much.
Yeah, I think they peaked at Mortal Kombat Trilogy. They had all the characters.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. Yeah, it was called 3. It was called Trilogy, but it was
there's
like 20 characters or whatever.
There's 3, there's Ultimate 3, and then Trilogy.
Yeah, one of those. But the point is, when they went to virtual stages, and now they're getting back to two-dimensional, but it's just not the same. Was when they had the run button, and man, that was awesome. Sorry, I have a throat drop. Just gonna get rid of it. Hold on.
Yeah, I like Mortal Kombat games. Like the only fighting games I like are Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. Every other fighting game I'm not really very big fan of.
You don't like Dead or Alive?
Nah, not really.
You get to fight all these hot babes?
Well, I like the volleyball one of that.
It was so funny. We would go to the store, me and my friend, we would go to the store and she'd be like, they show like a Dead or Alive game playing on the screen. This is years ago. She'd be like, why is some old guy fighting a 20-year-old girl? And I'm like, I have no idea.
Whoa, stereo vision for me.
I have no idea why that's happening.
Oh,
you know what game I really liked? I got to mention this. I don't mean to interrupt, but I got to mention this, otherwise I'll forget. I had a game for the Wii, and I'm not sure if this game even holds up or if it's any good today, but I had this game for the Wii. It was called Red Steel 2. It was called Red Steel 2. And you just go around with the sword and you just start hacking people. And it was tiring after a while.
Yeah, it was one of the first games that used the Wii Motion Plus sensor that you had to add to your Wiimote.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. I'm not a gamer, so I wouldn't know how it holds up to other games, but for somebody who's just like a casual gamer, I'm like, man, this is like, after beating a couple of bosses, I was exhausted. And I love the way you use the gun. I like how you could switch from the sword to the gun just by how you held the remote. It was really cool. Yeah,
I liked and disliked the Wii for that, the motion controls. Like if you're tired coming home from work and like you're exhausted, like you don't want to be like shaking your hands like crazy. You just want something passive to enjoy.
I like the basketball game though. Like the Wii basketball was a lot of fun. It came with Wii Sport Resort.
Hello.
Hi, Yvette.
Hey, Deej. All right.
Hey, T-Bird, the second one you posted, T-Bird, is not working.
Okay, I let myself in. I hope you don't mind.
I mind. Get it.
I don't.
I'm kidding.
Hey, remember, I can boot you out of here.
Oh,
You know,
and I have
Londell's
powers.
image. I just noticed Londell's image is in just the right spot. Deej's avatar has horns.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
The truth is finally coming out.
Y'all crazy.
Evil is his own name.
Hey, Darren.
Hello.
I was watching earlier, and it's good to see Darius and Darren in one place.
And don't forget Darien.
Oh,
He was here
Darien as well, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Professor and Darien.
Here on DJ's Island.
You know what got me was that Salty Trekker corrected him.
Yeah. I was fine with it. I know who he's. I know who he's talking to. Unless Darius is in the chat or in the stream with us, then it does feel a little confusing. Do you mean me or him? But yeah. He's been calling me that for at least a year now, so it's not going to be a hard habit to break if he ever
It's
does.
all right. He calls me Yvette. He can't do the Yvette. It's Yvette.
Yvette. Okay.
And Captain Trekker constantly told him how to say it, and he just can't get. And I said, I don't care.
Oh,
I
if
mean,
Captain Trek tells us to do something,
I've been
do
called a
it.
lot worse than Yvette, so I don't care. Anyway. Anyway, I'm afraid, Deej, bit of bad news.
What?
No boobs tonight.
That's okay.
No.
I'm too tired.
Yeah,
Give me
but
back the tits.
No.
Did you ever see? Okay, I have to explain what I just said. There's a video somewhere on YouTube. I think it was made by College Humor called "Ghost Tits" with Olivia Munn, where a guy marries a woman and then all of a sudden she's like a cup, and he's like, "What happened?" You know, and he remembers. It's almost like a Mandela effect thing. He remembers her having really big, larger breasts, and finally, it's like a thriller. It's like that Julianne Moore movie where she's looking for her son that disappears. Nobody can remember that she had a son. And at the end of the trailer, he like runs out of the street and looks up the sky, and goes, "Give me back the tits!" It's funny. Had to be there.
I've got one of
Star
those.
Trek
on
Discovery
Facebook.
people. Dancing.
But we're dressed differently. Oh my god.
Now I know why Bird loves this.
Has Bird been on?
He was on earlier.
Oh, good.
He's still on right now.
Only
He's right below
Russian
you.
spy is
No, you're a Russian spy. What are you doing as a Russian spy?
Looking for the nuclear vessels.
Nuclear vessel.
Yvette, that sounded more Scottish than it did Russian.
Hey,
I agree.
Anyone here looking forward to the Orville coming up in March?
I
I am.
definitely.
Oh, hell yeah.
What's the Orville?
It's the closest thing to real Star Trek. Of course, we're looking forward
They
to
put
it.
out a new picture yesterday or something, and I'm sure there's going to be a trailer.
What's the Orville?
What's the
What?
picture?
Go to hell.
It's a picture of the crew on the redesigned bridge that they made.
Oh, okay. Let me see that here. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, yeah.
I have
And
a
then it's got
confession.
Admiral Halsey in it, and it's got the guy from Tron who plays. It looks like he's playing an alien. And looking
Yeah, I'm
forward
not
to
the
it. I'm
only
a
one that
huge
said it.
Orville fan. I'm a huge Orville fan.
I haven't seen it either.
CT
Braves
said
for Orville?
Orville. What's that?
Says.
What's that?
Orville, is it Redenbacher, the popcorn? Is that the Orville?
Well, it's named after Orville Wright, I believe.
Yeah, the pilot. Yep.
Yeah.
Better.
Now I'm seeing a bunch of images, but I don't see one with that. Oh, Admiral Halsey. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Now-
they made some nice changes to that bridge. It looks a little bit more. It looks a little bit more JJ though. I don't like that.
But the
Yeah.
lighting is still even
Well,
and
the
right.
writing
and
and directing is better. So
Yeah.
As long as there's no lens flares, I'm good.
or keep it to a minimal. I'll be fine.
Mhm.
I think the Mocklins are going to leave the Union.
Well,
Good riddance.
Good rid. Well, I thought the mock ones were funny, but you know.
And someone you might know might be in season 3 of the Orville.
Yeah.
Wink, wink.
Brie Larson?
You know Brie Larson? Okay.
Who?
I will say I do like the new security chief as opposed to the first one.
Yeah.
She's just more comfortable in her own skin. I like not having somebody who's questioning herself all the time and being all insecure.
She's badass, and you don't have to question it.
Right, exactly.
So Phil, let me get this straight. I now have to watch one episode of Picard and one episode of Orville.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. Just so I know.
Well,
Phil's getting around.
He gets around.
I love
a
the
lot.
fact that it plays like reruns, but they're new. Like I love.
yeah, it's like a 90s show, but it's brand new.
Yeah, they shoot it like a 90s show. The special effects, for the most part, look 90s, but then once in a while they put in a shot that like they couldn't do in the 90s. You know, like the shot of all the soap bubbles. It was like the dark matter, but they looked like giant soap bubbles. It was really cool. I just love the characters. I don't know. I just love watching the characters.
That's because writing has come back to science fiction.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and it's so interesting that Seth or whoever was involved had enough confidence to have like season 2 come out and have the first episode not have any conflict, like no battles, no bad guys, no dilemma, because he knew that the characters were strong enough to carry the episode just to catch up with them, you know, in the opening of the season. And I think that spoke volumes to me as a Star Trek fan watching that episode.
Well, they fought the Krill in the first episode, right?
No, I'm talking about the first episode of the second season.
Oh, yes, about a girl? Or no?
No, the second season when it was about going back to Mocklin so that Bordas could do his yearly urination.
Yes,
Geologia,
that was a very good episode, yes.
Yeah, but
Yes.
it was just,
Great way of
there was no bad guys to fight, no countdown, but he knew that he trusted that the characters were, you know, you wanted to catch up with the characters. And I haven't seen a bottle episode. Like, I miss episodes like that where they were just the writing was so important. Like I watched an interview with Seth before the Orville came out where he was talking about the Drumhead, which was the TNG episode. And he's like, you don't need money if you have a script like this. I mean, I'm not saying it exactly the way he said it. You know, if you have a great script, you can do a bottle episode, and it's the best thing ever. I mean, I'm not a huge McFarlane follower, but I love him as doing this show.
Somebody's got a table saw.
Yeah, I just love
either that or it's a massive vibrator.
Philip Gaming is under construction.
Yvette?
No.
Oh, that was coming from Phil.
Yeah, there's some work being done near here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna mute.
Gotcha. All right.
I just love the way they went back to 90s style storytelling.
Right.
Which here's the thing that people don't realize about Star Trek, and I say this as a compliment. Star Trek is boring, right? That's a compliment.
It's a drama.
Star Trek is boring, and when there is excitement, it stands as a relief to all that you've waded through to get there. And sometimes you have your nail biters like Balance of Terror or like The Enemy or like The Defector. And other times you have like the Borg conflict. But for the most part, Star Trek is just, you know, if you like hanging out on the ship with the characters, it doesn't matter what they're doing.
I tell you, my favorite thing in the pilot of Orville was when J.R. Lamar asks the captain if it's okay if they can have soda on the bridge while they're working.
Yeah. Or another great thing was when the guys like they're like stand behind Alara, and he's like, "Which one's Alara?" And they're like, "Oh, that's me." He's like, "Oh, I'm still learning the names."
Yeah.
I wish they did that more on Star Trek, or even just like when they get shot at, they say like, "Oh crap," every time they get shot at. And I wish they did that more on Star Trek, but they don't.
No. Everything is a universal, existential threat every season. It's like, just give us a season where we have episodic stuff, little stories.
Yeah.
They won't do that because they've got a formula now. It's an existential threat every season, and and Michael Burnham saves the day because she's awesome. That's
because that's science fiction to them. Look at the blockbuster movies from sci-fi. That's what they are. It's
very formulaic, and I like some of these new movies. Excuse me, but I'm getting over being sick, so sorry.
It's fine.
But the Orville's, I could just put on an episode. It doesn't even matter which order I watch them in. I mean, I kind of know what order they're supposed to be in, but it's just very old school.
Yeah. What the heck?
Eventually, I'll know what this Orville will be.
And by the way, that space battle from Identity Part 2, I think is the longest filmed space battle in live action in history. It's even a little bit longer than Return of the Jedi's.
Thank you, Kronos. I look lazy.
Oh,
that's messed up.
You are
That's
lazy.
not nice.
Look at
Thanks. No.
Are you on
lazy.
the Are you sick?
I'm the medication they got me on for this immune deficiency has has one particular nasty side effect. I left here last night. Must have drunk too much water. I don't know. I'd had something to eat. And let's just say I spent the rest of the night busy. And I look like crap and feel pretty much crap. So
I gotta run for a minute.
that's why you've got no boobs tonight. Not a chance.
Santa Bill.
I gotta run for a little while. I'll try to stop by later.
Santa
Bye.
Bill.
Bye, Mercer.
All right, see you guys later.
Hey, Mercer. And Santa Bill.
Bye.
What your
Thanks for letting me in.
package looking like today?
What?
What? And Yvette, I hope your boobs get better.
Santa Bill's bringing you a big old package.
I'm just not going
today.
to dignify you with an answer.
Yes. I just got done doing my stream.
I
where
saw.
Where
I
I was
did
showing.
throw a like.
Hello, Bill.
Yeah, well, okay. To help Santa Bill,
He's
just
on a red shirt.
leave a comment. Leave a comment. The algorithm really likes when you leave comments.
I will go back and put a comment
Tell me
in.
your thoughts on the movie. You know, it had the Aunt Bethany, who was the voice.
Oh,
I'm going.
I know her. I know
can't
Aunt
listen to
Bethany so well.
You talking
because
about
I
Spider-Man?
Played her.
No, we're
played her.
talking Christmas Vacation here.
Oh, okay.
I played her in the Script Doctors when we did National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. I
Kronos.
played Aunt Bethany. So, yes, I was this little old woman who didn't know what she was doing and had to sing live on it. I made a
But-
right tit of myself.
She was played by the woman who voiced Betty Boop.
Betty Boop.
Yep.
I'd need the script in front of me again, but that whole bit at the end, singing the Star Spangled Banner and play ball. Oh my god! I couldn't talk the day after because I had sort of they hadn't asked me how I was going to play her, so live on air I shocked 10 people with my first line, as I like to do. Good fun though, good fun. It was good fun playing an American without an American accent, obviously, because I cannot do that.
Yet there's so many up here that can do a British accent, like Bird.
You for what?
Hello, Governor.
They still can do it.
Daddy cannot
can do it.
Daddy cannot do one.
Shine your shoes, Governor.
You've got to take the twang out, Phil. The slight twang. But hey, I cannot do an American. I can't. I just can't.
Yeehaw! I reckon.
Yeah, so that's all fair. You know, I consider people that can actually do accents. I can't tell the difference. Literally, that's the only way I know that if they are putting it on.
It's all rubbish.
It's all rubbish. It's all rubbish. I was one of the Beatles, but you don't believe me because you think that the other four guys was. But it was me. I was the original Beatle.
At least one of the harder accents, the Beatles accent.
Well,
Okay.
the Liverpudlian accent's very difficult.
never
If
cooked
you're
them
watching the new Doctor Who, you've got someone in it from Liverpool, and nobody else can understand a frigging word he says.
I bloody don't watch that shit. It's shite. It's shite. That's what it is. It's shite. We don't watch that new Who.
If we're doing London,
that's
mate.
what they say about the new Star Trek. Pretty good for shit.
Hang on a minute, Deej. You agreed to watch the season so we could rag on it.
But I haven't got it yet. So I don't have to watch it. I don't have to watch it yet because I don't have it. So
Yes,
it's
but-
still bloody shite. It's still bloody shite, and I'm not watching it right now. I'm not. You can't make me do it.
Well, we'll get it to you somehow. Don't worry.
Bloody shite, I say. It is. You can't make me do it. It's
you're
going to
not
make my
wrong.
head explode.
You're not wrong. Oh, did I tell you they released the blue butt plug Dalek? I can't remember if I mentioned that or not yesterday.
Yeah, you mentioned yesterday.
Lovely. What a lovely thing to keep us up to date on.
Well, I have to buy it for the collection.
No, you don't.
have
You
to
really
buy it.
don't.
You don't have to. No, you
I
only,
have every
you
single
only-
Dalek that's ever been produced.
But it's a butt plug.
and
It's
you're
not a
only
real
beating.
Darren.
I have a good mind at set.
How is it not a
some
butt,
to you,
real
Dan
butt plug?
Wagner?
Does it say butt plug on the box?
They look like a butt plug.
Does it say butt plug on the box?
No.
Let's see the box.
My butt plug. My butt
hang on a
plug.
minute.
Let's see here. Let's see here.
Dalek.
Dalek butt plug.
No, they're
Plug and me.
This is gonna show me all kinds of stuff I don't want to know.
You're getting 480 variations of butt plugs.
Well,
Dan Wagner.
there's a black Dalek butt plug. It's really big.
It only makes
Are you
sense if
kidding
there's
me?
a Dalek butt plug since there's the sonic vibrator.
There is, yeah.
Okay, it looks.
Gotta go fast.
Let's think about this. It looks like a Dalek and it's a butt plug.
That makes it a butt plug because a Dalek already looks like a butt plug.
Yeah, but it's a Dalek. It's got these things that stick out of it. It's got an eyepiece. It's got the eye and the
Well, you can
stopper,
remove
the
those
grass,
parts.
and it's got the gun. You
Well,
gonna
those
shove that
things-
up your ass?
Those things will snap right on off after she tries to shove it up there.
Shove it up your ass.
I know. I've been
Sorry.
watching Megan too much.
Yeah, me
Get
too.
this because
I have to keep myself from calling people hoe all the time. You gonna stick that up your asshole?
Yes,
went to
T-Bird,
Subway. You
handles
went to
does
Subway.
side
I
lick
got one of they nasty ass sandwiches.
Always comes down to just in my job.
I've got a picture of it here.
We're just quoting somebody. It's
Here
fine.
it is. Okay. We need to send this somewhere now. Oh, we got Discord open, Deej?
Oh, it'll be open in 30 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to send it there then. That's the picture of the blue butt plug Dalek. It comes in a set, unfortunately.
Oh my God! You gonna buy the whole set?
Well, I'm going to have to.
How many different flavors of Dalek are we talking about here?
I do get to burn a Jodie, which is a kind of an upside to it.
An effigy, yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. It's got a Jody, a Captain Jack, and a blue butt plug.
Yeah. Look at the state of that Dalek. Chin Balls needs to die. A horrible, horrible, horrible way. when
That's
when
not
his time is due. When his time is due.
This isn't the butt plug though. This is just a set.
That's the Dalek I named the blue butt plug Dalek because although it looks a little blue there, they lit up completely in the show, and they were skinny. Front on, they don't look like a Dalek. They're straight.
Well, let's be totally honest about the design of a Dalek. It's not. It is not a foreboding, formidable war machine. Okay.
I wouldn't want to stand in front of one and piss it off.
It is not the formidable war. It is not a practical war machine. It is not. Later on, they tried to fix those discrepancies when they started to fly, but it's not. Just look, every time in all the doctors, when it comes to the actual battle to get rid of the Daleks, they just grab them from behind. And, humans just grab them from behind. One grabs the eyepiece, the other grabs the gun, and next thing you know, the Dalek is dead. Okay?
Oh, I'm not arguing. There are lots of ways you can take a Dalek out. But I still wouldn't want to be in their aim sight.
In front of them. You get behind them, you can take them out.
Well, you can take one out before the others turn round.
Yeah, they established though that they can spin in the middle section around and still shoot you.
Yeah. Yeah, nasty. Anyway, there you go. You've seen it, and I've got to get that because I've got the Victorian lady one from the whatever the hell they called it. That's sort of got a brown purpley hue to it, and it's got like a bustier and a long flowing skirt like thing. Just nasty. But I have to own them all. It's one of those things with me.
You don't have to.
It's a moral.
I know I don't have to, but look, we all have our little obsessions with things, and mine's Darwin's.
Damn, I was too slow. He was had his shirt
on.
on.
I could have done with that.
I was just a split second too slow.
Damn it, dude! Really?
Watch on the replay.
No.
The Syrian Lex Luthor is flipping us off.
I didn't get him up on the screen in time.
If I'd seen him, I would have let him on.
All right.
If you were in the backstage, you would have saw me sat down.
Well, I was backstage and you weren't there. I waited a while and then thought, I'll just come on here.
You missed it again. You would have saw the whole package.
No. Stop teasing me. I'm not feeling well.
All right. Well, I'm going to get ready to start the new stream.
Yes, 11 hours.
You guys talk amongst yourselves while I set this new one up.
So this is stream 2, is it? The end of stream 2?
This will be number 3 starting now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, that's 24 hours almost, pretty much.
Yeah. So it hasn't gone up more than to 31 hours? No one else has added to it?
No, it's 33 hours. Right.
Oh, 33!
Oh, yeah. Hey, Darren, he's here now.
Yeah.
Now we can piss him off.
Who? What?
Sometimes a cookie is just a cookie.
I'm glad I can do that shit right now.
Physical media.
Leave Mr. Orville alone.
I always love cookies when they're hot and fresh and warm from the oven. They just melt in your mouth.
Like Carol's cookies?
Mm-hmm.
And just because of nice...
One more week, bitch. One more week, and we're going to see who has cookies. Okay? We're going to find out. One more week.
I'm telling you right now, Trinity is going to grow a dick and bang Neil, okay? That's what's going to happen.
My friend, you might be right.
We'll see. We'll see.
Have you been paying attention to the trailers? It's all
Yes, I
about
have,
Trinity.
but unfortunately,
Nothing about
they
a damn
specifically
cookie.
make the things. The Matrix has been full with red herrings and making you think one thing and actually being another. The entire Matrix that's the story of the Matrix.
Yeah.
Selling you something that's something else. That is literally the plot.
Okay, LD, it's a saying I've always used, I've always heard. I want you to listen. I want you to ruminate on this saying and analyze it. It's about
Write it down.
Don't see the forest for the trees. Okay, that's what. Okay, you are not seeing the forest for the trees.
Yeah, okay. We'll see.
Nice,
We'll
nice
see who's
quote.
trees.
Nice
Who's seeing
quote.
what
Haven't heard
trees.
that one for a while.
We will see. We will see.
I bought some physical media the other day here. The Star Trek 2, 3, 4, and 6.
Dude, I got some physical media in the form of my foot physically being shoved up your flat ass. Okay?
You know, I don't know.
Flat ass. Huh? Well,
I will kick your
am,
ass so hard, I will turn the world into a globe.
I don't know.
Okay?
I don't know. I don't know about you guys, but I'm suddenly in the mood for some lobster meatloaf.
Yeah.
Y'all been like talking to yourselves, huh? I've been here sweating my ass, doing work, and you're all like, when LDG gets back, we're gonna fucking rail LDG when he gets back. And Mr. Londell over there with the let's go, he's here.
Hey,
I was doing work.
Hey.
Okay.
I put my video up. Come on, you didn't watch it, LDG?
Waiting.
I am
You know who
shutting
they
this
cast
one
for
down.
Manifesto? Okay.
I am shutting this one down. Everybody swing over to the new link. I threw the link into the chat of part 3 of all this. I'll even put it into the private
We waited
chat.
for Annie Trekker to not be here.
Yeah.
Put it into the private chat. And
I already
then
ate him for breakfast.
We'll start this all
I'm
over
Mr. Londell
here
for lunch.
in a minute.